Chapter 1. Hanxia. At Yunjiang No. 1 High School, over 1,000 senior students and teachers congregated on the playground, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Before them, 7 divine pillars ascended majestically, towering as high as 3 stories, an awe-inspiring sight. What? You wish to choose the summoner's divine pillar for your class change? Do you intend to drain our Lu family of resources? Lin Che, let me remind you, for the past decade, our Lu family has provided for your every need, allowing you to live a life of opulence and ease. Your father's life-saving grace has been repaid in full. If you dare to defy my wishes again and do not obediently choose the warrior's divine pillar for your class change, I shall expel you from the Lu family by tomorrow. Lin Che, feeling dazed and disoriented, gradually opened his eyes to see a fierce young woman glaring at him. All around, numerous onlookers pointed and whispered incessantly. Lin Che is truly something. Does he really believe that since his father saved Miss Lu Qianling from the clutches of demons, he can exploit that gratitude and expect the Lu family to support him for life? Who could argue otherwise? The expenses of a summoner profession are beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Even the wealthiest Lu family in Yunjiang would suffer greatly in nurturing a powerful summoner. Though old Master Lu indeed promised that as long as Lin Che could become a class changer, he would cover all future expenses, Lin Che's choice is simply outrageous, selecting the most resource-intensive profession. Have I crossed over? Lin Che gritted his teeth against the pain in his head as a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. After some time, he had no choice but to acknowledge a startling truth. He had indeed traversed worlds. He had moved from Blue Star to this parallel realm where class changes were reality. As the memories coalesced, Lin Che understood his current predicament. A millennium prior, the abyss had descended, and demons had awakened, causing 7 divine pillars to emerge worldwide, representing the professions of warrior, mage, assassin, summoner, priest, formation master, and holy order. Anyone who reached the age of 18 could select a divine pillar for a class change, gaining extraordinary powers. Typically, each profession was divided into levels ranging from 1 to 99, completing dungeons, conquering secret realms, and engaging in battles all offered opportunities to gain experience and ascend in rank, enabling one to resist formidable demons. Beneath each divine pillar lay various professional branches. For instance, choosing the warrior's divine pillar could lead to class changes such as berserker or greatsword warrior. Opting for the mage might result in becoming a water mage or an enchanter, and so forth. Today marked the day of class changes for all senior students at Yunjiang No. 1 High School. The fierce young woman standing before him was none other than Lu Qianling, the heiress of the Lu family. It was during a time when a horde of demons breached the city's outer defenses, wreaking havoc and slaughtering humanity, plunging the entire city into chaos, that Lin Che's father had sacrificed his life to rescue Lu Qianling from the jaws of doom. Once the demons were vanquished, Lord Lu, the grandfather of Lu Qianling, felt indebted to Lin Che's father and took in the 80-year-old Lin Che. From that moment on, Lin Che resided in the Lu household. However, the lavish lifestyle that Lu Qianling spoke of was non-existent in the memories of the original owner. Upon entering the Lu family, he was scorned for his humble origins and was promptly relegated to the basement. Lu Qianling, from the very first day, made it her mission to torment him, assigning him the dirtiest and most laborious tasks. Any hint of discontent was met with a flurry of beatings and insults. Furthermore, the meager sustenance and clothing the original owner were cobbled together from his father's scant savings, supplemented by selling trinkets on the street. If discovered by the Lu family, they would accuse him of purposefully bringing shame upon them, resulting in further physical abuse. For a mere 80-year-old, enduring such relentless cruelty, Lin Che lived in a state of perpetual fear within the Lu household for a decade. All he received in return was a damp, dark basement and a life resembling that of a beast, devoid of any light or dignity. Now, as the original owner sought to fulfill his father's legacy by summoning the divine pillar for a change in destiny, it marked his first act of defiance against Lu Qianling. Little did he anticipate that she would publicly berate him, becoming the final straw that broke his spirit. Lin Che felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Lu Qianling, enough! He bellowed, silencing the crowd, their eyes widening in disbelief. Up to this point, Lin Che had always been perceived as meek and submissive, particularly in Lu Qianling's presence, where he dared not utter a word, enduring humiliation beyond measure. What has gotten into Lin Che today? The onlookers murmured, sensing something unusual. Lu Qianling, infuriated, felt her pride wounded at his audacity to speak to her in such a manner before so many witnesses. Lin Che, how dare you yell at me? she exclaimed, her face contorted with rage. You will not return home with me today, nor shall you partake in any of our family's provisions. Lin Che let out a cold laugh, his expression darkening as he found himself both enraged and amused. If you mean that rodent-infested basement and the putrid remnants of food, I suggest you keep them for yourself, he retorted scornfully. His words struck the crowd with disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. They turned to Lu Qianling with a newfound wariness. Is it true? The Lu family, with such vast wealth, allows Lin Che to eat spoiled food and live in a basement. If that's the case, the Lu family members are truly inhumane. Don't speak nonsense. Qianling is kind-hearted and beautiful. She would never do such a thing. Lin Che must be a thankless wretch, using this opportunity to slander her and tarnish the Lu family's reputation. Amidst the bustling discussions of the crowd, although there were several who came to Lu Qianling's defense, the weight of countless gazes upon her rendered her utterly humiliated and furious, wishing fervently for a chasm in the earth to swallow. Her hold, in a tone laced with indignation, Lu Qianling exclaimed, Lin Che, how despicable of you to resort to such tactics to coerce me. Her words elicited a wave of knowing expressions among the bystanders, who swiftly turned their ire towards Lin Che, denouncing him as shameless. However, Lin Che remained unfazed. He was acutely aware that a mere exchange of words would not sway the crowd to his side, for the Lu family was indeed meticulous in preserving their facade of dignity. Not only did they arrange for him to share a luxury car with Lu Qianling, but each parent-teacher meeting was attended by Lu family members feigning affection and indulgence. To outsiders, he appeared to be a young master of the Lu family. Yet the reality within the Lu household painted an entirely different picture. Deep down, Lin Che harbored a profound disdain for this family. Were it not for the impending commencement of his new career, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few sharp slaps to Lu Qianling's face. Ding! A mechanical voice resonated in Lin Che's mind, announcing the activation of the Warcraft conquest system, prompting him to select the summoning pillar for his career transition and complete the binding process. A system. Lin Che's heart leapt with joy. He had intended to fulfill the original owner's final wish by choosing the summoning pillar for his transition, and fortune favored him at this moment. Before long, the transition officially began. All students formed a queue before their chosen summoning pillars. Unquestionably, the pillars for warriors and mages attracted the largest crowds, with lines stretching nearly to the entrance of the academic building. These had long been the prevailing professions throughout the years. The pillars for the array and priest professions also saw considerable attendance, representing more accessible career options. Brilliant hues illuminated the various summoning pillars, a kaleidoscope of splendor and excitement. Xiong transitioned into the profession of warrior, blade warrior common. Zhou Meili transitioned into the profession of mage, fire mage common. Zhao Kai transitioned into the profession of assassin, shadow ranger rare. In the blink of an eye, a number of students had successfully completed their transitions, with their professional information displayed above the pillars. However, thus far, most of the successful transitions had been to common professions, with rare professions being exceedingly scarce, as for the even more powerful and elusive hidden professions. None had yet emerged, and no one dared to dream of such possibilities. In Hanxia, with a populace of millions, fewer than 100 individuals successfully transitioned into hidden professions each year, a probability that was alarmingly low. Naturally, many others faced failure in their transitions. After all, the success rate for transitions was below 30%, with success being a rarity and failure the norm. Nevertheless, this reality could not extinguish the fervor of the crowd's aspirations. For each individual understood that upon successfully transitioning and becoming a professional, the tides of fame, fortune, and status, those elusive treasures unattainable by ordinary means, would inevitably flow towards them in abundance. The playground was bustling with shadows, yet the most desolate presence was that of the summoning pillar. It stood empty, devoid of any figures. Summoning has truly fallen into decline. Lin Che sighed bitterly, shaking his head as he approached the fourth pillar from the left, the one representing summoning. He then raised his right hand and placed it upon the pillar, murmuring, I hope this won't disappoint me too much. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have transitioned to the unique hidden profession of Beastmaster. System binding in progress. Ding. System successfully bound, granting the host and strength professional talent. Beast domain. Ding. Professional talent has been dispatched. Before Lin Che could fully comprehend the situation, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Why is the wind picking up? A voice from the crowd exclaimed. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the playground, forcing everyone to squint against the onslaught. The wind intensified, and dark clouds obscured the sun. Gathering above the transition array, a ferocious whirlwind formed, piercing the black clouds above as if devouring the heavens. Boom! Accompanied by a deep rumble, a mysterious continent shrouded in thick clouds emerged, suspended in the sky, resonating with the low growls of wild beasts. Transitional phenomenon. It's a transitional phenomenon. Witnessing the majestic sight of the continent hanging above, many gasped in astonishment. Turning around, they beheld the summoning pillar emanating a dim, black light, alongside a small sprite enveloped in a soft blue glow appearing beside Lin Che. Lin Che transitioned to summoner, Beastmaster unique hidden profession. In that moment, all composure was lost. It's Lin Che. He has transitioned to a hidden profession. The crowd stood agape, utterly astonished that the most inconspicuous student in the school had achieved such a remarkable transition. How is this possible? Lu Qianling's eyes widened in disbelief, her frustration evident as she stomped her feet. Yet, Lin Che paid little mind to the reactions around him. Before him, mist swirled. Amidst the rising fog, a mysterious and grand continent slowly unveiled itself. Welcome to the Beast Domain, Summoner. A grand, epic voice resonated, and in an instant, Lin Che found himself amidst a dark forest. Is this my professional talent? Lin Che pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Upon successful transition, there's a certain probability of awakening a professional talent. Some talents manifest as skill effects, others as special professional equipment, and some serve to amplify enhancements, each variant distinct. Professional talents vary in strength, ranging from frank as the lowest to shrank as the highest. Different professions paired with different talents often yield greater power. Yet, Lin Che's professional talent appeared to be unlike any other could it truly be. A continent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the Shrank professional talent. Beast Domain, granting access to the territory of the Elven race. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Tree of Life has been activated, allowing the training of low-level Elven warriors. Ding! The Moonwell has been activated, granting you 4 small fairies. Upgrading the Moonwell will increase the population capacity limit. Current level, LV1, current population limit, 10, current population, 5. Within the realm of the Warcraft, a myriad of resources lie hidden. Collecting these resources enables the construction of diverse buildings and the unlocking of various types of Elven warriors. Upgrading the buildings within your territory enhances the population capacity limit and yields higher quality elves. Note, the level of special buildings cannot exceed that of the main building. When resources reach the upgrade limit for a building, rare materials must be utilized to upgrade the main building before the special building's level can be enhanced. The system notification chimes. Subsequently, an ancient tree bursts forth from the earth, growing wildly, accompanied by a crystalline fountain, as pure as moonlight, which converges into a crescent moon pool. For small fairies appear before Lin Che in perfect unison. Small fairies. Race, Night Elf. Quality, Common. Resource consumption for production, 5. Summoning cost, Mental Power. Level, LV1. Health growth potential E. Attack growth, potential F. Defense growth potential, F. Agility growth potential, F. Skills, Gathering, Lumbering, Mining. Self-destruct. The small fairy can ignite its life force too. Self-destruct, dealing a minor amount of damage. S. The lowest tier of night elves. The small fairies possess limited combat capabilities, however. They often excel in resource collection. With just a glance, Lin Che could see the attributes of the small fairies laid out before him. Indeed, their combat power was feeble, and their growth potential across all attributes was rather mediocre. Among the classifications of quality common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, they ranked as the lowest tier. Before Lin Che could scrutinize further, the 4 small fairies deftly flitted into the woods, gathering a significant pile of timber, stones, and some unknown ores depositing them before the Tree of Life. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 resources, meeting the construction requirements for the War Tree. Commencing construction. Upon building the War Tree, you will unlock the training of low-level Elven warriors, the Elven Archers. For every 10 resources consumed, 1 Elven Archer can be produced within the War Tree. The system notification rings out as the small fairies commence the construction of the War Tree before the ancient Tree of Life. Is it truly possible to play this way? Watching the small fairies busily flit back and forth, Lin Che was taken aback. In an instant, he comprehended the functions of the Warcraft realm. Within the territory of the elves, the Tree of Life serves as the main base, allowing the training of low-level elves, while the Moonwell is a special building that manages the population limit. The special building currently under construction, The war tree is designed to produce elven warriors in other words, as long as sufficient resources are available, Lin Che can continually upgrade his structures within the realm of magical beasts after acquiring rare materials from the outside world, thereby producing a greater number of more formidable elven warriors. Subsequently, by expending a certain amount of mental energy, he can summon them forth. Remarkably, Lin Che need not directly engage in this entire process. He can simply recline and let the system operate autonomously. This is undoubtedly a bug. Once he clarified his thoughts, Lin Che could hardly contain his excitement. The reason summoning professions have often been criticized by the public boils down to two primary factors. Firstly, summoning classes predominantly rely on summoned entities for combat, and their initial summoned creatures are typically random, introducing a significant element of uncertainty. Secondly, and perhaps most crucially, the costs associated with these professions are exorbitant, far beyond what the average person can bear. It is no exaggeration to say that the resources required to cultivate a powerful summoned entity could instead be used to train over 100 formidable warriors, rendering the investment unjustifiable. Moreover, once summoned creatures are harmed or perish in dungeons or battles, not only is the expenditure of resources rendered futile, but the overall strength of the summoner is significantly diminished. In summary, summoning professions are characterized by an extreme reliance on luck and an insatiable demand for monetary investment. Consequently, summoners have gradually become an obscure choice. Apart from a few audacious novices and those with considerable financial backing, very few opt to pursue the path of a summoner. However, now, both cultivation and summoning can be accomplished within the realm of magical beasts, as Lin Che merely needs to gather rare materials to upgrade his stronghold. In this manner, the two major disadvantages of summoning professions have been effectively resolved. Lin Che possesses the remarkable ability to independently cultivate a vast army of elven warriors, fully realizing the strategic potential of the summoning profession's most esteemed tactic, numerical superiority. Moreover, the currently accessible territory belongs solely to the elven race. One cannot help but ponder the existence of the beastmen, the undead, and even more formidable entities such as the Kaegor, the Hydra, the undead lords, and the fearsome demon lords. The mere thought of this sends a shiver down Lin Che's spine. He can already envision the scene of leading a legion composed of countless powerful races, sweeping through all opposition with unstoppable force. Lin Che's heart surged with excitement, and he felt an overwhelming joy blooming within him. Indeed, it is often the case that someone as handsome as I is destined to be the protagonist. When he regained his composure, he noticed that the crowd remained entranced by the revelation of Lin Che's hidden class, unable to settle their astonishment. Lin Che, it is merely a hidden class. I fail to comprehend the source of your arrogance. At that moment, a mocking voice unexpectedly pierced through the atmosphere, warning that rejecting Qian Ling's goodwill would be among the gravest mistakes of one's life. A tall young man approached Lin Che, towering over him, his gaze filled with disdain. The onlookers, puzzled, turned their attention towards the young man, who seemed to revel in the spotlight, standing tall with an air of confidence. Lin Che raised his gaze and noticed that the boy's eyes frequently darted towards Lu Qianling, whose face was contorted with rage not far away. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. This was merely Fei Yangyang hastily seeking to claim credit. Moreover, Lu Qianling's insistence on having him select the warrior god pillar was nothing more than a ploy to acquire a more resilient human shield, devoid of any genuine goodwill. Lin Che, unperturbed, retorted, "There is nothing impressive about a hidden profession. Why don't you try changing your class and see for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai was immediately incensed. He had already completed his class change, becoming a rare assassin, but in comparison to Lin Che, his prowess seemed to pale. Angrily, Zhao Kai declared, "Even with my initial summon creature being a weak little sprite, I could easily defeat you with one hand, even without switching to a hidden profession." At these words, the crowd seemed to awaken from a stupor, turning their gazes to the sprite beside Lin Che. Even the teachers shook their heads in dismay. The strength of a summoner's class is often closely tied to their initial summon, and Lin Che's was indeed pitiably weak. Consequently, even if Lin Che were to transition to a hidden profession, his potential for growth would remain exceedingly limited. "Lin Che, even if you were to kneel and beg me, I would never allow you to return to the Lu family," Lu Qianling coldly stated. "What an insufferable noise." Lin Che shot back, "Lin Che, you." Lu Qianling was seething with fury. Yet, before she could unleash her wrath, Zhao Kai stormed forward, fuming. "Lin Che, how dare you speak to Qianling that way? You must be tired of living. Let me show you what I can do. As Zhao Kai charged towards Lin Che with fierce intent, many spectators silently mourned for Lin Che. With merely a combat-inept sprite at his side, no one believed Lin Che could stand against Zhao Kai. At the very least, a beating seemed inevitable. Ding. Congratulations, host. The construction of the War Ancient Tree is complete. Unlocking the Elven Warrior Archer. The first unlock reward is 1 Elven Archer. Just then, as the War Ancient Tree finished construction, Lin Che smirked at the approaching Zhao Kai. You think you can take me on? We shall see if you possess the ability. Come forth, my most loyal servant. The voice of a woman, as melodious as a nightingale, echoed as a portal opened behind Lin Che. Within the silver-gray vortex of space, illuminated by a dance of moonlight, an elven archer emerged, wielding a bronze bow and arrow. With pointed ears and scant armor, draped in a crimson cloak. Before Zhao Kai could react, an arrow was shot forth with blinding speed. Swish! Zhao Kai's vision blurred, and he found a sharp arrowhead gleaming ominously before him. Not good, he gasped, hastily attempting to dodge. His speed was commendable, a hallmark of the assassin class, renowned for its agility and stealth. Swish! Just narrowly evading the arrow. Zhao Kai barely had a moment to catch his breath before a few strands of hair fell before his eyes. Instinctively, he reached up to feel his head. A chill running through him. His hair was gone. Lin Che could not suppress his amusement and teased, "Oh, what a unique hairstyle. Is it a limited edition?" "Ah, my hair." Zhao Kai, infuriated, was about to retaliate. At that moment, he noticed an elven archer standing beside Lin Che, bow drawn and arrow poised, ready to unleash its fury. Lin Che's icy voice then echoed in his ear. "This time, I shall merely sever a few strands of your hair. Next time, I cannot guarantee that I won't create a gaping hole in your body." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Zhao Kai's spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He stood frozen, too terrified to move. While assassins are known for their swiftness, his level 1 status rendered him incapable of outrunning an arrow. Zhao Kai had no doubt about the truth behind Lin Che's words. He was certain that if he advanced any further, he might indeed find himself with an unwelcome hole in his body. "Lin Che, you will pay for this." After uttering a furious threat, Zhao Kai clutched his head and fled the scene without looking back. Observing Zhao Kai's hasty retreat and the conspicuous parting in his hair, the crowd erupted in laughter, taken aback by Lin Che's ruthlessness in crafting Zhao Kai a new hairstyle. Yet, the elven archer raised questions. Shouldn't a summoner at the initial stage only be able to summon one companion? Amidst their amusement, the onlookers were also secretly astonished, casting furtive glances at the airborne elven archer. The teachers, too, exhibited surprise, having never anticipated that besides the small sprite, Lin Che could summon a second companion. Conventionally, upon successfully transitioning into a summoner, one would randomly acquire an initial companion. To obtain additional companions thereafter, one would need to either venture into the dimensional realm with the initial companion to tame more formidable creatures or spend a substantial sum to purchase them. However, neither of these methods were within Lin Che's current capabilities, as speculation ran rampant. The crowd could not fathom the fact that Lin Che possessed an S-rank talent within the realm of magical beasts, a phenomenon considered a game-changing anomaly for summoners. The way some teachers looked at Lin Che shifted. This young lad was indeed extraordinary. Lin Che was equally astonished by the combat prowess of the elven archer, even disregarding Lu Qianling's murderous glare as he focused intently on examining the attributes of the elven archer. Elven archer race, night elf quality, rare production resource cost, 10 summoning cost, mental energy level, LV1 health growth potential, E attack growth potential, C defense growth potential, E agility growth potential, C moonlight arrow, beginner fires a moonlight arrow that damages enemies. Increasing archery proficiency enhances both damage and release speed. Stealth, when not attacked at night and after launching an attack, may enter a stealth state. In comparison to the sprite, the elven archer, while still possessing frail defenses and low health, exhibits a significant enhancement in both attack and speed, with an attack speed reaching a C-level growth potential. It is nearly on par with that of an ordinary profession. Caught off guard, even Zhao Kai is no match for the elven archer. Thus, the upcoming dungeon trial should also be navigated with ease. Lin Che was beaming with joy, having unlocked the elven archer class, which provided him with a pleasant surprise. After everyone completed their class transitions, they were to embark on their dungeon training. Initially, Lin Che was concerned about the low combat capabilities of the little elves and the difficulty of leveling up, but with the elven archer responsible for combat, things became significantly easier. With this thought in mind, Lin Che promptly returned the little elves to the beast domain, hastening their resource collection so that he could utilize the ancient war tree to create more elven archers. 2 hours later, fewer than 300 individuals remained before the 7 divine pillars, with the success rate of class transitions even lower than in previous years. Nearly 700 people were eliminated, regrettably relegated to the status of ordinary individuals. What was even more lamentable was that, apart from Lin Che, no one else had transitioned to a hidden class. Even Lu Qianling, who had been highly anticipated, merely transitioned to a rare holy class, the Grand Elementalist, leaving many in disbelief. Once everyone had completed their class transitions, several buses drove into the school in succession. Shortly thereafter, a warm-hearted Mediterranean gentleman appeared at the front of the playground. He wore a brown and yellow striped shirt, his round belly creating an exaggerated arc, with buttons that seemed on the verge of popping off, which made him appear somewhat comical. However, no one would dare to underestimate him. He was Zhou Dechuan, the principal of Yunjiang No. 1 High School, a master of formations at level 54. Facing the crowd, Zhou Dechuan spoke in a booming voice. "Students, first and foremost, congratulations on completing one of the most significant phases of your lives, becoming class changers. Next, my fellow teachers and I will guide you to the dungeons for leveling up, and I hope you will take this seriously, striving to enhance your levels at the fastest pace possible, aiming for outstanding results in the upcoming assessments of higher educational institutions in a month. Now, I will give you 10 minutes to freely form teams. We will depart promptly after 10 minutes. Dungeon training is particularly crucial for newly transitioned class changers, as it is the safest and quickest way to gain experience and level up. Generally, dungeons allow for teams of 3 to 5 members, making the composition of roles and combat capabilities exceedingly important. This was also Zhou Dechuan's first lesson for them after transitioning: how to select suitable teammates. Upon finishing his remarks, everyone sprang into action. Naturally, warriors and mages were the most sought-after classes due to their stable combat power, making it easy to form teams. A number of girls who chose the priest class also became highly desirable, with many boys shouting to recruit them. "Warriors, come on, I need 3 warriors. I'll bolster your formations for a fierce push. Priestesses, hurry over. I'll bring you sunflower seeds for chatting while we level up effortlessly. Mages, gather here. Let us bombard the map for efficient leveling." The playground buzzed with excitement, as each individual fervently sought their teammates, fearing that even a moment's delay might leave them isolated and deprived of their formidable allies. Soon, many had formed their teams, gathering in clusters of 3 to 5. The majority of the formations adhered to conventional role configurations, predominantly featuring mages, warriors, and priests. Surprisingly, classes like assassins, renowned for their exceptional single-target damage, and those specializing in powerful control tactics, were not deemed optimal choices for collaboration. Meanwhile, Lin Che, who had transitioned to a hidden class, found himself overlooked and disregarded. Lin Che had thoroughly offended Lu Qianling. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would avoid excessive interaction with him. In stark contrast, Lu Qianling emerged as the most sought-after individual. Despite her tempestuous temperament and capricious nature, her affluent background and striking beauty garnered her a plethora of admirers. Moreover, Lu Qianling had transitioned into a rare class of sacred profession, as elusive as the giant panda, and her combat prowess was commendable. The crowd enveloped her like moss to a flame, showering her with flattery. Yet, Lu Qianling remained visibly irate, her gaze fixed on Lin Che in the distance. With resentment boiling within her, even her successful transition to a sacred profession, second only to hidden classes in terms of rarity, failed to bring her any semblance of joy. Lin Che repeatedly defied and disregarded her, even opting for a rare hidden profession, which ignited a tempest of anger and jealousy within Lu Qianling that she could no longer contain. "That despicable scoundrel, I will ensure he pays dearly." Lu Qianling's gaze turned icy. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her, and a wicked smile crept across her lips as she leaned in to whisper a few instructions to those nearby. Subsequently, 2 individuals detached themselves from the crowd and approached Lin Che. "Lin Che, shall we form a team?" A girl who had transitioned to a priest profession asked as she stood before him, accompanied by a male warrior. Lin Che raised his head, observing the serious expression on the girl's face, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He recognized the 2 individuals. The girl was named Huang Can and the boy Gao Cheng, both of whom were followers of Lu Qianling. Their intentions were clearly unfriendly. From a distance, he caught sight of the smug look on Lu Qianling's face, and it dawned on Lin Che that their visit was certainly aimed at him. Nevertheless, he did not reject their approach. The primary reason being that entry into the instance required a team of 3 to 5 individuals. And since no one dared to join him at the moment, it would be more prudent to team up with Huang Can to enter the instance first. Very well. Lin Che nodded, yet a chilling sneer lingered in his heart. Let me see what tricks you intend to play. The Dark Forest is situated at the easternmost edge of Yunjiang City, one of the rare leveling dungeons within the city, primarily teeming with low-level monsters ranging from levels 1 to 5, making it an ideal training ground for novices. Classmates, remember, the opportunity to enter this dungeon is exceedingly rare. Please cherish it dearly. Of course, should you encounter any life-threatening situations, remain calm. Simply follow the guidance provided and exit the dungeon promptly to ensure your safety. On the bus, the supervising teacher meticulously explained the precautions to every student. An hour later, the bus came to a halt on the hillside of Yunhai Mountain. Just outside Yunjiang City, the beginner dungeon, the Dark Forest, lay at the foot of a smooth stone wall nestled in the center of the hillside. As soon as he disembarked, Lin Che beheld a swirling silver-gray vortex continuously rotating upon the stone wall. It was the entrance to the beginner dungeon, the Dark Forest. Legend has it that such dungeons are unique spaces crafted by powerful array masters using extraordinary methods, specifically designed for novice players to level up. Within the dungeon, one cannot perish. If one's life reaches 0, they will be teleported out, greatly ensuring the safety of beginners. Such miraculous and ingeniously crafted techniques are truly awe-inspiring. Lin Che, I am merely a priest. You must protect me well, Huang Can said with a smile as she stood before the dungeon entrance. Lin Che has a hidden profession, so he surely won't need our assistance. He can handle this low-level dungeon all on his own. Wouldn't you agree, Lin Che? Aha, Gao Chen chimed in. The two appeared remarkably relaxed, resembling more of a leisurely outing than a leveling expedition. Lin Che glanced at the two individuals. Although he was not entirely certain of Lu Qianling's intentions, it was evident from their demeanor that they were not harboring any benevolent schemes. Lin Che, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with the two, prioritized entering the instance to level up. He strode forward and stepped into the realm ahead of them. Huang Can and Gao Cheng, unwilling to lag behind, followed closely in his wake. After a brief moment of disorienting dizziness, Lin Che was greeted by a brilliant light. The warm sun bathed him as a verdant forest unfolded before his eyes. As Huang Can and Gao Cheng sequentially entered the instance, a cacophony of primal roars erupted from the depths of the woods. With a resounding huff and puff, 3 level 1 goblin orcs, their skin of vivid green and skulls protruding, charged forth, brandishing hefty clubs in their hands. They had arrived. Lin Che had long been mentally prepared. Without waiting for the goblins to approach, he commanded the elven archers to maintain their distance and commence the battle. The elven archers, possessing the advantage of ranged attacks, swiftly loosed 3 arrows, each striking a different goblin. The goblins' health bars visibly fluctuated, plummeting by 50 points. Such formidable power. Huang Can and Zhou Cheng were utterly astonished, never anticipating that the elven archers would wield such astounding strength, reducing the goblins' health by half at their very first encounter. Lin Che was equally astonished. Such formidable offensive power, even among rare quality summons, would position the elven archer among the elite. The 3 goblins, feeling the sting of their wounds, became increasingly frenzied and charged directly at the elven archer. Under the chaotic flailing of their makeshift clubs, the elven archer could only evade in haste, struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack. This exemplified a significant vulnerability of many ranged attackers. Once ensnared in close quarters, it became exceedingly difficult to execute an effective offensive maneuver. Witnessing the elven archer being steadily overwhelmed, Lin Che instinctively longed to call upon Huang Can and Zhou Cheng for assistance. However, upon glancing back, he found the two comfortably seated in an open area. Appearing quite content, Lin Che, you cannot possibly expect me, a mere priest, to engage in combat. I certainly do not wish to ruin my freshly done nails. Huang Can chuckled mischievously. I cannot assist. I must protect the priest. Zhou Cheng spread his arms in a gesture of helplessness, mirroring her playful tone. Their banter was laced with a palpable sense of schadenfreude. Initially, upon witnessing the elven archer's high attack power, both had felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet now, With the three goblins pummeling her, it was clear that no matter how high her attack might be, she could not endure for long under such relentless assault. They felt a sense of relief. After all, Lin Che had tasked them with obstructing Lin Che's leveling and clearing of the dungeon. They could only hope for Lin Che's swift elimination and had no intention of aiding him in battle. Realizing he could not rely on the two, Lin Che was unperturbed. A disdainful smile crept across his face as he thought, Lin Che, if you wish to irritate me in such a manner, you underestimate me far too much. Lin Che withdrew his gaze, unwavering in his resolve, and focused intently on a sturdy tree. He commanded in a resonant voice, leap onto it. Upon receiving Lin Che's directive, the elven archer nimbly evaded a goblin's clumsy strike, swiftly propelling himself off the weapon and soaring to the treetop. Panting with frustration, the three goblins watched helplessly as their prize slipped away, leaping about in a futile display of agitation beneath the tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows soared through the air, striking down the goblins with precision. Experience points 2 floated above the fallen foes as they vanished from sight. And Lin Che's experience progression reached a total of 20. At this rate, should he vanquish 4 more waves of lesser foes, he would achieve a well-deserved level up. Lin Che resolutely disregarded Huang Cancan and Zhou Cheng, advancing alone. With the experience of his first encounter, the elven archer found it increasingly effortless to deal with the goblins. The moment a goblin appeared, he would leap onto a tree and unleash a flurry of arrows. In no time, Lin Che managed to elevate his level to 2. Observing this, Huang Cancan and Zhou Cheng could no longer remain idle. They were unwilling to let Lin Che ascend comfortably. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously rushed to Lin Che's side. Lin Che, we're here to assist you, they shouted, disregarding his opinions and charging towards the newly spawned wave of monsters. They indeed did not disappoint Lin Che. Their initial strike nearly left him speechless. Oops, my hand slipped. I healed the goblin. Huang Cancan exclaimed. Watch this, barbaric charge. Just as the goblin's health dwindled, Huang Cancan inadvertently cast a healing spell, restoring the goblin's vitality. Afterward, he feigned innocence, sticking his tongue out at Lin Che. Zhou Cheng, too, put on an act. Whenever the elven archer aimed, he would send the goblin flying, causing the archer's attacks to miss their mark. After a convoluted series of actions, it took Lin Che over 2 hours to barely reach level 3, a progress that was quite disheartening. However, Lin Che remained unfazed by their antics and continued to command the elven archer with precision. Phew, this task should be deemed complete. Zhou Cheng panted heavily. Having spent 2 hours incessantly interrupting the elven archer's attacks, pushing his stamina to the brink. This should satisfy Qianling, he added. Huang Cancan bent over, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, clearly exhausted. Come on, there's only one last wave of monsters left. Once we finish, we can leave. The two, pushing through their fatigue, advanced once more. However, just as they were about to cause mischief, they noticed Lin Che suddenly retreating, seemingly having given up entirely. Had Lin Che finally gained insight? Huang Cancan and Zhou Cheng exchanged puzzled looks, feeling an unexpected sense of relief at the prospect of liberation. After all, while they had been stalling with Lin Che, he had been orchestrating the elven archer's combat, unlike them, who had to engage directly. They were uncertain if Lin Che was disgusted by their antics, but they were certainly overwhelmed by it. Just as they celebrated their impending release, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the forest, scattering the surrounding birds and beasts. Startled, they turned to peer into the woods, only to witness a wild boar. Measuring 3 meters in length, with tusks bared and spines along its back, charging towards them, its crimson eyes glinting ominously. A hidden boss, the red-eyed demon boar. The two individuals felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, their faces abruptly turning ashen, thoroughly frightened. The unique aura of intimidation emanating from the boss left them struggling to breathe. With a deafening roar, the crimson-eyed demon boar charged forward, mercilessly crashing through trees as it lunged at them. The force of its onslaught was akin to that of a small truck. Should they be struck, survival would be unlikely without sustaining severe injuries. In a state of desperation, they cried out for Lin Che, save us. Lin Che leaned against the treetop, observing Huang Cancan and Zhou Cheng, who were utterly terrified by the crimson-eyed demon pig, their fear palpable. He showed no inclination to intervene, amusement gleaming in his eyes. Save them? I cannot, for I am only at level 3. This realization left Huang Qingcan and Zhou Cheng in a state of panic, their frustration boiling to the point where they longed to strangle Lin Che. However, the demon pig was already upon them, leaving them no choice but to shout desperately towards Lin Che. Lin Che, this is a hidden boss. If we are eliminated, you cannot contend with it either. Yes, yes. Why not join forces with us? The rewards for defeating a hidden boss are quite substantial, and we can share whatever spoils we acquire. Upon hearing their pleas, Lin Che appeared slightly tempted, yet he shook his head, showing no sign of willingness to assist, as the rampaging crimson-eyed demon pig charged forward. A glint of sharpness flickered in Lin Che's eyes. Share? Only a child would make such a choice. I desire it all. Lin Che, you are shameless. Huang Qingcan exclaimed, her fury igniting as the demon pig lunged towards them. Despite her frantic shouts, Lin Che remained unfazed. Huang Qingcan wished to retaliate. Yet as a priest, she possessed no combat prowess. Faced with a level 5 hidden boss, even Zhou Cheng, a warrior, struggled to withstand the onslaught. Deep down, they harbored resentment, lamenting the rare occurrence of encountering such misfortune. Without Lin Che's assistance, it was evident they stood no chance against the crimson-eyed demon pig. Lin Che, just wait for us. They glared at him, their eyes filled with anger, hatred, and unwillingness. Moments later, they were struck by the demon pig, transforming into light particles as they vanished from the instance. Only after their departure did Lin Che leap down from the tree. Lin Che observed the crimson-eyed demon pig from a distance, a glimmer of delight illuminating his features. The rewards for vanquishing a hidden boss were undeniably enticing, especially considering that the crimson-eyed demon pig had also disposed of the two bothersome individuals, leaving Lin Che with a refreshing sense of clarity in his surroundings. How could he possibly allow such an astute hidden boss to slip through his fingers? With the nuisances out of the picture, it was time for him to engage in some playful competition. With a thunderous roar, the crimson-eyed demon pig charged forward, its might akin to that of an elite creature at levels 7 or 8, despite being merely a level 5 hidden boss. Lin Che did not dare to be careless and swiftly commanded the elven archers to initiate their assault. The elven archers drew their bows with all their might and released an arrow. As the arrow soared, the crimson-eyed demon boar emitted a low growl, charging forward without flinching or evading. The moonlit arrow struck the demon boar's foreleg, akin to a collision with steel, resulting in an immediate explosion. However, the full force of the elven archer's shot merely left a white mark on the demon boar's leg, inflicting no damage whatsoever. It was even insufficient to impede the relentless advance of the demon boar. Observing this scenario, Lin Che promptly commanded the elven archers to target the creature's vulnerable spots. Whoosh! 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 The elven archers unleashed a flurry of arrows, aimed directly at the demon boar's eyes. This time, the demon boar seemed to have learned its lesson. It either closed its eyes or adjusted its posture, deflecting several arrows with its resilient hide. The repeated assaults by the elven archers thoroughly enraged the beast, causing it to charge at them with even greater speed. Truly, as a hidden boss, it proved to be exceedingly formidable. Lin Che let out a sigh. He was not surprised that the red-eyed demon pig could withstand the attacks of the elven archers. While the elven archers possessed commendable offensive power, they remained at level 1, sufficient to deal with ordinary minor foes. However, against a level 5 hidden boss, their capabilities appeared rather insufficient. The red-eyed demon pig launched its assault with ferocity, and Lin Che understood all too well that he must not allow the elven archers to be engaged in close combat with the beast. Otherwise, given the formidable destructive power of the red-eyed demon pig, even 10 elven archers would be utterly inadequate. Lin Che promptly issued commands, directing the elven archer to take refuge in a massive tree. Utilizing this advantageous position, they momentarily evaded the onslaught of the crimson-eyed demon boar while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, the ferocity of the crimson-eyed demon boar exceeded Lin Che's expectations. Observing the elven archer concealed among the branches, the boar did not flounder like the goblins had. With a thunderous roar, it gathered its strength and, seizing the moment, charged headlong into the tree trunk, which was thick enough to be embraced by 3 men. The impact resonated like a dull thud, sending clouds of dust swirling, branches cascading down, and even causing the ground to tremble violently. Crack! Subsequently, fine fissures appeared at the base of the great tree, scattering a multitude of wood shavings. Fortunately, the elven archer clung tightly to the trunk, exerting every effort to maintain their balance and avoid being hurled away by the force of the crimson-eyed demon boar. Lin Che inhaled sharply. The ferocity of the crimson-eyed demon boar surpassed his wildest expectations. Its instinctual combat awareness and destructive prowess were on an entirely different plane compared to that of goblins. As it collided with a sturdy tree trunk, the tremendous force of the impact momentarily staggered the boar. Yet, it showed no signs of relinquishing its assault. After staggering in place for a couple of rotations, the crimson-eyed demon boar retreated several paces, gathering momentum before charging towards another tree. The resounding thuds echoed relentlessly through the forest, causing Lin Che's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Was it truly destined to concede in such a manner? Lin Che was acutely aware that, under the relentless assault of the crimson-eyed demon boar, the demise of the elven archer was merely a matter of time. Once the boar dispatched the archer, he would undoubtedly become the next target. Given the fragility typical of summoner classes, he could scarcely withstand such a formidable attack. However, the thought of abandoning the dungeon left Lin Che feeling profoundly unsatisfied. The rewards for vanquishing a hidden boss were exceedingly generous, potentially yielding rare materials. These rare materials were invaluable, serving as crucial items for enhancing the level of the Tree of Life, and Lin Che was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Yet, he also recognized that with his current combat prowess, he stood little chance of overcoming the crimson-eyed demon boar. Just as Lin Che found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to retreat, a system notification chimed in. Lord Amplification detected. S-rank professional skill acquired. Lord Amplification? Lin Che was taken aback and summoned his attribute panel. Name, Lin Che. Profession, Beast Lord. Hidden unique. Level, LV3. Experience progress, 5. Mental growth potential, S. Strength growth potential, S. Speed growth potential, S. Constitution growth potential, S. Professional talent, Beast domain, S. rank, talent skill, Lord's amplification, S. rank. A unique amplification skill of the Beast Lord, which, at the cost of mental energy, can enhance the combat power of summoned entities tenfold. Lin Che was overjoyed. The effect of this exclusive skill can only be described with one word: formidable. It is exceedingly powerful. It is important to note that this is not merely an enhancement of a single attribute, but a comprehensive augmentation of attack, speed, defense, and vitality. Lin Che's heart blossomed with joy as he turned to face the crimson-eyed demon pig, which was about to crash through the tree trunk, his spirits soaring with martial enthusiasm. The tides of battle had shifted. You scoundrel! In Lin Che's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as he commanded, Lord's amplification, activate. In that fleeting moment, Lin Che felt a surge of mental energy rapidly coursing through his mind, bursting forth from his brow and directly enveloping the elven archer. In the next instant, a layer of dark, ethereal glow manifested around the elven archer, perfectly accentuating her exquisite curves. The elven archer tightened her grip, releasing a contented sigh. The bronze bow began to shimmer with a rich, moonlit luster. With all her strength, the elven archer drew the bowstring to its utmost limit, the crystalline brilliance of moonlight coalescing into a sharp arrow, which was launched with a speed that was almost imperceptible. Whoosh! The moonlight arrow shot forth, swiftly piercing through the skull of the crimson-eyed demonic pig, splattering blood in its wake. Boom! The crimson-eyed demonic pig, still in the midst of its charge, did not even have time to emit a cry of agony before it collapsed, its health completely depleted. How formidable! Under the effects of tenfold amplification, the elven archer's attack power became exceedingly sharp, rendering the level 5 hidden boss utterly defenseless against a single shot. This thrilled Lin Che to no end. With such formidable combat prowess, he could now traverse the wilderness with confidence. Congratulations to player Lin Che for defeating the hidden boss, the crimson-eyed demonic pig. You have gained 100 experience points, obtained 1 complete beast hide, and acquired 4 rare materials, demonic pig spines. A flurry of dungeon notification messages flashed before him, and the sight of a beast hide along with 4 spines brought an immense smile to Lin Che's face. He had struck it rich. Although the beast hide from the level 5 hidden boss was somewhat low in grade, it could still fetch a handsome price of 5,000 Hansha coins. Moreover, there were the 4 rare demonic pig spines. The enhancement of the life tree's level was now within reach. Above all, what delighted Lin Che the most was that, upon vanquishing the crimson-eyed demonic pig, his level had successfully risen to level 4. Lin Che, feeling quite pleased, stored away the beast skin and brought the demon pig spines into the realm of magical beasts. The 5 little sprites continued their diligent collection of resources. And after 3 to 4 hours of hard work, the total amount of materials had reached 500, nearly reaching the current storage limit of the territory. Excellent. Next, let us elevate the level of the Tree of Life. The realm of magical beasts. Lin Che stood before the Tree of Life, presenting 4 demon boar thorns to the little sprites. As soon as the thorns were in their possession, the sprites busily set to work. They employed their unique methods of construction to seamlessly integrate the thorns into the Tree of Life. Radiance pulsed through the tree, teeming with vitality, as it incessantly absorbed the energy from the demon boar thorns. Within its branches, one could faintly discern the flow of energy coursing through its veins. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Tree of Life has ascended to level 3. After thoroughly assimilating the 4 demon boar thorns, the foliage of the Tree of Life grew increasingly verdant, and its level was elevated to 3. Lin Che cast a glance, and the information regarding the Tree of Life materialized before him. Tree of Life level, LV3 resource consumption, capable of training the levels of small sprites, thereby enhancing resource collection efficiency. The training level cap corresponds with the Tree of Life S level, currently allowing for the training of small sprites up to level 3. The elevation of the Tree of Life's level also permits Lin Che to enhance the levels of the small sprites. However, Lin Che did not hasten to train the small sprites. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards the Moon Well and the War Ancient Tree. The Moon Well serves as a structure within the territory that manages the population cap, while the War Ancient Tree is dedicated to training and producing elven archers. Between the two, upgrading either structure would significantly bolster Lin Che's combat prowess. Presently, the population cap stands at 10, counting the external elven archers along with 5 small sprites. He currently possesses a population of 6. Therefore, it is prudent to first elevate the level of the War Ancient Tree, as enhancing the archer's level would provide the greatest benefit. Lin Che pondered for a moment, resolutely making up his mind. He then commanded the little sprites to commence the upgrade of the War Ancient Tree. Unlike the complex upgrading process of the Tree of Life, enhancing the War Ancient Tree in the Moonwell, these distinctive edifices did not necessitate rare materials. Rather, it required only the resources available within the territory. The materials dwindled rapidly, 500, 400, 300. The total amount of resources swiftly diminished, and the construction of the War Ancient Tree approached its conclusion. War Ancient Tree level, LV2 able to train and elevate the level of elf archers. After expending 300 resources, the level of the War Ancient Tree was successfully upgraded to level 2. Lin Che was taken aback. The resources consumed by upgrading the War Ancient Tree were significantly greater than he had anticipated. However, he did not dwell on it too much, for in the realm of magical beasts, resources were abundant. Given sufficient time, the little elves would always manage to gather what was needed. With 200 resources remaining, Lin Che was determined not to waste them. Currently, there were 4 vacant slots for population, and he did not wish to leave them unfilled. He decided to produce 4 elven archers, train them, and enhance their combat capabilities. After expending 40 resources, 4 elven archers materialized before Lin Che. Subsequently, he activated the training function of the War Ancient Tree, allowing the 4 elven archers to enter and level up together. The War Ancient Tree swayed gently, operating in a mechanical manner. Before long, the resources were entirely depleted, and the 4 level 2 elven archers reappeared before Lin Che. The resources required for producing archers were minimal, whereas training and upgrading buildings demanded a substantial amount. Lin Che rested his chin in contemplation, gaining a profound understanding of the functions within the realm of magical beasts. Having completed this, he instructed the little sprites to continue gathering resources, withdrawing his consciousness from the domain of magical beasts. Huh? Why am I still in the instance? As the surroundings gradually came into focus, Lin Che suddenly realized that he was still within the instance of the dusky forest. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. Generally speaking, once all the minor creatures are vanquished and the dungeon is cleared, one would be automatically teleported out in no time. Although his stay in the realm of Warcraft was neither excessively long nor particularly brief, it had certainly been over 10 minutes, yet he remained in the dungeon, which was truly peculiar. Lin Che glanced around and found no exits or teleportation passages. This only deepened his curiosity. Could it be that the dungeon has a bug? Congratulations to player Lin Che, who, against all odds with his team completely eliminated, single-handedly defeated the hidden boss, the red-eyed demon pig. Triggering a hidden quest, and unlocking an elite dungeon. Just as Lin Che hesitated about whether to return to the entrance in search of an escape route, another prompt from the dungeon appeared. An elite dungeon? My luck is extraordinary. If the probability of encountering a hidden boss is 1%, then the odds of triggering a hidden elite dungeon quest must be even greater. In an elite dungeon, the level of the minor monsters increases, and correspondingly, the experience gained is also greater, allowing for a faster leveling pace. With a series of fortunate events befalling him, Lin Che instinctively touched his nose, feeling somewhat bashful. Indeed, those who are handsome tend to enjoy better luck. Before long, the prompt vanished, and 3 goblin warriors charged out from the woods, each at level 5. Compared to the goblin warriors encountered earlier, these 3 were significantly stronger, clad in rudimentary armor and wielding upgraded spiked clubs, resulting in substantial improvements in both their attack and defense. In the distance, the sound of footsteps echoed from the woods, indicating that more elite monsters were on their way. For an ordinary person, facing such formidable elite monsters would indeed be daunting. However, for Lin Che, this was an abundance of experience offered to him on a silver platter. Lin Che promptly summoned 4 level 2 elven archers from the realm of beasts, aligning them perfectly with the lone level 1 archer beside him, totaling 5. Come forth. Unleash your vast experience upon me. With the enhancement of the Lord's amplification, the 5 archers surged into action. Before the entrance of the Dark Forest instance, 3 hours had elapsed, and all teams had successfully completed their dungeon trials, teleporting out of the instance. The initial experience in the dungeon was far simpler than they had anticipated, and most appeared exuberant, animatedly boasting about their performances within the instance. However, Huang Qingcan and Zhou Cheng were not among them. The 2 sat on the sidelines, their heads, arms, and thighs wrapped in layers of bandages, a sight that epitomized their suffering. Having endured a direct collision with the crimson-eyed demon boar, they had narrowly preserved their lives, yet numerous fractures plagued their bodies, causing them to grimace with even the slightest movement. Recovering from such injuries would take no less than 10 to 15 days, severely hindering their advancement in levels and potentially jeopardizing their assessments at the prestigious academy in a month's time. The desire to confront Lin Che was palpable within them. To say you encountered a hidden boss while Lin Che remained behind alone, Lu Qianling stood before them, arms crossed, lost in thought. Over half an hour had passed since Huang Qingcan and Zhou Cheng had teleported out, and in her estimation, Lin Che could not possibly contend with the crimson-eyed demon boar alone. He should have been teleported out by now. Yet, as time dragged on, a sense of foreboding began to creep into Lu Qianling's mind. Huang Qingcan and Zhou Cheng also sensed something amiss. Could it be that Lin Che has defeated the crimson-eyed demon boar all by himself? Zhou Cheng, his arm wrapped in bandages, could not help but voice his concern. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huang Qingcan shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Absolutely impossible. That scoundrel must be rolling around in defeat, wasting time evading the beast." Indeed, with Lin Che's lackluster summoning profession, the only competent one among them is that elven archer. Yet even that is insufficient to deal with a hidden boss. Zhao Kai remarked from the side, his cap pulled low over his eyes. The arrow shot by Lin Che has left him unable to lift his head in shame, especially after teaming up with Lu Qianling in the dungeon. The mocking glances from their other teammates have only intensified his humiliation, compelling him to don a cap to obscure his disgraceful demeanor. Perhaps, just perhaps, Lin Che has remained hidden for so long because he has perished within the dungeon. While the dungeon possesses protective mechanisms, they are not infallible. Throughout the years, there have been rare instances of individuals succumbing to the perils of the dungeon due to teleportation failures, though such occurrences are not entirely unheard of. Contemplating this possibility, Huang Qingcan's face instantly lit up with excitement. The other students clustered around Lu Qianling, either teaming up with her or vying for her favor, echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Qianling, you need not worry, that fellow Lin Che may very well have met his end in the dungeon. They spoke with a certainty that suggested a hidden desire for Lin Che's demise. However, as Lu Qianling listened to their words, her heart sank further, her expression darkening. It was not that she doubted Huang Qingcan or Zhou Cheng. Rather, her understanding of the dungeon's intricacies surpassed that of anyone else present. Lin Che's prolonged absence led her to contemplate a certain possibility. Could Lin Che truly invoke that forbidden power? Lu Qianling's expression grew grave, and her unease intensified. Look! What is that? Suddenly, a series of astonished exclamations echoed, as the ground trembled violently beneath them. Lu Qianling's face paled, and she instinctively glanced towards the entrance of the dungeon. Boom, boom. A dragon-shaped stone monument soared into the air, hovering majestically, its 9 claws gleaming with golden light. Vividly alive, as if it were poised to grasp the stone and soar through the heavens. What struck Lu Qianling most profoundly was not merely the appearance of the monument, but the 2 imposing characters emblazoned at its pinnacle. Lin Che. Lin Che? How could it be Lin Che? Gazing at the name inscribed on the stone, Lu Qianling felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her complexion drained of color, her form swaying unsteadily, as if overwhelmed by an immense shock. The crowd was captivated by the sudden manifestation of the stone monument, oblivious to Lu Qianling's peculiar state. What on earth is happening? What is this stone monument? Why does Lin Che's name appear upon it? Could it be that Lin Che has truly perished, and they have erected a monument in the dungeon? Such attentive service? Everyone was filled with curiosity, puzzled by the dragon-shaped monument's emergence, and some could not resist making sardonic quips, reveling in dark humor. Nonetheless, it was clear to all that the appearance of this dragon monument was anything but ordinary. Only the teachers likely understood the true nature of the situation. The crowd turned their gaze towards the teachers, where they found Zhou Dechuan, his lips tinged with purple, stooped and trembling as he approached. It has appeared. The flame dragon monument has manifested once more. Zhou Dechuan's eyes were wide with horror, his demeanor devoid of the mature and composed quality characteristic of a teacher. And he appeared to age a decade in an instant, his body quaking violently. He seemed both exhilarated and, simultaneously, gripped by fear. The flame dragon illuminates the sky, while the abyss claims the souls of the fallen. A great era is upon us, and demons shall once again emerge. Zhou Dechuan's eyes brimmed with tears, a mix of excitement and profound sorrow washing over him. The crowd, bewildered, could not comprehend the intensity and contradiction of Zhou Dechuan's reaction. Wiping away the tears, he endeavored to steady his emotions, addressing the puzzled onlookers as he spoke slowly. The Flame Dragon Monument is a revered artifact of Huanxia, inscribed with the names of the most promising young talents within the realm. Thus, it bears another name, the Flame Dragon List. The mention of the Flame Dragon List elicited a palpable stir among the crowd. The crowd was swept up by Zhou Dechuan's fervor. The mere mention of the Flame Dragon ranking ignited the deepest recesses of their very souls, stirring them into a state of excitement. Someone, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed in astonishment, "Does this mean Lin Che possesses the potential to become an extraordinary powerhouse?" Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. After all, prior to this moment, they had all privately scorned Lin Che for his choice to summon the divine pillar for his class change, deeming him destined for a life of mediocrity. The crowd's emotions were a tumultuous blend of envy, jealousy, and shock, as they were collectively plagued by a singular question: what had Lin Che accomplished within the instance? However, Lin Che, still ensconced within the instance, was unable to provide them with answers. Instead, the Flame Dragon Monument erupted once more, radiating brilliant golden light that captured everyone's attention. Amidst the blinding luminescence, names began to appear on the monument, one after another, creating a scene of remarkable fervor. Jichen, Xiaya, Zhou Junxing. In an instant, thousands of names graced the Flame Dragon Monument, all representing the most exceptional talents among the new batch of class changers. Simultaneously, across various locations in H-Nexi, the Flame Dragon Monuments manifested, heralding a surge of genius, causing a tremor throughout H-Nexi. Quick, record these individuals. We must spare no effort to recruit them. The roar of powerful family factions echoed relentlessly. These are the outstanding talents of our H-Nexi. Enhance their protection to prevent foreign spies from leaking information and staging attacks. In a clandestine military base, layers of orders were issued as the military initiated a state of heightened alert. The emergence of the Flame Dragon Monument heralded the impending descent of the abyss, promising an unprecedented calamity for H-Nexi. Given this, the plan must be expedited. Within a prestigious academy, a towering figure gazed into the distance, releasing a heavy sigh. At this moment, all of H-Nexi was ablaze with fervor. The nation quaked with anticipation. Yet, Lin Che remained oblivious to the tumult outside. At this moment, he stood in a state of frustration, gazing at a distant void and the shimmering light of a teleportation portal beneath his feet. Lin Che's lips twitched as he fell into deep contemplation. Was it truly necessary to turn hostile over merely breaching the corner of a map? Indeed, Lin Che did not conquer the elite dungeon and teleport himself out autonomously. Rather, he exerted excessive force, inadvertently breaching the map of the elite dungeon. The combined strike of 5 archers, amplified by tenfold power, unleashed a destructive force that was utterly terrifying. Consequently, Lin Che faced the wrath of the dungeon and was forcibly teleported away. Regrettably, there was no boss within the elite dungeon, and he could not procure any materials. Fortunately, Lin Che amassed a substantial amount of experience, elevating his level to 7. Otherwise, he would have been utterly enraged. The disorienting sensation of weightlessness washed over him once more, and Lin Che found himself at the entrance of the dark forest dungeon. Upon his emergence, he immediately sensed an eerie atmosphere enveloping him. Everyone around gazed at him in silence, their expressions peculiar, as if filled with reverence. Lin Che instinctively touched his nose and straightened his back. Indeed, being handsome is a crime, and I, alas, am beyond redemption. Behold, the Yanlong ranking has halted, with Lin Che occupying the foremost position. Yet, before he could utter a word, he noticed the crowd's faces contorted in horror, as if they had encountered a specter, pointing trembling fingers behind him. Lin Che instinctively turned around, only to behold the floating stone tablet, where the characters Lin Che prominently resided at the pinnacle, steadfastly occupying the top position. An exceptionally dazzling sight. Lin Che was at a loss, and before he could react, a beam of golden light illuminated the stone tablet, descending before him. As the golden glow dissipated, it revealed a section of withered yellow branch. Rare material, Paulownia wood. What kind of reward is this? Lin Che found himself utterly perplexed by the rare material that had fallen from the stone tablet. However, before he could delve deeper into his contemplation, he noticed Zhou Dachuan approaching him with an expression of exhilaration. Lin Che, you are truly remarkable. To ascend to the top of the Flame Dragon rankings. The future is indeed bright. Zhou Dachuan exclaimed, patting Lin Che's shoulder with great enthusiasm, his joy palpable. Lin Che was even more bewildered. In his recollection, Zhou Dachuan, although always amiable, had never exhibited such fervor. The intensity of his gaze was akin to that of a man encountering a captivating dancer, as if he wished to devour him whole. A chill coursed through Lin Che's heart, prompting an instinctive step back. Coughing lightly, Zhou Dachuan became aware of his own excessive display of emotion and reiterated the matter concerning the Flame Dragon steel. However, he chose to withhold the details regarding the abyssal descent and the emergence of demons. After all, Lin Che and the other students had only just transitioned in their professions. It was unwise to burden them with excessive anxiety. Following Zhou Dachuan's narrative, Lin Che finally grasped the situation, essentially through a moment of carelessness. He had inadvertently breached the instance map, emerging as a rare genius among many, and had subsequently received the reward of the Flame Dragon steel. Yet, the prize bestowed upon this genius seemed rather meager, a mere fragment of a withered tree branch. Lin Che slightly curled his lips, clearly dissatisfied with the reward of the phoenix wood. With a mindset that it was better than nothing, he reluctantly accepted the wood. The emergence of the Flame Dragon stone tablet undoubtedly placed Lin Che in the spotlight, drawing the attention of all. Initially, those who looked down on him or wished to avoid any association began to gather when Zhou Dachuan turned to lead the students back to school. Wow, Lin Che, you're incredible. You must take me under your wing from now on. I don't care. I arrived first. I'm sticking to this big leg of Lin Che. What do you mean you arrived first? I'm a girl, and girls come first, you understand? Everyone was acutely aware that Lin Che, who had ascended to the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon rankings, was no longer the same as before. A great eagle rises with the wind and soars to an altitude of 90,000 miles. The rise of Lin Che is undeniably unstoppable, and many have begun to curry favor with him. It seems as though those who once distanced themselves and mocked Lin Che are now not among them. The most surprising to Lin Che is Lu Qianling. Lu Qianling appears somewhat hesitant, fidgeting as she approaches with great reluctance. However, she is also acutely aware of what it means to be at the pinnacle of the Yanlong rankings. Despite her inner reluctance, she finds herself standing before Lin Che. Her expression cold as she states, Lin Che, I shall overlook past grievances and grant you another opportunity. If you simply apologize, I shall forgive you. Apologize? Lin Che's expression turned icy as he coldly remarked, why should I apologize to you? Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianling, who already harbored resentment, immediately felt displeased. Accustomed to her lofty status, how could she tolerate Lin Che speaking to her in such a manner? Stamping her foot, she placed her hands on her hips, revealing the petulant nature of a spoiled heiress. Lin Che, do not be ungrateful. Everything you have is granted by the Liu family. Without us, no matter how high your potential, what would you be? At that moment, Lin Che was thoroughly enraged. To speak candidly, he had been sufficiently tolerant of Lu Qianling. Yet, she continued to push her luck time and again, driving him to the brink of loathing. What a fine family the Lius were. What a splendid heiress from the Liu family. Lin Che, filled with rage, laughed mockingly and declared, "What do I, Lin Che, amount to in your eyes? That you presume to pass judgment upon me? Since you assert that all I possess is bestowed by the Liu family, then so be it. Before all present today, let them bear witness. From this moment forth, I, Lin Che, sever all ties with the Liu family, forsaking any obligations or connections." Lin Che's voice resonated powerfully, each word striking with conviction. The resolute determination embedded in his speech was profoundly moving. The Liu Group is not only the wealthiest family enterprise in Yunjiang City, but also holds a modestly esteemed reputation throughout the entire Hanxiao region, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. Supported by such a formidable foundation and possessing the potential to top the Yanlong rankings, it seemed inevitable that Lin Che would ascend to become a formidable force, standing at the pinnacle of Hanxia, if not the world. Yet, in a stunning turn of events, Lin Che audaciously declared his departure from the Lin family, relinquishing all that was readily within his grasp. Everyone found themselves momentarily bewildered, staring in astonishment at Lin Che. Lu Qianling was equally taken aback, her eyes reflecting disbelief. In her view, Lin Che stood alone and vulnerable. Her willingness to grant him an opportunity for redemption was already the utmost concession she could offer. Lin Che not only showed no gratitude, but also sought to distance himself from the Liu family. Lu Qianling felt utterly humiliated, her face ablaze with fury. It was as if Lin Che had delivered a resounding slap to her in front of so many, trampling her dignity underfoot with impunity. "Lin Che?" Lu Qianling exclaimed in a fit of rage, her voice rising sharply. "Do you truly believe that having ascended to the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon list, you can disregard the Liu family?" She continued, "The summoning profession demands immense resources in the entirety of Yunji City, aside from our Liu family. Who else possesses the capability to nurture you?" As Lu Qianling spoke, those around them could not help but nod in agreement. The reality aligned with her words. Lin Che had indeed chosen the summoning profession, which, while possessing tremendous potential, also carried the burden of significant costs. Particularly, the fearsome strategy of overwhelming numbers allowed summoners to shine brilliantly within a short span. Yet, greater potential also meant greater consumption. Over the decades, there had been summoners with decent potential. Some, driven by disbelief, endeavored to cultivate a powerful summoner. However, even when a major force in the imperial capital exhausted its resources, they could only manage to develop a summoned creature with combat power around level 50, significantly lagging behind other professions of the same era. It was only then that people awoke to the realization that the consumption associated with summoning was indeed beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. In comparison, that individual's potential paled in comparison to Lin Che's. One could only imagine the astonishing level of consumption Lin Che would require to realize his growth. It was likely that even the Liu family could not guarantee with absolute certainty their capacity to cultivate him without reservation. Nevertheless, relative to his current situation, the Liu family remained Lin Che's most viable option. Lu Qianling grasped this reality and found herself calmed by it. She was convinced that Lin Che was merely feigning strength. Ultimately, he would return to her, as he had before, begging for her assistance. With this reassurance in her heart, Lu Qianling grew increasingly emboldened, thinking to herself, "Lin Che, it appears that your prolonged stay with the Liu family has instilled in you a false sense of belonging to a prestigious family. Even now, should you bow your head and admit your faults, I shall deliberate whether or not to nurture you." Lu Qianling stood with her hands on her hips, proudly arching her swan-like neck, exuding an air of triumph. She believed she had seized Lin Che's weakness and had already resolved within herself that even if Lin Che were to apologize, she would not easily forgive him. At the very least, he would have to endure washing her stinky socks for a month. Observing Lu Qianling's self-assured demeanor, Lin Che let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat speechless. "If I am indeed at fault, let the law administer justice upon me, rather than sending a fool to torment me." With the acquisition of the beast realm, The consumption associated with summoning professions was entirely trivial for Lin Che at this point. The only slight inconvenience was the collection of rare materials. Lu Qianling mistakenly thought this would compel him to bow to her and align himself with the Lu family. But that was a grave misunderstanding. As for my future, I would prefer not to trouble Miss Lu with my concerns. Lin Che coldly remarked. You incessantly speak of the Lu family as if it were your lifeline, yet it is you who is most in need of their protection. I, however, stand apart from you. Lin Che slowly approached Lu Qianling, his gaze sharp as a blade. Even without the Lu family, I, Lin Che, shall still become the most resplendent star among the celestial bodies, just like the name upon that list. As his words echoed, the entire venue fell into silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Every word uttered by Lin Che resonated like a drumbeat, striking the hearts of all present with profound intensity, evoking deep emotions. His unparalleled confidence and resolute determination to sever ties with the Lu family commanded universal admiration. At this moment, no one dared to question the veracity of Lin Che's declarations. The illustrious inscription atop the Flame Dragon ranking served as irrefutable evidence. It was clear to all in attendance that, if faced with a similar predicament, they would lack the audacity that Lin Che displayed. After all, the Lu family represented merely the tip of the iceberg in a vast wealth empire, sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. Yet, Lin Che boldly rejected it, an act beyond the capabilities of an average individual. In this instant, even those who had never regarded Lin Che with respect, as well as those who sought to curry favor with him, began to reevaluate their perceptions. Even the teachers present, including Zhou Dechuan, cast him sidelong glances, reflecting a newfound sense of respect. Lin Che, Lu Qianling was nearly driven to madness, on the verge of losing her composure. Such rare youthful bravado, yet tragically, it stemmed from sheer ignorance. Just as Lu Qianling was poised to erupt, a sharply dressed man with a hawk-like nose and an ominous demeanor approached her side. Upon seeing him, Lu Qianling, resembling a petulant child, with reddened eyes, immediately began to voice her grievances, laying bare Lin Che's alleged transgressions. Uncle, you finally arrived. Lin Che, sob. He dares to sever ties with the Lu family. The man offered a faint smile, gently reassuring Lu Qianling. Qianling, you are still too lenient. Allow me to handle this matter. He then strode forward with an air of superiority, his head held high, exuding a contemptuous demeanor that dismissed everyone around him. Lu Zhantu. Lin Che was no stranger to this man, who was Lu Qianling's uncle and a key figure within the Lu group. However, despite sharing the Lu surname, there was no blood relation between him and Lu Qianling. He had once overheard discussions about Lu Zhantu, who had been taken in by the elder of the Lu family in his youth. Due to his exceptional abilities, the elder had adopted him as a son and elevated him to a position of immense power within the Lu group, making him a formidable force. He was also known for his harsh treatment of the original owner, often exceeding even that of Lu Qianling. The original owner's myriad sufferings were largely tied to Lu Zhantu's influence. As Lu Zhantu approached Lin Che, towering over him, his eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt. Having also been taken in by the Lu family, he harbored an innate aversion towards Lin Che. It's only been a day since I last reprimanded you, and your audacity has grown so bold that you dare publicly announce your departure from the Lu family. Before Lin Che, Lu Zhantu adopted an entirely different demeanor. His expression icy and devoid of the patience and kindness he had shown towards Lu Qianling. With a stern countenance, Lu Zhantu scoffed. Do you think the Lu family is a place where one can come and go as they please? Do you believe that we, the members of the Lu family, lack temper? Lin Che, have I not shown you enough respect? As he uttered the last sentence, Lu Zhantu's voice escalated sharply, revealing a menacing glare. The authority of the second-in-command of the Lu family was unmistakable, exuding an intimidating presence. The students, having never witnessed such a scene, turned pale with fear, rendered speechless, scarcely daring to take a breath. Lin Che remained utterly unfazed. To him, both Lu Qianling and Lu Zhantu were indistinguishable. While Lu Zhantu might intimidate others, attempting to intimidate him was nothing short of naivete. Since you have also arrived, the situation has become much simpler. Lin Che raised his head slightly and, with an unhurried tone, remarked, I have no desire to repeat myself. In the future, I would appreciate it if the members of the Lu family would keep their distance from me. Lin Che paused for a moment, gesturing towards Lu Qianling, particularly emphasizing her. and added that she would be wise not to linger before him. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would refrain from taking any drastic actions. Is this a threat? As Lin Che spoke, the disdain in Lu Zhantu's eyes deepened. If you perceive it as such, then perhaps it is. Lin Che shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Ah, truly a dog that cannot be tamed. Is it so simple to sever ties with the Lu family?" Lu Zhantu's lips curled into a dangerous arc, his gaze towards Lin Che brimming with sarcasm. In an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, he declared, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Pledge your loyalty to the Lu family and serve as a lifelong subordinate. Perhaps then, I might show you mercy. Remember, this is not a negotiation, it is your ultimatum." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Lu Zhantu, erupting with ferocity. A layer of blood-red, translucent armor materialized around him, exuding an imposing presence. A level 32 berserker. The students observed in astonishment as Lu Zhantu donned the armor. Their pupils dilated in shock. Given Lu Zhantu's demeanor, should Lin Che utter a single word of refusal, it was likely that violence would ensue. A level 32 class changer represented a formidable force to them. The berserker class, renowned for its high attack power and substantial health, boasted immense combat prowess. Even though Lin Che possessed remarkable potential, should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand a single strike from Lu Zhantu. Lin Che was equally aware of the disparity in combat prowess between himself and Lu Zhantu. The nearly 30-level difference in their rankings could not be compensated for by the strength of a hidden class. Even with a tenfold amplification, he could never hope to match Lu Zhantu. However, the notion of bowing down and serving a lifetime as a subordinate to the Lu family, becoming nothing more than a sycophantic lapdog in their hands, was utterly inconceivable. In Lin Che's eyes, a flicker of luminous intensity sparkled as he gazed unwaveringly into Lu Zhantu's eyes, devoid of any trepidation. Indeed, the members of the Lu family remain as unabashed as ever. "Oh, unwilling are we? Then I cannot be held accountable." Lin Che's attitude was resolute, and Lu Zhantu had no desire to engage in further conversation. Even a dog raised since childhood may occasionally disobey. In such instances, a firm reprimand will soon establish who the true master is. Lu Zhantu casually approached Lin Che, clenching his fist, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Realizing that Lu Zhantu was about to take serious action, Zhou Dachuan felt a surge of anxiety. It was no easy feat to cultivate a talent like Lin Che in Yunjiang, and he could not stand idly by and watch as Lu Zhantu destroyed him. However, before he could intervene, Lu Zhantu's icy gaze was directed at him. "Principal Zhou, what I am dealing with now is a matter concerning the Lu family. Do you wish to interfere? Or do you intend to challenge our authority?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dachuan hesitated, caught in a dilemma. By all accounts, Lin Che was indeed a member of the Lu family, yet he was also his student, and he felt a duty to protect and defend him. Nevertheless, with the Lu family invoked, he was acutely aware that as a mere school principal, he could not afford to offend them. Yet, he could not simply stand by and do nothing. "Mr. Lu, Lin Che is a genius ranked at the top of the Yanlong list. Should anything happen to him in Yunjiang, even if he belongs to the Lu family, you will find it difficult to evade repercussions," Zhou Dachuan said quietly. "There is no need for you to concern yourself, Principal Zhou. I am quite aware of the situation," Lu Zhantu replied with a cold laugh, dismissing Zhou Dachuan. To kill Lin Che in front of so many witnesses would be an act of audacity beyond his capacity, even with the might of the Lu family. Those who ascend to the Yanlong list possess boundless potential and are held in high regard by all factions. Should the crime of murdering a genius be established, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for it. Yet precisely because of this, he could not allow Lin Che to flourish. Lin Che and he had always been at odds, and now the rift was irreparable. Once Lin Che acquired strength, it would be his misfortune. Lu Zhantu's eyes glinted with malice, and an idea swiftly formed in his mind. To incapacitate him, if not eliminate him entirely, would certainly be feasible. As a level 32 class changer, dealing with a mere level 7 novice was well within his capabilities. As long as his actions remained undetected, any subsequent troubles Lin Che faced would not be pinned on him. Stop. However, before Lu Zhantu could act, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from a distance. In the parking lot at the foot of Yunhai Mountain, dozens of luxury cars sped past. Before the vehicles had even come to a complete halt, their doors flung open, and 2 to 3 dozen individuals from various factions leaped out, hastening towards Lin Che, forming a protective barrier around him. Xiebi Yuan, Li Qingwan, Tensi Yuan. What brings you here? Lu Zhanto's expression shifted rapidly as he beheld the trio at the forefront, a storm of emotions brewing within him. Ultimately, he unclenched his fists and stood his ground, refraining from any rash actions. While he held little regard for the others, he could not afford to disregard these three. Each was a leader of one of the three major factions in Yunjiang City. Although they could not rival the Lu family, they were formidable nonetheless. Particularly Li Che, who wielded significant influence within the military, was someone he could not easily offend. Lu Zhanto glanced at Lin Che behind the group, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet, on the surface, he maintained an air of composure. This is a matter of the Lu family. I advise you not to meddle. Spare me your nonsense, Lu Zhanto. When did you ever speak for the Lu family? I was unaware. Ceaselessly, known for his fiery temperament and impulsive nature, was the first to break the tension, unleashing a torrent of curses at Lu Zhanto for his audacity. If we hadn't come, this prodigy would surely have been ruined by you, Li Che interjected. She appeared to be in her 30s, exceptionally well-maintained, with delicate skin and striking beauty, exuding the charm of a successful woman in her high-heeled shoes. Her voice was melodious and pleasant, yet her words cut sharply, exposing Lu Zhanto's ulterior motives. Children must be disciplined. After all, he eats and lives under the Lu family's roof. Am I not entitled to guide him? Lu Zhanto remained unruffled, methodically defending himself. Brother Lu, your eloquence is commendable. No wonder Lord Lu trusts you so implicitly. If not for Miss Qianling's presence, this vast Lu family enterprise would undoubtedly be yours in due course. Beside him, Tan Siyuan exuded an air of elegance and amiability, a perpetual smile gracing his visage. However, those familiar with him understood that among the trio, Tan Siyuan had risen from humble beginnings, establishing a publicly listed conglomerate by the age of 40, rivaling the other two in prowess and acumen. His words were notably incisive, laced with double entendres and veiled barbs, rendering Lu Zhanto's expression quite grim. The Lu group will forever belong to Qianling. Do not attempt to sow discord, Lu Zhanto hastily asserted. He then feigned composure, glancing at the silent and contemplative Lu Qianling behind him, who stood with her head bowed, lost in her own thoughts. This sight allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. Lu Zhanto turned his attention back to the three individuals, his displeasure evident. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. Let me make myself clear. Lin Che is a member of the Lu family, and you shall not entertain any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the three were immediately discontented. Following the news of the emergence of the Yanlong list, they had rushed over with great urgency. With a genius ranked at the pinnacle of the Yanlong list now in Yunjing, they, as the leaders of their respective conglomerates, were acutely aware of Lin Che's immense value. How could they permit Lu Zhanto to effortlessly reclaim Lin Che for the Lu family? Brother Lu, your assertion is misguided. To my knowledge, Old Master Lu has yet to formally adopt Lin Che as his son. In truth, Lin Che is but a temporary resident of the Lu household and cannot be regarded as a member of the family, Tan Siyuan interjected. Indeed, are you not aware of how you have treated him? Now that he has ascended to the Yanlong list, you suddenly claim him as one of your own. Where is your dignity, Lu Zhanto? I ask you, do you still possess any sense of shame? Ceaselessly boldly confronted him, directly challenging him. Lu Zhanto's face flickered between shades of green and white as he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately retorting with firmness, regardless of the circumstances. My family has supported Lin Che for 10 years. By both sentiment and reason, he rightfully belongs to the Lu family. Then, with a shift in demeanor, Lu Zhanto continued. Moreover, as for the hidden profession of summoning, which of your three families can bear such expenses? I advise you to recognize the reality of the situation. However, the trio had anticipated this argument, fully aware that Lu Zhanto would resort to such a rationale. Tan Siyuan replied directly, there is no need for your concern, Brother Lu. While we concede that we may not match the Lu group in financial might, combined, our three families shall certainly not neglect the well-being of this young man, Lin Che. After Tan Siyuan spoke, Lu Zhanto narrowed his eyes in realization. At this juncture, he understood that the three had conspired together and arrived prepared. Given the value Lin Che had displayed thus far, it was indeed justifiable for these three to collaborate. However, he was resolute that Lin Che must remain under his control for him to feel at ease. The four, Lu Zhanto, Tan Siyuan, Ceaselessly, and Li Che, engaged in a fervent debate over Lin Che's allegiance. The students around them were left speechless. Each of these individuals, with a mere stamp of their feet, could send tremors through Yunjiang City. Yet here they were, bickering like street urchins, their eyes ablaze with fervor over Lin Che, on the brink of physical confrontation. This spectacle left the students in awe, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. Had they known, they might have strived harder in the instance to secure a spot on the Yanlong list, which would have propelled them to greatness. As the four continued their heated dispute, it was ultimately Li Qingwan who broke the stalemate. Enough of this squabbling. What's the point? We should first consult Lin Che, the younger brother. Indeed, Lin Che's opinion is paramount, echoed Tan Siyuan and Xie Yuan, not allowing Lu Zhantu a chance to interject. They pushed through their entourage of bodyguards and hastily approached Lin Che. Young brother Lin Che, how about joining us? Wealth, equipment, summons, whatever you desire, we will strive to fulfill. The trio looked at Lin Che with eager anticipation, shedding any semblance of authority, resembling nothing more than devoted followers. This sight incited immense envy among the observing students. In that moment, every gaze was fixed upon Lin Che, hearts racing in suspense, eagerly awaiting his response. Lin Che raised his gaze, piercing through the crowd until it settled directly upon Lu Zhantu. His eyes were profound, akin to ancient ice that had never melted. Even in the absence of any expression or spoken words, one could feel an icy chill emanating from them. As for my relationship with the Lu family, from this day forth, bridges will be bridges and roads will be roads. As these frigid words fell, Li Qingwan and the others felt a surge of exhilaration, their hearts swelling with joy. The actions Lin Che had taken were largely unknown to the general populace, yet within their circle, the whispers had long since spread. The reason they returned the choice to Lin Che was that they understood the resentment he harbored towards the Lu family. He would undoubtedly not choose to return to them. Thus, Lin Che's most prudent option now lay solely with them, with the addition of an extraordinary talent who topped the Yanlong rankings. Their respective factions were bound to experience a significant leap in growth, potentially surpassing the Lu group itself. The three of them reveled in their elation, their gazes towards Lin Che growing increasingly amiable, as if he could do no wrong in their eyes. However, Lin Che did not opt to return to the Lu family, nor did he provide them with a direct answer. Throughout, his focus remained steadfastly on Lu Zhantu. But our matters are far from over. Just moments ago, Lin Che had acutely sensed that Lu Zhantu truly intended to incapacitate him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Li Qingwan and the others, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. Lin Che was acutely aware that Lu Qianling's antagonism towards him was merely a display of temper. However, Lu Zhantu's intentions were far more sinister, aiming to eliminate him entirely. This realization ignited a profound anger within Lin Che, particularly exacerbated by the sense of helplessness stemming from a situation beyond his control. Having already severed ties, Lin Che felt no trepidation regarding Lu Zhantu's growing animosity. He possessed unwavering confidence that, given sufficient time, Lu Zhantu would never be his equal. The humiliation he endured today would be avenged personally. Is this not the end? Perhaps you should reflect on your own standing. Lin Che's words dripped with provocation, eliciting only a derisive laugh from Lu Zhantu, who remained unperturbed. Yet, the latent potential within Lin Che was undeniably formidable. Should he not be harnessed for the benefit of the Lu family, he would pose a significant dilemma. Moreover, with Li Qingwan and others present, Lu Zhantu found himself unable to exert his influence to coerce Lin Che further. Frustration plagued Lu Zhantu as he pondered his options. Yet none seemed promising. Observing Lin Che from a distance, he could not help but admire the young man's cunning. It dawned on him that Lin Che's decade of subservience within the Lu family was a facade, a calculated ruse leading to this explosive revelation. Regret washed over him. Had he acted decisively against Lin Che earlier, he could have avoided this predicament entirely. With a huff, Lu Zhantu turned away, choosing not to engage with Lin Che any longer, tacitly acknowledging Lin Che's departure from the Lu family. Rest assured, I am far too pleased to ever regret this. Lin Che retorted with a cold smirk. Since I am no longer affiliated with the Lu family, might I reclaim what is rightfully mine? He recalled that his father had left behind a piece of equipment during his youth, entrusted to the elder Lu for safekeeping, his father's sole legacy. Now that he had distanced himself from the Lu family, it was only fitting that he retrieve it. At this, Lu Zhantu's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of the item Lin Che referred to, a high-grade piece of equipment with no level restrictions, capable of significantly enhancing leveling speed and offering excellent protective capabilities, extremely rare, coveted even by him. Don't speak of your belongings. I know nothing of what you mean. Lu Zhan feigned ignorance. Is it true you have no shame today? Lin Che shot back with scorn. You, who would stoop to thieving from a child's possessions, have the audacity to show your face. I would not even use you as toilet paper. Xie Yuan exclaimed in frustration. He could no longer contain himself. Although he was unaware of the specifics of what Lin Che had said, today had irrevocably altered his perception of Lu Zhan and the Lu family. He had never encountered such audacity. Li Qingwan and her companion were equally incensed, ardently defending Lin Che. In an effort to win Lin Che's favor and leave a positive impression, the trio spared no effort in ridiculing Lu Zhan, rendering him crimson with embarrassment. Despite being the second in command of the Lu group, facing such relentless mockery from 3 individuals in front of a crowd was enough to rattle even the most thick-skinned among them. As the trio's jabs escalated, even tales of Lu Zhan's youthful indiscretions involving Li Qingwan's cousin were unearthed, pushing Lu Zhan to the brink of his tolerance. Very well. You 3, truly commendable. He seethed, his face a stormy hue, trembling with rage. Realizing he could no longer feign ignorance, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. Gritting his teeth, Lin Che, indeed, that matter pertains to the Lu family. If you dare, come and retrieve it yourself. His gaze was chilling, a visage twisted by fury, radiating unmasked hostility that sent shivers down spines. Rather than a concession, it was more akin to a threat. Everyone understood that given Lin Che's current rapport with the Lu family, his survival upon entering their domain was far from guaranteed. Lu Zhan's actions ignited a silent contempt among the onlookers. Even the typically composed Li Qingwan felt her anger swell. She was about to speak up in Lin Che's defense when he halted her. Surprisingly, Lin Che exhibited none of the anxiety they anticipated, aside from his initial indignation. He had now regained his composure. I will go, he declared. Lin Che cast a fleeting glance at Lu Zhan, adding reassuringly, rest assured, I shall not keep you waiting for long. He was acutely aware of Lu Zhan's shamelessness and harbored no illusions that mere words would compel him to comply. Thus, Lin Che resolved not to engage in any further futile entanglements with Lu Zhan. The very sight of such a person was enough to evoke his disdain. Lin Che turned around to gaze at Xie Yuan, Li Qingwan, and Tan Siyuan. He gave a slight nod and said, I am grateful to the 3 of you. However, having been bitten by a snake once, I am now wary of ropes for a decade. At present, I do not intend to join any faction. I hope you can understand. Lin Che spoke clearly, and the 3 of them understood that he was expressing gratitude for their earlier assistance while simultaneously declining their invitation. Although they had an inkling of this outcome, hearing Lin Che's outright refusal left them feeling quite dejected. The foremost contender of the Yanlong ranking, a figure whose prowess surpassed that of his contemporaries in Hanya, being unable to join them was a blow more painful than financial ruin. Nevertheless, having navigated the treacherous waters of the world of fame and fortune for many years, they quickly masked their disappointment with smiles. We completely understand, young brother Lin Che. Just remember, the doors of our families will always be open to you. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Indeed, dear brother Lin Che, given that we are not far apart in age, feel free to visit often. It would be delightful to forge a friendship. I echo that sentiment, said Tan Siyuan, Li Qingwan, and Xie Yuan in succession. Since they could not bring Lin Che into their fold, it was essential to make the most of their visit. Although Lin Che was unwilling at present, who could predict how his thoughts might evolve in the future? The 3 were astute individuals, not rushing to conclusions, and they deliberately left the door open for future possibilities. Deep down, they were already contemplating strategies to win Lin Che over. At the very least, strengthening their rapport with him would prove advantageous. After expressing his gratitude to the trio, Lin Che turned and requested leave from Zhou Dechuan. Typically, each individual had 1 opportunity per day to enter the dungeon for training. Upon completion of their trials, the teachers would lead them back to school for practical summaries and the sharing of experiences, continuing this cyclical process until the college assessments. However, Lin Che had his own plans. Now that he had entered a rivalry with Lu Zhan, he needed to elevate his level swiftly. Otherwise, who could say when Lu Zhan might conjure another scheme? With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Che did not linger, turning to leave without hesitation. What Lin Che did not realize was that until he reached the foot of Yunhai Mountain, a limited edition Porsche 918 had been trailing closely behind him. Qianling, do not worry. I possess ample means to handle this young man. Lu Zhan, driving the car, cast a glance at the despondent Lu Qianling occupying the passenger seat, striving to please her while grappling with a profound sense of confusion. Ever since descending from Yunhai Mountain, Lu Qianling had remained in this state, uttering not a single word. Even he could not fathom what thoughts swirled within her mind. Qianling, he has distanced himself. Should we continue to follow? He tentatively inquired, observing Lin Che venture beyond the city's edge and into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Lu Qianling finally reacted, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. She slowly lifted her gaze toward the serene, undulating mountains in the distance, tears glimmering in her eyes. In this instant, she was no longer the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family, but rather resembled a wayward child who had erred. Uncle, does he truly despise me so? Lu Qianling bit her lip, two unbidden tears cascading down her fair cheeks. The last vestiges of sunlight painted the horizon in a silvery hue. As night began to envelop the sky, and the city erupted into a dazzling display of neon lights and brilliance. Standing alone amidst the tranquil woods, Lin Che cast a backward glance at the city's glowing neon, his heart brimming with an indescribable sense of peace and joy. You too must have longed for freedom. Lin Che raised his hand, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Though he found himself in a foreign land, he did not sense loneliness. The extraordinary beauty of this world filled him with yearning. From this moment onward, we shall embark on divergent paths in life, Lin Che murmured softly, gathering his emotions before striding boldly into the forest. He had meticulously devised a plan for his impending advancement. His gaze was fixed upon the creatures lurking in the wild. The decision to train in the wilderness was not a mere whim. He had reached level 7, and the dungeon of the dusky forest was predominantly inhabited by creatures below level 5, offering him scant experience. Furthermore, having departed from the Lu family, he found himself without a destination, making the wilds the most suitable place for his leveling endeavors. Lin Che was acutely aware that with but a mere utterance, Xie Biyuan, Li Qingwan, and Tan Siyuan would undoubtedly exert themselves to rally support on his behalf. To speak of nothing else, the opulent mansions and specialized leveling teams would effortlessly resolve his dilemmas. Nevertheless, such assistance was not within Lin Che's purview. Human sentiments are fickle, and Lin Che harbored no desire to embroil himself in further complications. With the impending assessments of esteemed institutions looming, Lu Zhantu remained a constant sword of Damocles hanging over Lin Che's head. Only through genuine self-strengthening could he possess the requisite capacity to navigate these tribulations. However, prior to that, he needed to undertake further preparations. The wilderness was rife with monstrous entities, devoid of the protective mechanisms found within dungeons. Even seasoned adventuring parties, when venturing into the wild, could meet their demise through a moment's inattention. Although Lin Che held a firm confidence in his own abilities, the necessary preparations remained indispensable. Beneath the cloak of night, the forest remained restless, with distant mountains echoing the fierce roars of beasts. Under the inky darkness, an aura of eerie danger permeated the air, starkly contrasting the brightly illuminated cityscape. Lin Che found a spacious patch of grass to sit upon. He was situated not far from the base of Yunhai Mountain. To reach the true wilderness, he would need to traverse an additional 2 or 3 kilometers, crossing through the outer urban defenses. Thus, he felt relatively secure at this moment, free from the concern of being ambushed by malevolent creatures. Lin Che's thoughts stirred, and the reward of Phoenix wood from the flame dragon steel materialized in his hand. Seizing this opportunity, he contemplated enhancing the level of the Tree of Life in the structures within his domain. Augmenting his combat prowess would consequently provide him with an added layer of security. Gazing at the unremarkable, withered wood in his grasp, Lin Che couldn't help but question the authenticity of the flame dragon steel and the so-called flame dragon ranking, wondering if they were indeed as mystical as Zhou Dechuan had claimed. If they possessed such remarkable qualities, why did the rewards appear so ordinary, even meager? He found himself doubting whether the Phoenix wood could elevate the Tree of Life by even a single level. With these uncertainties lingering in his mind, Lin Che ventured into the realm of beasts. After some time had passed, a sufficient amount of resources had accumulated within his territory. Lin Che summoned a small spirit, instructing it to integrate the Phoenix tree wood into the Tree of Life. The moment the spirit grasped the wood, the azure orbs of light surrounding it pulsated with fervor, suggesting immense excitement. With utmost care, it hoisted the Phoenix wood onto its diminutive frame, bouncing energetically and beckoning the other 4 spirits to join. This peculiar behavior of the spirit sent a ripple of astonishment through Lin Che's heart. The phoenix would appear to hold complexities beyond its seemingly simple exterior. Lin Che still recalls the moment he acquired the demon pig spines, when the little sprites did not exhibit such an intense reaction. Instantly invigorated, he observed as the 5 sprites reverently lifted the phoenix tree wood before the tree of life, akin to a sacred offering. As the wood approached, a powerful response emanated from the tree of life. A vibrant glow of life radiated from its lush foliage, seemingly impatient. The sprites collectively transported the phoenix wood to the pinnacle of the tree of life, where it gradually embedded itself into the trunk, enhancing its verdant essence. An overwhelming vitality surged from the tree of life, with the energy veins coursing through its branches becoming distinctly visible. The branches trembled gently, exuding a transcendent emotion. The immense energy flowed through the trunk like a mighty river, ceaselessly surging. Ding! Congratulations, host. The tree of life has leveled up to level 4. Ding! Congratulations, host. The tree of life has leveled up to level 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. The tree of life has leveled up to level 6. As time passed, the tree of life continued to ascend in levels. It was not until dawn began to break that the rate of this elevation gradually decelerated. With the tree of life astonishingly reaching level 7, and the energy of the phoenix wood showing no signs of depletion. In a single night, the tree of life achieved a remarkable ascent of 4 levels. Goodness, this is simply extraordinary. Lin Che stood in astonishment, utterly captivated. The situation was such that it had yet to reach the zenith of the Paulownia wood. It was merely the limitation of Lin Che's own level, constrained at level 7, that caused the advancement of the tree of life to be momentarily stalled. Once Lin Che's level ascended again, with the enhancement of the Paulownia wood, the tree of life would undoubtedly continue to elevate. As for the precise extent of this enhancement, even Lin Che felt uncertain. However, if he maintained this pace of progression, it would not be long before he could cultivate a formidable cadre of elven warriors. At that time, Lu Zhantu would no longer be able to flaunt his arrogance before him. What is the meaning of surprise? This, indeed, is the essence of delight. Lin Che was overwhelmed with joy. He had never anticipated that the Paulownia wood could harbor such immense energy. At this moment, he finally gained a clear understanding of the terrifying nature of the Flame Dragonstone tablet. A mere casual reward could possess such remarkable efficacy. If he were to acquire several more rare materials akin to the Paulownia wood, would he not ascend to an extraordinary level? Despite his exhilaration, Lin Che remained steadfast in his plans. With the leveling of the Tree of Life having stagnated, the little sprites were finally able to allocate their efforts towards other endeavors. The first task Lin Che intended to undertake was to enhance the overall levels of the sprites. Due to the sprites' relatively low combat prowess, the resources consumed during their training within the Tree of Life were minimal. After utilizing all available resources, the levels of the 5 sprites matched that of the Tree of Life, reaching level 7, significantly boosting their efficiency in resource gathering. Once the levels of the 5 sprites had been elevated, Lin Che instructed them to diligently continue collecting resources. Thus, after a span of nearly half a day, the total amount of resources within the territory reached 1,500. Lin Che remained unhurried in raising the population limit, instead dedicating all resources to the training of the War Ancient Tree in the Elven Archers. After successfully elevating the War Ancient Tree to level 4 and training 5 Elven Archers to the same level, Lin Che emerged from the realm of beasts with a sense of fulfillment. Currently, the Tree of Life continues to rise in level, awaiting the collection of sufficient materials by the little spirits, ensuring a steady increase in his combat prowess. Despite a sleepless night, Lin Che felt no fatigue. His sole desire was to elevate his level at the swiftest pace, eager to discover the true limits of the Phoenix Wood. Lin Che gazed into the distance, where the undulating mountains unfolded before him, a breathtaking sight to behold. Tremble, creatures of the wild. At the city's periphery, formidable steel walls twisted and spiraled, erecting a robust iron defense. Within this bastion, arcane formations pulsated continuously, each radiating its own unique luminescence. Countless smaller arrays interconnected and fused seamlessly, forming an immense defensive magic circle that enveloped the entire Yunjiang city. This steadfast stronghold also delineated the boundary between the city and the outside world. Along the defensive line, registration points were established at intervals of several dozen kilometers, manned by military personnel. All individuals entering or exiting the city were required to register beforehand. This system served 2 purposes. Firstly, to ensure the proper functioning of the formations and monitor the flow of people. Secondly, to maintain vigilance, enabling swift responses and alerts in the event of a monster attack. Additionally, not far from the entry points, numerous vendors had set up stalls, some catering to those departing the city with supplies needed for the wilderness, while others sought to be the first to acquire herbs, ores, and various materials obtained by adventurers from the wild and the monsters. Lin Che approached a modest stall laden with provisions, utilizing his limited savings to procure some dried food, salt, and other essentials necessary for the wilderness. In the vast expanse of the beast realm, he could conveniently store these items within its confines, retrieving them as needed. Once adequately equipped, Lin Che hurriedly made his way to the registration exit. The nearest exit, designated as Yun E12, was manned by a soldier in his 30s, with dark skin that bore the marks of experience. Upon seeing Lin Che's youth, the soldier expressed his curiosity, asking, "Where is your guardian? Are you alone?" "Just me." Lin Che nodded in affirmation. The soldier scrutinized Lin Che a moment longer but refrained from further inquiry, merely instructing him to complete a brief registration. After all, as long as one had transitioned to a professional status, they could freely enter and exit the city, leaving little room for interference. However, as Lin Che prepared to depart, the soldier felt compelled to offer a word of caution, remarking, "It is commendable for a young person to be ambitious, but do not be blindly confident. The wilderness is not as safe as the city. Should you encounter danger, return promptly. No one will mock you." Though the soldier's words seemed somewhat brusque, Lin Che recognized the sincerity behind the advice and expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the wisdom imparted. With that, he passed through the translucent barrier of the exit, venturing into the wild. As the soldier watched Lin Che's figure fade from view, he shook his head, perceiving the young man as an inexperienced fool, unaware of the perils that lay ahead. It was evident to him that Lin Che had only recently transitioned to his new role, yet here he was, braving the wilderness alone. Whether to commend his bravery or lament his ignorance remained a question. However, when he glanced down at the registration details Lin Che had provided, his eyes widened in astonishment. He was Lin Che? Outside Yun City, the landscape was enveloped by mountains, lush vegetation, and rolling hills, reminiscent of the territory of the elves. As Lin Che stepped into the wilderness, the cacophony of various beasts echoed in his ears, far more vivid than within the confines of the barrier, as a primal and untamed essence enveloped him. Is this truly the world beyond the city? The fragrance of the flora, mingled with the earthy aroma of the soil, invigorated his spirits. With my current combat prowess, I should have no trouble dealing with creatures around level 10. Thus, the Ziyun mountain range appears to be the optimal choice. Lin Che held a deep-fried dough stick in his mouth as he contemplated the most suitable training location. Within the Ziyun mountain range, numerous magical creatures of approximately level 10 roamed. Moreover, the distance from Lin Che's current position was not excessively far, merely a journey of over 20 kilometers. Having determined the training area, Lin Che wasted no time. He quickly consumed a few dough sticks for lunch before summoning 5 elven archers to guard his flanks. Perhaps due to the proximity to the defensive barrier, the magical creatures within the first 10 kilometers were scarce, either having been cleared out by military personnel or dealt with by adventurers. This fortunate circumstance made Lin Che's initial journey remarkably effortless, to the extent that he did not even need to activate his Lord's enhancement. The elven archers effortlessly dispatched several level 4 or 5 large black rats. As he pressed onward, Lin Che could distinctly sense the lush growth of the surrounding flora and the increasingly frequent roars of beasts, as if he had stepped into an untamed primordial forest. After traversing a dense thicket, the majestic Ziyun mountain range lay before him. The mountains twisted and turned, intertwining in a labyrinthine fashion, while flocks of bizarre birds soared through the skies, and the traces of wild beasts were evident throughout the woods. At this juncture, Lin Che finally experienced a hint of adventure. A powerful bellow resonated behind him, prompting Lin Che to turn towards the sound. There, 30 meters away, stood a formidable bull with a pair of sharp horns atop its head, a robust body, and deep black pupils, having fixated its gaze upon him without his prior knowledge. The mighty bull was among the most common magical creatures in the Ziyun mountain range, typically at level 10, possessing a high strength attribute. Few warrior classes of the same level could hope to rival the sheer power of the mighty bull. That was a commendable roar, but do not let it happen again. Lin Che dug into his ears, caught off guard by the thunderous roar of the mighty bull, which reverberated through him, leaving his eardrums vibrating with a persistent buzz. He was uncertain of the extent of the mighty bull's strength, but there was no doubt that such a bellow was akin to having a colossal horn concealed within his throat. Lin Che waved his hand, and 5 elven archers formed a staggered line, launching their assault. Whoosh! 5 moonlight arrows were released in succession, aimed directly at the mighty bull. With a loud moo, the bull pawed the ground forcefully, snorting 2 gusts of air, and simultaneously initiated its own attack. Confronted by the elven archer's onslaught, it exhibited no intent to evade. This was not due to the bull's defense being comparable to that of a dungeon boss, but rather because creatures of its kind, being lowly beasts, possessed minimal intelligence. Long subjected to the corrupting influence of malevolent energies, they were left with only their instinct to charge forward. The 5 arrows struck the mighty bull, leaving 5 varying depths of wounds. Although the bull was merely a brutish charge, its defenses were inferior to those of the red-eyed demon pig. Yet the level 4 elven archers struggled against the level 10 bull, unable to secure a decisive kill. Nonetheless, Lin Che was eager to activate the Lord's enhancement. As a summoner, mastering the orchestration of summoned beings in combat to achieve a synergy where 1 + 1 exceeds 2 is an essential lesson for every summoning class. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Che aimed to hone his tactical command skills. As the mighty bull charged within about 15 meters of the elven archers, Lin Che promptly issued commands for them to reposition from 5 different directions. This not only diverted the bull's attention but also allowed for a surprise attack. The elven archers spread out, and the bull's relentless charge slowed. It shuffled back and forth, struggling to determine which of the 5 archers to attack first, resulting in it merely spinning in place. This provided the archers with an excellent opportunity to strike. The elven archers shot from their respective positions with unwavering accuracy, each arrow finding its mark and causing splashes of blood to erupt from the bull. The mighty bull had effectively become a living target, and the outcome of the battle was all but guaranteed. Under the relentless assault of the archers, the bull's brute strength proved futile. After being struck by numerous arrows, it succumbed to the ground in defeat. Experience 20. Slaying the mighty bull granted Lin Che a modest reward of 20 experience points. While seemingly insignificant, this amount was equivalent to 1/5 of the experience gained from defeating the red-eyed demon pig. It was no wonder so many were drawn to the wilderness. It truly served as an excellent locale for leveling up. Lin Che could not help but marvel. At this pace, it would not be long before he ascended to level 10, leaving others far behind. Of course, in addition to the substantial experience, the abundant materials found in the wild were another compelling reason for adventurers to venture forth. Take, for instance, the horns of the mighty bull. While not classified as rare materials, they are indispensable for the forging of many pieces of equipment, and numerous blacksmiths are willing to pay a handsome price for them. Such knowledge, along with various common characteristics of magical creatures, was imparted during Lin Che's 3 years of study at Yunjiang No. 1, and he was certainly well aware of it. The presence of 5 elven archers busily at work saved Lin Che quite a bit of effort. Soon enough, a pair of mighty bull horns was delivered to Lin Che, accompanied by a bounty of beef and tendons. The mighty bull, typically found in the wild, boasted a delectable meat, a rare delicacy. Lin Che had resolved to train outdoors until the university assessment, a commitment that would span nearly a month. Sustaining himself solely on dry rations would surely lead to nausea. Thus, having this beef allowed him to occasionally indulge in a change of palate. Suddenly, a tumultuous sound reverberated around him, as the surrounding gravel inexplicably began to leap with fervor. Startled, he glanced backward. There, amidst the dense woods, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth, heralding the emergence of a herd of robust, ferocious bulls, their heads swinging wildly as they charged forward in a dark mass. Numbering no less than 20 or 30, a truly fearsome sight. Alas, how could he have forgotten this? As he beheld the stampede of mighty bulls advancing toward him, Lin Che smacked his forehead, chastising himself for his carelessness. These powerful bulls were inherently social creatures, typically forming groups of 30 to over 100. In his preoccupation with enhancing his combat skills, Lin Che had regrettably overlooked this aspect. This oversight was largely due to his inexperience, being his first venture into the wild. Fortunately, the herd he encountered was of the smallest scale. Had their numbers been greater, he would have been at a loss on how to respond. Leader amplification, activate. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Che activated the Lord's amplification, elevating the combat prowess of the 5 elven archers to its zenith. This significant enhancement in their capabilities led to a palpable transformation in the efficacy of their attacks. The once feeble moonlight arrows, which could merely wound the mighty bull, now possessed the lethal potency to slay it with a single shot. The elven archers unleashed a volley of arrows, swiftly dispatching the foremost of the charging bulls. The moonlight arrows proved formidable, causing the herd to disband in disarray. Amidst the forest, the elven archers were in their element, even though the bulls outnumbered them. They maneuvered with remarkable ease. Under Lin Che's guidance, they executed a strategy of attack and retreat, methodically harvesting the lives of the bulls one by one. While the archers engaged fervently in battle, Lin Che remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the movements of the bulls while ensuring his own position maintained a safe distance from the fray. The charge of the bulls was no trivial matter. Even an archer enhanced tenfold would not fare well if struck, let alone his own slender frame. A mere misstep could spell disaster, as a single hoof from a bull could potentially end his life on the spot. Known for their fragile constitution, summoners like him could not afford to be careless. Under Lin Che's astute command, the 5 elven archers grew increasingly synchronized, leveraging their long-range advantages while utilizing their considerable speed to maintain a secure distance for their attacks. After a fierce engagement, the number of bulls dwindled at an astonishing rate. Half an hour later, with the last bull collapsing to the ground, the elven archers obliterated the entire herd. Remarkably, none of the 5 archers sustained any injuries. Undoubtedly, this was a flawless victory. Lin Che gazed upon the formidable corpses of the powerful bulls sprawled haphazardly across the ground. A wave of accomplishment surged within him. In contrast to the battles within the dungeon, this exhilarating sensation of heightened tension and pulsating adrenaline exhilarated him even more. However, following this exhilaration, he was met with an overwhelming wave of weakness. How dizzy! Lin Che felt a sudden darkness enveloping him, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed his mind, leaving him feeling as though the very world around him was spinning, making it arduous to even lift his eyelids. As the level of the elven archer increased, the tenfold enhancement significantly amplified the strain on Lin Che's mental fortitude. After prolonged combat, he found himself struggling to cope. It was imperative to elevate his level swiftly and augment his mental strength. Otherwise, as the number of summoned entities grew, his burden would only intensify. Lin Che vigorously rubbed his temples, striving to maintain his alertness. Once the elven archers had meticulously dealt with all the horns, Lin Che swiftly vacated the scene. The clash between the elven archers and the formidable herd of brawny bulls had generated considerable commotion, attracting the attention of numerous wild magical creatures. Lin Che must swiftly depart before those monstrous beings arrive. Given his current condition, he cannot endure another intense battle. 3 days later, Lin Che reclined upon a massive stone, basking in the warmth of the sun while savoring some beef jerky. Surrounding him, the elven archers remained vigilant, prepared to unleash their most ferocious assaults at the slightest sign of a monstrous foe. As a level 10 redline serpent fell, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the first transition quest, 100 hunts. A first transition quest? Lin Che suddenly straightened his posture, and a task notification promptly manifested before his eyes. Task transition unlock conditions. Level 10. Achieved. Task content. 100 hunts. Within 7 days. Slay 100 monsters of no less than level 10. Completion reward. Unlock the first professional skill, skill simulation. This consumes mental energy and allows the user to select one skill possessed by a summoned creature for use. Upon reading the task details, Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle. The task seemed exceedingly straightforward, devoid of any real challenge. The triggering of a transition task was not unexpected for him. Each job changer would naturally trigger such a task upon reaching level 10. Depending on their profession, the nature of these transition tasks varied. Some might require the acquisition of special items. Others could involve the completion of specific events, while some, like Lin Che's, entailed hunting a predetermined number of monsters. Only by completing the transition task could a job changer continue to level up and unlock corresponding professional skills. In the context of transition tasks, Lin Che's 100 hunts was already considered a formidable challenge. Yet, for him, it was hardly daunting. In just 3 days, he not only elevated his level to 10, but also enhanced the levels of the life tree and the ancient war tree to 9, while training 5 elven archers to the same level. Had he not deliberately sought to hone his practical combat skills, his progress would have been even swifter. Now, Even without the Lord's enhancement, the elven archers were fully capable of effortlessly dealing with level 10 monsters. For Lin Che, this transition task was merely a matter of investing a bit more time. Lin Che was not in a hurry to complete the first transition task. Instead, he turned and directly entered the realm of beasts. With his elevation in level, the little fairies, harnessing the energy of the phoenix tree, were once again able to construct the Tree of Life. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Tree of Life has reached level 10. Shortly thereafter, the Tree of Life completed its upgrade. Just as Lin Che was about to enhance the level of the War Ancient Tree, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for elevating the Tree of Life to level 10, activating the special structure, the Elder's Altar. Subsequently, an altar constructed from gray mysterious stones slowly rose from the ground. Upon the altar stood a venerable elven elder, his countenance benevolent. Behind the elven elder, a golden gear silently rotated, exuding an aura of wonder. Elder's altar level, none. Within the Elder's Altar, by consuming resources, one can obtain elven hero units. The currently unlocked unit is the Jungle Guardian. For every 10 levels the Tree of Life ascends, the next hero unit will be unlocked. Hero units? Lin Che's eyes sparkled with excitement. The heroic units represented the primary strength of the elven race. In terms of combat prowess and potential for growth, they undoubtedly surpassed ordinary units such as the small sprites and elven archers, potentially even rivaling the level of dungeon bosses. This revelation filled Lin Che with immense joy. However, he had yet to upgrade the Moonwell, and currently, his 5 small sprites and 5 elven archers had already reached the population cap within his territory. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che elevated the Moonwell to level 2. Ding! The Moonwell's level has been upgraded to LV2, with a current population cap of 20 and a present population of 10. Following the increase in population capacity, Lin Che promptly approached the Elder Altar to commence the summoning of heroes. The little sprites deposited materials into the Elder Altar, and the golden gears behind the Elder of the Elven race began to whirl rapidly, emitting a dazzling radiance. In the blink of an eye, a guardian of the jungle, half deer and half elf, adorned with a pair of ancient tree antlers, emerged before the altar. Jungle Guardian race, Night Elf quality, epic production material cost, 500 summoning cost, mental energy level, LV1 health growth potential, C attack growth potential, B defense growth potential, C agility growth potential, C entangling roots, beginner entangles and controls an enemy. Nature's power, level 10 skill consumes energy to transform 3 trees within range into trance to aid in battle. Thorn Aura, level 15 skill when taking damage. A defensive barrier is formed to absorb the damage, subsequently rebounding 10 damage to the attacker. Tranquility, level 20 skill consumes energy to heal the health of allied units. Observing the various attributes and skills of the Jungle Guardian, Lin Che's delight was palpable. An epic hero unit, it undoubtedly surpassed ordinary units by significant margins. Not only did it possess an impressive attack growth potential rated at B, but its other attributes also achieved a growth potential of C. More importantly, the Jungle Guardian possessed a total of 4 skills at its disposal, providing Lin Che with a multitude of strategies to address complex combat situations. In summary, the Jungle Guardian was more aligned with a control output unit. After thoroughly reviewing the skill set of the Jungle Guardian, Lin Che has accurately discerned its characteristics. The 4 skills correspond to control, support, damage absorption, and healing, revealing a lack of offensive capabilities. However, it is expected to excel in auxiliary control. Unfortunately, the Jungle Guardian is currently at level 1, and its true combat prowess can only be assessed through practical engagement. It is noteworthy that hero units cannot be summoned in multiples, and the method of leveling differs from that of the pixies and elven archers. The Jungle Guardian's level can only be enhanced by slaying monsters to gain experience. Coincidentally, Lin Che has triggered a first transition quest, which will allow him to elevate the Jungle Guardian's level upon completion of the task. Without hesitation, Lin Che summoned the Elven Archers and the Jungle Guardian and ventured deeper into the Ziyun mountain range. The Ziyun mountains are characterized by their treacherous terrain, yet not entirely dominated by peaks. Amidst the convergence of numerous mountains lies a low-lying valley. This valley, connecting multiple mountain ranges, accumulates rainwater over the years, forming a meandering stream that gently flows, creating a modest floodplain below, rich with verdant river grass. This area is also a habitat for many monsters within the Ziyun mountain range, where larger herds of powerful minotaurs often rest. Finding 100 monsters is no easy feat, so Lin Che naturally directed his gaze towards the valley. Accompanied by the jungle guardian and the elven archers, he proceeded forward, effortlessly dispatching the monsters encountered along the way. The progress of the first transition quest registered as 1100, 2100, 3100. With each monster slain, Lin Che's task progress surged. Regrettably, while engaged in the first transition quest, the monsters defeated no longer yield experience. Only after completing the quest can he continue to gain experience from slaying monsters. Lin Che felt a twinge of regret. Along the journey, he had vanquished a considerable number of magical beasts, surpassing a dozen, thus accumulating a notable amount of experience. However, this was an inevitability. The initial quests were always thus. This not only served as a testament to Lin Che's burgeoning skills, but also tested his mental fortitude. It was said that certain high-level professional quests could even conjure phantasmal heart demons, and those with wavering resolve would find themselves forever stagnated at the same level, unable to ascend. Yet, for Lin Che, the path to such heights remained long and arduous. After a series of starts and stops, Lin Che finally arrived at the vicinity of the valley. The area teemed with magical creatures, prompting him to conceal his presence. He found a massive boulder on the slope of the valley to hide behind and began to observe the situation. The valley's terrain was flat, and the water flow had slowed considerably. Numerous herds of mighty brawn bulls rested on the grassy banks of the stream. In addition to the brawn bulls, there were silver-horned rhinos, golden-patterned black-gold leopards, swift wolf packs, and red-spotted green-feathered sparrows, among others. Each type of magical creature in the Purple Cloud Mountain range occupied its own territory, coexisting without conflict. This instinctual awareness was etched deeply into their very being. Even the most ferocious would refrain from needless combat in a water-rich environment. This posed quite a dilemma. Lin Che furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of headache. As he surveyed the landscape, he found himself surrounded by a formidable congregation of magical creatures typical of the Purple Cloud Mountain range, numbering no less than 500 or 600. Such a vast multitude was daunting. With merely a dozen or so, he could leverage the long-range advantages of the elven archers amidst the mountains and employ guerrilla tactics to eliminate them one by one. However, the sheer volume of creatures in the valley, coupled with a significant number of others prowling nearby, posed a grave challenge, particularly with the presence of the swift gale wolves among them. In the Purple Cloud Mountains, the gale wolves were notorious for inspiring dread. Their incredible speed meant that once they set their sights on a target, they would pursue relentlessly. Should Lin Che inadvertently reveal his position, escape would be nearly impossible. He realized that he must keep the noise of the battle to a minimum. It seemed he would have to approach them one at a time, cautiously. Lin Che pondered for a moment and instructed the 5 elven archers to stealthily advance. Once they reached the maximum range of their attack, Lin Che focused on a formidable bull wandering at the edge of the herd. In unison, the 5 elven archers released their arrows. The mighty bull had scarcely any time to react before 5 moonlight arrows pierced through its neck, ending its life. In the moment of release, Lin Che had deliberately positioned the archers at a cunning angle. After penetrating the bull's body, the arrows embedded themselves into the grass, attracting no attention from other creatures. Excellent. Achieving such a favorable outcome on the first attempt greatly bolstered Lin Che's confidence. Subsequently, he replicated the strategy, seeking prey that lingered at the periphery of the valley. He remained patient, hiding in a high vantage point at the valley's base. He refrained from attacking as long as no creature strayed from the herd. He was not greedy, but rather focused on stability. Although this approach slowed the progress of his first transformation task, it ensured safety. In such a perilous wilderness, Lin Che was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Safety was paramount. After all, if he lost his life, rapid advancement would be of no consequence. Only those who survive are entitled to make a contribution. Moreover, lying in wait to hunt in the valley proved far more efficient than aimlessly searching for creatures in the forest. Thus, by evening, Lin Che's task progress had reached 30%, and even the guardian of the jungle, who had been idly observing, had leveled up to level 5. If all went well, he anticipated completing the transformation task within about 3 days, unlocking his first professional skill. And Lin Che's eyes burned with fervor. He held great anticipation for his inaugural vocational skill. Unlike the generic abilities common to all professions, each vocational skill is intricately aligned with the characteristics of the class, enabling the practitioner to harness their strengths to the fullest extent. Upon the unlocking of skill simulation, Lin Che would be able to emulate any skill possessed by the elven archer or the jungle guardian, thereby acquiring a means of combat prowess. Lin Che was pondering the creatures lurking in the depths of the valley when suddenly they became agitated. After enduring a prolonged period of hunting, they finally sensed something amiss. The lifeless bodies of several companions lay strewn across the grass, instantly heightening their vigilance as they growled and scanned their surroundings anxiously. This is bad. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat, tightening within his chest. However, this was an anticipated development. Although the elven archers could silently engage in their hunts, the lifeless bodies of the slain creatures, along with the scent of blood oozing from their wounds, could not be swiftly concealed. It was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Lin Che steadied his mind and commanded the elven archers to crouch low and gradually retreat. However, just as the elven archers began to move, a swift wolf with glowing green eyes let out a low growl and charged up the slope from the valley below. The direction of its advance was precisely where the elven archers were concealed. With its keen sense of smell, it was the first to detect the movements of the archers. Once the lead wolf surged forward, the rest of the swift wolves quickly followed suit. Not only that, but all the creatures in the valley stirred to life. The mighty herd of brawn bulls surged behind, with other creatures unwilling to lag behind, all rushing up the slope. The valley served as a vital habitat for these beasts, and any battle waged within was perceived as an affront, leading them to treat intruders with lethal hostility. The ground trembled under the weight of such a tumultuous uprising, causing boulders on the slope to tumble down, stirring clouds of dust and echoing roars of beasts. A great battle was imminent. Observing the fierce and tumultuous surge of the creatures, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, Lin Che felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If he were to be caught, merely preserving his life would be akin to a miracle. Lin Che compelled himself to maintain his composure. Early on, he had contemplated the potential risks of exposure and instructed the elven archers to strike from their maximum range. Thus, the elven archers remained at a considerable distance from the oncoming horde of monsters. Even the swift gale wolves at the forefront could not catch up with the elven archers in such a short span of time. Moreover, in terms of sheer speed, the elven archers were by no means inferior to the gale wolves. However, the turmoil caused by the monsters in the valley had drawn the attention of several lurking creatures in the vicinity. Should a battle erupt, the elven archers' retreat would be hindered, placing them in a perilous situation. Lin Che's mind raced with urgency. Ultimately, with a resolute heart, he commanded the elven archers to disperse and flee in the opposite direction from his own location. As Lin Che had anticipated, the monsters failed to detect him, all pursuing the elven archers instead. Seeing the monsters grow increasingly distant, Lin Che finally exhaled in relief. Whether they could escape now depended on their fortune. Lin Che let out a sigh. In such dire circumstances, should he choose not to sacrifice the elven archers, the peril would inevitably befall him. In moments of desperation, severing ties is merely a reluctant choice. The sole consolation lies in the fact that the elven archers, as his summoned companions, share a profound connection with him. As long as the elven archers withdraw from battle and seek refuge in a secure location, he can, through a unique method, summon them back into the realm of beasts. This constitutes a significant advantage of summoning classes. Therefore, generally speaking, in the absence of knights within a party, the responsibility of drawing aggro often falls to those of the summoning profession. Even in the most adverse scenarios, should all 5 elven archers meet their demise, with a certain expenditure of resources, they can be resurrected. Thus, Lin Che harbored little concern regarding the elven archers' ultimate ability to escape the relentless pursuit of the monsters. It was merely the bond formed through their shared battles over time that tugged at his heartstrings. The echoes of beasts' roars reverberated throughout the mountains, continuing until dusk descended. When a gradual tranquility enveloped the land, Lin Che concealed himself in the heights of the valley. After more than an hour had passed, he finally observed a few magical creatures returning sporadically to the valley. Subsequently, 3 elven archers emerged within the realm of the magical beasts, while the other 2 had tragically perished during the relentless pursuit of the monsters. It was a close call. They nearly faced total annihilation. Lin Che wiped the sweat from his brow, a bitter smile escaping his lips. The wilderness training proved to be far more perilous than he had anticipated. Had he not acted decisively, not only would the 3 elven archers have met their demise, but his own survival would have been in jeopardy as well. Though the 3 elven archers had narrowly escaped, they bore varying degrees of injury. Fortunately, their combat effectiveness remained largely intact. A brief respite within the ancient war tree would suffice for them to resume fighting. After a day of vigilant oversight, Lin Che found himself utterly exhausted, prompting him to refrain from lingering any longer. He instructed the 3 elven archers to recuperate while he sought a secure location to rest under the cover of night. The forest at night harbored even greater dangers, as many more aggressive and ferocious predators emerged to hunt. Moreover, within the depths of the woods, higher-level magical creatures occasionally made their presence known. Lin Che dared not linger for long. Lin Che departed from the lair of the monstrous creatures with utmost haste. Yet scarcely had he taken a few steps when the forest guardian, with its formidable presence, obstructed his path. The guardian's limbs were slightly bent, its foreheads restlessly striking the ground as it vigilantly scrutinized the woods ahead. Lin Che felt a stirring within his heart. As he gazed forward, he beheld, amidst the darkness of the night, a pair of eerie green eyes igniting with fervor. A wind wolf, towering at half his height, revealed its menacing fangs, saliva pooling beneath its maw. With a thunderous roar, the wind wolf leapt into the air, launching itself directly at Lin Che. A pungent, metallic scent invaded his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea and causing cold sweat to erupt upon his brow. The appearance of the wind wolf was utterly unforeseen. In such close proximity, he had no time to summon the elven archer. As the beast descended upon him, Lin Che's heart sank in despair, compelling him to dodge swiftly to the side, fervently hoping to evade the wolf's lethal attack. He must evade this strike. Only by escaping this peril would he find safety. Lin Che's eyes were wide with terror. He could feel the sharp claws of the Gale wolf graze his skin. The scent of death hung heavily in the air, and he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Just then, a low hum emanated from the guardian of the jungle, reminiscent of a classical note, ethereal and melodious. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Beneath the hooves of the guardian, tendrils began to extend and grow, spiraling upward like iron chains, ensnaring the Gale wolf's limbs and binding it firmly in midair, rendering it immobile. Entangle the roots, unleash. Seizing the opportunity while the Gale wolf was ensnared, Lin Che finally found a moment to breathe, narrowly evading the beast's attack. The sudden emergence of the tendrils caught the Gale wolf off guard. It struggled fiercely, its powerful muscles exerting an astonishing strength. The tendrils creaked ominously, accompanied by the chilling sound of cracking bones as the guardian unleashed its full power. A level 10 Gale wolf, before the guardian, exhibited no resistance whatsoever, tightly constricted by the tendrils until it was suffocated. With a resounding thud, the tendrils vanished, and the lifeless body of the Gale wolf crashed heavily to the ground, its limbs grotesquely contorted, crushed, and deformed. Its chest cavity compressed as if it had been mercilessly squashed. Damn, that was close. Lin Che gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on the lifeless body of the swift-winged wolf, a profound sense of dread enveloping him. As he regained his composure, he realized that his back was entirely soaked with cold sweat. He had no doubt that had the jungle guardian been even a moment slower, it would have been him lying on the ground. Lin Che gazed in astonishment at the half-deer, half-human guardian of the forest. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this guardian could transcend a 5-level disparity to utterly vanquish the Gale wolf. It is worth noting that even an elven archer, at level 5, could only contend with a level 10 monster by relying on his enhancements. Lin Che experienced a remarkable encounter with the formidable hero class. Unfortunately, the proficiency of the jungle guardian's entangling roots was merely at a novice level, allowing it to ensnare only a single magical creature. Otherwise, it could have demonstrated an even greater potential. We must proceed. Despite his astonishment, Lin Che remained acutely aware of the current circumstances. Having just undergone such an experience, he was even more cautious, navigating the forest with great care until he approached the periphery of the Ziyun mountain range, where creatures of level 10 and below were active, and gradually slowed his pace. For the sake of prudence, once the elven archers had adequately recovered amidst the ancient war trees, Lin Che summoned 3 elven archers. Subsequently, he selected a location with an unobstructed view to temporarily erect a tent, positioning the jungle guardian and the elven archers to maintain vigilance around him, which allowed him to feel a sense of security. Reflecting on the ferocity of the wind wolf's attack, Lin Che still felt a shiver of trepidation. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the closest he had come to death since his class change. The summoning profession, by its very nature, is too fragile. Henceforth, he must ensure that adequate safety measures are established in advance, regardless of the circumstances. Lin Che reclined within the confines of his tent, meticulously analyzing the recent skirmishes and diligently summarizing his battle experiences. Gradually, the strengths and weaknesses of his summoning profession crystallized in his mind. This was not merely a direct enhancement of power, but rather an elevation and transformation of his combat awareness. Undoubtedly, this was of paramount significance to Lin Che. Both his combat experience and command skills were being refined through this process of reflection. The wind whispered past the riverbank, causing the jade cicada flowers to sway gently. On one side of the valley's hillside, Lin Che, draped in a camouflage woven from grass leaves, lay prone on the ground. Around him were traces of high-level magical beasts, inadvertently discovered by the elven archers, which served perfectly to conceal his presence. The tumultuous uprising of the magical creatures from 3 days prior remained vividly etched in his memory. Thus, during these 3 days, while he hunted magical beasts in the valley to complete his first-tier task, he also learned to enhance his ability to obscure his movements. As the 3rd day drew to a close, progress on his first-tier task was nearing completion. Apart from the 3 elven archers who had managed to escape, Lin Che had summoned 7 additional elven archers from the ancient war tree and 4 small sprites from the life tree to fill the population cap. Now, he possessed a total of 10 level 9 elven archers, 9 level 10 small sprites, and 1 level 9 jungle guardian, summing up to 20 summoned beings. Regarding the decision not to fill the remaining population slots solely with elven archers to bolster combat power, Lin Che had his own considerations. The upgrade of special buildings within the territory of the magical beast realm, as well as the production and training of elven warriors, required substantial resources. Presently, the small sprites sufficed to meet Lin Che's training needs. However, as the population cap increased and the number of elven warriors grew, the resource consumption would escalate to astronomical figures. Therefore, despite the low combat prowess of the small sprites, they were undeniably crucial within the magical beast realm, and their numbers could not be scant. Moreover, with 10 elven archers complemented by a level 9 jungle guardian, Lin Che already commanded a formidable fighting force. Even amidst the turmoil of the magical beast's uprising, with the jungle guardian's tremendous strength and a 10-fold increase in combat capabilities, Lin Che could retreat unscathed. However, after 3 consecutive days of harassment, the magical creatures congregated in the valley, increasingly vexed and wise to Lin Che's tactics. They seldom ventured alone. Instead, they often formed clusters. Even the solitary golden-striped black-gold leopard would instinctively integrate into the pack of swift wolves upon entering the valley. This unexpected behavior took Lin Che by surprise. Unbeknownst to him, the relentless hunting over the past 3 days had engendered a deep-seated hatred for the elven archers among the magical beasts. They were so wary that they could scarcely sleep, keeping their eyes wide open, fearful of another ambush. Yet, even this heightened vigilance could not impede Lin Che's progress on his first-tier task. When subtlety failed, Lin Che opted for boldness. 2 elven archers stood guard around him, while 8 others assembled, led by the jungle guardian, as they charged down the hillside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 elven archers unleashed their arrows simultaneously, sending 8 moonlight arrows slicing through the air, striking down the monstrous creatures in their wake. Upon witnessing the return of the detestable elven archers, the beasts erupted into chaos, recklessly charging towards their assailants, their eyes clouded with fury. Having successfully landed their shots, the elven archers retreated with remarkable speed, not succumbing to the temptation of further glory. During their withdrawal, any beast that ventured too close would be met with the immediate strike of the forest guardians, who attacked with ensnaring roots. The creatures, having previously encountered the formidable power of the guardians, dared not pursue too fervently. Thus, the elven archers managed a safe escape. Nevertheless, some stubborn anomalies, such as the gale wolves and the mighty bull, relentlessly chased them down. In such moments, Lin Che would activate his lordly enhancement, swiftly concluding the skirmish. Once the beasts were sufficiently intimidated and returned to the valley, he would rally the elven archers for yet another offensive. This cycle repeated itself with unwavering success. I truly am a genius. Concealed within the grass, Lin Che beamed with delight as he observed the despondent beasts retreating to the valley, their spirits visibly deflated. Such a strategy thrived solely due to the effectiveness of his summoning profession. Any ordinary vocation would have faltered, perishing countless times while attempting to ensnare this horde of creatures. After an hour's wait, as the beasts gradually lowered their guard, Lin Che promptly assembled the elven archers and forest guardians, preparing for another round of assault. However, at that very moment, a commanding beastly roar resonated from deep within the purple cloud mountains, echoing throughout the range. The roar was immense, reverberating through the mountains and instilling sheer terror in the creatures of the valley, causing them to cower and tremble. The monsters, gripped by fear, scattered wildly like headless flies. And soon, all traces of them vanished, retreating into the shadows. Once again, that ominous sound rang out. Lin Che gazed into the distance. His eyes resting upon the undulating emerald mountains, a grave expression etched upon his face. Over the past 3 days, he had heard that sound more than once. Initially, it had been distant and indistinct. However, as time wore on, the roar of the beast grew louder and closer. Even Lin Che could sense a shiver of trepidation emanating from that ferocious cry, utterly terrifying. It was precisely due to this beastly roar that his hunting endeavors had been repeatedly interrupted. Otherwise, with the combined efforts of the 8 elven archers and the guardians of the forest, he would have undoubtedly made much swifter progress in completing his first task. It remained a mystery what level of magical creature could possess such might, instilling fear in the denizens of the mountains. Lin Che withdrew his gaze. At present, slaying 3 more magical beasts would enable him to complete his first transition task, which was the matter of utmost importance. However, the magical creatures in the valley had all fled and would not return for the time being, compelling him to seek out other locations in hopes of fulfilling his task. The forest guardians and 8 elven archers forged ahead, while Lin Che positioned himself centrally, with 2 elven archers providing rear support. As the elven contingent began to take shape, Lin Che found himself more adept at directing their movements. Upon cresting a hillside, he encountered another expanse of dense woodland. Not long after, he spotted several red-spotted green-feathered sparrows flitting about the corpse of a powerful bull. Their sharp beaks stained with blood as they tore into the flesh and swallowed morsels of meat. Hush! Lin Che made a gesture for silence, urging the elven archers to approach with caution. With a swift release, the arrows flew forth, clean and precise, resulting in the instantaneous explosion of 3 red-spotted green-feathered sparrows. This sudden onslaught startled the remaining sparrows, which were indulging in their feast, causing them to flutter their wings and swiftly vanish into the depths of the forest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level as a guardian of the jungle has increased to level 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the first transition task and unlocked the professional skill simulation. Lin Che refrained from ordering the elven archers to pursue. After vanquishing 3 red-spotted green-feathered sparrows, the level of the jungle guardian increased, and he successfully completed the first advancement quest, thereby unlocking his inaugural professional skill. The attributes interface shimmered momentarily, revealing the first professional skill simulation in the skill bar. With the skill simulation, he could now mimic the abilities of summoned entities. Presently, the skills at his disposal included the elven archer's moonlight arrow, stealth, and the jungle guardian's entangling roots. As for the little sprite's self-detonation, that was entirely unnecessary. He had not yet reached such a desperate state of mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Che opted to simulate the elven archer's stealth skill first. The reasoning was quite straightforward. It would facilitate a restful night's sleep. Skill simulation, stealth. As Lin Che's voice fell, the name of the skill in the simulation transformed into stealth simulation. Stealth simulation. While in a state of concealment, one cannot initiate an attack nor be attacked. Otherwise, the stealth state will be lifted with a cooldown period of 1 hour. After 1 hour of skill usage, the simulation can be activated again to reselect equipment that reduces skill cooldown effects, thereby diminishing the time required for skill utilization. The effects of the skill vividly manifested before Lin Che's eyes, eliciting a faint smile from him. At last, he could enjoy a peaceful slumber. With the stealth skill at his disposal, Lin Che no longer had to fret over the possibility of being ambushed by monsters during the darkest hours of the night, when his spirit was most weary. Moreover, with a cooldown period of merely 1 hour, he could easily simulate the other 2 combat skills whenever the need for battle arose. Lin Che clapped his hands, and with the completion of his task, a wave of relief washed over him. Now, he could devote himself entirely to leveling up. Lu Zhantu, await our next encounter. I shall undoubtedly present you with a splendid surprise. A week later. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to level 15. Ding. The Tree of Life has ascended to level 15. Ding. The Ancient Tree of War has risen to level 15. Ding. The Little Sprite has achieved level 15. Ding. The Elven Archer has reached level 15. Ding. The Jungle Guardian has attained level 15. Ding. The Moonwell has progressed to level 3. Current population cap is 30. With a total population of 30 consisting of 14 little sprites, 15 Elven Archers, and 1 Jungle Guardian. It has truly been a challenging journey. Lin Che reclined upon the verdant grass, gazing at the magical creatures on the hillside that stared back at him with wide eyes, yet dared not approach. With a long sigh, he reflected on the swift ascent of his level during this period, as the realm of magical beasts flourished and thrived. Attaining an impressive level of 15, along with the formidable prowess of a level 15 Elven Archer and a level 15 Jungle Guardian. Lin Che found himself thriving in the Ziyun Mountains, emerging as a dominant force within the region. Prolonged hunting expeditions had driven the magical creatures in the valley to flee or perish, leaving scarcely any brave enough to venture into the valley again. This place had unequivocally transformed into Lin Che's domain. Lin Che casually held a spear of dogtail grass between his lips, leisurely crossing his legs. After reaching level 10, the experience required for each subsequent level increased dramatically. Even the resources consumed by special buildings in the realm of the beasts, as well as the training of little sprites and elven archers, surged significantly. It appears that the period before level 10 can merely be regarded as a novice phase, while the true challenges for those undergoing class transitions commence thereafter. It is no wonder that the academic assessments stipulate the necessity of attaining level 10 for passage. The ascent in levels beyond this point is indeed formidable. Upon reaching level 15, Lin Che gained profound insight into the arduous nature of advancement for those transitioning classes. Prior to level 10, leveling up was as effortless for him as eating or drinking, yet beyond this threshold, each increment became exceedingly sluggish. Lin Che's predominant realization was that while his speed in hunting magical beasts had accelerated, the growth of his experience points had markedly slowed. Furthermore, the consumption of resources within the realm of magical beasts was escalating at an alarming rate. Despite the tireless efforts of 9 little sprites tirelessly gathering materials day and night, they merely managed to keep pace with his training and upgrading requirements. Naturally, Lin Che was mentally prepared for this. Otherwise, high-level transmuters would not be so scarce. However, what truly took him by surprise was the staggering amount of resources required to upgrade the Moonwell. Elevating its level to 3 demanded a quantity that could rival the total resources needed to enhance the War Ancient Tree by 10 levels. Yet, upon further reflection, he found solace in this realization. The population cap was undeniably crucial for a summoning profession. The greater the number of summoned entities, the more formidable the combat prowess of the summoner. Thus, the substantial resource expenditure for increasing the population limit within his territory seemed justifiable. Overall, the pace of his strength growth was likely unmatched by many, yet it still fell short of his aspirations. Lin Che straightened his posture, expelling the dogtail grass from his mouth, his gaze instantly sharpening. Lu Zhantu, a level 32 berserker, posed a formidable challenge. Even with the enhanced prowess of the Elven Archers and Jungle Guardians, Lin Che doubted his current capabilities would suffice against Lu Zhantu. As one advances, the difficulty of leveling up increases, and consequently, the disparity in strength between levels becomes more pronounced. Moreover, Lu Zhantu's berserker class is a rare warrior profession, endowed with considerable combat prowess. To reclaim what was taken from him by the Lu family, Lin Che needed to elevate his level further. With just over half a month remaining, should he manage to reach level 20, he might stand a chance. Reflecting on the threat and oppression posed by Lu Zhantu ignited a fierce determination within Lin Che. How dare you, a mere wretch, lay hands on someone from the Prosperity Guild? Once I return alive, I shall ensure you face the consequences. He chuckled mockingly. You foolish girl. Still attempting to intimidate me with the name of the Prosperity Guild. Do you truly think I was raised in fear? He rallied his comrades. Brothers, hold nothing back. Unleash your full might. Even if this insolent girl is affiliated with the Prosperity Guild, we have already crossed the line with her. Let us not hesitate. We shall send this wretched girl on her way. Lin Che rose to his feet, ready to scour the outskirts of the valley for magical beasts. Just then, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the entrance of the gorge. Before long, a girl clad in a pale yellow dress adorned with exquisite pearls and embellished with emerald-studded sleeves and intricate lace trimmings, rushed into the valley in a state of panic. Her disheveled hair framed a face as pale as death, with beads of sweat glistening on her delicate cheeks, struggling to catch her breath. In her frantic escape, she continuously flung parchment scrolls behind her, which erupted into brilliant bursts of light, creating deep craters in the ground as dirt and stones were sent flying. Hot on her heels were 5 formidable job changers, their eyes gleaming with malice. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a thick beard, exuding an air of menace that spoke of a life spent on the edge of violence. It was evident that he was a seasoned predator, accustomed to bloodshed. The 5 swiftly evaded the explosions of the scrolls, closing in on the girl in the blink of an eye, feeling the icy chill of death looming behind her. The girl's complexion drained of color, tears brimming in her eyes from sheer terror. In her panic, she stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground with a thud, her eyes glistening with tears from the pain. "You little brat, why don't you run some more? Show me." The 5 men cackled, seizing the opportunity to encircle her. "Stay away from me," the girl cried out in desperation, resembling a frightened fawn, her hands frantically grasping at the ground, throwing anything she could find in a futile attempt to defend herself. Yet her resistance was utterly ineffective against the 5, who only laughed uproariously at her plight. "Ha ha ha, little girl, weren't you quite the sprinter? Keep running." The bearded man crouched before her, a cruel smile etched on his face, his gaze greedily appraising her costly attire. "Boss, we've struck gold. This girl is laden with expensive scrolls. She must be worth a fortune." "Indeed. Just that level 10 orange-grade staff alone is worth hundreds of thousands," another chimed in. "How about this? The money goes to you lot, but the girl is mine. I haven't had a taste of anything fresh in ages. I must indulge myself with this one. Look at her, so well developed. I must savor the flavor of her youth. Who knows what she has been feasting on to grow so well?" The other 4 men joined the bearded man, their lecherous eyes roving over the girl like ravenous wolves, eager to strip her bare. The girl trembled in fear, curling into a ball, her voice quaking as she pleaded, "I have money. I'll give you all my money. Please, don't hurt me." As she spoke, the young girl removed a quality space ring from her finger and cast it aside. "Hee, by killing you, the wealth and equipment shall be ours." The 4 men laughed lewdly, rubbing their hands together, eagerly anticipating their next move. However, just as they were about to proceed, they were halted by a bearded man, whose gaze was fixed solely on the foolish woman before him. "You imbeciles," he coldly reprimanded, then shifted his attention to Lin Che, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Go. Eliminate that annoying fellow without leaving any witnesses." Having spent years in the wilderness, engaged in acts of arson, murder, and plunder, they understood the crucial importance of silencing any potential threats. Initially, their target had been the girl. Now that she was subdued, Lin Che had become their primary focus. The 4 hesitated momentarily, casting reluctant glances at the girl. "Big brother, you can't indulge in this without us," one of them remarked, eyeing the girl with a lewd gaze. "Get lost. Do you think I'm like you, craving a live show?" The bearded man retorted angrily, causing the others to relax and turn their attention towards Lin Che. Seeing this, the girl panicked, her voice trembling as she cried out, "You came for me. Why must you involve innocent people?" As the 4 men advanced on Lin Che, disregarding her pleas, the girl, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, stood up and shouted, "Run. You must escape. They are all level 20 class changers. You stand no chance against them." Her voice strained, she stood unsteadily, only to have her delicate wrist grasped tightly by the bearded man. Instead of worrying about others, "You should be more concerned for your own safety," he said, a twisted smirk on his face. With a slight pull, he yanked her to the ground. "Run." Despite her predicament, the girl's gaze remained fixed on Lin Che, her face ashen, overwhelmed with guilt. Though she was not far from him, he could see her every move with clarity. Lin Che did not expect that the girl not only refrained from seeking his help but also urged him to flee repeatedly. This was truly unexpected. Her heart was indeed kind. It would be a pity if such youth were to perish so soon. Lin Che shook his head and then turned to look at the 4 individuals who had gathered around. 3 were warriors, and 1 was a mage, from their attire. It was evident to discern their respective professions. In Lin Che's eyes, a cold glimmer flickered. "Since you wish to take my life, do not blame me for the consequences." The 4 soon surrounded Lin Che, and upon hearing his words, they could not help but sneer. "You think you can contend with us, kid? Surely. You haven't fully awakened yet." The 4 erupted into hearty laughter, never once regarding Lin Che as a threat. All 4 were at level 20, boasting dominance in the Ziyun Mountains. To them, dealing with a mere novice like Lin Che was a trivial matter, easily accomplished. Enough with the idle chatter. Let's dispatch him swiftly. There is a lovely maiden awaiting us. One tall and slender man, the sole mage among them, could no longer restrain his impatience. He instinctively glanced at the girl lying on the ground, his gaze igniting with fervor. Indeed, having repressed his desires for so long, encountering such a rare beauty was an opportunity he could not let slip by. The other three nodded in agreement, their eyes frequently drifting towards the girl, brimming with unrestrained lust. However, as they turned back, they were taken aback to find that Lin Che displayed neither panic nor fear. Instead, a peculiar smile graced his face. Has no one ever told you that during battle, one should never divert their attention? A sudden shock coursed through their minds. Yet, before they could react, Lin Che raised his right hand and gave a gentle wave into the air. Attack! In the blink of an eye, 15 elven archers sprang into action, synchronously unleashing their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a torrential downpour of arrows surged forth from behind Lin Che, creating a scene reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle. Utterly breathtaking. This is bad. Quick, take cover. The four individuals were taken aback, realizing their oversight. Though they appeared disheveled and reckless, they were seasoned veterans of the wilderness, possessing an abundance of combat experience. Before engaging, they had already employed their costly learned detection skills to observe Lin Che and the elven archers. While this detection technique did not reveal specific attributes or skills, it did disclose their levels. Faced with an onslaught from 15 level 15 elven archers, they understood that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Otherwise, the rhythm of battle would fall entirely under Lin Che's control, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. The three warriors, moving with alacrity, swiftly evaded the range of the archer's arrows. The mage, slightly slower, positioned himself further back. Although the moonlight arrow had a considerable range with careful maneuvering, he too could avoid its assault. However, just as he confidently retreated, an unforeseen calamity struck. The forest guardian launched a sudden attack, causing numerous vines to grow rapidly and ensnare his feet. The resilience of the vines was formidable, despite his desperate efforts to wield his staff like a bludgeon. He could not break free. More alarmingly, the force of the vines tightened around him, and within moments, his legs began to numb. The vines, akin to suffocating serpents, swiftly coiled around his body, threatening to constrict him to death. Help me, the mage cried, his brow drenched with sweat. If the situation persisted, he would either be pierced by arrows or perish in the deadly embrace of the vines. Observing his plight, the three warriors, who had initially fled, disregarded their own safety and rushed back to assist. Drawing their daggers, they slashed and hacked, attempting to fend off the moonlight arrows while simultaneously severing the vines, ensnaring the mage. Their response was indeed swift, yet ultimately futile. Lin Che cast a cold gaze upon the four individuals, displaying no hesitation as he commanded the elven archers to commence their assault once more. Whoosh! After a grueling effort to withstand the barrage of arrows, yet another wave descended upon them. The four felt a chilling sensation creep over them, compounded by the alarming resilience of the vines, far exceeding their expectations. The three warriors, in a concerted effort, managed to sever only a small portion of the vines. The constriction tightened, causing the mage's face to turn a ghastly shade of purple, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. What manner of creature is this? The three warriors cast furtive glances at the distant jungle guardian, their hearts racing with inexplicable dread. Nearly at level 15, it rendered their combined level 20 might utterly impotent. We must eliminate that brat first. One warrior, resolute, brandished his dagger and charged towards Lin Che. Indeed, even if the summoned creatures were formidable, the summoner himself remained vulnerable. Hold on a little longer, and we shall dispatch that brat with utmost swiftness. The remaining two warriors understood and, while deflecting the arrows aimed at the mage, surged towards Lin Che. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Che had already retreated to the rear of the elven archers with remarkable speed while they were preoccupied with fending off the attacks. The continuous onslaught from the 15 elven archers made it exceedingly difficult for them to pursue Lin Che in such a brief span of time. At that moment, a chilling sound of bones snapping echoed behind the three. They turned in disbelief, only to witness the mage, blood streaming from his mouth, collapsing to the ground. His bones crushed beyond repair, utterly lifeless. A shiver coursed through them, and their advance faltered. Their gazes towards Lin Che grew laden with trepidation. Having barely engaged, they had not even summoned their strength when their mage fell, without a single spell having been cast. How could they not be alarmed? Moreover, bereft of their mage, they now faced the relentless assault of 15 elven archers without any ranged support, left to endure the blows passively. This is dire, boss. The three hastily called for reinforcements. Unbeknownst to them, The bearded man had already bound the girl securely, keenly observing the unfolding battle. From Lin Che's initial strike to the mage's demise, scarcely 5 seconds had passed. Even if he wished to intervene, it was far too late. What a ruthless young man. The bearded man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Without a sound, he vanished, appearing silently behind the 3 warriors. You hold off those archers. I will deal with that brat. After issuing his command, the bearded man swiftly disappeared, as if he were a ghost, leaving no trace behind. An assassin, perhaps? Lin Che's pupils quivered slightly. If there were to be a profession that caused him the utmost distress, it would undoubtedly be that of an assassin. While the assassin class may lack in leveling efficiency and extensive area of effect abilities, it excels in stealth and assassination. Apart from warriors and certain holy classes, assassins can be considered the nightmare of fragile professions such as summoners, mages, and priests. Only those who specialize in formations, having prepared in advance, can effectively counter the assassin class. Lin Che instantly heightened his vigilance, summoning the guardians of the jungle back while swiftly reorganizing the formation of the elven archers to shield himself in the center. Concurrently, he ceased instructing the archers to concentrate their fire upon the trio of warriors. Instead, he directed them to launch a widespread assault, thereby broadening the coverage of the moonlight arrows. The bearded man activated his exclusive assassin talent, stealth, making his presence nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, the effects of stealth bore a striking resemblance to the elven archer's concealment abilities. Any proactive attack or receipt of damage would dissipate the stealth effect. Lin Che could only hope that the elven archers would fortuitously pinpoint the location of the bearded man. Otherwise, should the bearded man close in on him, his situation would become perilous. However, despite the relentless assaults from the elven archers, the bearded man's presence remained elusive within the valley. The distraction caused by the bearded man diverted the attention of the elven archers, significantly alleviating the pressure on the 3 warriors. The trio coordinated seamlessly, advancing steadily while drawing closer to Lin Che's position. With the bearded man's involvement, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, leaving Lin Che at a disadvantage. The valley was expansive and devoid of suitable cover, leaving Lin Che with no choice but to fight while directing the elven archers to retreat. The lurking assassin posed a constant threat, akin to a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment, plunging him into an irretrievable predicament if he was not vigilant. This could not continue. He needed to devise a strategy to draw the assassin out. As he continued to struggle to locate the bearded man, a sense of urgency began to mount within Lin Che. He understood all too well that if this stalemate persisted, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. Lin Che made a decisive move, instructing the elven archers to redirect their attacks with full force towards the 3 warriors. A rain of arrows swept across the sky, intensifying the pressure on the trio, who cried out in despair. "Boss, quickly deal with that brat. We can hardly hold on any longer." Despite their desperate attempts to defend themselves, the relentless onslaught left them vulnerable. Under such concentrated fire, while simultaneously evading the occasional ambush from the jungle guardians, arrows began to find their mark on their hands, legs, and waists, inflicting varying degrees of injury. The 3 were in dire straits, and the bearded man lurking in the shadows cursed under his breath. To evade the elven archer's barrage, he had to take a long detour to finally position himself behind Lin Che. However, Lin Che was astutely cautious. With 15 elven archers and the jungle guardians forming an impenetrable barrier around him, akin to a tortoise shell, leaving no opportunity for him to strike. An opportunity. Just as the bearded man lamented his inability to approach Lin Che, he noticed that the attention of both the elven archers and the jungle guardians had been drawn to the 3 comrades. Even the jungle guardian, whom he feared greatly, had moved forward, leaving only 2 elven archers to protect Lin Che. Ultimately, they were inexperienced and somewhat naive. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the bearded man's eyes as he seized the moment, appearing behind Lin Che in an instant, with a dagger in each hand, poised to strike at Lin Che's neck. "Die, brat," he sneered, for at such close range, few professions could evade his lethal blow. Finally, he had made his move. Yet, in the face of this sudden attack, Lin Che remained astonishingly composed. From the bearded man's perspective, he could only see Lin Che's profile, which seemed to bear a hint of a smile. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from the depths of the bearded man's heart, an instinctual intuition. As an assassin, his perception of danger was keener than anyone else's, prompting his body to instinctively retreat. even though his mind told him that aside from summoned creatures, summoners had limited means to rely upon. Just as the bearded man stepped back half a pace, he witnessed the verdant vines at Lin Che's feet rapidly growing, reminiscent of the jungle guardian's method of dispatching mages. Skill simulation. Entangling roots. The attack came as a complete surprise. The bearded man's reflexes were already commendable, yet the speed of the vine's growth far surpassed his ability to dodge. How could this happen? He exclaimed in shock. He had been focused on the movements of the jungle guardian, who was still attacking the three comrades. Where did these vines come from? He had no time to ponder further and quickly formed hand seals for an instant flash. Subsequently, an extraordinary rune manifested beneath his feet, and in an instant, he appeared behind the two elven archers who were drawing their bows. With a swift motion, the blades sliced through the air, and the two elven archers collapsed to the ground in an instant. He evaded it? The revelation that the bearded man possessed such instantaneous movement, successfully dodging the entangling roots of the simulated skill, astonished Lin Che greatly. After eliminating the two elven archers, the bearded man retreated rapidly, intending to conceal himself once more. Having finally exposed the bearded man's presence, Lin Che would not allow him such an opportunity. Lin Che decisively commanded the elven archers to focus their aim on the bearded man, launching a full-scale assault. You think such feeble attacks can restrain me? You are woefully naive. The bearded man laughed maniacally, easily withstanding the archers' onslaught, which could barely challenge three warriors, let alone him. His previous failures stemmed mainly from his ignorance of Lin Che's capabilities. He was already plotting that once he weathered this wave of attacks, his next strike would be an assured kill. Oh, is that so? Lin Che's icy voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. A chill gripped the bearded man's heart as an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, more intense than before. Lord Amplification, activate, he thought. But in the blink of an eye, he was struck by over a dozen arrows piercing through his chest with such swiftness and force that he could barely react. How is this possible? He lowered his gaze to the gaping hole in his chest, blood pooling in his mouth. Unable to comprehend how he had perished at Lin Che's hands. Not only he, but also the young girl and the three warriors stood frozen in disbelief. They appeared petrified, trembling uncontrollably, their throats constricting as they opened their mouths in vain, unable to utter a sound, their hearts seized by an overwhelming terror, their faces drained of color. They were utterly paralyzed by fear. Flee! One among them was the first to snap back to reality, desperately sprinting toward the valley's exit. Whoosh! An arrow flew by, and he fell instantly. Soon after, two more arrows were released, and the remaining two met the same fate. At last, it was over. Having dispatched the 5 adversaries, Lin Che allowed himself a rare sigh of relief. This battle, while seemingly devoid of peril, had been fraught with danger due to the bearded man's presence, which had nearly plunged Lin Che into a perilous situation, had he not deliberately exposed a weakness, using skillful mimicry to entangle the bearded man's lethal strike, and activated the Lord Amplification at a critical moment to catch his opponent off guard. The outcome of the conflict could have been uncertain. What surprised Lin Che the most was the bearded man's seemingly instantaneous evasion of the entangling vines at a crucial juncture. After all, the bearded man was stuck at level 20, having yet to complete his second job quest, and aside from his innate stealth as an assassin, his only skill was the art of assassination. No one would have anticipated that he had also learned a universal skill, blink. It is worth noting that while universal skills are accessible to any profession, they come with a hefty price tag. Particularly for life-saving skills like blink. The cost could easily reach an exorbitant million Huanxia coins. The assassin class truly presents a formidable challenge. Once I have amassed wealth, I shall endeavor to learn more universal skills, enhancing my means of survival. Lin Che, accompanied by the elven archer, approached the lifeless body of the bearded man. He felt little emotional weight regarding the act of having taken several lives. These individuals appeared to be seasoned criminals, undoubtedly involved in numerous heinous acts. In Lin Che's eyes, their demise bore no distinction from slaying mere monsters. However, with their lives extinguished, he was resolute in ensuring that the spoils of victory would not escape his grasp. Lin Che instructed the elven archer to rummage through the body of the bearded man. In the crevice of his collar, they discovered a spatial ring. With the man's demise, the restrictions on the spatial ring were rendered utterly ineffective. Lin Che's spirit delved into the confined space, less than a square meter in size, where an array of herbs, animal hides, and other commonplace materials were haphazardly strewn about, alongside a stack of Huanxia currency. It appeared to amount to over 30,000. Is it truly this destitute? Lin Che was undeterred by superstition, urging the elven archer to continue the search among the other 4 individuals. The findings were largely similar, aside from a few mundane materials. The total sum amounted to a mere 100,000 Hanxia coins. Lin Che was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that a band of 5 robbers could find themselves in such dire straits. What he was unaware of was that merely acquiring skill books had depleted all the savings the 5 had amassed over the years, not to mention their daily expenses. There was hardly any money left on them. Every expense incurred by a job changer was exorbitant. Lin Che let out a sigh, stowing away 5 spatial rings. At least he had garnered some rewards. His efforts had not been in vain. After completing these tasks, he slowly approached the girl before him. He crouched down, intending to untie her, when he noticed her ample figure rising and falling dramatically, her eyes wide open in a state of shock. Her gaze, as sharp as a lightning bolt, was fixed upon him, her expression one of utter bewilderment. The girl was half-seated on the ground, her eyes tracking Lin Che's movements. Within her pupils lay a profound astonishment. "Why you?" she stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "I understand, I am quite handsome. But there is no need to look at me in such a manner. I am not one to be trifled with." Lin Che casually flicked his bangs and deftly untied the ropes binding the young girl. She rubbed her sore shoulders and thighs, finally regaining her senses. With a hint of disdain, she cast a glance at Lin Che, remarking, "You are truly narcissistic." "Incorrect. It is confidence," Lin Che corrected her. "Ah." The girl rolled her eyes at him, before directing her gaze toward the nearby elven archer and forest guardian, her eyes widening in astonishment. Typically, early-stage summoners possess few summoned entities. This is due to 2 reasons. Firstly, the limitations on the number of summoned spaces, and secondly, the considerable difficulty in nurturing them. Yet Lin Che, at merely level 15, commanded a staggering 16 summoned creatures, each with commendable levels and combat prowess. Even though the girl had witnessed much, it was her first encounter with a summoner whose early combat capabilities were so astonishing that even 5 level 20 class-changed individuals stood no chance against him. He must have awakened a unique talent, she mused, her eyes glinting with realization, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Standing tall, she straightened her posture, her proud figure on full display, particularly striking. "I am Ji Xia, hailing from the illustrious Commerce Guild of the Imperial Capital. I sincerely thank you for your selfless rescue," she expressed earnestly. "Oh, it was nothing," Lin Che replied modestly. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. Ji Xia felt a warmth in her heart. Despite his somewhat narcissistic demeanor, Lin Che was quite a decent person. However, in the next moment, Ji Xia realized she had overestimated him. Just as she believed Lin Che to be a gallant youth with noble intentions, he turned the conversation around and remarked, "Of course, if you wish to express your gratitude, I would be more than willing to accept, preferably with rare materials. I have no particular preferences regarding the quantity." Ji Xia responded, "Isn't it often said that saving a life is worth more than erecting a 7-story pagoda?" She pouted. Lin Che curled his lips in retort, stating, "There is a saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain." "You." Ji Xia was momentarily speechless, utterly unable to counter his argument. She had originally intended to repay Lin Che, yet the act of willingly offering assistance and the concept of requesting something from him were evidently 2 distinct matters. "I didn't bring any rare materials, but I have 1,000,000 in my spatial ring. If you're in need of money, I can give it to you, and you could purchase some rare materials." Ji Xia raised the spatial ring in her hand, pouting slightly, though she felt a twinge of reluctance. She recognized that Lin Che had saved her life, allowing her to escape a dire situation. Had she fallen into the hands of those 5 individuals, the outcome was all too predictable. In comparison, this mere 1,000,000 seemed trivial. Thus, despite her reluctance, she presented all the pocket money she had on her. Truly, she was a little heiress. Gazing at the neatly arranged 1,000,000 Hanxia coins laid out before him, Lin Che couldn't help but express a heartfelt astonishment. Considering Ji Xia's age, which was not much different from his own, her ability to effortlessly produce 1,000,000 highlighted the stark disparities of the world. "Never mind. I only require rare materials." Lin Che felt a tinge of disappointment and shook his head, urging Ji Xia to take back the money. "You are quite peculiar. Can my funds not procure rare materials?" Ji Xia, bewildered by Lin Che's demeanor, couldn't help but voice her complaint. In response, Lin Che merely smiled and remained silent. It must be noted that his act of eliminating those 5 individuals was merely an act of self-preservation. If Jixia could express her gratitude through rare materials, that would indeed be splendid. As for money, while Lin Che was not affluent, he had not yet reached a state where he would contemplate taking advantage of a girl. It appears that a different strategy must be devised regarding the acquisition of rare materials. Lin Che let out a sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness. After the Tree of Life reached level 15, a significant portion of the energy contained within the Polonia would have been depleted. At this rate, it seemed that the Tree of Life could only be elevated to around level 20 at most. His mention of this was entirely in the spirit of planning for the future enhancement of the Tree of Life's levels. Well, now that your troubles have been resolved, I must return to my own endeavors of leveling up. Let us part ways here. Lin Che greeted Jixia, then turned and walked towards the valley's exit. How can you be like this? Leaving a girl like me all alone here. Where's your chivalry? Jixia exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she blocked Lin Che's path. This was the first time in her life that a peer had so blatantly disregarded her. Perhaps it was her wounded pride that compelled her to insist on accompanying Lin Che. I came here to level up too. I am a mage. If you join me, your leveling speed will be considerably enhanced. With that, Jixia positioned herself right behind Lin Che, following closely in his footsteps. Lin Che turned his head and scrutinized Jixia with a peculiar expression. You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? I assure you, I am not someone who takes such matters lightly. Like you big-headed fool, Jixia retorted, her face paling with indignation, nearly striking Lin Che with a fist. She had never encountered such an egotistical individual. Jixia was just about to calmly analyze the situation with Lin Che, firmly asserting that such a possibility was utterly preposterous. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the mountains. Hear that roar? In an instant, Lin Che's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Jixia's face lit up with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon an exhilarating discovery. That colossal creature is finally making its appearance. Upon hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but inquire, do you know what that is? Of course. Jixia replied with a haughty nod, her tone tinged with playful defiance. If you take me along to level up, I might just reveal it to you. Lin Che was instantly amused. What kind of condition is this? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che nodded and said, go ahead, I agree. Hooray, we have a bodyguard now. Upon receiving Lin Che's response, Jixia leaped with joy, overflowing with happiness. Lin Che was utterly speechless, his head filled with dark lines. He chuckled softly. A bodyguard? Why not ascend to the heavens? In truth, it was nothing particularly formidable. Jixia repressed her smile, adopting an air of enigmatic profundity, and with a nonchalant expression, remarked, it's merely a level 20 wild boss. A wild boss. Lin Che instantly became invigorated. Indeed, Jixia nodded and said, the wild boss. The silver moon wolf. As she spoke, Jixia narrowed her eyes slightly, stealing glances at Lin Che's reaction, curious to see if he would be startled or astonished. However, she was left disappointed. Upon hearing the news of the silver moon wolf's emergence, Lin Che displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were ready to roll up his sleeves and embark on a grand endeavor at any moment. Jixia was bewildered. Who was truly the boss here? Shouldn't a normal person be preparing to flee upon hearing such news? Do you know where the silver moon wolf is? Lin Che inquired. Jixia nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Take me there at once. Lin Che grasped Jixia's hand and, without uttering a word, began to lead her out of the valley. At that moment, however, Jixia stood motionless, her gaze cast downward. A blush swiftly adorned her ears, and her toes curled in a tight knot, a clear sign of her embarrassment as she fidgeted nervously. At that moment, Gudu's stomach audibly protested once again. Jixia's embarrassment was palpable enough to fill an entire apartment. Haven't you eaten? Lin Che inquired with surprise. Jixia, instantly displeased, puffed out her cheeks, indignantly retorting, what kind of remark is that? Lin Che apologized, saying, what I meant to ask is, are you hungry? Jixia puffed her cheeks, turning her head away, appearing quite aggrieved. She had been relentlessly pursued by those 5 individuals. Not only had she been unable to eat, but she hadn't even had a moment to sip some water. Now, she was both famished and exhausted, nearly devoid of the strength to walk. Lin Che realized that he was somewhat impatient and could only release Jixia's hand, feeling helpless, despite his complaints. Lin Che first took out some beef jerky to appease Jixia's hunger, then set up an iron pot, retrieving potatoes, a cutting board, a knife, and various seasonings. Lin Che skillfully diced the potatoes and beef with remarkable precision, instructing the elven archer to fetch a basin of clear water. As the hot oil sizzled in the pan, he added the beef and potatoes in succession, allowing them to simmer gently over a low flame. "Do you possess such culinary skills?" Ji Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Watching Lin Che busily maneuvering at the iron pot, utterly captivated by the scene before her, Lin Che remained silent, equally astonished as he gazed at Ji Xia. The expression in his eyes was akin to that of observing someone with a profound lack of understanding. "How could you not know this?" Ji Xia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, feeling a surge of indignation rising within her. I shouldn't have asked that extra question. It dawned on her that Lin Che was inherently her nemesis. He could infuriate her without uttering a single word. Resolved, she decided to be of no assistance. Finding a random spot to sit and indulging in her beef jerky with fervor. Out of sight, out of mind, she thought, in order to avoid further humiliation. For the sake of the Silver Moon Wolf, or more accurately, the rare materials found on the Silver Moon Wolf, Lin Che was engrossed in his work, fervently hoping that Ji Xia would be satiated and ready to act swiftly. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Ding. The resources within the territory have reached the requirements to construct the Hunter Hall. Would you like to commence construction? Upon completion of the Hunter Hall, a new unit type, the Elven Huntress, will be unlocked. New unit type? Lin Che casually brushed against his body, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes as his consciousness descended into the realm of the beasts. Whether it be the diminutive sprites, the Elven Archers, or the Jungle Guardians, each significantly augmented Lin Che's combat prowess. With the unlocking of every new unit, Lin Che found himself presented with fresh strategies, enriching his arsenal of combat techniques. The system of beast warfare had already bestowed upon him numerous delightful surprises, and Lin Che was confident that this occasion would prove no different. As his mind ventured into the realm of beasts, a prompt message instantly emerged before him. Would you like to construct a hunter's hall? Lin Che, without the slightest hesitation, clicked the confirmation option. Upon the issuance of the command, the little sprites immediately ceased their collection of materials and devoted themselves entirely to the construction of the hunter's hall. The 14 little sprites sprang into action, their levels having already reached 15, enabling them to construct the building with remarkable speed. As Lin Che finished preparing the beef stew with potatoes, a brand new dark purple European-style edifice, the Hunter's Hall, was completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Hunter's Hall has been constructed. Hunter's Hall Level 1. Upgrading the Hunter's Hall level enables the warriors of the Elven territory to harness a more advanced lunar power, thereby enhancing their attack damage. Furthermore, as the Hunter's Hall reaches the corresponding level, Elven warriors will receive the protection of lunar power, augmenting their defense and bestowing them with special abilities. As the system notification appeared, Lin Che scooped a spoonful of beef, savoring the flavor, while also perusing the introduction to the Hunter's Hall. Lunar power? It remains unclear to what extent it can enhance the combat prowess of the Elven warriors. Lin Che appeared pensive. However, he did not haste to elevate the level of the Hunter's Hall. After upgrading all the buildings and warriors within his territory to level 15, the remaining resources were rather scant. Moreover, due to the earlier demise of 2 elven archers at the hands of the bearded man, the population of his domain had yet to be replenished. Lin Che decided to first utilize the Hunter's Hall to produce 2 elven huntresses to fill the void in his population. Lin Che directed the little sprites to deposit materials into the Hunter's Hall, which soon began to operate at a rapid pace. Before long, 2 elven huntresses, mounted on black panthers and wielding crescent blades, appeared at the entrance of the hall. Perched on their shoulders were 2 adorably clumsy owls. Huntress race, Night Elf rarity, rare material cost for production, 30 training location, War Ancient Tree summoning cost, mental power level, LV 1 health growth potential, E attack growth potential, C defense growth potential, E agility growth potential, B skills stealth, can enter stealth mode if no attack is initiated at night and no damage is received. Sentry, level 10 skill deploys an owl at a designated location to provide vision in a certain radius, capable of detecting invisible units. Crescent Blade, level 15 skill. The huntress throws a spinning crescent blade, simultaneously attacking 2 nearby enemies. When activating the crescent blade effect, she may strike an additional enemy. Overall, the huntress's attributes are quite similar to those of the elven archers, categorizing her as a fragile yet swift-ranged physical attacker. Although her attack range is inferior to that of the elven archers, her agility, aided by the presence of the Black Panther, surpasses that of both the elven archers and the jungle guardians. Surprisingly, the training of the huntress can also be conducted in the War Ancient Tree. allowing Lin Che to momentarily pause the elevation of the Hunter's Hall level. Even more delightful for Lin Che is the skill Sentry, which unlocks upon reaching level 10. This skill not only provides a certain range of vision, but also enables the detection of invisible units, making it a formidable counter against assassins. If Lin Che had the elven huntress by his side while dealing with the bearded man, the effort required would be significantly lessened. Indeed, by adeptly utilizing the owl scouting position, the attacks of any assassin would become utterly transparent before him. Without a doubt, the unlocking of the huntress filled Lin Che with immense joy. After a brief familiarization with her capabilities, he promptly sent her into the War Ancient Tree for training to level up. Meanwhile, Ji Xia, holding 2 branches plucked from an unknown tree, split them in 2 and fished for beef in the iron pot. She blew forcefully, stuffing piece after piece of beef into her mouth, resembling a foraging squirrel. Noticing Lin Che standing nearby with a silly grin, she disdainfully shot him a glance after finishing a piece of beef, thinking to herself, "What a fool." Fearing that Lin Che might compete with her for the meal, Ji Xia hastened her pace of consumption. By the time Lin Che regained his senses, a large pot of beef stew with potatoes had been entirely devoured by Ji Xia, leaving not a trace of broth for Lin Che. She reclined on a patch of grass, contentedly patting her belly, radiating sheer satisfaction. One might wonder if she were the reincarnation of a famished spirit. Lin Che stared in astonishment. He had never expected that the seemingly delicate Ji Xia, weighing barely 100 pounds, could consume so much. Ji Xia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Given her ravenous state, it was quite normal for her to indulge a little more, especially since the food was utterly delightful. In an effort to maintain her demure image, she had resolved to stubbornly deny that she had eaten so much on her own. However, before she could utter a word, she noticed Lin Che's gaze fixated intently on her ample curves, expressing a mix of surprise and intrigue. Eating so much without gaining weight, no wonder she was so well endowed. As the realization dawned on her, Ji Xia glanced down, her bosom rising and falling dramatically, completely obstructing her line of sight. Her face instantly turned crimson. Embarrassed and furious, she quickly straightened her posture and shot Lin Che a fierce glare. "You speak nonsense." Before she could finish her retort, a sudden pop echoed as a pearl button near her abdomen on her fitted dress flew off. "See? Even your clothing protests against it." Lin Che's voice resonated softly, causing Ji Xia to blush profusely, her hands instinctively covering her face. "Oh dear mother, I can hardly bear to face anyone." After satisfying her hunger, Ji Xia indulged in a restful slumber, only to awaken as twilight approached. By the stream, she casually wiped her face, and crystalline droplets cascaded down her delicate, smooth cheeks. A sight both enchanting and captivating. The purest waters reveal the beauty of the lotus, untouched by embellishment. Even Lin Che could not help but feel a sense of awe. From the depths of his heart, he remarked that while Ji Xia might be somewhat clumsy, her beauty was undeniable. Even Lu Qianling paled in comparison. As darkness enveloped the sky, Ji Xia turned her head and inquired, "Do we still need to go?" Lin Che glanced at the sky, hesitating for a moment before resolutely nodding his head. As Ji Xia succumbed to slumber, the howls of the silver moon wolf grew fainter, yet increasingly agitated. In the interim, distant sounds of combat and scolding echoed from the depths of the forested mountains, instilling a sense of unease within Lin Che. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a wilderness boss. Should others reach it first, it would be a significant loss. "All right. But let me make it clear. I'm only at level 13, so you must ensure my safety. Rest assured, you still owe me some rare materials. So I won't let you perish so easily. The lady, shall live a long and prosperous life. I will not meet my end so soon." As night descended, the silhouettes of the two gradually faded into the darkness. In the depths of the Ziyun mountain range, where the peaks rose steeply and human presence was scarce, venomous insects and wild beasts thrived. Typically, as night fell, predators would emerge, and the entire mountain range would succumb to a suffocating silence fraught with peril. However, this night was markedly different. The roars of beasts reverberated through the mountains, and creatures took to the skies in unison. Shadows flit through the forest, as numerous adventurers navigate the darkness of the night. They move with urgency, showing no intent to conceal their presence. Each encounter with the mountain's monstrous inhabitants ignites fierce battles. The sounds of combat, shouts of fury, and roars of beasts resonate throughout the entire mountain range, echoing like a pot of boiling water, creating a lively and tumultuous atmosphere. Goodness! The sheer number of adventuring parties gathered here speaks volumes of the allure of this wild boss. Concealed behind a towering pine, Jixia gasps in astonishment. If so many have come in pursuit of the Silver Moon Wolf, then the situation indeed appears dire. Lin Che furrowed his brow, observing the swift figures darting through the jungle, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. In such a brief span of time, he had already witnessed no fewer than 10 adventuring parties delving deeper into the forest. If these individuals were all targeting the Silver Moon Wolf, then seizing the rare materials from it amidst such a multitude of adventurers would prove to be an exceedingly arduous task. However, he reassured himself that these people were like headless flies, flitting about the woods, naively believing that mere shouts could unveil the precise location of the Silver Moon Wolf, a notion utterly fanciful. In stark contrast, Jixia maintained an expression of serene composure. To her, this scene appeared akin to children playing house, her calmness remarkably unfazed. "Do you possess a solution?" Lin Che instinctively inquired. Jixia, feigning profundity, chuckled softly and patted Lin Che on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Since you desire it, I shall certainly fulfill your wishes." Listening to Jixia's affected tone, Lin Che's face twitched, wishing he could deliver a playful smack to her. Moreover, why did her words sound so peculiar? "Please, let us communicate properly," Lin Che said with a frown. Jixia beamed brightly, offering no further explanation. She surveyed the surroundings, confidently identifying a direction before striding forward. "Just watch, follow me, and that wild boss won't escape." Observing Jixia's unwavering confidence, Lin Che felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Nevertheless, he took a step forward and followed her. At that moment, the creatures within the mountains were unusually agitated. Lin Che dared not let his guard down. To avoid being targeted by a multitude of monsters, he immediately employed the skill of concealment, seamlessly blending into the night. The elven archer and the female huntress similarly activated their stealth abilities. Only the jungle guardian, leveraging its physical advantages, ventured ahead to scout the path, drawing little attention from the creatures lurking nearby. To Lin Che's surprise, he had initially worried that Jixia might reveal her presence. However, she had swiftly retrieved a translucent, gossamer cloak from her spatial ring and draped it over herself. This peculiar cloak completely masked her aura once worn. Jixia confidently strode past the monsters, astonishingly evading detection and remaining unscathed by their attacks. This girl's identity is certainly extraordinary. Lin Che squinted, his curiosity about Jixia's origins deepening. Both the scrolls and the equipment were exceedingly precious and rare commodities for an ordinary job changer. Acquiring even a single item was a remarkable means of survival. Yet, these items seemed to abound on Jixia, as if she were a living repository of gear, making it difficult for Lin Che to refrain from questioning her true identity. As he followed Jixia deeper into the mountains, the sounds of battle and the roars of monsters gradually faded into the distance, becoming fainter and less distinct. Despite Jixia's unwavering progress into the heart of the mountain range, she opted for a path that diverged entirely from that of other adventuring teams, distinctly eastward. The surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, and Lin Che couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Had they perhaps taken a wrong turn? Lin Che, filled with, directly inquired, "Are you certain that if we continue down this path, we will indeed find the Silver Moon Wolf?" Jixia turned back, observing the skeptical expression on Lin Che's face, and with a light chuckle, confidently assured, "We will undoubtedly find it." The gentle ripples shimmered, the waves softly undulating, producing a sound reminiscent of a waterbed swaying, delicate and tender. Lin Che's eyes widened in astonishment. He genuinely feared that Jixia might inadvertently break it. After all, it was indeed his own possession, and he felt no remorse in using it. Noticing the peculiarity in Lin Che's gaze, Jixia's face flushed once more, and in a fit of anger, she stamped her foot, exclaiming in indignation, "Rogue." Cough, cough. Lin Che cleared his throat twice and gazed upwards, concealing his embarrassment, and nonchalantly remarked, "Are you reliable? How dare you question me?" Upon hearing this, Jixia immediately became displeased, casting aside her feelings of indignation and boldly retorted, "Do you think the Silver Moon Wolf is akin to an ordinary magical creature, lacking intelligence and easily found?" "Oh, what do you mean?" Jixia took a breath and continued, "Magical creatures above level 20 possess considerable intelligence, especially a wild boss. The Silver Moon Wolf is inherently cunning, its intellect comparable to that of an ordinary being. Even among wild bosses, it is notoriously difficult to deal with, often hiding deep within the mountains, rarely spotted. Its recent appearance is exceedingly illogical. In my view, it must be at a critical stage of evolution. Evolution? Lin Che's expression darkened at this revelation. Indeed, Jixia affirmed, when certain special conditions are met, magical creatures can evolve. Along with leveling up, they can also undergo a transformation in their life form, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's countenance fell further. Boss-level magical creatures are already formidable, and if the level 20 Silver Moon Wolf were to evolve, he held no certainty of being able to confront it with his current combat strength. Jixia noticed Lin Che's concern and, not wishing to keep him in suspense, reassured him, however, you need not worry. Based on the timing of its appearance, we still have a chance. Then why not follow the sound of its howl? Lin Che inquired. You truly are dense. Jixia rolled her eyes and explained, the Silver Moon Wolf, during its evolution, not only requires the fulfillment of special conditions but also enters a brief period of weakness. That howl, aside from the initial one, is merely the Silver Wolf Pack deliberately creating noise to attract the attention of humans and other magical creatures, thereby granting the Silver Moon Wolf time to evolve. With that, Jixia lifted her gaze towards the distant mountains, her eyes sharp with determination. To complete its evolution, the Silver Moon Wolf must absorb the energy from the Crescent Valley's Crescent Stone mine. It must be there. Now is our optimal moment to strike. Goodness. You know all of this. Lin Che was truly taken aback. He never anticipated that Jixia, this clumsy oaf, possessed such profound knowledge about the Silver Moon Wolf. So, he is aware of my prowess now, is he? Jixia proudly lifted his chin, radiating a sense of triumph. Lin Che gazed at Jixia, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. You wouldn't happen to be here specifically for the Silver Moon Wolf, would you? Jixia momentarily felt her composure slip. She had not anticipated that Lin Che would be so astute, effortlessly unearthing her secret intentions. To prepare for the Silver Moon Wolf, she had diligently immersed herself in knowledge about it for quite some time prior to her arrival in Yunjiang City. Having finally mustered the courage to assert herself in front of Lin Che, she was reluctant to let her facade crumble. Oh dear, let us hurry. We must seize the moment. Others are surely unaware of this. We will undoubtedly be the first to discover it. Without further ado, Jixia urged Lin Che along, heading directly toward Crescent Valley. Crescent Valley, a rare and intriguing natural formation nestled within the undulating mountain range, was named for its crescent-shaped depression. It was abundant in crescent stones. However, these stones were quite common and unremarkable. Thus, aside from its unique topography, Crescent Valley did not garner much attention. Lin Che and Jixia soon arrived at the outskirts of Crescent Valley. Upon reaching this location, both of them instinctively adopted a cautious demeanor. Although Jixia held considerable confidence in her assessment that the Silver Moon Wolf was still in the midst of its evolution, the potential peril of misjudgment loomed large. Should they inadvertently encounter the creature at the moment it completed its metamorphosis, dire consequences would surely ensue. Fortunately, fortune favored them. As they ascended to the valley's crest, they beheld a colossal wolf, its fur as white as snow and measuring a formidable 3 meters in length, lying serenely in the heart of the valley. Adorning its brow was a crescent moon emblem, and around it lay an abundance of silver moon stones, their pale luminescence emanating and flowing into the body of the Silver Moon Wolf. Indeed, as Jixia had surmised, the Silver Moon Wolf was in a state of evolution, appearing exceedingly vulnerable as it lay motionless upon the ground. A level 20 wilderness boss, it possessed a wealth of rare materials. This encounter promised to be a windfall. In Lin Che's eyes, a glimmer of light sparkled. However, at that moment, his expression tightened as he caught sight of dozens of figures converging from various directions to encircle the Silver Moon Sky Wolf. Did you not claim that this information was known only to us? Jixia fidgeted nervously, utterly unprepared for such a swift turn of events. She raised her head, lacking conviction and emboldened by her frustration, stammering, I was deceived by unscrupulous merchants, wasn't I? They said it was classified information, and I foolishly spent 30,000. Lin Che returned home, speechless. A single message, 30,000 yuan. This foolish fellow truly had more money than sense. However, since someone had already taken the lead, he hesitated to act recklessly and opted to observe the situation from the shadows. A group of dozens swiftly approached the Silver Moon Wolf, yet none rushed into action. They kept their distance, closely monitoring each other's movements. It appeared they were not united but belonged to different adventuring teams. Nevertheless, this stalemate did not endure for long. Soon, someone could no longer contain themselves and took the initiative to break the deadlock. Damn it, if you are afraid, I am not. Kill this beast, and everything will belong to me. A burly man wielding a weapon charged towards the Silver Moon Wolf, leading his companions. Shenle, the Silver Moon Wolf belongs to our hammer team. You shall not succeed. Damn it. Charge. Do not let them get ahead. There were plenty of treasures on the Silver Moon Wolf. Brothers, we absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. Observing this, the other adventuring teams immediately joined the fray. In an instant, the Crescent Valley was filled with the sounds of battle cries. Yet, amidst it all, the Silver Moon Wolf lay undisturbed among the pile of moonstone. Seemingly oblivious to the chaos around it, it appeared to be utterly weakened, lacking even a shred of strength to resist. We must go as well. We cannot allow them to kill the Silver Moon Wolf so easily. Ji Xia, in a state of urgency, raised her staff high, chanting an arcane incantation. As she did so, strange waves of energy rippled from the tip of her staff, accompanied by vibrations of space, exuding formidable power. A hidden profession? Judging by the strength of that energy, it was clear that Ji Xia was actually a hidden class within the mage profession. This revelation left Lin Che astonished. Despite his surprise, Lin Che did not hesitate. He quickly moved forward to intercept Ji Xia. Wait a moment. Lin Che grasped Ji Xia's wrist, turning to face the Silver Moon Wolf with a low voice. Dealing with that behemoth is unlikely to be as straightforward as it seems. What? Ji Xia, taken aback, suddenly seemed to recall something. She exclaimed in shock. Are you suggesting that its weakness is feigned? That is a possibility. Lin Che gazed intently at the Silver Moon Wolf, his eyes deep with contemplation. His suspicion was not unfounded. If the Silver Moon Wolf truly possessed the cunning that Ji Xia described, it would undoubtedly be acutely aware of the inherent dangers at such a critical moment. Most crucially, wolves are social creatures, in times of peril. The Silver Moon Wolf should not recklessly appear alone in Crescent Valley, even if it intended to divert the enemy's attention. Anomalies often herald the presence of something sinister. Lin Che could hardly believe that the Silver Moon Wolf could overlook such a simple matter. As expected, when those individuals ventured into the valley, less than 30 meters from the Silver Moon Wolf, it quietly opened its eyes. Within those eyes danced a glimmer of cunning and mockery. A howl erupted from the Silver Moon Wolf, reverberating throughout the wilderness. In the distant woods, pairs of silver-gray eyes flickered open, piercing through the night like sharp blades. Exuding boundless ferocity and murderous intent, the howls of the Silver Moon Wolf pack harmonized with the roar of the Silver Moon Wolf, creating a chilling symphony. Before the group of dozens could react, over 100 Silver Moon Wolves charged down from the mountains with an overwhelming force. In that instant, the Silver Moon Wolf erupted into action, transforming into a streak of silver lightning. With a single paw swipe, it reduced one individual to a bloody pulp, splattering crimson in all directions. Damn, we've been deceived. This beast hasn't even begun to evolve. The expressions of the individuals in the valley shifted dramatically as they faced the onslaught of the Silver Moon Wolf pack, finally realizing they had been outsmarted by the Silver Moon Wolf. What should we do? We must join forces. No one can take on so many Silver Moon Wolves alone. The various teams, all seasoned in experience, reached a consensus in an instant. Seizing the moment before the Silver Moon Wolf pack closed in, they quickly gathered and prepared to strike at the Silver Moon Wolf. However, the Silver Moon Wolf did not grant them the opportunity to surround it. After claiming its first victim, it retreated, merging seamlessly with the pack. What a cunning creature it was. Lin Che stood atop the valley, observing the unfolding chaos below, and an adage surfaced in his mind. The wolf feigns slumber to lure its prey. The Silver Moon Wolf was far more cunning than he had ever anticipated. A fierce battle erupted in the valley, where the group of several dozen found themselves besieged, relentlessly attacked by the Silver Moon Wolf, a formidable wilderness boss. They held out for but a brief moment before being driven back in disarray. Despite their utmost efforts, they were no match for the pack of Silver Moon Wolves. In a short time, the entire group succumbed, becoming mere sustenance for the ravenous wolves. The gruesome scene left Ji Xia pale with terror, prompting her to hastily cover her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Lin Che's expression grew increasingly grave. Thus far, among all the monstrous beings he had encountered, only the Silver Moon Wolf was the most brutal, vicious, and cunning. Fortunately, the pack had retreated. All was well. After a while, noticing that Ji Xia was gripping his clothing tightly and trembling uncontrollably, Lin Che spoke gently to console her. It was only then that Ji Xia, shivering, released the hem of his garment and hesitantly opened her eyes. Perhaps we should return, she suggested, quickly stepping behind Lin Che, her resolve wavering. As a young girl, Driven by curiosity, she had stealthily ventured into the wilderness. Having already faced a terrifying pursuit and witnessed the ferocity and cruelty of the monsters, she had reached her psychological limit. Lin Che understood her predicament. After all, being a girl, it was only natural for her to have a somewhat fragile constitution. No need to rush. They would assess the situation before deciding their next move. Lin Che smiled and jested, "I've got your back. I'll stand in front. If death comes, it will claim me first. What are you afraid of? Please, who has to say who is older?" Ji Xia retorted defiantly, "You're older. You're older. But with your narrow-mindedness, I can hardly compare," she teased back, playfully calling him a scoundrel. After Lin Che's playful banter, Ji Xia noticeably relaxed. Gradually calming down, Lin Che once again directed his gaze towards the Silver Moon Wolf. At that moment, the pack of Silver Moon Wolves retreated, concealing themselves within the forest, while the Silver Moon Wolf descended once more, closing its eyes in anticipation of the next victim's appearance. With hundreds of wolves alongside the formidable Silver Moon Wolf, even if I were capable of confronting them, I would undoubtedly incur a significant cost. Should fortune turn against me and my entire force be annihilated? The peril in this realm, teeming with malevolent creatures, would be considerable. Lin Che contemplated the odds of a direct confrontation, refraining from hasty action and continuing to observe from the shadows. This silent vigil persisted for a full 5 or 6 hours, during which 2 more groups arrived in the valley. Those who fled did so in vain, and those who perished gained nothing from the Silver Moon Wolf. As time gradually approached dawn, the night remained shrouded in darkness, yet a faint glimmer began to appear on the horizon. At last, the Silver Moon Wolf stirred. With a howl, it surveyed its surroundings, growling as it assembled the Silver Moon Pack to guard the valley's perimeter. Then, it took a step forward, entering a remarkably concealed cave on the right side of the valley. Before long, the cave was illuminated by sporadic glimmers of moonlight, resembling fireflies in the night. The light was faint, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. The evolution was finally about to commence. Lin Che gazed quietly at the movements of the Silver Moon Wolf. Having finally awaited the opportune moment to strike, he beckoned the 2 female hunters to approach. Prior to their departure, Lin Che had meticulously exhausted all resources within his territory, investing them into the training of the female hunters, who had now ascended to level 10 and unlocked their second skill, Sentinel. He surveyed his surroundings, selecting 2 locations with a broader field of vision, instructing the female hunters to release their owls, while observing for any approaching threats. They could also better monitor the movements of the Silver Moon Wolf pack. Having completed these preparations, Lin Che felt a sense of reassurance, allowing him to focus entirely on confronting the Silver Moon Wolf. As for Ji Xia, she lay languidly behind Lin Che in a half-collapsed tent, drooling in her slumber. Utterly lost in the depths of a blissful dream, Lin Che positioned 2 female hunters at the tent's edge with no intention of rousing her. Subsequently, he assembled the elven archers alongside the jungle guardians, stealthily advancing towards the valley where the Silver Moon Wolf pack, evolved from the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf, resided. The hunt commenced. In the depths of the night, a deadly aura lingered. Utilizing his concealed skills, Lin Che stealthily advanced towards the territory guarded by the Silver Moon Wolf pack. The forest guardian struck first, swiftly dispatching a lone Silver Moon Wolf stationed at the mountainside for sentry duty. Whoosh! The moonlight arrows followed in rapid succession, piercing through the forest. To avoid alarming the Silver Moon Wolves, Lin Che activated his lordly enhancement, striving for a decisive and lethal blow. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, the Silver Moon Wolves, whose levels hovered around 20, stood no chance of resistance. They barely had time to emit a cry before a squad of wolves was annihilated, falling into a pool of blood. Proceeding onward, he continued to eliminate the surrounding wolves. Lin Che traversed the carcass of a Silver Moon Wolf, advancing steadily. He resembled a specter gliding through the shadows, silent and unseen. Whenever he discerned the movements of the wolf pack, he commanded the elven archers and the jungle hunters thunder to strike with precision. His objective was to resolve the situation with utmost swiftness while meticulously minimizing any noise. It must be noted that the timing of the Silver Moon Wolf's evolution was impeccable, the break of dawn, when both humans and monstrous beings were at their most weary and fatigued. Typically, at this juncture, no one would dare to disturb it. However, it overlooked one crucial aspect. During such hours, the Silver Moon Wolf pack also succumbed to fatigue. Coupled with the recent skirmishes, many of the Silver Moon Wolves were drowsy and listless. This afforded Lin Che an exceptional opportunity for attack. The elven archers unleashed arrow after arrow, and with each flight of their projectiles, another silver moon wolf fell to the ground. Lin Che swept through the valley, vanquishing a substantial number of silver moon wolves. The pungent scent of blood wafting through the forest finally attracted the attention of the main pack. However, before they could mount any defense, Lin Che appeared before them, accompanied by the guardians of the jungle and 15 elven archers. Vines surged forth, while a deluge of arrows rained down like a tempest. The silver moon wolves had no time to organize an effective defense and were swiftly eliminated by the elven archers with remarkable precision. Once the pack surrounding the valley was completely eradicated, Lin Che felt a sense of relief. His gaze, intense and unwavering, fixated on the cave where the silver moon Finra lay hidden. With a grand gesture, he commanded the assault. The guardians of the jungle and the elven archers charged down the valley simultaneously, a flurry of arrows soaring through the air, entwined with creeping vines. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the valley as boulders tumbled down, clouds of dust billowing into the atmosphere. The cave began to collapse, thick smoke rising from within. In that moment of confusion, the massive silhouette of the silver moon Finra rose slowly, breaking through the smoke and leaping forth. With a thunderous roar, the Finra glared at the approaching guardians and archers, baring its razor-sharp fangs, its fierce eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Cloaked in moonlight, the crescent mark on its forehead shimmered, emanating an ethereal glow that enhanced its mystique. It had reached a critical stage of evolution, yet, despite meticulous planning and the elimination of countless humans and monsters with designs on it, unforeseen challengers still dared to approach at this pivotal moment. A howl erupted from the silver moon Finra as it stood in a state of extreme weakness, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. It intended to let the surrounding silver moon wolves shred the intruders to pieces. However, after several anguished howls, not a single silver moon wolf appeared in the surrounding wilderness. Not even the faintest echo responded to its call. A flicker of panic crossed the Finra's eyes, momentarily humanizing its expression. Then, Lin Che emerged behind the ranks of elven archers. Cease your howling. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, not a single wolf will heed you. Lin Che casually cleared his ears, exuding an air of confidence as if victory was assured. Devoid of the silver moon wolf pack's assistance, the silver moon skywolf found itself in a state of extreme weakness. Even a level 20 boss would struggle to create any significant impact in its presence. Now, surrendering and becoming a mere source of nourishment within my realm of beasts is your only option. As soon as the words left his lips, the forest guardian surged forward with great speed. With each step, the tendrils beneath its hooves seemed to flourish, as if traversing a grand path of vines. Its aura swelling with intensity. Roar! The silver moon skywolf, dragging its weary body, summoned all its strength to strike with a claw. Crack! The vine snapped, failing to ensnare it. Yet, despite its desperate resistance, the forest guardian forcefully hurled it away. After tumbling several times upon the ground, it finally managed to regain its footing. Lin Che's brows twitched slightly. The silver moon wolf truly lived up to its reputation as a wilderness boss, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. It is worth noting that the jungle guardian is an epic-tier hero unit, bolstered by a tenfold increase in power, allowing it to rival most wilderness bosses in terms of strength. Remarkably, even in a weakened state, the silver moon wolf managed to withstand an attack from the jungle guardian, which was nothing short of astonishing. After enduring a strike from the jungle guardian, the silver moon wolf's eyes gleamed with ferocity, as if its innate savagery had been wholly awakened. Cold and merciless, it fixed its gaze upon Lin Che, emitting a series of furious growls, while its forebody pressed against the ground, adopting a menacing stance. The fierce aura emanating from it left Lin Che momentarily taken aback. Did it still harbor thoughts of resistance? Lin Che's gaze turned slightly cold. The elven archers exchanged knowing glances, raising their bows and aiming at the silver moon wolf. The jungle guardians also surged forward to attack the silver moon wolf at the first opportunity. With a roar, the silver moon wolf opened its gaping maw, poised to strike. Just when Lin Che believed the silver moon wolf was prepared to fight to the death, it unexpectedly turned and fled, escaping with remarkable swiftness, not bothering to look back. How infuriating! It nearly had me deceived. Lin Che had encountered the cunning of the silver moon wolf before, and he had long been on guard, ensuring that this seemingly easy opportunity would not slip away. The elven archers sprang into action, unleashing a volley of arrows that soared through the air. With no alternative, the silver moon wolf was compelled to evade the onslaught of the moonlight arrows. However, this evasive maneuver significantly diminished its speed, allowing the forest guardian to close in rapidly. Caught off guard, The wolf found its hind leg ensnared by creeping roots, and it stumbled forward, crashing to the ground. The elven archers swiftly pursued, raining down arrows upon the fallen creature. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed as numerous wounds appeared on the silver moon wolf, causing torrents of blood to spray forth, staining the ground a deep crimson. Stricken by such grievous injuries, even the formidable silver moon wolf lay weakened, gasping for breath and devoid of any capacity to resist. Well done. Lin Che strode forward, gazing at the ailing silver moon wolf, and could not help but chuckle. The silver moon wolf was adorned with numerous treasures. Not only did it possess rare materials such as wolf fangs and claws, but its very flesh and bones were also invaluable resources capable of fetching a handsome price. The long night spent in wait had finally borne fruit. Now, once he dealt with the silver moon wolf, he could return home for a well-deserved slumber. He had initially come merely to eliminate a foe, yet serendipitously stumbled upon a wild boss. This journey had proven worthwhile indeed. Who could argue otherwise? When fortune smiles upon a man, even the heavens conspire to aid him. However, before Lin Che could attend to the silver moon wolf, eerie laughter echoed through the forest. Soon after, the sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air followed, laden with a palpable sense of menace. Lin Che felt an icy chill envelop him, prompting him to swiftly retreat several dozen meters. Shortly thereafter, a sharp dagger hurtled towards him, embedding itself firmly in the spot where he had just stood, quivering slightly and exuding an aura of frost. What a clever boy, evading so swiftly, a mocking laughter echoed, as three transformed individuals suddenly came into view before Lin Che. At the forefront stood a brawny man, muscles rippling beneath his skin, who bore a pair of iron hammers on his shoulders, exuding an undeniable sense of strength. A prominent scar ran across his face, slashing diagonally from the corner of his eye over the bridge of his nose, rendering his appearance quite menacing. The other two companions appeared somewhat slender. One cradled a formation plate in his hands, shrouded entirely in a black robe, obscuring his face from sight. The other, with a roguish grin, twirled a short dagger on his fingertips, spinning it incessantly. It was this individual who had launched the surprise attack on Lin Che. The trio exuded an air of formidable prowess. Lin Che had early on stationed sentinels to observe the circumstances within and beyond the valley. The fact that these three individuals could silently materialize before him suggested they were likely of at least level 20. Only those of such caliber could evade the detection of a level 10 sentinel. Even before they made a move, Lin Che already felt a subtle pressure. The burly man, accompanied by his two companions, halted before the silver moon wolf, disregarding the elf archer and jungle guardian who closely trailed behind. The burly man scrutinized Lin Che with a hint of amusement, nodding slightly. Quite impressive, his level had risen to 15. And he had managed to summon such a multitude of creatures at an early stage, truly worthy of a hidden class within the summoning profession. However, since someone had paid, it was inevitable that he must perish. The burly man's tone was utterly calm, yet it was laced with a chilling intent to kill. Lin Che could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from the three individuals. It was evident that their intentions were directed towards him. However, ever since he ascended to the pinnacle of the Yanlong rankings, he had become the focal point of relentless attempts at persuasion from various factions. In the entirety of Yunjiang City, there were only one or two who would go to any lengths to see him dead. Lin Che's complexion darkened as he coldly inquired, "Is it Lu Qianling or Lu Zhanta who sent you?" This fellow was not entirely foolish. The three exchanged glances and shared a smirk. The one wielding the dagger stepped forward, retrieving the blade embedded in the crescent stone mine, and mockingly remarked, "Young man, the more cunning one tends to meet their demise sooner. Although your time is limited as well, in our line of work, adhering to rules is paramount. We maintain complete confidentiality regarding our employer's identity. If you truly wish to uncover who seeks your life, you might as well inquire with the King of Hell after your demise." Indeed, do not disrupt our protocols, the burly man added. Despite engaging in the business of killing, they upheld their professional ethics. In this trade, reputation is of utmost importance. Otherwise, how could they sustain their livelihood? Enough of this banter with the lad. Let us resolve this swiftly, so I may return to the city. This wilderness is hardly fit for habitation. At this moment, the figure in the black robe finally spoke, his tone laced with impatience and a hint of ire. For him, every additional second spent in the harsh outdoor conditions was a significant torment. "Very well, esteemed array master, your noble status indeed deserves a life of luxury." The dagger-wielding man jested. Alas, for those of us from impoverished backgrounds, We must toil with the dirtiest of tasks. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Che. Dealing with this young upstart is a task I can handle alone. You need not intervene. Let me have my fun with him. Upon hearing this, the burly man and the array master exchanged resigned looks. However, both retreated, showing no intention of intervening. They deemed it unnecessary to confront Lin Che, a mere level 15 summoner, as a trio. As long as they succeeded in eliminating Lin Che, the specifics of who delivered the fatal blow were inconsequential. To slay the genius ranked first on the Flame Dragon list would be a remarkable feat. If this were to spread, my name, Sun Jie, would surely gain recognition. Sun Jie licked the blade of his dagger, his murderous intent palpable. Young man, do not accuse me of bullying. I shall grant you 3 moves to start. What say you? His eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a hunter fixated on an intriguing prey. Very well, but do not resort to tricks. Lin Che smiled calmly in response, seemingly oblivious to the playful expression on Sun Jie's face. Rest assured, I need not resort to trickery to deal with you. Sun Jie replied with a grin. Come on then, do your utmost. I am eager to see what kind of prowess the one who has outshone countless talents to ascend to the pinnacle of the Yanlong list possesses. As he spoke, Sun Jie indeed sheathed his 2 daggers at his waist. He then clasped his hands behind his back, genuinely intending to allow Lin Che to make the first move. If Lin Che hesitated any longer, he would surely be remiss in his duty. Lin Che let out a cold smile, swiftly retreating to create a safe distance between himself and Sun Jie. Soon after, the guardian of the jungle and the elven archer joined him, forming a cohesive formation. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Che commanded the elven archer to commence the assault. Moonlight arrows lined up in a row, shooting forth with great speed directly towards Sun Jie. Remarkably, Sun Jie appeared unfazed as he strolled leisurely through the rain of arrows, hands clasped behind his back. His movements were rapid and remarkably agile. As a rare class within the assassin profession, the Shadow Phantom Assassin, he had attained level 24, which undoubtedly contributed to his swift evasion. Effortlessly, he dodged the first wave of attacks. Is this truly your strength? Come now, unleash your full potential, or I might take offense. Sun Jie remarked with an expression of disdain, clearly unimpressed by Lin Che's performance. He even reminded Lin Che that he still had 2 opportunities to strike. In the face of Sun Jie's incessant taunts, Lin Che's expression remained unchanged. Patience, you will see, he replied. Lin Che's lips curled slightly. The elven archers launched their assault once more. This time, their arrows formed a seemingly mundane line, lacking any remarkable flair. Such an attack was hardly worthy of my attention. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Sun Jie, while evading the moonlight arrows, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment in Lin Che. With such feeble intensity, he began to seriously question the legitimacy of Lin Che's position as the top contender on the Flame Dragon rankings. However, at that moment, his vision blurred, and 3 exceptionally swift arrows surged toward him with astonishing speed. Indeed, they were faster by a margin. Not only that, but their power was also extraordinary. Even before they approached, he could sense the fierce gusts of wind rushing toward him. Sun Jie was startled, poised to evade, but before he could react, several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring him. In that instant, he could no longer afford to be careless and pushed his speed to the limit. With a burst of sheer force, he deftly evaded the attack of the Forest Guardian. Simultaneously, the 3 moonlight arrows had already rocketed toward him. Sun Jie had no time to dodge and could only twist his body desperately to avoid the oncoming projectiles. Whoosh! The moonlight flashed past as he narrowly evaded 2 arrows. However, the 3rd arrow proved to be unavoidable, despite his utmost efforts to evade it. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Sun Jie was sent hurtling backward, uncontrollably sliding across the ground for several dozen meters. When he finally managed to regain his footing, he discovered a deep wound at his waist, blood gushing forth, and numerous scrapes adorned his body, rendering him a pitiful sight. Under the tenfold increase in combat power, even a skilled transmuter like Sun Jie, whose abilities far surpassed Lin Che's, struggled to withstand the onslaught of the elven archers. Pain coursed through his entire being, igniting a furious rage within him. The playful mood he once had toward Lin Che dissipated completely. You wretched fool, I will end you. He drew his dagger, brimming with murderous intent, prepared to strike directly. Lin Che crossed his arms over his chest, a flicker of cold amusement glinting in his eyes as he mockingly remarked, "Oh, weren't we supposed to agree on 3 moves? Why the sudden rush? Did we not promise to play fair?" Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Sun Jie felt his anger nearly reach a boiling point. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, yet he managed to retain his composure. As an assassin, maintaining calmness is an essential lesson. Only by staying collected can one secure a fatal strike. Sun Jie understood this principle well, forcefully suppressing the flames of rage within him. He cast a cold glance at Lin Che before gradually vanishing from sight. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. Sun Jie's voice echoed, though his figure could not be seen. In the valley, a fierce wind began to stir. Laden with a murderous intent, Lin Che understood that Sun Jie had entered a state of stealth. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the elven archers to shoot in all directions. Ha ha ha, tremble in fear, wallow in despair, struggle as you might, you will never find me. Sun Jie's laughter reverberated through the valley, and as he watched Lin Che flounder in confusion, blindly directing the elven archers to attack, his pride swelled. To toy with the genius of Lin Che's caliber was a source of immense satisfaction for his vanity and self-esteem. As the elven archers' attacks grew increasingly chaotic, Sun Jie seized the opportunity, swiftly appearing above Lin Che. Prepare to meet your demise. When you reach hell, remember to tell King Yin that it was I, Sun Jie, who sent you. Sun Jie's expression twisted into one of savage delight, his eyes alight with ecstatic fervor. He envisioned the gruesome sight of Lin Che's dismembered form. Danger! Fool! You've been deceived. Take cover. At that moment, two urgent cries reached Sun Jie's ears. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him, raising the hair on his neck. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. Whirling around, he discovered that the previously erratic elven archers had somehow completely locked onto him. How is this possible? Sun Jie's heart raced violently. Could it be that this fool has discerned all my movements? The thought sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down his body. Yet, Lin Che did not grant him a moment to ponder. 15 arrows of moonlight were unleashed simultaneously, aimed directly at Sun Jie. Though Sun Jie wished to evade, suspended in the air, he found himself devoid of leverage, helplessly watching as the deluge of arrows engulfed him. No. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Sun Jie's body was mercilessly riddled by the arrows, crashing to the ground with a thud. Devoid of any trace of life, this scene left both the burly man and the formation master in a state of astonishment. How on earth had he accomplished this? Gazing at the lifeless form of Sun Jie, the burly man exchanged a glance with the formation master, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. The assassin profession, once in a state of concealment, rendered even them incapable of accurately predicting Sun Jie's movements as Lin Che had done, striking with lethal precision. The two men ruminated deeply, yet were utterly confounded by Lin Che's astonishing feat. Why is there an owl perched on that tree? The formation master exclaimed, noticing a cat-eyed owl standing on a tall tree to the left of the valley, its eyes glinting with an acute brilliance. There's one on the right as well, the burly man stated solemnly. On a high tree to the right of the valley, another owl was also observing the scene below. Their expressions darkened instantly. They surmised that Lin Che's ability to allow the elven archer to first pinpoint Sun Jie's trajectory was likely linked to these two owls that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Their conjecture was indeed correct. At the onset of his initial assault on Sun Jie, Lin Che had summoned sentinels, positioning them strategically on either side of the valley. This was to prevent Sun Jie from entering a state of concealment and becoming the passive participant. In the open terrain of the valley, unlike before, there was no need to keep a vigilant watch over the entire area. Once the target was locked, even if Sun Jie concealed himself, the two sentinels could distinctly observe his movements. This was the formidable advantage of the sentinels. Under their surveillance, an assassin had no avenue for escape. Neither of you are exempt. Before you could even make 3 moves, I have already dispatched one of you. As doubts assailed them, Lin Che's voice resonated through the valley. Now, do you prefer to engage one-on-one, or shall you confront me together? Lin Che cast a disdainful glance at the two individuals, boldly proclaiming, I suggest you both confront me together. The outcome will inevitably be the same. Before me, you are nothing more than insignificant pests, and with a mere flick of my hand, I could reduce you to mere ashes. Lin Che exuded an air of formidable confidence, completely disregarding the two individuals before him. Observing this, their expressions gradually grew grave as they began to regard Lin Che with newfound seriousness. Young one, such provocative tactics hold no sway over us, the burly man intoned in a deep voice. Today, regardless of the means you employ, escape from death is impossible. With a sudden motion, he grasped his double hammers, the muscles in his arms bulging ominously, each hammer weighing no less than several dozen pounds. A single blow would undoubtedly be devastating. Let us strike together. Do not afford this boy even the slightest chance. The burly man called to the mage, charging toward Lin Che without hesitation. Undeterred by Lin Che's provocations, he was intent on launching an assault alongside the mage. This was not their first encounter with death. Their synergy was impeccable. Almost instantaneously as the burly man surged forward, the mage swiftly followed suit. A level 24 assassin was insufficient. It appeared there were also 2 level 28 warriors accompanying the mage, indeed a show of respect towards me. In Lin Che's eyes, there was a chilling coldness as both individuals unleashed their full strength, their true levels laid bare. Regardless of who sought to take his life, it was evident that they had no intention of allowing him any chance of survival. Lin Che was acutely aware that, given his current prowess, either of the 2 individuals before him could easily vanquish him, especially when united in their efforts. After all, there would no longer be an unsuspecting assassin to serve as his target. Retreat. In an instant, Lin Che made his decision, confronted by 2 level 28 class changers. His mere level 15 elven warrior stood no chance. The only opportunity for survival lay in evading their gaze and utilizing his stealth skills to escape the vicinity. As for the Silver Moon Wolf, clinging to life by a thread, Lin Che, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to resolutely abandon it. Lin Che made a swift decision, commanding the elven archers and the jungle guardians to unleash their abilities, thereby impeding the progress of the 2 pursuers while he hastily retreated from the valley. You little rascal, do not think you can escape. The burly man relentlessly pursued him. They had scoured the wilderness for several days, finally locating Lin Che's trail, and would not allow him to slip away so easily. Clang, clang, clang. The stout man swung his iron hammer, shattering arrow after arrow of moonlight, the resounding clash reverberating through the air, sparks flying from the hammer's impact. Even the entangling roots of the jungle guardians proved utterly ineffective against the brute. Just as they were unleashed, they were ruthlessly smashed to pieces by the man's ferocious strikes. Fortunately, bolstered by the Lord's amplification, the attacks from the elven archers and jungle guardians significantly slowed the man's advance, preventing him from closing in directly. He must not be allowed to catch up. Lin Che gritted his teeth and commanded 10 elven archers to cover his retreat, hoping to gain a moment's respite for his escape. Just then, the Formation Master's array plate began to spin rapidly, emanating waves of frigid air. As the array was completed, the rocks and trees ahead of Lin Che astonishingly crystallized into a layer of frost. The ice formation spread across a 10-meter radius, with ice spikes raining down like relentless swords, effectively obstructing Lin Che's escape route. The formidable power of the ice formation transformed the surrounding stones and trees into ice sculptures that shattered into dust. A chilling wave surged towards him, forcing Lin Che to halt, daring not to advance further. Cursed be this, there is no way through. Lin Che stood frozen, witnessing the formidable man topple 10 elven archers with ease, a chill coursing through his heart. Child, any struggle on your part is futile. Resign yourself to your fate. In your next life, be more discerning and refrain from offending those you ought not to. The burly man and the mage quickly closed in behind Lin Che. Their eyes were icy as they slowly advanced towards him. Resign himself? Lin Che forced a bitter smile, then lifted his gaze towards the 2 individuals, his eyes suddenly sharpening with intensity. My life is mine to command. It resides here. If you dare, come and take it. 5 elven archers drew their bows, poised and ready, while the jungle guardian gathered its strength. Even Lin Che conjured a bowstring of moonlight in his hands. He emulated the elven archer's skill, the moonlight arrow. Having prepared for the worst, ready to fight to the death. You wish to struggle against fate? The burly man, taken aback, scoffed. The truth is this. There are certain matters that, even if you exert every ounce of your strength and wager your very life, remain beyond your control and unchangeable. Such as destiny. Lin Che's gaze was resolute, his heart unwavering. The bowstring in his hand curved like a waning crescent moon as a shaft of moonlight rapidly coalesced. How could one ever discern the outcome without even attempting? What if? What if? The burly man scoffed, shrugging his shoulders in ambivalence. Ah, the vigor of youth. He sighed softly, a glint of malice in his eyes. Given your indomitable spirit, I shall grant you the mercy of a complete corpse. With that, he raised a pair of iron hammers, poised to strike. At that precise moment, a sharp, silvery gray blade shot forth from behind Lin Che. Its velocity was such that it seemed capable of tearing through the fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the burly man. A space mage? The man felt a flicker of surprise, but remained unfazed. He lifted his hammers and struck with all his might, instantly dispersing the dimensional blade. Another hidden class? How intriguing. The burly man regarded Ji Xia, who had suddenly emerged, staff in hand, standing protectively before Lin Che, genuinely astonished. In a second-tier city like Yunjiang, the appearance of a hidden class was already a rarity. To encounter two in succession was indeed remarkable. Lin Che was equally astonished, not expecting Ji Xia to appear at such a moment. You. Hee, are you touched? I ask you, are you touched? Behind Ji Xia followed two female hunters, who turned to Lin Che with a silly grin and resolutely declared, rest assured, I will never abandon you. Lin Che's forehead was adorned with dark lines. I am touched by absolutely nothing. Lin Che's face darkened with anger as he exclaimed, could you not employ your clever little mind to devise a way to help me escape from them, or perhaps launch a surprise attack on that mage? In Lin Che's eyes, Ji Xia's brazen appearance was tantamount to courting death. What infuriated him the most was that Ji Xia's target of attack was not the seemingly more vulnerable mage, which was utterly unacceptable to Lin Che. I am merely eager to rescue you, Ji Xia said, looking aggrieved. Never mind, never mind. Lin Che let out a helpless sigh, pulling Ji Xia back behind him. Now was not the time for bravado. Their target was me. I will hold them off while you make your escape as swiftly as possible. With an intensified tone, Lin Che emphasized, remember, do not look back. No matter what you hear, do not turn around. Run. The formation master scoffed dismissively, saying, you truly overestimate yourself if you think you can delay us. Indeed. Since you have come here, none of you shall leave. Having a beautiful young lady accompany you to your demise means you have not lived in vain. The burly man stepped forward, his formidable presence causing Ji Xia to pale in fear. He exchanged a glance with the formation master, and without hesitation, they prepared to strike. Wait. Just as they were about to make their move, Lin Che intervened, calling for a halt. What? Are you afraid, boy? A flicker of disdain flashed in the burly man's eyes. Just a moment ago, he had admired Lin Che's spirit, but now, facing death, he revealed himself to be a coward afraid of his own demise. Lin Che shook his head in silence and raised his hand to gesture towards the valley. The burly man and the array mage exchanged puzzled glances, mistakenly believing that Lin Che was merely stalling for time and paid him no heed. However, in the next moment, a dangerously ominous howl echoed through the valley. A whoa, roar. The two turned to witness a sudden anomaly in the heart of the valley. The silver moon wolf howled to the heavens, its head held high. It had evolved. The silver moon wolf stood atop a mound of crescent-shaped stone, bathed in the ethereal light of the moon's silvery glow. Its aura remained faint, with numerous wounds still bleeding profusely. Yet, the intensity of its presence was undeniably escalating. Level 20. Level 21. Level 22. Level 28. Level 29. Level 30. The silver moon wolf's level surged, finally halting at level 30. Its roar resonated throughout the valley, a formidable force sweeping across the surroundings, sending the nearby stones flying. Before the burly man and the array mage could react, the silver moon wolf's gaze shifted, its eyes a menacing crimson. A fierce and unrestrained aura of slaughter emanating from it. The dense moonlight enveloped the silver moon wolf, and its wounds began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. This beast had successfully evolved. The expressions of the two men changed dramatically. What should we do? The array mage inquired. The burly man glanced at Lin Che and Ji Xia, who were hastily retreating, then shifted his gaze back to the silver moon wolf, declaring, I will handle that beast. You take care of these two. The level 30 silver moon wolf held significant allure for him, promising substantial rewards, potentially rivaling the profits of eliminating Lin Che. While the silver moon wolf was gravely injured, he could still manage to confront it. However, should it fully recover, even he would stand no chance against it. After considerable deliberation, he could not resist the overwhelming temptation and charged towards the silver moon wolf. The array mage was equally swift, heading straight for Lin Che and Ji Xia. Did not even think about escaping. With a thunderous shout, the array master summoned the frost formation, which descended instantaneously. This time, Lin Che was vigilant. He swiftly grasped Ji Xiaoxiao's hand and evaded the impending danger. Nevertheless, 5 elven archers were caught off guard, instantly transforming into ice sculptures. Witnessing the archers shatter under the onslaught of frost, Lin Che could not help but gasp in horror. Fortunately, the array master required a moment to establish the formation, granting him a fleeting chance to react. Had he been ensnared by the frost formation, his fate would have been no different from that of the elven archers. The two fled in a frantic dash. The jungle guardians, elven archers, and huntresses all charged towards the array master. His defenses were not as formidable as those of a hulking warrior, rendering him vulnerable to Lin Che's assaults. The occasional icy arrows caught him off guard, igniting a simmering fury within him. Die! He bellowed, honing in on the elven archer behind Lin Che. A frost formation was unleashed, instantly encasing the remaining 10 elven archers in ice. The chilling sound of shattering echoed as the archers met their demise, leaving only the jungle guardians and 2 huntresses to narrowly escape. Even so, this left Lin Che's combat capabilities severely diminished, suffering considerable losses. With the troublesome archers out of the way, the array master's speed surged. What do we do? He asked, closing in. Jixia, gripped by anxiety, clutched Lin Che's hand tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat. Run. Lin Che responded succinctly and effectively to Jixia with a single word. He was contemplating whether to summon the little spirit for a self-detonation to buy some time. As he pondered, Lin Che gradually sensed something amiss. The attacks from behind had unexpectedly ceased. Lin Che cast a hurried glance and noticed that the formation master had halted his pursuit, instead retreating in the opposite direction. What could this possibly mean? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Following the frantic direction of the array master, he beheld a burly man, bloodied and pinned to the ground by the silver moon wolf's fierce claws, desperately calling for help. At that moment, a vivid crimson aura enveloped the silver moon wolf, intensifying its already formidable presence, elevating its combat prowess to an unprecedented level, rendering the burly man utterly powerless against it. Come help me. This beast has gone berserk. The man shouted hoarsely, as the silver moon wolf struck down with a tremendous force, shattering several of his bones, causing torrents of blood to uncontrollably spew from his mouth. With death looming near, the array master felt an urgent pang in his heart. Disregarding Lin Che and Jixia, he dashed toward the silver moon wolf with utmost speed. Beast, release my husband. The moment those words left her lips, it was as if thunder had struck the ground, leaving Lin Che utterly stunned. Lin Che stood frozen in place, his mind racing as if his CPU were on the verge of overheating. It became clear why the pursuers had neglected their chase. They were simply a pair of steadfast friends engrossed in a deadly duel. The array master, in a state of intense urgency, realized the distance was too great for his formation to reach the silver moon wolf. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly retrieved a scroll and hurled it towards the beast. Instantly, the scroll ignited in the wind, and several thick black chains began to swirl rapidly, ensnaring the wolf's limbs. A level 30 scroll, the mystic iron chains. Jixia recognized the array master's technique immediately. The value of a level 30 scroll far exceeded that of the 10 level 10 scrolls she had expended by a staggering tenfold. Its power was unequivocally on a different tier. Under the constraint of the chains, the silver moon wolf's assault was momentarily halted, granting the burly man a fleeting opportunity to breathe. First, he needed to eliminate this beast before turning his attention to that young lad. The burly man remained pinned beneath the silver moon wolf, fortunate that a heavy hammer shielded him from immediate death. The array master, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, seized the moment while the wolf was immobilized and rushed forward. The array disc in his hand spun rapidly. Yet, before the formation could take shape, the silver moon wolf trembled violently, shattering the chains that bound it. In the next instant, the crescent-shaped mark on its forehead glimmered, and a torrent of moonlight coalesced above its head into a crescent blade. Get down. The burly man's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to intervene, but the silver moon wolf held him in an unyielding grip, rendering him immobile. Whoosh! The crescent blade transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the array master's waist with relentless force, continuing onward to strike the mountainside, creating a deep crater. The array master maintained his forward momentum, but his body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. No! The burly man let out a piercing scream as he witnessed the array master's tragic demise. With a resounding thud, the silver moon wolf's paw descended, silencing the cries abruptly. 2 level 28 class changers had been slain right before their eyes. Subsequently, the silver moon wolf fixated its gaze on Lin Che, its eyes burning with hatred for the one who had interrupted its evolution and nearly brought about its death. Even in its frenzied state, devoid of reason, the silver moon wolf held on to this grudge, yearning to rend Lin Che to pieces. Just as the silver moon wolf prepared to unleash its fury, its body betrayed it, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, gasping for breath. The crimson sheen enveloping its form rapidly faded, and the once formidable wolf appeared diminished, its ferocity dissipating. What a stroke of fortune! It had recently undergone evolution, and forcing itself into a berserk state had severely overstrained its body. It had reached its limit. Ji Xia was overwhelmed with excitement, her voice rising in a jubilant exclamation. Is it truly happening? Lin Che was filled with a sense of skepticism. He was acutely aware of the cunning nature of the Silver Moon Sky Wolf. Even in a state of near demise, it could still quietly evolve while he was being pursued. Lin Che harbored concerns that the Silver Moon Wolf was merely feigning weakness, deliberately luring him closer. To exercise caution, he prudently retreated a little further, allowing the two female hunters to assess the situation first. The hunters swiftly dashed into the valley, circling the Silver Moon Wolf twice from a distance. The creature lay there, its eyes tightly shut, seemingly devoid of any strength. Lin Che promptly commanded the female hunters to launch their assault. The two female hunters hurled their crescent blades, the three curved edges glinting with a razor-sharp sheen as they spun rapidly, carving two 1-meter-long gashes across the back of the Silver Moon Wolf. Despite this, the Silver Moon Wolf remained unmoved. The female hunters persisted in their onslaught, striking over 100 times until they finally severed the creature's head. Yet the Silver Moon Wolf remained defiantly silent. At this moment, Lin Che finally believed the Silver Moon Wolf was indeed dead. What a coward! Ji Xia couldn't help but remark. I wonder who the real coward is, still gripping my hand tightly. Lin Che raised the hand that held Ji Xia's and raised an eyebrow. Ji Xia's face flushed instantly, and she hastily withdrew her hand from Lin Che's grasp, retorting, It was clearly you who pulled me. Heh, the grip felt quite nice. Lin Che, with a hint of intrigue in his voice, uttered a remark, and without waiting for Ji Xia to erupt in anger, he strode into the valley. As the sun began to rise, its warm rays enveloped him, and Lin Che felt an unexpected sense of joy, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, with the advent of sunlight, all of this came to a close. In the end, he survived and emerged as the ultimate victor. Lin Che skillfully collected the spatial rings from the three corpses and approached the Silver Moon Wolf, directing the female hunter to attend to it, ensuring that all valuable materials were stored within the system's space. After evolving to level 30, Lin Che extracted not only the wolf fangs and claws, but also a crystal core from the creature's head. In total, he had 3 rare materials, particularly the crystal core, which was brimming with energy and was likely to significantly enhance the level of the Tree of Life. With the work completed, Lin Che felt a deep satisfaction from the perilous hunt of the Silver Moon Wolf, despite the inherent dangers. He gathered all his findings, and Ji Xia remained silent. For with her wealth, she hardly found those trifling items appealing. However, her regret stemmed from her inability to participate due to having slept through the entire ordeal. Hey, I fulfilled my promise, so you must take me to level up. No backing out. Did I ever agree to that? I think not. You scoundrel, trying to weasel out. I shall bite you to death. Are you a dog, biting people? Go ahead, bite. Nibble, nibble. In front of the entrance E12 of Yunjiang City, Lin Che and Ji Xia stepped out in succession. A month of outdoor training had considerably darkened Lin Che's complexion. His face retained a hint of youthfulness, yet it was sculpted with resolute contours. Paired with his sun-kissed skin, he appeared exceptionally handsome. It's time for the college assessments to commence. I must hasten back to school. If fate allows, it is perhaps best that we do not meet again, for I cannot afford to sustain your voracious appetite. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Lin Che jested, Humph, if you cannot even afford to support someone as easy to please as me, it merely reflects your lack of capability, which is of no concern to me. After nearly a month of companionship, Ji Xia had fully adapted to the dynamic she shared with Lin Che, often exchanging playful banter. This had become a delightful diversion amid their otherwise monotonous training sessions. You, who feast on free meals and siphon off experience, dare to question my abilities. I wonder from whom you learned such audacity. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Lin Che chuckled lightly. Deep down, Lin Che did not mind having such a charming and spirited girl like Ji Xia by her side. Who wouldn't relish the company of such an enchanting beauty? I humbly accept your compliment, but it is truly thanks to your exceptional guidance. Dear teacher, Ji Xia replied, bowing gracefully, refusing to be outdone. After exchanging a few more light-hearted remarks, Ji Xia's demeanor shifted as she earnestly stated, in any case, I appreciate your care during this time. When the opportunity arises for you to visit Chuan Nan, I shall treat you to a lavish feast. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Lin Che smiled lightly and casually inquired, by the way, since you are a student from southern Sichuan, do you believe you can keep up with the university assessments? Upon hearing this, Ji Xia responded with a mysterious smile, seemingly unconcerned. You needn't worry about that. Rather, you should focus on yourself. If you fail the assessment. Her words trailed off unexpectedly. She gazed at Lin Che, her eyes reflecting a profound admiration. Such an extraordinary individual, and yet so diligent. If you were to fail the entrance examination of a prestigious institution, it would imply that no one in Hanxia could succeed. Before she met Lin Che, Ji Xia believed she was already quite exceptional, but after spending considerable time with him, she began to doubt her own abilities, pondering whether she could truly be deemed a genius. After all, I am also among the top 50 talents on the Yanlong list. Why is there such a vast chasm between us? Ji Xia sighed inwardly, her gaze toward Lin Che filled with increasing respect. Could it be that he is one of those extraordinary figures within the top 10 of the Yanlong list? Tilting her head, she swiftly contemplated Lin Che's identity. Meanwhile, Lin Che had already prepared to depart. I must take my leave. Well, I wish you good luck. With that, he stepped forward, heading toward the city. By the time Ji Xia regained her composure, Lin Che had already distanced himself. She hastily shouted, "Hey, you rogue. You haven't told me your name yet." Lin Che did not look back. He simply waved his hand dismissively at Ji Xia. A name is merely a moniker. Throughout my life, I have lived freely and unrestrained. If I were to choose a title, let it be Yunjiang's Wu Yanzu. Wu Yanzu. Ha. Ji Xia's lips twitched, gaining a deeper understanding of Lin Che's audacity. As she gazed at Lin Che's departing figure, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, captivating and enchanting. You rogue, just wait. Perhaps we shall meet again soon. At Yunjiang No. 1 High School, a grand examination for career changers was underway. Countless luxury cars lined the entrance, and the crowd surged like an ocean. Prominent figures from all walks of life in Yunjiang, including business magnates and dignitaries, had received invitations to attend the ceremony. The schoolyard buzzed with excitement. In addition to the spectators, 300 new career changers from Yunjiang No. 1 stood in neat formation, their expressions solemn and resolute. Their eyes blazed with fervor as they gazed upon the podium, where mentors from esteemed universities took their places, exuding confidence. Zhou Dechuan sat at the center of the podium, appearing quite anxious, frequently rising to peer toward the school's entrance while wiping the perspiration that beaded on his forehead. A teacher hurried over from a distance, panting as he reached Zhou Dechuan's side. Any news? Zhou Dechuan inquired urgently. The teacher shook his head, visibly helpless. This left Zhou Dechuan in a state of great distress. Ever since Lin Che took leave after the leveling up in the dungeon, he had not heard a word from him for an entire month. Could it be that Lin Che had truly ventured into the wilderness? Zhou Dechuan could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Truth be told, he harbored no concerns regarding Lin Che's ability to meet the standards of the prestigious institution. His apprehension stemmed from the possibility that something unfortunate might befall Lin Che in the wilderness. Such an event would not only signify a loss for Yunjiang No. 1 High School, but also for the entirety of Hanxia. Lu Zhanta sat comfortably at the forefront of the spectators' seats, his posture relaxed, observing Zhou Dechuan and the other teachers who were fretting like ants on a hot pan. The smile on his lips grew ever more pronounced. He was acutely aware of what Zhou Dechuan and his colleagues were searching for. However, he suspected that even if they searched for a lifetime, they would never find Lin Che. Perhaps, at that moment, Lin Che lay buried in some remote mountain range, his body nearly devoured by the monstrous creatures of the wild. Of course, he had entertained doubts about the prolonged absence of news from Sun Jie and his companions. Yet, considering the vastness of the wilderness and the multitude of magical beasts, locating Lin Che within a short span of time was undoubtedly a formidable task. Furthermore, he had faith in the capabilities of Sun Jie and his team. Throughout their careers, they had never faltered in their missions. With these myriad factors in mind, his lingering doubts dissipated. If they were unable to handle Lin Che, he would genuinely be incredulous. It was only due to a fear that Lin Che's demise might lead back to him that he had delayed sending Sun Jie and his companions out by half a month. Otherwise, Lin Che's body would have surely grown cold by now. As he pondered, Lu Zhantu could not help but chuckle. At that moment, another teacher rushed up to Zhou Dechuan, whispering urgently into his ear. Zhou Dechuan's expression transformed from worry to elation in an instant. He entrusted the ceremonial proceedings of the university assessment to the vice principal and hurriedly made his way towards the school entrance. Lu Zhan to quietly observe the reactions of Zhou Dechuan and the others, a sudden sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Zhou Dechuan jogged along, breathless yet undeterred in his joy. Finally, upon arriving at the school gate and seeing Lin Che standing there unharmed, the weight of anxiety that had burdened Zhou Dechuan's heart was finally lifted. "Lin Che, if you had not appeared soon, I might have considered calling the authorities," he exclaimed. His gaze filled with relief as he noted Lin Che's slightly darker complexion. "I apologize for causing you concern," Lin Che politely remarked. "Principal, the assessment is about to commence. Shall we proceed inside to discuss?" The prestigious institution, dedicated to those seeking career transitions, boasts a formidable faculty and comprehensive facilities. Most importantly, only by entering this esteemed academy can one gain enhanced opportunities to access higher-level dungeons. This aspect was what captivated Lin Che the most. However, in response to Lin Che's urgency, Zhou Dechuan exhibited no signs of haste. He adjusted his collar, tidied his attire, and with a slight cough, spoke with a tone of regret. "Lin Che, I have unfortunate news that I must convey. It appears you may not be able to participate in this assessment." "What?" Lin Che stared at Zhou Dechuan in disbelief, his expression instantly darkening. "Could it be that the Lu family is targeting me once again?" Lin Che clenched his fists, an uncontrollable surge of fury erupting from within him, a tempest of rage. He had yet to confront the Lu family, yet they, in this pivotal moment, were conspiring against him. Lin Che's patience had reached its limit. No, please do not be so agitated. Allow me to finish my words." Noticing Lin Che's strong reaction, Zhou Dechuan realized that his jest had gone too far and could only manage a wry smile as he said, "All right, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer, lest you act impulsively again." With that, Zhou Dechuan retrieved an invitation adorned with flame patterns, featuring a crimson flying sparrow on its cover, and presented it to Lin Che. One of the 5 esteemed academies of Hanxia, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy, had sent an invitation a fortnight ago, inviting you to Chuannan to partake in their entrance examination. This signifies that your potential has been acknowledged by them, granting you the opportunity to pursue further studies at the prestigious Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy of Hanxia. Zhou Dechuan felt a profound sense of relief, his tone imbued with pride and elation. "The Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy of Hanxia?" Lin Che glanced at the fiery red invitation and then at Zhou Dechuan, feeling a dull thrum in his head. "Principal, could you not deliver your message all at once?" Lin Che never anticipated that Zhou Dechuan possessed such a playful and mischievous side, craving for a thrill that quickens the heartbeat. Zhou Dechuan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his ample belly, and remarked, "Isn't this meant to be a delightful surprise for you?" Lin Che was utterly speechless. What kind of surprise was this? It was clearly a fright, to say the least. Had it not been for Zhou Dechuan's timely clarification of the situation, he might have already devised a plan to dismantle the gates of the Lu family. Lin Che received the invitation, feeling a warmth envelop his hand. The cover featured a vividly animated vermilion bird, from which a faint essence of flames lingered, creating an extraordinary spectacle. The 5 supreme academies of Huanxia are the Vermilion Bird Sacred Institute in the south of Sichuan, the Azure Dragon Sacred Institute in the Magical City, the White Tiger Sacred Institute in northern Jin, the Black Tortoise Sacred Institute in the Imperial Capital, and the Flame Dragon Sacred Institute, located high above in Kunlun. These 5 esteemed institutions represent the pinnacle of vocational advancement in Huanxia. Every individual who enters is undoubtedly one of the most gifted and promising talents within Huanxia. It is no exaggeration to say that the 5 supreme academies are the coveted sanctuaries for all vocational practitioners, the ultimate dream for those aspiring to ascend in their careers. Lin Che is no exception. Once he successfully passes the entrance examination of the Zhuke Sacred Academy, he will be greeted by a broader horizon and a more resplendent stage. Lin Che was aware that the attention he garnered from the Zhuke Sacred Academy was inextricably linked to the Flame Dragon Stone Tablet. This connection draped a veil of mystery over the tablet in his mind. It seemed that anything associated with the Flame Dragon Stone Tablet exuded an extraordinary aura, much like the piece of phoenix tree wood he had previously acquired. Zhou Dechuan interrupted Lin Che's reverie with a smile, saying, "Well, I have entrusted the item to you. I have faith that with your capabilities, gaining entry into the Zhuke Sacred Academy will pose no challenge for you. The official assessment will commence in 7 days, so there is no need for haste. How about accompanying me to the school to observe the assessments of others? It would also provide me an opportunity to elaborate on the specifics of the Zhuke Sacred Academy." Lin Che pondered for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. At such a crucial time, Lu Zhanda would undoubtedly be by Lu Qianling's side. Even if he were to visit the Lu family, it would likely be a fruitless endeavor. Before that, however, he wished to ascertain one matter. Who was it that sought his demise? Lin Che followed Zhou Dechuan into the school, where Zhou walked with his head held high, seemingly rejuvenated by a decade. As he strolled across the playground towards the podium, a beaming smile adorned his face without interruption. He could scarcely recall how many years had passed since Yunjiang No. 1 High School received an invitation for assessment from the 5 prestigious universities, a rare occasion that allowed him to bask in glory. He felt compelled to flaunt this achievement, for who knew when the next opportunity would arise. Observing Lin Che trailing behind Zhou Dechuan into the venue, many students gazed on with envy. How remarkable that Lin Che warranted a personal welcome from the principal. After all, he was currently a blazing talent, so much so that he didn't even practice with them in the dungeon, looking down upon their efforts. Humph. Does he truly believe that a modicum of potential grants him the right to disregard others? I shall see just how far his level has progressed. The students whispered amongst themselves, their words laced with jealousy. Suddenly, one astute student noticed Lin Che making his way directly through the crowd towards the podium. The students erupted in astonishment, staring incredulously at Lin Che. Could it be that he was exempt from the assessment? The mere thought deepened their envy, making them grit their teeth in frustration. The instructors from the esteemed institutions, however, remained composed. They were already aware that a talent like Lin Che would undoubtedly be selected by the top university. To them, the talents valued by such institutions rendered their own ordinary schools utterly devoid of competition. Thus, they merely offered a polite nod to Lin Che, without any attempts at persuasion. Among all present, the most astonished was undoubtedly Lu Zhantu. From the moment Lin Che appeared, he was utterly unsettled. His smile faltered, and he became restless. How could this be? How could he still be alive? Lu Zhantu's mind was in turmoil, desperately trying to comprehend which aspect had gone awry. His expression darkened, as if drenched in rain, utterly perplexed by how Lin Che had survived. At that moment, Lin Che settled into a spot on the podium. He surveyed the crowd and spotted several familiar faces among the spectators below. Xie Biyuan, Li Qingwan, and Tan Xiyuan were all present, seated not far from Lu Zhantu. Enthusiastically greeting him, Lin Che responded with a smile. A month prior, the incident in which the three of them had stepped forward remained etched in his memory. Subsequently, Lin Che's gaze fell successively upon Lu Qianling and Lu Zhantu. Lu Qianling stood at the forefront of a group of students, her eyes colliding directly with Lin Che's. She hurriedly averted her gaze, her hands fidgeting, as she anxiously clutched the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat flustered. Was it not her? Lin Che murmured to himself. He was somewhat familiar with Lu Qianling's character, spoiled and domineering, yet not inclined to harbor murderous intentions. Lin Che turned his gaze towards Lu Zhantu. Observing the expression on Lu Zhantu's face, which resembled someone who had just consumed something utterly distasteful, Lin Che instantly formed a judgment. As expected, the one who wished to bring about his demise was indeed Lu Zhantu. A glimmer of icy coldness flickered in Lin Che's eyes as he silently withdrew his gaze. The assessment was officially underway. The criteria for evaluation were rather straightforward. One simply needed to attain a level of 8 or above to pass, thereby gaining the opportunity to choose from among the 16 prestigious institutions participating in the assessment for further studies. In relative terms, the standards were not overly stringent. However, the method of evaluation markedly differed from conventional entrance examinations. Only those high schools deemed to possess potential after a comprehensive review by the esteemed institutions would be invited to partake in the assessment, selecting the most promising students. Regardless of merit, the students were left with no choice but to select from these institutions. In many respects, as a representative of Yunjiang No. 1 High School, they found themselves in a passive position. This was an unavoidable circumstance, with only a limited number of students transitioning each year. If all gravitated towards the higher-ranked schools, the others would be left without a viable student body. This was also a consideration for fostering healthy competition. Yunjiang No. 1 High School fared relatively well, with over 10 institutions visiting annually. In contrast, some high schools might find themselves with only 1 or 2 institutions participating in the assessment, leaving many students with scant options, a truly lamentable situation. Under the watchful gaze of numerous evaluators, students stepped forward in succession, showcasing their levels and vocational information. Li Xiong, Vocational Swordsman, Level 8. Zhou Meili, Vocational Fire Mage, Level 9. Wu Ziyuan, Vocational Formation Mage, Level 8. One by one, students presented themselves. While the evaluators meticulously recorded this information, selecting suitable candidates from the pool, the majority of students hovered around levels 8 and 9, barely meeting the passing threshold. Remarkably, none had failed the assessment thus far. Ascending to level 10 was not particularly arduous. With a modicum of effort and diligence, most could successfully navigate the evaluation. Naturally, those who had not met the required levels were absent from this gathering. Approximately an hour later, nearly all participants had completed the assessment. To Lin Che's surprise, Zhao Kai emerged as the highest achiever among them, reaching level 10. Zhao Kai's hair had grown out, sporting a freshly cut short style, no longer needing to conceal his appearance beneath a hat. He cast a triumphant glance at Lin Che, yet, having learned from past experiences, he refrained from provoking him further. After passing the assessment, he obediently retreated. Approaching Lu Qianling, he encouraged her, saying, "Qianling, you are the strongest among us all. You will undoubtedly surpass that annoying Lin Che." Among all the students, Lu Qianling is the last to reveal her level, yet she possesses the greatest potential to rival Lin Che. Lu Qianling slightly nodded, firmly clenched her fist, and cast a profound glance at Lin Che, as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. She stepped forward, coming to a standstill before the panel of mentors, not in haste to demonstrate her level. Her expression was intricate as she gazed at Lin Che on the podium, her red lips moving softly. "Lin Che, let us compete once. Should you lose, you must return." Lin Che was somewhat taken aback. At this moment, Lu Qianling stood before him, devoid of her usual haughty and willful demeanor, resembling more of a wronged young wife. However, the thought of returning to the Lu family was out of the question. He still had numerous grievances to settle with Lu Zhantu. Lin Che turned his head away, completely ignoring Lu Qianling. Observing this, Lu Qianling stubbornly bit her lip and implored once more, "Lin Che, I beg you to duel with me." As her words echoed, the crowd's gaze oscillated between Lin Che and Lu Qianling, particularly the residents of Yunjiang City, well aware of the tensions between the two, displayed expressions that were nothing short of captivating. Their curiosity ignited. They were almost ready with sunflower seeds and small stools to witness the unfolding drama. Zhou Dechuan, feeling somewhat awkward, tentatively suggested, "Lin Che, why not showcase your skills?" Having not seen him for a month, he was eager to discern the extent of Lin Che's progress. Not only Zhou Dechuan, but the eyes of the entire assembly were now fixed upon Lin Che. They too wished to witness the extraordinary performance of the genius who held the top position on the Yanlong ranking. Observing Lu Qianling's relentless determination, Lin Che felt a sense of exasperation. He understood that if he refrained from engaging, Lu Qianling would likely persist in her pursuit. Very well then. Lin Che leaped gracefully onto the playground. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qianling's eyes sparkled with delight. She retrieved a magnificent staff from her spatial ring, straightened her posture, and declared with utmost seriousness, "I am Lu Qianling, an 11th level Grand Elementalist. I humbly seek your guidance." Lin Che cast a glance at Lu Qianling, his expression growing equally solemn. "Lin Che, level 20 Beast Master, at your service." A profound silence enveloped the air, an eerie stillness akin to death itself. As Lin Che's level was revealed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire playground. Zhou Dechuan was astounded. Lu Zhantu was taken aback. Even the esteemed mentors from various prestigious institutions, who had come to partake in the assessment, were left in utter astonishment. Every individual present was incredulous. Level 20. In just 1 month's time, Lin Che had astonishingly elevated his level to 20. The spectators felt their minds go blank, as if caught in a surreal dream. The sheer rapidity with which he ascended through sheer determination transcended the definition of genius. He was nothing short of a prodigy. The mentors from the higher academies were continually amazed, their gazes aflame with fervor. Had it not been for the knowledge that Lin Che had already attracted the attention of the Vermilion Bird Academy, they might have attempted to claim him for themselves. While it is rare for a prodigy to reach level 20 within a month during the assessments, such occurrences are not entirely unheard of. However, those individuals typically hail from prestigious families, backed by formidable forces, employing myriad means to elevate their levels. The extraordinary pace at which they advance, incomprehensible to the average person, is as effortless to them as the basic acts of sustenance. In stark contrast, Lin Che's self-reliance and his bizarrely swift progression are nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Dechuan's smile was almost uncontainable. Lin Che's performance undeniably brought him great honor in front of numerous luminaries and esteemed mentors from various prestigious institutions. His face radiated pride, as if he longed to proclaim, Behold, this is a student of Yunjiang No. 1 High School. The collective reaction echoed this sentiment, and for Lu Qianling, Lin Che's rival, the implications were even more pronounced. Her hands, gripping her staff, trembled involuntarily. A staggering level difference of 9 ranks. In that moment, her confidence and pride shattered into a million pieces. It was no small feat for her to complete the first transition task and elevate her level to 11, with substantial support from the entire Lu family enterprise. Yet, in comparison to Lin Che, she felt utterly unqualified to even draw a comparison. Devastated, Lu Qianling's pupils dilated in shock as she gazed intently at Lin Che. She suddenly realized that he had become significantly more handsome, mature, and powerful. A sense of disorientation washed over her. She could not pinpoint when the boy who had once trailed behind her, begging for candy, had surged ahead. Their relationship had inexplicably drifted apart, resembling two strangers who had never known each other. No, they were even less than strangers. Lin Che must still harbor disdain for her. Recalling the cold indifference in his gaze when she had issued her challenge, a pang of anguish pierced her heart. No, it shouldn't be like this. Lu Qianling found herself retreating a few steps, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Suddenly, she lifted her head and locked eyes with Lin Che, gripping her staff tightly. Come on, Lin Che, I will surely defeat you. I will bring you back to the Lu family. Her eyes sparkled with fierce determination. She did not wish to lose, nor could she afford to. This time, her motivation transcended notions of pride or dignity. It was simply because she did not want Lin Che to leave. Yes, it was for this absurd reason, so ludicrous that even Lu Qianling found it amusing. Yet, this thought ignited her fighting spirit anew. Lin Che observed the peculiar behavior of Lu Qianling, his patience wearing thin. He was utterly bewildered by the strange whims that seemed to have overtaken her. Lin Che's expression remained unperturbed, his eyes as tranquil as still water. If you insist on bringing disgrace upon yourself, then you cannot blame me. Lin Che cast a frosty glance at Lu Qianling, and with a casual wave of his hand, an elven archer and a female huntress materialized before the assembly. Without exception, both the elven archer and the huntress boasted an astonishing level of 20. During the final stretch of leveling in the wilderness, the Wutong would have been exhausted, and the Tree of Life had ascended to level 20. Lin Che has once again increased the population cap to 30 and has elevated the levels of the ancient war trees within his territory, as well as those of the elven warriors, all to level 20. It is somewhat regrettable that the consumption required to progress from level 15 to level 20 has escalated exponentially. Lin Che was determined to elevate the level of the moon well, thereby increasing the population cap within his territory. However, after so many days, he still found himself slightly short on resources. Nevertheless, with his current prowess, dealing with someone like Lu Qianling, an 11th level class changer, was as effortless as child's play. It couldn't be simpler. Attack. Lin Che did not wish to squander excessive time on Lu Qianling and promptly issued an attack command to the elven archer and the female huntress. As Lin Che delivered his orders, Lu Qianling instinctively raised her staff before her, demonstrating her swift reflexes. It was evident that over the past month, she had made considerable progress, both in her combat prowess and experience. Yet, that was the extent of her improvement. Whoosh! The moonlight arrow soared forth, and Lu Qianling could merely perceive a fleeting glimmer before an immense force struck her tightly gripped staff. The overwhelming power sent a tingling sensation through her hands. Clang! Onlookers witnessed blood oozing from her palms, and the staff was wrenched from her grasp, clattering against the ground with a sharp sound. In the next instant, the female huntress appeared before Lu Qianling, mounted on a sleek black panther, her three-bladed moon knife glinting with a chilling aura, pressed directly against Lu Qianling's neck. The blade was but an inch from her delicate skin, and she could feel the icy sharpness emanating from it. A profound bitterness welled up within Lu Qianling's heart. Lin Che, truly formidable. So formidable that before him, she found herself devoid of any opportunity to act. Lin Che, I admit my past mistakes. It was all my fault. Come back to the Lu family with me, and everything can start anew. Lu Qianling allowed the blade to rest against her neck, gazing silently at Lin Che. Her eyes filled with a fervent plea for hope. A myriad of emotions, aggrievement, regret, and guilt, swelled within her, and tears glistened in her eyes, resembling a child who had erred. It was only at the moment Lin Che resolutely severed ties with the Lu family that she truly comprehended his significance in her life. After a decade of companionship, Lin Che had long since occupied a pivotal role in her heart. Each time she recalled the intense disdain in Lin Che's gaze directed at her, her self-loathing deepened. Now, all she wished for was to have Lin Che return to the Lu family and to reclaim their former days. Observing Lu Qianling lost in her own world, Lin Che felt no stirrings of emotion. In fact, a hint of amusement flickered within him. "Do not be so naive, Lu Qianling," Lin Che coldly stated. "Do you believe we are still 8 years old? That making a mistake and offering an apology will earn us everyone's forgiveness? Allow me to enlighten you. In this world, no one is obligated to endlessly tolerate or pardon you. Each individual must bear the consequences of their actions, and even if you are the heiress of the Lu family, you shall not be exempt." Lin Che's words resonated with unwavering authority. Lu Qianling's complexion turned ashen. As if struck by lightning, she slumped helplessly to the ground, her hands concealing her face, her head bowed deeply, resembling one in mourning. Several students cast sympathetic glances at Lu Qianling, their hearts aching for her, and they began to speak up. "Lin Che, we acknowledge your formidable prowess, surpassing all of us, but isn't your manner of speaking a tad excessive? Qianling has already recognized her faults. Can you not find it within yourself to forgive her? Setting aside the facts, do you not bear any blame yourself?" Upon utterance of this last remark, the teachers, who had initially felt some sympathy for Lu Qianling, were immediately taken aback. They gazed at the young girl who had emerged from the crowd to stand by Lu Qianling, her expression akin to that of someone regarding a fool. The teachers hastily averted their eyes, fearing the girl might be one of their own students. A few teachers, catching the glances directed towards them, felt an acute sense of embarrassment. "She's your student, your student, your student." They scrambled to dissociate themselves from the girl, hurling insults that grew more vulgar with each passing moment. Enough. Just as everyone assumed this seemingly inevitable contest would conclude, Lu Zhantu's face turned a deep shade of fury, and he abruptly rose to his feet. "Lin Che, our family's esteemed young lady is not someone of your lowly status who can dictate terms." His eyes widened in rage, piercing Lin Che with a fierce glare, as if he wished to consume her whole. "I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself." Lin Che let out a cold laugh, locking eyes with Lu Zhantu, his gaze fierce. "Where's my possession?" he demanded. Lu Zhantu appeared to have anticipated Lin Che's inquiry, and a similar sneer crept across his face. "I have stated before that your belongings reside within the Lu family estate. If you dare, come and retrieve them." With that, Lu Zhantu waved his hand dismissively and departed, leaving behind Lu Qianling, who was still softly weeping on the playground. "You had better prepare yourself," Lin Che warned. "For within the hour, I shall arrive at the Lu residence." Lin Che's gaze was as piercing as a blade, seemingly declaring war, his voice resonating throughout the entire playground, imbued with a chilling intent and unwavering resolve. As Lu Zhantu departed, the atmosphere of the playground gradually became strange and unsettling. The enmity between Lin Che and the Lu family, particularly with Lu Zhantu, is well known to many present. After all, a month ago, when Lu Zhantu attempted to exert his influence, most were mere witnesses to the event. Indeed, Lin Che possesses extraordinary potential, having elevated his level to 20 in just 1 month, effortlessly defeating Lu Qianling. However, this does not necessarily grant Lin Che the right to confront Lu Zhantu directly. In terms of strength, Lu Zhantu is a level 32 berserker, while Lin Che's potential is indeed remarkable. A disparity of 12 levels is not something that can be bridged solely through potential and hard work. As for influence, it goes without saying. Lu Zhantu is supported by the entire Lu group, making him a formidable figure in Yunjiang City, capable of causing tremors with a mere stamp of his foot. Lin Che had no comparison whatsoever. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, in terms of sheer strength, Zhou Dachuan and the esteemed mentors from prestigious institutions could effortlessly overpower Lu Zhantu. Yet, despite this, they dared not provoke or offend Lu Zhantu lightly. The most critical factor lies in the powerful Lu family backing him. For the past decade, the true leader of the Lu family, Old Master Lu Jun, has been away on the front lines battling monstrous entities, taking the family's elite with him, and has yet to return. Although Lu Qianling is still quite young and ostensibly the next heir to the Lu family, it has been Lu Zhantu who has managed all affairs of the Lu group over the years. It can be stated that the Lu group today is solely under the authority of Lu Zhantu. To confront him is tantamount to confronting the entire Lu family. Perhaps, given more time, Lin Che could indeed contend with the Lu group, but it certainly would not be at this moment. Everyone could discern the murderous intent in Lin Che's eyes, yet deep down, no one held any optimism for him. To stand against the entire Lu group? Regrettably, no individual or faction in Yunjiang City has achieved such a feat thus far. Zhou Duchuan, with evident hesitation, approached Lin Che and earnestly advised, Lin Che, I am aware of the injustices you have endured at the hands of the Liu family. However, there is a saying, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. With your potential, who has to say that in a decade, you cannot dominate Nexi? Do not act impulsively. You have ample time. Xiebi Yuan, Li Qingwan, and Tan Siyuan also stepped forward. Though I harbor disdain for Lu Zhantu, I must caution you. Should you venture into the Liu family, it would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Lin Che, why rush? Your path is still long. If there is something of great significance, allow the Liu family to safeguard it for the time being. There will surely be an opportunity to reclaim it. Little brother Lin Che, I believe it prudent to await old Master Lu's return from the front lines before making any decisions. He is known for his benevolence. Should he learn of your experiences over the past decade, he would undoubtedly restore justice to you. The three urged him, fearful that a moment of recklessness might lead to a grave mistake. To Lin Che, the current Liu family represented a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Once he entered, the likelihood of escape would be slim. Listening to the words of those around him, Lin Che understood that they were all considering his well-being. However, he felt compelled to venture to the Liu family. It was not merely to reclaim his possessions, but also to settle the score with Lu Zhantu for the attempts on his life. Lu Zhantu was cunning and ruthless. Although Lin Che had miraculously survived in the Crescent Valley, who could guarantee that Lu Zhantu would not scheme for a second or third assassination attempt? This lurking danger, which could plunge him into an abyss of despair at any moment, was a threat that Lin Che believed should be eradicated as early as possible. Moreover, while it was true that Lu Zhantu held a higher status, Lin Che was not one to be easily intimidated. Should they clash, the outcome of who would live or die was far from certain. Lin Che made up his mind, a light smile gracing his lips as he said, first and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your kind reminders. He then shifted his tone to a more serious note, stating, however, there are certain matters from which one cannot evade. Even if I wished to escape, do you truly believe that anyone would grant me respite? Lin Che's words were laden with profound significance. Although he did not articulate it explicitly, a few individuals discerned an unusual undertone within his speech. Was there some other grievance between Lin Che and Lu Zhantu? The four of them were taken aback, their minds racing with thoughts. Lin Che continued, people often say that time is still early and the road is long, yet time, no matter how early, will eventually pass, and no matter how long the road, it must come to an end. 10 years is too long. I only strive for the present. The powerful words spoken by Lin Che transformed the gaze of everyone upon him. Even the esteemed mentors from prestigious institutions regarded him with newfound admiration. The youthful vigor and unyielding spirit of the young man were vividly manifested at that moment. They gradually began to comprehend why Lin Che had ascended to the pinnacle of the Yanlong rankings. Such unwavering courage is certainly not something that an ordinary person could possess. Lin Che wore a serene expression, appearing remarkably unfazed. His tone softened considerably as he smiled and said, Principal, esteemed guests, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Che turned and departed from the school. This could indeed lead to significant trouble. As they watched Lin Che's retreating figure, Li Qingwan and the others exhibited expressions of grave concern, regardless of whether it was Lin Che or Lu Zhantu. Any incident involving either party would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar throughout Yunjiang City. Quickly, gather the personnel, even if the sky were to fall today. Lin Che must not come to harm. The three of them, their faces pale, bid a hasty farewell to Zhou Duchuan before hurriedly making their exit. Observing this, a throng of students became restive, their excitement palpable as they craned their necks to peer outside the school. My goodness, Lin Che actually dares to confront the Liu family? Is he out of his mind? How intriguing. I find myself somewhat admiring his audacity. I told you, Lin Che is formidable. It was jealousy that clouded your judgment. I have admired him for quite some time. Step aside, you latecomer. Let us follow them. We cannot miss such an exhilarating event. A few students, brimming with enthusiasm, instinctively rushed toward the playground. However, they had barely taken a few steps when Zhou Duchuan, wearing a stern expression, called them back. What are you all doing? Making a ruckus? Stay put. Focus on understanding the situations at various prestigious institutions and make a prudent choice. That is your most pressing concern at present. Despite his words, Zhou Duchuan frequently glanced outside the school. As the principal, he could not afford to be absent during such a critical moment. Furthermore, he could not neglect the numerous esteemed mentors present. Any adverse impression could render Yunjiang number 1 high school's position awkward in the following year's university evaluations. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Dechuan could only hope for a swift resolution to the situation and for Lin Che's safety. Among the crowd, Lu Qianling sat with her head bowed, still engulfed in her emotions, appearing utterly helpless. Wang Qingqing crouched beside her, having previously made unfiltered remarks that were entirely her doing. Frustration had overtaken her, leading to her indiscretion. Now, reflecting on it, she felt quite embarrassed. Observing Lu Qianling's quiet sobs, Wang Qingqing offered comfort. Qianling, do not take it to heart. You have done exceptionally well. If blame is to be assigned, let it be on that scoundrel Lin Che for being so shameless, competing with you at level 20 without any thought of yielding. Zhou Cheng also consoled her. Indeed, Qianling, you are a unanimously acknowledged genius. In my eyes, you are the finest. Under the continuous comfort of the two, Lu Qianling felt considerably better. She lifted her head, her eyes swollen from weeping, glistening with tears. Shaking her head, she choked out, "No? It's not that I'm upset for losing to him. What saddens me is, why does he have to be so intolerant of me?" This left both of them utterly bewildered. Zhou Cheng scratched the back of his head, hesitatingly stating, the things we've done in the past. It must be quite difficult for him not to dislike us. If you can't speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. Wang Cancan kicked Zhou Cheng sharply, quickly reassuring, "It's all right, Qianling. You are so beautiful and talented that scoundrel Lin Che will eventually recognize your worth." Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianling's mood visibly brightened as she wiped her tears and broke into a smile, asking, "Can you truly mean that? Will he really notice?" This time, it was Huang Cancan's turn to fall silent. After wrestling with her thoughts for a considerable time, she sighed and inwardly cursed Lin Che several times. That despicable scoundrel, nearly causing me to fail the assessment. Well, I suppose I can extend my kindness and help him this time, as I am both beautiful and kind-hearted. Huang Cancan grasped Lu Qianling's shoulders and spoke in a serious tone. "Qianling, if you wish to see Lin Che again, you must hurry home now. If you delay, it may only be to retrieve his corpse." "What?" Lu Qianling's face turned pale. "No? My uncle will surely kill him." In a sudden burst, Lu Qianling leaped up from the ground, not even pausing to dry her tears, and dashed homeward without looking back. Seeing Lu Qianling's sudden concern for Lin Che, both Huang Cancan and Zhou Cheng felt quite taken aback. Once upon a time, they had been fierce rivals with Lin Che. Let us hope that Qianling will not be heartbroken again this time. The Lu family, a prosperous merchant clan, stands majestically to the south, overlooking the clouds and the tides. Though the Lu family has been engaged in commerce for generations, the architectural style of the entire clan lacks the opulence and grandeur one would expect from the wealthiest in Yunjiang. Instead, it exudes a solemn and martial air. This is all due to the family's patriarch, Lu Jun, who harbored a military dream since childhood. Unfortunately, as the head of a merchant family, he could only reluctantly tread the path of commerce. Nonetheless, whenever urgent military matters arose, Lu Jun would be the first to step forward. Thus, he earned considerable renown in the Hanxiao region. Even though he spent most of his time away from Yunjiang, the Lu group continued to thrive. The Yuntian Haichao estate is situated in the northwestern corner of the city, a grand estate under the Lu family's domain. While it is referred to as an estate, its vastness occupies a small hill, showcasing remarkable grandeur. An hour passed. Lin Che arrived punctually at the estate. The grand iron gates of the manor stood wide open, revealing a pathway adorned with marble that stretched deep into the heart of the estate. Flanking the path were an array of exquisite flora and medicinal herbs, young and elegant in their grace. Curiously, the once bustling and vibrant atmosphere of Yuntian Haichao, filled with visitors and life, now resonated with an unsettling silence. Gazing around, the entire manor exuded a chilling and ominous aura, fraught with peril. Lin Che gazed coldly at the distant horizon where the clouds met the sea, as the portal behind him swung wide open, allowing the elven warriors to stream forth. 10 elven archers, 4 huntresses, and the guardian of the jungle, a total of 15 level 20 elven warriors, formed an orderly formation behind Lin Che. "Lu Zhantu, as you wished, Lin Che have arrived." Lin Che's voice soared, resonating across the expanse, with fierce battle intent flickering in his eyes, exuding an astonishing aura. He strode forward, leaping over the imposing threshold, and stepped into the estate. "You insignificant wretch, how dare you utter Mr. Lu's name? Who do you think you are? Truly, you are utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth." As Lin Che landed, A multitude of individuals surged forth from the flourishing greenery flanking the path. They were uniformly attired in the distinctive garb of the Liu family's bodyguards, their movements synchronized with precision. A formidable contingent of 20 men stood defiantly before Lin Che, their expressions menacing. Leading them was a man with a dark complexion, clad in sunglasses and possessing a stocky build, standing at less than 1.70 meters. This man was not unfamiliar to Lin Che. The staff at the estate referred to him as Duan-Si. It was said that he had once accompanied Lu Jun on the front lines against demonic creatures, sustaining injuries that led to his retirement. After which Lu Jun appointed him as the captain of the bodyguards at the Liu family estate. Despite his unremarkable appearance and some mobility issues, he boasted an impressive level of 29. Aside from the elite taken by Lu Jun, he was among the few formidable experts within the Liu family. Typically, he made Lin Che's life difficult in order to curry favor with Lu Zhantu. Why should a mere guard bark so aggressively before me when his master is absent? Lin Che cast a sidelong glance at Duan-Si and coldly inquired, "Where is Lu Zhantu? Tell him to come out and meet his demise. You insignificant wretch. Have you forgotten the prowess of Duan-Si's grandfather? How dare you act so brazenly before me?" Duan-Si narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of menace flashing across his face. Did he truly believe that becoming a transcendent would elevate him to the heavens? Allow me to inform you, I was capable of subduing you thoroughly in the past. And there shall be no exceptions now. You, a mere leech living off the Liu family, are unworthy of Lu Zong personally intervening. I alone can render you powerless. Duan-Si gestured to the dozens of men behind him and bellowed, "Advance! Break his limbs and sever his tongue. I want him to experience the exquisite agony of languishing in the basement before he breathes his last." Upon hearing these words, the bodyguards hesitated, failing to act immediately. "Duan-Yi, are we truly to take this boy's life?" One bodyguard whispered into Duan-Si's ear, before Master Lu went to the front lines. "He repeatedly instructed us to protect this lad. If we go too far, it might be difficult to explain to Master Lu." While they had often bullied Lin Che under Duan-Si's leadership, such actions had merely been trivial harassment, at most leaving Lin Che incapacitated for a week or so. Hardly noticeable on the surface. However, the fact that Duan-Si now sought to have them take lethal measures caused everyone to hesitate. They had been with the Liu family for over a decade, and had witnessed the moment when Lu Jun brought Lin Che into the family. They were acutely aware of the delicate relationship between Lu Zhantu and Lin Che. Had it not been for the pressing crisis at the front, Lu Jun would have hastily adopted Lin Che as his son, and Lin Che might well have been the third young master of the Liu family. To be frank, with Lu Zhantu backing them, bullying Lin Che was one thing, but taking his life was an entirely different matter. Very few possessed the audacity for such an act. Moreover, Lin Che was currently renowned as the champion of the Yanlong list. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? "You insolent fool! Are you questioning me? Or are you doubting Master Lu?" Duan-Si erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at the man and scolding, "Let me reiterate. This wretch is no longer a member of our Liu family. He severed ties with us over a month ago. Furthermore, Master Lu declared that even if the heavens were to collapse today, he would stand by us. With Master Lu's support, what were you afraid of?" Duan-Si's vehement tirade left the bodyguard silent, not daring to utter a sound. "A bunch of cowards." Duan-Si spat in contempt, then turned his attention to Lin Che. "All of you, attack. My word stands today. Should anyone hold back, you will no longer be counted among my brothers." As the conversation reached this point, the group of bodyguards, despite their lingering hesitation, steeled themselves and advanced. Their expressions hardened, fully aware of Lin Che's current significance within the realm of Hanxia, and the gravity of the situation at hand. Having resolved to take action, they had no intention of allowing Lin Che to leave alive. If Lin Che were to perish at the hands of the Liu family, the repercussions of such an event would be dire. The laws against violence and murder within the city would be of little concern compared to the uncertainty of their own survival. In that scenario, even Lu Zhantu would find it challenging to protect them. With a resolute determination, they pressed forward. The heavy steel door creaked shut, sealing their intentions. The bodyguards, numbering in the dozens, encircled Lin Che with a coordinated assault. Yet, Lin Che remained composed, standing his ground while observing the encroaching bodyguards with an unwavering gaze. Devoid of any sign of panic, these bodyguards were merely ordinary warriors, ranked in the mid-20s, posing little threat to him. Witnessing Lin Che's calm demeanor only amplified the bodyguards' unease. From the elven archers, the female hunters, and the jungle guardians, they felt a subtle yet palpable pressure that was almost unfathomable. Particularly in light of the recent commotion surrounding Lin Che's summoning of the flame dragonsteel, news that had spread throughout Yun City, they dared not underestimate him. Brothers, do not hesitate. With our numbers, we can wear him down. One bodyguard, summoning his courage, summoned a shield nearly half his height, charging towards Lin Che. He was a shield warrior, known for his robust health and formidable defense, a crucial force in frontal assaults. With one leading the charge, the others swiftly retrieved their weapons from their spatial rings, swords, spears, axes, each reflecting their unique specialization within the broader warrior category. Attack. As the bodyguards launched their offensive, Lin Che also made his move. He slightly retreated, positioning himself among the ranks of the elven warriors, and issued the command to attack. The female hunters surged forward first, 2 at the front and 2 at the rear, engaging the bodyguards. One of the female hunters raised her triple-blade crescent, throwing it with all her might. The sharp edge sliced through the air, striking the shield of the warrior with precision. Boom! The crescent blade struck the shield with a resounding thud. Yet the assault showed no sign of abating, rebounding towards the next adversary. Caught off guard, the individual could only hastily raise their weapon in defense. Clang! A flurry of sparks erupted as the weapon in their grasp shattered instantaneously, and the 3 crescent blades whirled back into the hands of the female huntress. This skill, known as Moonblade, was unlocked when the huntress reached level 15, allowing her to deflect attacks twice. It proved exceedingly advantageous in battles against multiple foes. The remaining 3 huntresses swiftly joined the fray, catching the bodyguards completely off guard. However, despite their hasty response, they incurred little injury, with only a few weapons being severed. What manner of summoning is this, possessing such formidable strength? Despite this, all present, including Duan Si, were left in astonishment. The huntress, merely at level 20, exhibited an offensive capability rivaling that of ordinary warriors at levels 23 or 24. The bodyguards, now acutely aware of the threat, quickly reformed their ranks. Yet, before they could launch their counterattack, 10 elven archers knocked their arrows, the moonlit bowstrings coalescing into piercing shafts of moonlight. The Lord's amplification activated. Lin Che was unwilling to squander excessive time on these individuals and unleashed his most formidable prowess. The moonlight arrows, imbued with an insatiable lethality, emitted a slight yet palpable energy fluctuation that sent shivers down the spines of the bodyguards, leaving them in a state of acute anxiety. In an instant, the moonlight arrows shot forth, striking down several guards who were unable to evade them, leaving them lifeless in pools of blood. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Witnessing the carnage, the remaining bodyguards turned pale, their faces drained of color as they beheld the dark, ominous aura enveloping the elven archers, their confidence soaring. Terrified, they cried out in despair, scrambling backward as if their very lives depended on it. From the elven archers, they sensed a profound and imminent danger. Not only the elven archers, but the female huntress also raised her 3-bladed crescent knife. Having previously witnessed her formidable capabilities, they now saw her bolstered by the Lord's enhancement, her power surging to new heights. This only intensified their fear, leaving them desperate to distance themselves from Lin Che, as if they wished to sprout additional legs to flee. Do not retreat. Hold your ground. Duan Si shouted in urgency, grasping one man by the collar and scolding him vehemently. Yet, no matter how fiercely he reprimanded them, none dared to advance, each fled faster than the last. The quicker ones dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight. Curse it! Duan Si fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. As he witnessed the elven archers drawing their bows once more, the brilliance of the moonlight arrows intensifying, he knew he could not hesitate any longer. The prowess exhibited by Lin Che has transcended all his previous understanding. His profession, that of an ordinary warrior, pales in comparison to others, rendering him no match for Lin Che. You scoundrels, just wait. He cursed vehemently, daring not to linger as he retreated hastily. Duan Si, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, fled in a state of panic, pursued by the arrows of moonlight and the relentless blades of the crescent moon. Throughout the estate, piercing cries of anguish echoed intermittently. Clusters of blood blossomed, splattering the ground and staining the vast marble floor a vivid crimson, a sight both striking and horrific. Flee if you must. I shall see how far you can escape. Lin Che pursued the group relentlessly, his strikes devoid of mercy. As they sought to take his life, he saw no reason to hold back. In the midst of his relentless chase, Lin Che swiftly arrived at the heart of the estate. The imposing and solemn architecture of Yuhaitian Tide loomed before him, a magnificent sight to behold. Before Lin Che stood a uniquely designed fountain, at the center of which a lance over 3 meters tall pierced the heavens, exuding an extraordinary aura. Duanxi, along with the remaining 3 or 4 bodyguards, fled here. Terror-stricken, President Liu, this scoundrel has broken in. Save us, they shouted, hastening toward the highest building directly in front of the fountain. Within mere minutes, it felt as though they had traversed the gates of hell. No one anticipated that Lin Che, once a mere puppet in their hands, could now instill such fear. The group ran faster, each striving to outpace the other, fearing that any slight lag would result in being caught by Lin Che. Duanxi lamented internally. Due to an injury sustained in his youth, he bore a hidden ailment in his legs. Had it not been for his slightly higher rank, he would have surely been overtaken by Lin Che. Just as Duanxi was consumed by anxiety, Lu Zhanta finally appeared. He stood on the expansive balcony of the manor's second floor, a glass of red wine in hand. Exuding an air of leisure and ease, an utter contrast to the chaos and fear of Duanxi and his companions. Witnessing the group fleeing in panic from Lin Che, a flicker of malice crossed Lu Zhantu's eyes. He downed a gulp of wine and smashed the glass at Duanxi's feet, causing shards to scatter across the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Then, 10 knights clad in heavy armor, wielding silver lances and riding ebony steeds, emerged with formidable presence from the rear of the manor. Silver Lance Knights. They are level 30 Holy Order Silver Lance Knights. We are saved. The group rejoiced, rushing towards the knights. Yet, before their elation could last, one of them was sent flying by a knight's lance, which pierced through his chest, ending his life in an instant. The Liu family, have no need for waste. Whoever dares to retreat a single step shall die. Lu Zhantu, looking down from his elevated position, regarded Duanxi and the others with icy disdain, devoid of any emotion. In his eyes, they were as lowly as swine, utterly worthless. Duanxi wore a bitter expression. He knew Lu Zhantu's ruthless nature, but never imagined it extended to such depths, disregarding their very lives. President Liu, we are not. Duanxi attempted to explain. However, before he could finish, a lance pierced through his chest. Lu Zhantu. You. Duanxi's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Zhantu. Unable to comprehend that after years of unwavering loyalty, he would meet such a fate. As the lance withdrew, Duanxi's eyes remained fixed on Lu Zhantu, slowly collapsing. His gaze forever unblinking. Lu Zhantu, I truly underestimated you. Even your own kin are not spared from your blade. Lin Che stood beside the fountain pool, flanked by elven warriors who safeguarded him in the center. He observed with keen interest as the Silver Lance Knights slaughtered Duanxi and his companions, feeling as though he were merely a spectator, finding the scene thoroughly entertaining. I have made it clear, my Liu family has no need for useless individuals. Lu Zhanta scoffed, casting a dark glance at Lin Che. He spoke slowly. To defeat these inept foes so effortlessly, it seems the 3 I dispatched have indeed failed their mission. I must admit, Lin Che, your rate of growth is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's gaze turned frigid. Indeed, it was clear that Lu Zhanta sought his demise. Lu Zhanta nodded indifferently, his murderous intent unabashed. At this juncture, there was no need for subterfuge. Yet, outwardly, he maintained his calm demeanor, while inwardly, he was profoundly shocked by Lin Che's capabilities. The ability to transcend so many levels and leave Duanxi and the others utterly defenseless was a feat few, even among those he had encountered with hidden professions, could achieve. This compelled him to reassess Lin Che. It was essential to remember that merely a month ago, Lin Che had appeared as feeble as a chick before him, easily crushed by a mere finger. Now, he stood before Lu Zhantu with unshakable composure. Such a rate of development was indeed remarkable. He harbored no doubts. Given a little more time, Lin Che would likely surpass even him as an opponent. Lu Zhantu understood precisely how to deal with such a formidable adversary, one filled with immense potential and a deep-seated hatred for him. Regrettably, Lin Che. What does it matter if you are aware of this? Lu Zhantu coldly declared, your mistake lies in your presence in the Liu family a decade ago. From the moment you entered, it was a grave error. Now that you have returned, allow me the pleasure of sending you on your way. With that, Lu Zhantu commanded the 10 Silver Lance Knights to form a line, preparing to charge. The 30th level Silver Lance Knights exuded an imposing aura, their silver long spears reflecting a chilling glint. Before they even struck, their overwhelming presence collided with that of the elven warriors, igniting sparks in midair. Confront them head-on. Silver Lance Knights, charge. With Lu Zhantu's command, the 10 knights galloped forward, springing into action in unison. Their movements were synchronized, their formation disciplined, indicative of extensive training and formidable combat prowess. As Lin Che beheld the charging Silver Lance Knights, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The knight profession within the paladin class boasts a balanced array of attributes: attack, defense, and speed, with few significant weaknesses. Faced with the 30th level Silver Lance Knights, even Lin Che knew he must proceed with utmost caution. Lin Che promptly commanded the 10 elven archers to launch their assault, directing their moonlight arrows at the foremost Silver Lance Knight. Concurrently, female huntresses hurled their crescent blades, disrupting the advance of the remaining Silver Lance Knights. The onslaught from the elven archers and huntresses was fierce. However, the Silver Lance Knights exhibited no signs of retreat. Armed with long spears, they adjusted their formation as they charged forward, with 4 knights flanking from the sides to aid their comrade at the front in fending off the elven arrows. The spears danced through the air, while the moonlight arrows burst forth, illuminating the scene with radiant brilliance. Clad in heavy armor and mounted on well-equipped steeds, even when 1 or 2 moonlight arrows struck, they merely left a few silvery imprints on their armor. Despite the enhancement bestowed by Lord Lin Che, it remained a daunting challenge for the elven archers to breach their defenses with just a couple of strikes, as several knights shielded against the elven archers' attacks. The remaining Silver Lance Knights swiftly surged forward, aiming directly at Lin Che. These 10 knights, undoubtedly loyal servants secretly trained by Lu Zhantu, indeed possessed considerable skills. Lin Che observed the Silver Lance Knights charging forth and promptly commanded the elven archers to redirect their fire, aiming to impede the oncoming momentum. However, this decision inadvertently afforded the first 5 knights a chance to surge ahead. In an instant, they advanced with remarkable swiftness, their assault fierce and unrelenting. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 5 silver knights had barreled past the 4 female hunters stationed at the forefront. Lin Che observed their advancing figures with a detached demeanor, remaining utterly unperturbed. For female hunters, mounted upon sleek black panthers, surged forth in an instant, brandishing their crescent blades as they engaged in combat with 4 Silver Lance Knights, bolstered by the Lord's enhanced battle prowess. The level 20 hunters experienced a significant augmentation in their strength, although they could not hope to rival the Silver Lance Knights. They were capable of ensnaring them for a brief duration. However, despite this advantage, 1 Silver Lance Knight managed to breach the first line of defense, charging toward Lin Che, who stood amidst 10 elven archers. Lin Che, the offensive capabilities of your little ear creatures are indeed commendable. Yet the equipment adorning my Silver Lance Knights is of the esteemed 30-level orange grade, Lu Zhantu remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes, pouring himself another glass of red wine. Care to wager whether it is his heavy armor that you will pierce first, or your own heart that he will stab through? His laughter echoed with a sinister mirth, his exaggerated demeanor belying the frigid malice lurking within his gaze. In response to Lu Zhantu's taunt, Lin Che needed no conjecture. Should the Silver Lance Knight reach him, the first to fall would undoubtedly be himself. The elven archers, formidable as they might be, were merely level 20, classified as ranged physical combatants. In such close quarters, they possessed little in the way of means to shield him. Regrettably, had this been an ordinary summoning class facing such a predicament, survival would indeed seem a distant hope. Yet, apart from the elven archers and the female hunters, Lin Che was also safeguarded by the presence of the elven hero unit, the Jungle Guardians. Lin Che sneered, gesturing towards the Silver Lance Knight, and retorted, "You may also take a guess. Will he fall first within 10 seconds? A dreamer-esque folly." Lu Zhantu let out a cold snort, his disdain palpable. He had certainly noted the peculiar half-human, half-deer entity summoned by Lin Che, although he had never encountered such a creature before and was unaware of the capabilities of the Jungle Guardian. He deemed it utterly absurd that a mere level 20 summon could possibly withstand the charge of a level 30 Silver Lance Knight. With a swift flick of the reins, the Silver Lance Knight commanded his black-maned steed to leap over the head of the elven archer, instantly appearing before Lin Che. The lance shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Lin Che's heart. At that moment, the Jungle Guardian activated its skill, entangling vines. Resilient tendrils rapidly sprouted from beneath its feet, ensnaring the lance and swiftly wrapping around the knight's arms, impeding any further advance. Is this your reliance? If you believe this will spare your life, you are gravely mistaken. Observing the Jungle Guardian's intervention, Lu Zhantu remained unfazed. Suddenly, a pure white enhancement aura enveloped the knight, significantly amplifying his strength. The knight, invigorated, shook off the vines clinging to his lance with a powerful thrust. Invigoration was a level 20 enhancement skill, capable of temporarily boosting the knight's power. Even under the effects of the entangling vines, the knight was hardly restrained. "Your life ends here." Having freed himself, the black-maned steed neighed fiercely, rearing back as the knight thrust his lance forward. Just as Lu Zhantu presumed Lin Che was doomed beneath the knight's lance, a series of soft rustling sounds emerged around the knight. It resembled the gentle swaying of leaves in a breeze. Before Lu Zhantu's eyes could adjust, 3 towering treants, each standing 3 meters high, burst forth from behind Lin Che, encircling the silver-lanced knight along with his steed. The knight's attack landed upon one of the treants instead, failing to reach Lin Che. Where did these monsters come from? Lu Zhantu and the silver-lanced knight alike were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the treants. Despite their lackluster offensive capabilities, their defense was formidable. The knight's repeated strikes only managed to pierce a few holes in the treants, failing to dispatch them swiftly. The 3 treants, undeterred by the knight's onslaught, pressed forward relentlessly, showing no sign of retreat. They absorbed the lance's attacks and swiftly constricted the knight's range of motion, rendering his movements exceedingly arduous. Lin Che remained composed as he gazed at Lu Zhantu, his voice resonating like the ominous notes of a death knell emanating from the depths of the abyss. In the 10th second, his words fell, and 10 elven archers unleashed their full might, aiming directly at the silver-lance knight besieged by 3 peculiar treants. With a resounding bang, a violent explosion erupted, and the silver-lance knight was violently thrown from his dark-maned steed, a gaping hole pierced through his heavy armor, striking his heart and instilling terror. The combined force of 10 moonlight arrows detonated simultaneously, proving insurmountable even for a level 30 orange-grade heavy armor. Witnessing the demise of a comrade, Lu Zhantu and the remaining 9 silver-lance knights momentarily hesitated, their eyes drawn to the bizarre forms of the 3 treants, a sense of trepidation creeping into their hearts. Although the combat prowess of the treants was not particularly formidable, once ensnared by them, their movements would be severely hampered, rendering them easy targets for the elven archers. Where did these strange beings emerge from? This question echoed in their minds. With a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, Lin Che observed the 3 treants that had returned to the side of the guardian of the jungle, feeling immensely satisfied. These 3 treants had emerged solely due to the guardian's 10th level skill, the power of nature, which consumed energy to transform 3 trees within the vicinity into treants that assisted in battle. This marked the first time the guardian had employed such a skill, and the results surpassed Lin Che's expectations. The treants possessed commendable defensive capabilities, serving as effective shields to absorb numerous attacks directed at Lin Che. Devoid of independent thought or skills, the treants acted solely upon Lin Che's commands, functioning as 3 movable shields. Their presence significantly enhanced Lin Che's security, proving invaluable in critical moments such as this. With the treants and the guardian safeguarding him, the remaining 9 silver-lance knights refrained from making any rash movements, enduring the onslaught of the elven archers and huntresses while awaiting further instructions from Lu Zhantu. However, after several minutes of silence, Lu Zhantu remained fixated on the fallen silver-lance knight, the tension evident in the veins at his temples. The 10 silver-lance knights had been a considerable investment of time and resources for him, with their orange-grade equipment alone costing him millions. This did not account for the daily expenditures and resource consumption, which amounted to astronomical figures. Most critically, all these expenses had been drawn from his own hard-earned funds. To witness one of them perish at Lin Che's hands was a source of undeniable anguish for him. In theory, he was indeed acting as the temporary head of the Lu Corporation, managing all affairs with full authority. However, behind him loomed the Council of Elders, shareholders, and loyal supporters of Lu Qianling, all with watchful eyes. As long as Lu Qianling remained, he would never fully grasp control over the Lu Corporation or wield its resources at his whim. Moreover, every action he took required meticulous consideration. Should he falter and leave himself vulnerable, although it might not completely undo his years of effort, it would certainly undermine his standing within the organization. While Lu Zhantu appeared to bask in glory, he could not entirely rely on the power of the Lu Corporation. Furthermore, many within the corporation were acutely aware of Lu Jun's stance towards Lin Che. If he were to leverage the corporation's power, it was likely that he would be swiftly thwarted by the Council of Elders before he could even act. In minor disputes, the Elders might turn a blind eye. But should the conflict escalate to life and death, he was certain that they would not allow him to operate unchecked. They might even seek to appease Lin Che by offering him up as a sacrificial pawn in hopes of redemption, a scenario Lu Zhanta was keen to avoid. Now, with Lin Che having presented the opportunity so fortuitously, should he allow this moment to slip away, he would find it nearly impossible to confront Lin Che again. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhanta resolved, at any cost, today he must eliminate this insignificant pest. At this moment, Lu Zhantu's determination to eliminate Lin Che was unwavering, reaching an unprecedented intensity. If Lin Che were to survive today, he would find no peace in sleep henceforth. After fending off a volley of assaults from the elven archers, the 9 Silver Lance Knights swiftly reformed their ranks, preparing for another charge. They accepted Lu Zhantu's commands unconditionally, even if ordered to sacrifice themselves at that very moment. They would not hesitate in the slightest. Under Lu Zhantu's almost indoctrinating training, these 9 had transformed entirely into cold, relentless machines of slaughter. First, eliminate the 4 cavalrymen at the forefront. With this command, the 9 Silver Lance Knights moved with singular focus, advancing in unison towards the 4 female hunters. This time, Lu Zhanta did not contemplate a direct assault on Lin Che. Instead, he intended to dismantle his forces one by one, starting with the summoned entities that surrounded him. The 9 Silver Lance Knights coordinated seamlessly, enduring the elven archers' attacks as they surged forward to confront the 4 female hunters. Lin Che would certainly not stand idly by as the female hunter was besieged. As the elven archers unleashed their assault, he swiftly summoned the jungle guardians and 3 treants to join the fray. At this juncture, the Silver Lance Knights were wholly focused on the female hunter, and with the distraction caused by the jungle guardians and treants, he was able to disregard his own safety concerns. With the presence of the jungle guardians and treants alleviating the pressure, the burden on the female hunters was significantly reduced. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, 2 female hunters fell during the initial charge of the Silver Lance Knights. Seizing the opportunity, a jungle guardian ensnared one of the Silver Lance Knights with binding roots, while the 3 treants swiftly followed suit. Lin Che seized the opportunity, and all 10 elven archers unleashed their full power, bringing down another Silver Lance Knight from his steed, retaliating in kind. The battle was intense and escalating. The conflict between the Silver Lance Knights and the elven warriors had gradually reached a fever pitch. Both sides employed every tactic at their disposal, yet neither seemed able to gain the upper hand. Overall, however, Lin Che held a slight advantage. After more than half an hour of combat, the female hunters had all perished, 2 elven archers had been slain. Yet 3 knights from the Silver Lance Knights had also fallen. The remaining 6 knights were heavily armored, but bore significant damage and injuries. Despite this, Lin Che felt no joy. Upon reaching level 20, his mental fortitude had increased several-fold. Yet the elven warriors had also risen in level and number, resulting in a greater drain on his mental energy. Prolonged use of the Lord's amplification became a considerable burden for him. The Lord's amplification, along with the exceptional growth potential of the elven warriors, indeed allowed him to surpass ordinary combatants. However, facing 30-level professionals at level 20 was far from the effortless endeavor it appeared to be. Firstly, as levels increased, the difficulty of leveling up rose. And with each level gained, the disparity in power between classes widened. This gap became increasingly pronounced in the later stages, resembling an insurmountable chasm, with rare occurrences of individuals fighting above their level. Secondly, the Silver Lance Knights, in terms of equipment, level, and combat prowess, were far beyond the capacity of ordinary professionals. Even for Lin Che, killing a single Silver Lance Knight required a hefty price. As the battle progressed to this extent, Lin Che gritted his teeth, while Lu Zhanta felt the weight of the struggle even more acutely. Lu Zhantu's expression darkened to an extreme. Each time a Silver Lance Knight fell, his heart raced. In his eyes, each member of the Silver Lance Knights was no longer an individual but an immense sum of money being depleted, with 4 knights already lost. Even with his vast wealth, the severity of the losses was becoming unbearable. This could not continue. Lu Zhanta understood that if the battle continued at this pace, the Silver Lance Knights would likely be annihilated before they could eliminate Lin Che's summoned creatures. He was prepared to do whatever it took to eliminate Lin Che, but that did not imply he intended for all the Silver Lance Knights to perish in the process. Silver Lance Knights, heed my command. Knights, provoke, Lu Zhanta bellowed, and the 6 knights swiftly retreated while simultaneously raising their index fingers in a provocative gesture. This was the level 10 skill, provocation, of the knight class, which could immediately draw the enemy's attention, compelling them to attack. However, this effect was primarily effective against monsters, summoned beings, and certain other creatures, yielding little impact on humans. Lin Che was equally perplexed as to why Lu Zhantu would suddenly command the Silver Lance Knights to employ this particular skill. The provocation skill was activated, and the Jungle Guardian, along with 3 Treants and 2 Elven Archers, charged uncontrollably towards the 6 Silver Lance Knights. In an instant, Lin Che found himself surrounded solely by the 6 Elven Archers. Was this a ploy to disrupt the formation and seize the opportunity to launch a direct assault on me? Lin Che's expression turned slightly frosty. At that moment, whether it was Lu Zhantu or one of the Silver Lance Knights charging directly towards him, he found himself in a perilous situation. In order to maintain the formation, Lin Che hesitated for a brief moment before advancing alongside 6 Elven Archers. Lin Che, you have indeed fallen for my ploy. Suddenly, Lu Zhantu erupted into laughter, his face brimming with triumph. This is unfortunate. Lin Che felt an ominous premonition in his heart. However, before he could react further, a series of crimson halos manifested beneath his feet. These halos expanded rapidly, enveloping all the Elven Archers, Jungle Guardians, Treants, and Lin Che himself. Mysterious runes began to materialize at the edges of the halos, forming a massive red barrier that confined Lin Che within. Above the formation, a terrifying energy surged, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Che, you should consider it a tremendous honor to perish within my meticulously curated level 30 strangulation formation, which I have preserved for many years. Ha! Lu Zhantu laughed maniacally, finally revealing his lethal scheme at this moment. The strangulation formation was initially set up by Lu Zhantu out of caution, and he had not anticipated that he would ever need to employ it. Even more astonishing was Lin Che's ability to force him into such a predicament. He could never have imagined that Lin Che, a mere level 20, could not only withstand the assault of 10 Silver Lance Knights but also achieve a counterkill. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly stir the entire Hanxia. The potential exhibited by Lin Che has transcended all reason, evoking a sense of trepidation even within himself. Fortunately, Lin Che ultimately stepped into the meticulously crafted trap, leaving him with no escape from death. As the massacre formation was activated, you all exerted your utmost strength. I demand that this insignificant pest be obliterated, entirely erased from existence. The energy within the massacre formation continued to coalesce, as Lu Zhantu commanded the 6 Silver Lance Knights. With the massacre formation in play, he was resolute in achieving a decisive kill, leaving Lin Che no chance for survival. Lin Che gazed solemnly at the surging energy fluctuations above the execution array, a chill creeping into his heart. The power of a level 30 execution array could rival the full-force strike of a level 30 hidden class. Even he held little confidence in his ability to withstand it. Furthermore, outside the execution array, 6 Silver Lance Knights were watching him intently, their intentions clear. Lu Zhantu, if you possess the skill, face me directly in battle, and I shall see to it that I twist your head from your shoulders. Lin Che cast a cold glance at Lu Zhantu, sneering. Is a level 32 berserker only capable of hiding in the shadows and resorting to such despicable tactics? I truly disdain you. Lu Zhantu laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by Lin Che's mockery. As the second in command of the Lu group, a figure who stirred the winds and clouds in Yunjiang City, charging into battle was nothing short of absurdity for him. If Lin Che's level were still a mere 10, he would certainly relish the opportunity to overpower him. However, with vast wealth and a promising life awaiting him, engaging in a deathmatch with someone destined to perish was nothing short of madness. Lu Zhantu felt a surge of delight as he listened to Lin Che's raucous cries amidst the slaughtering array, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Uncle, stop. You must not do this. At that moment, Lu Qianling suddenly rushed over from a distance. Breathless and unsteady, she stumbled as she ran, pausing intermittently. Seeing Lin Che trapped within the deadly formation, she stomped her feet in distress. Without even wiping the sweat pouring down her face and neck, she hurried to the front of the slaughtering array, spreading her arms to shield Lin Che behind her. After taking a few deep breaths, as the deadly array was about to activate, she glared fiercely at Lu Zhantu and declared, I command you to stop. Lu Zhantu furrowed his brow, taken aback by Lu Qianling's unexpected arrival, and had no choice but to suppress the murderous intent brewing within him. It was precisely to avoid Lu Qianling being a hindrance that he had departed early. In his calculations, the high school assessment should not have concluded yet, and Lu Qianling should still be at Yunjiang No. 1 High School. However, it soon dawned on Lu Zhantu that for Lin Che's sake, Lu Qianling had even set aside the crucial matter of choosing her academic institution after the assessment. Qianling, are you truly willing to confront your uncle for the sake of an outsider? Lu Zhantu spoke coldly. Under the piercing gaze of Lu Zhantu, Lu Qianling's composure wavered considerably. No, it's not like that. She shook her head, glancing back at Lin Che, her lips trembling as she uttered, Uncle. Lin Che cannot die. Humph. Lu Zhantu scoffed, questioning her. Why must he be the exception when everyone else can perish? Because. Lu Qianling struggled to articulate a coherent response. Just as it seemed Lu Zhantu was about to act, her mind raced, and she exclaimed, because Lin Che is the top of the Yanlong list, brimming with potential, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Hanxia pyramid in the future. The entire Hanxia is watching him. If you were to kill him now, it would surely plunge our Lu family into an irretrievable abyss. Is this your justification? Lu Zhantu's face expressed disappointment. His eyes widened in anger as he stared at Lu Qianling and bellowed, Lu Qianling, do you even comprehend what you are doing right now? Lu Zhantu suddenly shouted, causing Lu Qianling's face to blanch as she stepped back in alarm. In her memory, Lu Zhantu had always been the person who cherished her the most, second only to her grandfather. This was the first time she had witnessed her usually benevolent second uncle lose his temper. Before Lu Qianling could utter a word, Lu Zhantu sternly admonished, Lu Qianling, as the eldest young lady of the Lu family, you ought to prioritize the family's interests above all else. Right now, everyone in the estate is under my command. Even if we were to eliminate him, who could trace it back to us? Since you are aware of his potential, you should likewise understand that this little scoundrel has already positioned himself against us. Allowing him to go free would truly lead the Lu family to ruin. Or have you forgotten how he severed ties with our family a month ago? Under Lu Zhantu's righteous interrogation, Lu Qianling momentarily faltered. Yet soon, she reaffirmed her resolve, insisting, no, that is not possible. Lin Che is not that kind of person. With that, Lu Qianling turned to Lin Che, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Che, please say something. You would never harm the Lu family, would you? Surely not, right? Her gaze was earnest, tinged with desperation. Observing Lu Qianling's earnest and somewhat pitiable attempt to defend him, Lin Che sighed silently. Strangely, he found himself regarding Lu Qianling with much more favor. Lin Che gently shook his head and murmured, do not be foolish any longer, Lu Qianling. Can you not see? Today, only one of us can emerge from the tumultuous tides of Yutian. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianling's entire being stiffened, her complexion as pale as parchment, and she instantly lost her vitality. Must it truly be this way? Lu Qianling looked at Lin Che with an almost pleading gaze. She could not fathom why Lin Che and Lu Zhantu had descended into such a state of irreconcilable enmity. For her, both Lin Che and Lu Zhantu were among the most cherished individuals in her heart. She was unwilling to witness harm befall either party. Qianling, you heard that, right? Even if I were to spare this scoundrel now, he would not extend the same mercy to me. A flicker of joy appeared in Lu Zhantu's eyes. But it was quickly masked. He had anticipated that Lin Che would seize the opportunity to seek Lu Qianling's protection. Yet he had not expected Lin Che to be so candid, devoid of any ulterior motives at such a critical juncture. Lin Che's words were akin to thrusting Lu Qianling into his path. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhantu pressed, Qianling, if you do not step aside, I shall rid myself of this scoundrel and clear the obstacles for the Lu family. Lu Qianling's body trembled uncontrollably as she gazed at Lin Che, who stood resolutely in the midst of the execution circle, biting her lip in silence. After a brief moment, it seemed she had made a firm resolution, turning to Lu Zhantu with outstretched arms to shield Lin Che. Uncle, you cannot kill him, she declared earnestly. Release Lin Che, and I assure you, as long as I am here, he shall not harm you in the slightest. You assure me? What can you guarantee? Lu Zhantu's eyes were filled with disdain. He had no intention of allowing Lu Qianling to prolong the moment. He coldly addressed the Silver Lance Knight. Why have you not taken the young lady to rest? Instantly, a Silver Lance Knight dismounted his steed, approached Lu Qianling, seized her arm, and without any further ado, began to drag her away. In a moment of desperation, Lu Qianling found herself in a dire predicament. As an 11th level girl, she was no match for the knight, and despite her utmost efforts, she could not break free from his grasp. Lu Qianling's temper flared completely. Her brows furrowed in anger as she exclaimed, Uncle, if you dare to kill Lin Che, I will ensure that everyone knows the top of the Yanlong list fell at your hands. Are you threatening me? Lu Zhantu laughed heartily, one hand covering his face as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal, his body shaking uncontrollably as he bent over, resembling a madman. Oh, how amusing. You call me uncle, yet you ultimately side with an outsider. You are just like your meddlesome, short-lived parents, unable to bear my success. Lu Zhantu's expression twisted, his voice growing cold. If that is the case, then you may accompany them to hell. Without waiting for Lu Qianling to react, the Silver Lance Knight forcefully hurled her into the execution circle. This sudden turn of events caught not only Lu Qianling off guard, but left Lin Che utterly astonished as well. Lin Che never anticipated that Lu Zhantu's insanity would reach such extremes, even targeting Lu Qianling. Lu Qianling herself was utterly shocked. She gazed incredulously at the frenzied Lu Zhantu, struggling to comprehend that the uncle who had cherished her, loved her, and treated her like a daughter, could one day harbor intentions to kill her. What was even more unfathomable were Lu Zhantu's words. What truly happened to my parents 10 years ago? Lu Qianling's eyes were devoid of life as she fixed her gaze on Lu Zhantu, questioning him word by word. In her overwhelming shock and fury, she inadvertently cut her palm with her clenched fingers, but the trickle of blood seemed to go unnoticed. Conversely, Lu Zhantu remained unmoved. He smirked indifferently. A suffocating cruelty etched across his face as he casually remarked, "Haven't you always suspected the cause of your parents' deaths? Allow me to enlighten you. Their demise was no accident. I was the one who killed them." Ha ha ha. Why? Why would you do this? Lu Zhantu's maniacal laughter echoed around them, leaving Lu Qianling as if struck by lightning, her face drained of color, her strength seemingly siphoned away as she staggered and collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her cheeks in torrents. Why? Why would you do this? She cried out, her voice piercing and hoarse with despair, soaking her delicate features in sorrow. The rage within her threatened to drown her reason, while the grief and hopelessness surged like a tidal wave, intent on engulfing her. Her tearful eyes remained locked on Lu Zhantu, her teeth clenched so tightly that her lips bled slightly. Yet, Lu Zhantu appeared utterly indifferent to her plight. For years, she had believed her parents perished during the beast tide a decade ago, a notion she found peculiar. Little did she know that the truth she had sought was to be unveiled in such a brutal manner. From the moment Lu Zhantu entered the Lu family, her grandfather and her parents had embraced him as one of their own, providing him with the utmost care and respect befitting a member of the family. Yet, despite this, Lu Zhantu had callously murdered his own parents. Lu Qianling could not fathom it. 1,000 questions swirled within her. She could not understand why Lu Zhantu would commit such an atrocity. Lu Zhantu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qianling, his eyes devoid of remorse or guilt, replaced instead by a cold mockery and derision. "If you must assign blame, then blame them for meddling and obstructing my path to wealth," he spat, his teeth gritted, harboring deep-seated resentment towards Lu Qianling's parents. "Why should I, from the moment of my birth, be born into the Lu family, living in privilege? Why should I? Regardless of his career aptitude or business acumen, he surpasses me by leaps and bounds. Why is that? He perpetually commands me, treating me like a mere dog at his beck and call. I have had enough. I have long endured this. We are both scions of the Lu family. Why must I forever remain beneath him?" Lu Zhantu grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising in a fervent scream as the pent-up emotions of resentment, dissatisfaction, and jealousy erupted within him. Yet, after unleashing the long-suppressed turmoil from his heart, Lu Zhantu's expression turned notably despondent, his voice now subdued. "Do you know? In truth, I do not wish to harm them. However, as long as they exist, the Lu family will forever overlook me, and I shall never have the opportunity to rise. Thus, they must perish. In retrospect, I must express gratitude for the demonic invasion a decade ago. Otherwise, how would I have had the chance to eliminate them?" Lu Zhantu muttered to himself, engaging in a dialogue that seemed more befitting of a madman than a rational being. Each of his words pierced like a sharp blade, striking deep into Lu Qianling's heart. "Is this truly the reason you wish to take her parents' lives?" Lin Che, his expression devoid of emotion, gazed upon Lu Qianling, who sat on the ground weeping inconsolably, and could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. As he listened to Lu Zhantu's revelations, his worldview was nearly shattered. Despite enduring scorn and bullying within the Lu family, he harbored a sense of gratitude towards Lu Jun, for no matter how outrageous Lu Qianling's actions were, he had never contemplated taking her life. Yet Lu Zhantu, driven solely by his greed for the Lu family's fortunes, showed no regard for the kindness bestowed upon them, mercilessly slaughtering Lu Qianling's parents. This was no longer the behavior of a human. It was the manifestation of a beast clad in human skin. Was it for this reason? Lu Zhantu erupted into manic laughter, his gaze filled with malice as he bellowed at Lin Che. Do you have any idea how long I have toiled to reach this position and the sacrifices I have made? Everything here belongs to me. No one shall ever take from me what I possess." As he spoke, a fierce glint appeared in Lu Zhantu's eyes, and the strangling formation began to operate with renewed vigor. Witnessing Lu Zhantu's frenzied demeanor, akin to a cold-blooded beast, a surge of murderous intent surged within Lin Che. However, he realized that he must first devise a strategy for survival within the strangling formation. Feeling the intensifying energy fluctuations above him, Lin Che furrowed his brow. Long before the formation was activated, he had already instructed the elven archers and jungle guardians to attempt an assault. However, this strangling formation was among the most formidable of level 30 formations. Even with the enhancements provided by the Lord's amplification, it was exceedingly difficult for the elven archers and jungle guardians to breach it. Lin Che approached Lu Qianling and said coldly, "Stop crying. If you wish to survive here, think quickly of a way to break this formation." Lu Qianling looked up, tears streaming down her face, weeping with a heart-wrenching sorrow. For the first time, Lin Che found himself unable to meet her gaze, turning his head away. Soon, he heard her voice, choked with sobs. I have no way. Such scroll formations, like the strangulation array, are intricately laid out by formation masters using special methods embedded within the scrolls, requiring merely an infusion of energy to activate. Moreover, this activation process is irreversible. Once ensnared within the formation, the only means of escape lies in breaking through with absolute power. There are no other methods of resolution. With a face full of despair, Lu Qianling, lost and despondent, forced a bitter smile and quietly asked Lin Che, "Lin Che, are we destined to die here? Do not indulge in such thoughts. It is not yet time to give up." In a rare moment, Lin Che's tone softened when facing Lu Qianling. "You need not fear excessively if death is to come. Let it be I who meets it first." As he spoke, the elven archers and the three treants gathered around Lin Che, forming a protective circle around Lu Qianling. Lu Qianling gazed at Lin Che in astonishment, her lips pressed together in a slight frown. The fear, terror, and sorrow within her seemed to dissipate significantly in the presence of Lin Che. Her thoughts drifted back to that fateful night when she was surrounded by monstrous foes. It was then that Lin Che's father had sacrificed his life to shield her from peril. And now, it was Lin Che who stood resolute. The unwavering figure before her, capable of withstanding any tempest, felt achingly familiar. "Lin Che, I am so sorry." Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, Lu Qianling lowered her head deeply, her eyes reddening once more as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. What a poignant scene it was. Lu Zhantu watched with keen interest, observing Lin Che amidst the deadly array, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Alas, it was but a futile struggle. Boom. The execution array whirled into action. Crimson blades of light flickered within the formation, akin to fleeting shadows, rapidly coalescing above. The ferocious power emanating from it caused the entire array to tremble violently. Boom. A blade of light struck down with the force of 1,000 mountains. At that very moment, 6 Silver Lance Knights unleashed their full might, their dark-maned steeds galloping fiercely as 6 lances pierced through the air. There was no turning back. It was time to fight with all they had. Lin Che steeled himself, urging the elven warriors to resist with all their might. Boom. A treant was obliterated by the crimson blade light. The remaining 2 treants, overwhelmed by the onslaught of the slaughter formation and the Silver Lance Knights, were also shattered beyond resistance. The blade light, sharp and fierce, descended once more. The elven archers transformed into crimson specks of light, vanishing within the formation. As the last elven archer exploded, the blade light within the slaughter formation diminished significantly. Yet, this was not the end. A blood-red blade of nearly 3 meters in length suddenly coalesced, hovering ominously above Lin Che's head. This represented the most formidable strike of the slaughter formation, its power extraordinary. At this moment, the elven warriors were nearly annihilated, with only the jungle guardian standing tall, shielding Lin Che and Lu Qianling behind him. Boom. The 3-meter blade descended, vibrating violently, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. Crack, crack, crack. Under such overwhelming force, the ground surrounding the slaughter formation instantly fractured, as if the very earth were splitting apart. At the center of the slaughter formation, a deep pit was gouged out by the blade light, dust swirling in the aftermath. Had they perished? Lu Zhantu crouched on the balcony of the 2nd floor, his fists clenched in anxiety, leaning forward to gaze at the cloud of dust swirling beneath the slaughter formation. Within the formation, an eerie silence prevailed. Lu Zhantu hesitated, about to command the Silver Lance Knights to investigate. Suddenly, the dust within the slaughter formation dispersed. A thorny flower erupted with wild vigor, emanating a faint green healing light from the jungle guardian, encasing Lin Che and Lu Qianling within its protective embrace, miraculously shielding them from the lethal strike of the slaughter formation. The thorny halo activated. The skill-simulated serenity was unleashed. The 3-meter blade ominously hovered above the thorny flower, releasing a fierce gust of energy that scattered throughout the formation. The jungle guardian, facing the blade light, unleashed his level 15 skill, the thorny halo, creating a barrier upheld by the blooming thorny flower. The blade light was sharp and unstoppable, enduring such a ferocious assault. The jungle guardian's body was soon marked by a web of fine, crimson wounds, a sight both shocking and alarming. It seemed that in the next moment he would shatter, bursting apart on the spot. Strangely, whenever the jungle guardian approached his limit, on the verge of collapse, healing light would flicker forth, mending the wounds upon his body. Lin Che's right hand was level with his shoulder, resting lightly upon his wrist, as a surge of mental energy coursed through him, fervently channeling the simulated skill of tranquility. This ability, unlocked at level 20 of the jungle guardian, bestows healing effects upon allied units, under the dual enhancement of the thorny aura and the simulated skill of tranquility. The formidable 3-meter blade light gradually diminished until it shattered into the air. Blocked? Blocked? Lu Qianling's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the thorn flower that completely shielded her, still enveloped in a dreamlike sensation. After withstanding the 3-meter blade light, the jungle guardian showed no inclination to retreat, despite being riddled with fine wounds, and the healing effect Lin Che enacted struggling to keep pace with the spreading bloodstains on its body. And even as the blood-red blade light continued to coalesce within the killing array, it remained undaunted. The jungle guardian's gaze was resolute, embodying a spirit of fearless determination as it leaped into the midst of the blade light. What was it intending to do? Not only was Lu Qianling perplexed, but even Lu Zhanta could not fathom Lin Che's intentions. In his view, Lin Che should have commanded the half-human, half-deer monster to maintain its defensive barrier to withstand the onslaught of the killing array. Yet, Lin Che's actions were in stark contrast to his expectations. Lin Che's survival from the most formidable strike of the strangling formation was already beyond his expectations. Now, the seemingly suicidal actions of the jungle guardian left him utterly perplexed. However, despite his confusion, Lu Zhanta did not show any mercy. He exerted every ounce of his strength to activate the strangling formation, and dozens of blades of light suddenly shot forth. Simultaneously, 6 Silver Lance Knights charged into the formation, advancing directly towards the jungle guardian. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Lin Che seemed to have anticipated Lu Zhanta's actions well in advance. The guardian of the jungle surged forth with ferocity, and the thorn blossom erupted into a resplendent radiance. With a thunderous roar, amidst a tapestry of crimson and verdant light, the figure of the guardian was gradually engulfed by the frenzied energy. The tendrils of the thorn blossom danced wildly, reaching the limits of their defensive capacity, before exploding with a deafening blast. A tempest of violent retaliation swept through the air. Its power surpassed even the fiercest strike within the killing formation. A few agonized cries echoed as 6 Silver Lance Knights were instantaneously hurled away, their bones twisted, devoid of life. Subsequently, the entire killing formation began to tremble violently. Crack! The array splintered, emitting sharp sounds as it transformed into transparent shards of energy, vanishing into the ether. The damage rebounded from the thorn halo, forcefully shattering the killing formation, annihilating even the 6 Silver Lance Knights. The scene was profoundly shocking. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Zhantu and Lu Qianling felt a tremor in their throats, a parched sensation rendering them momentarily speechless. Even with Lu Zhantu's discerning perspective and composure, he could not help but feel a deep-seated tremor at Lin Che's seemingly endless array of tactics. At last, the formation had been shattered. Lin Che wiped the sweat from his brow. This battle proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. A strangling formation had nearly driven him to the brink of despair. After a fierce confrontation, not only had the female hunter and the elven archers fallen, but even the jungle guardians had met their demise, rendering the conflict unprecedentedly brutal. Yet, in order to shatter the strangling formation, Lin Che was compelled to make a choice that would inevitably lead to the demise of the jungle guardians. After all, he possessed no effective means to dismantle the formation. The thorn aura could only reflect a meager 10 points of damage, a pitifully low figure. The jungle guardians had already reached their limit and could not endure much longer. With the relentless assaults of the strangling formation, death was merely a matter of time. Rather than allowing their sacrifice to be in vain, it was better to make it worthwhile, striving for a final, desperate effort. As Lin Che had foreseen, after enduring dozens of blade strikes in the onslaught of the Silver Lance Knights, the damage reflected by the Thorn Aura reached an astonishing level, successfully breaking the strangling formation. Of course, Lin Che's relentless support played a crucial role in this. Had he not exerted himself to simulate the healing effects of tranquility, the jungle guardians would have certainly faltered, and the Thorn Aura would not have absorbed such a substantial amount of damage. Any misstep would have plunged Lin Che into a dire predicament. Fortunately, he had once again emerged unscathed. Before Lin Che could catch his breath, Lu Zhantu began to applaud. Leaping down from the balcony and slowly advancing towards him, seemingly oblivious to the annihilation of the Silver Lance Knights and the dismantling of the strangling formation. He appeared remarkably calm, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and satisfaction. An unprecedented hidden class has granted you such formidable combat prowess. Lin Che, you truly astonish me. However, is this all you have to offer? When a summoner loses all their summons, what do you suppose will be their fate? Lu Zhantu approached Lin Che, exuding the demeanor of a conqueror. The annihilation of the Silver Lance Knights and the shattering of the strangling formation pained him deeply. Yet, compared to Lin Che's solitary plight, his own situation paled in comparison. A level 32 berserker facing a level 20 summoner stripped of all summons. If he could not vanquish Lin Che now, his life would have been in vain. Now you shall perish. Lu Zhantu's eyes glinted with malice, brimming with murderous intent. Lu Zhantu, I shall end your life. Before Lin Che could react, Lu Qianling's eyes blazed crimson as she raised her staff, charging forth in an instant. The enemies who had slain her parents stood before her. How could she remain indifferent? As for whether she could contend with Lu Zhantu, such thoughts were far from her mind. All that occupied her thoughts was the singular desire for vengeance for her parents. Foolish child, did grandfather Lu not teach you to refrain from undertaking tasks beyond your capabilities? Lin Che, quick-witted and agile, seized Lu Qianling's collar and yanked her back. Lu Qianling, filled with rage, tears streamed down her face. Could it be that we are destined to perish in vain? Indeed, today, both you and this scum shall meet your end. Lu Zhantu wore a fierce expression, drawing a broad blade from his spatial ring. Gripping the hilt with both hands as he rushed toward Lin Che and Lu Qianling with lethal intent. In the face of the menacing Lu Zhantu, Lin Che remained astonishingly composed. There was neither fear nor retreat. With a calm smile, he feigned a ferocious demeanor and addressed Lu Qianling, saying, Fool, you forced me to wash your stinking socks for 10 years, and I have yet to settle that score with you. Once I deal with this beast, you shall serve as my maid for a decade. With that declaration, before Lu Qianling could react, Lin Che positioned himself protectively in front of her. Lu Zhantu, do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to take my life? With a thunderous roar, Lin Che thrust his hand forward, commanding the eternally slumbering demon, Awaken, Demon Hunter. My servant, in the name of the Lord. In an instant, a portal to another realm bursts open, and from the chaos of darkness, a pair of crimson eyes gradually unveil themselves, unleashing a ferocious aura of carnage that soars into the heavens. Demon Hunter, arise. From the depths of the portal, thick black mist surges forth, akin to the malevolence erupting from the abyss, exuding an aura that sends shivers down the spine. As the mist recedes, a figure shrouded in coarse cloth and wielding twin blades emerges slowly from the portal. The blades in its hands are extraordinary, with sharp edges extending from both sides of the hilt, their surfaces uneven and curvaceous, reminiscent of a bat's wings, gleaming with a chilling, bloodthirsty light. Demon Hunter race, Night Elf quality, epic production resource cost, 1000 summoning cost, mental power level, LV20 health growth potential, C attack growth potential, a defense growth potential, C agility growth potential, C skills. Soul burn, inflicts mental attack damage by burning the enemy's soul. Sacrifice, level 10 skill envelopes the Demon Hunter in hellfire, causing continuous damage to surrounding foes. Evasion, level 15 skill enhances the Demon Hunter's evasion ability by 10, allowing it to dodge enemy attacks. Transformation, level 20 skill transforms the Demon Hunter into a ranged attacking demon, significantly enhancing all combat attributes. With attacks infused with chaos properties, splashing damage to all units within range at 100% efficacy. As the Demon Hunter approaches Lin Che, beneath the coarse cloth that blinds its eyes, two fiery orbs of crimson blaze with intensity, the flames radiating an increasingly scorching heat, fueled by a fervent desire for vengeance. A deep, resonant roar reverberates throughout the estate as the demon hunter's form swells rapidly, tripling in size. Suddenly, two demonic horns sprout from its crown, and the twin blades morph into a pair of obsidian wings, unfurling dramatically behind it. In that fleeting moment, the demon hunter achieves its most formidable combat form. Level 20 transformation, skill activated. In its demonic guise, the demon hunter experiences a comprehensive enhancement of attributes, the already formidable A-grade attack growth potential soaring to S-grade, rivaling even that of mythic beings. The demon has descended. Tear him apart. Under the influence of the demon hunter, Lin Che's eyes seem to be shrouded in the deep, dark luminescence of demon power, his hair swirling in an enchanting display. Lu Zhantu's expression shifts dramatically, cold sweat drenching him in an instant. No. Impossible. Were you not already cornered? How can you unleash such terrifying power? Lu Zhantu gazed in horror at the rapidly approaching demon, his previous composure and self-satisfaction completely dissolved, replaced by palpable panic and dread etched upon his face. He could scarcely believe that Lin Che, who had seemingly been cornered with nowhere left to turn, had concealed such a lethal trump card, revealing it only at this critical moment. Delight. Indeed, there is no need for doubt, for this is a carefully crafted surprise I have prepared specifically for you. Lin Che's eyes were profound, with black pupils emanating a chilling light akin to ice. He stepped forward, the Lord's amplification effect enhancing the demon hunter in its demonic transformation state. A cold smile gracing his lips as he delivered a statement of his own. It is a great honor for you to be sent to hell by my own hand. The demon hunter struck with lightning speed, hellfire igniting around its form, as two spheres of searing flames coalesced in its palms. Skill, Spirit Burn, activate. Skill, Sacrifice, activate. Skill, Evasion, activate. With all its abilities unleashed, the demon hunter's wings unfurled, soaring into the air, its massive figure looming above. It raised its hands, flames roaring, fists clenching suddenly as the fire erupted, sending waves of void energy rippling around Lu Zhantu. Lu Zhantu's face turned pale, desperately bracing his broadsword before him. A searing pain throbbed in his mind, threatening to split his skull, as if his very soul were being scorched repeatedly by the flames. The inhuman torment made him break into a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of collapse. What manner of beast is this? The demon hunter's psychic assault nearly drove Lu Zhantu to the brink of madness, inflicting unbearable agony upon him. His eyes were bloodshot, his features twisted in a grotesque snarl, resembling a frenzied beast. Lin Che, to think you wish to kill me, how dare you? Amidst the excruciating pain of the demon hunter's soul attack, Lu Zhantu gritted his teeth, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity. He strained to stand upright, gripping the hilt of his sword, and drove it forcefully into the ground. Blood. Frenzy. In an instant, a torrid crimson light erupted like molten lava from the earth. Lu Zhantu was enveloped in a terrifying shroud of blood. This was the level 30 berserker skill, Blood Frenzy, which maximized the warrior's combat attributes while in a frenzied state, akin to the rage of a monster. In this condition, Lu Zhantu's fighting prowess surged to astonishing heights. Even the demon hunter's psychic attacks became ineffectual against him. Now, it is my turn. Mountain Shatter Strike. Lu Zhantu roared, wrenching his sword from the ground and leaping high, striking down upon the demon hunter with the force of a collapsing mountain. Seeing this, Lin Che remained unfazed, standing calmly without a hint of alarm. Alas! While the berserk state indeed grants immunity to psychic damage and significantly enhances speed and attack power, it equally compromises one's defense and resistance to a considerable degree. Lin Che slowly raised his gaze, a terrifying murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Lu Zhantu, you must atone for all that you have done. Let the flames of the demon consume the sins of this world. With a mighty roar, the demon hunter's muscular hand, as robust as a dragon, struck down fiercely, igniting an endless blaze in the air, streaking across the sky like a meteor of flames. A torrential rain of fire cascaded down with thunderous force. In an instant, Lu Zhantu's figure was engulfed by the celestial inferno, leaving only a chilling wail, akin to that of a wretched spirit, echoing through the air. Oh, Lin Che, I am unwilling. With a clang, the broad blade descended, piercing straight into the ground, and as the breeze swept by, it was instantly reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. A handful of black ash fell, and the formidable deputy of the Lu group was thus reduced to nothingness, his body obliterated. At the moment of Lu Zhantu's demise, Lin Che expended the last of his strength, collapsing onto the ground, devoid of any energy to move. After an extended period of intense combat, he had reached his limit. Observing the demon hunter soaring in the sky, Lin Che felt a pang of emotion within. He was well aware of Lu Zhantu's formidable prowess. Had he not been prepared, how could he have ventured alone into the Lu residence to confront Lu Zhantu directly? Long before, in the wilderness, his level had risen to 20, and upon the life tree also achieving level 20, he unlocked the second hero unit, the Demon Hunter. At the Elder Altar, in the final moments, Lin Che had exerted all his might to elevate the Demon Hunter's level to 20. It was due to this preparation that he could successfully execute the decisive blow against Lu Zhantu without peril. Had he not possessed this trump card in the Demon Hunter, it was likely that he would be the one lying on the ground now. Undoubtedly, in terms of cunning and strength, Lu Zhantu was the most formidable opponent Lin Che had encountered to date. Time and again, he had been pushed to the brink, his life hanging by a thread. In this battle, Lin Che had nearly exhausted all his trump cards. The female hunter, the elven archer, and even the jungle guardian had fallen, resulting in significant losses. Fortunately, 14 little sprites were diligently working within the realm of beasts, and the demon hunter remained unscathed, providing Lin Che with a modicum of solace. Lu Qianling had been standing behind Lin Che throughout, from the emergence of the demon hunter to Lu Zhantu's death, all transpiring in less than half a minute. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, gazing at Lin Che, at a loss for words to articulate her current emotions. Lin Che has truly killed Lu Zhantu. If this news were to spread, she could hardly fathom the seismic repercussions it would unleash throughout Yunji City. Is this the extent of Lin Che's formidable prowess? Lu Qianling, taken aback, instinctively glanced at herself, a wave of inferiority surging within her heart. Indeed, in the face of such an exceptional Lin Che, she felt a profound sense of inadequacy. As the heiress of the Lu group, it was the first time Lu Qianling experienced this emotion in the presence of a peer. In just a month, Lin Che had matured to a level that compelled her to look up in awe. Only now did Lu Qianling realize that during their previous contests, Lin Che had not merely held back. It was akin to releasing an entire ocean. A shiver of alarm coursed through her, and a blush suddenly grazed her fair cheeks. Perhaps Lin Che does not entirely despise me. How audacious of the demon to dare invade the Lu family's domain, courting death. As Lu Qianling's thoughts spiraled, urgent footsteps suddenly resonated from outside the manor. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the estate, the winds howling fiercely. That formidable energy instantly locked onto Lin Che. A chilling malice, as tangible as the air, enveloped her completely. The demon hunter sensed an unprecedented peril, unfurling its wings to swiftly shield Lin Che. Moments later, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a weathered visage soared from the distance. Accompanying him was another white-haired elder clad in military garb. Both bore a pair of translucent wings that fluttered conspicuously behind them. A level 50 class changer. Lin Che's eyes were filled with astonishment. As if he had fallen into an icy abyss, a chill cascading from his head to the tips of his toes. Upon reaching level 50 and beyond, those who undergo job changes acquire the ability to soar through the skies, liberating themselves from the constraints of gravity. This signifies a crucial milestone for those who have transcended the threshold of level 50. Lin Che felt a profound sense of despair. If the approaching adversaries were of level 30 or so, the demon hunter could manage, however, against those above level 50. Even if they were merely ordinary professionals, the demon hunter would undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. This was the formidable power that high levels conferred. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che turned to escape. Alas, the powerful aura emanating from the newcomers bound him tightly, rendering him unable to move even an inch. It was over. Lin Che couldn't help but smile wryly. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. To make matters worse, the instant the two individuals appeared in the air, over 100 exceptionally powerful transcenders had already converged from various corners of the estate, and judging by their demeanor, they were no less than level 40 transcenders. Lin Che, even if he wished to flee, found himself devoid of any opportunity. Grandfather, please stop. Do not harm Lin Che. Just as Lin Che was at a loss for what to do, Lu Qianling rushed in front of him, shouting at the figure suspended in the air. Lin Che? The elderly man with white hair appeared quite taken aback upon hearing Lu Qianling's call. He descended rapidly before her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Upon confirming that she had not sustained any injuries, his previously menacing demeanor softened considerably. He then turned to Lin Che, exclaiming, "You are Xiao Che?" Upon recognizing the visitor's countenance, Lin Che awkwardly touched his nose and replied, "Grandfather Lu, It's me. You truly are Xiao Che. Lu Jun's face lit up with delight as he beheld Lin Che, his smile radiant. After 10 years apart, he was astonished to see how much the little one had grown and how handsome he had become. Lu Jun gazed at Lin Che, now resembling a fully grown adult, and felt a wave of nostalgia. He vividly remembered how Lin Che's father had saved Lu Qianling, and he had intended to adopt Lin Che as a son in gratitude. Unfortunately, just as Lin Che had entered the Lu family, Lu Jun had to depart for the front lines, leaving little time for them to bond. Conversely, Lin Che had always harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Jun. Were it not for his generosity, Lin Che might not have even existed in this world. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Che had shown considerable forbearance towards Lu Qianling, refraining from causing her any harm. Even amidst the chaos, he resolutely shielded her behind him. Xiao Che, splendid work. Just a month ago, I heard of your ascension to the top of the Yanlong list. Truly remarkable. Lu Jun's smile was uncontainable as he continually praised Lin Che. Being at the pinnacle of the Yanlong list was an extraordinary honor, revered throughout Hanwha. How could Lu Jun not be elated at the emergence of such a promising talent within the Lu family? He patted Lin Che's shoulder, and the lines of worry etched upon his face from years of battle seemed to ease significantly. Subsequently, he pulled Lin Che behind him and directed his gaze towards the demon hunter hovering in midair. Xiao Che, Qianling, you both step back. Allow me to deal with this creature, and we shall catch up afterward. The smile vanished from Lu Jun's face, replaced by a chilling aura reminiscent of frost. Years of confronting demons had imparted a formidable intensity to his presence. How dare such a minuscule demon presume to act so brazenly within the Lu family, truly unaware of its own mortality? With that, Lu Jun raised his hand, poised to strike. Lu Jun's strength was immense, even from a distance. The aura emanating from him sent shivers down Lin Che's spine. Lin Che knew without a doubt that if this strike landed upon the demon hunter, it would surely meet the same fate as Lu Zhantu. At this moment, he had only this solitary force of combat remaining, the demon hunter. Should he be struck down by Lu Jun with such a blow, there would be no place for him to lament his loss. Grandfather Lu, please halt. This is not a mere creature of darkness. Lin Che hastily intercepted Lu Jun and promptly instructed the demon hunter to revert from its transformed state. Is this your summoned creature? Lu Jun inquired, observing the demon hunter standing respectfully behind Lin Che after the transformation was lifted. Indeed, Lin Che affirmed, allowing Lu Jun to relax his guard entirely. As he scrutinized the demon hunter from head to toe, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. With his discernment, it was evident that there was a remarkable disparity in combat prowess before and after the demon hunter's transformation. Lu Jun understood that a summoned creature endowed with such extraordinary metamorphic abilities possessed power far beyond that of ordinary summons. He cast a deeper gaze at Lin Che, now more convinced than ever that Lin Che's ascension to the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon rankings was by no means a stroke of luck. However, he pondered the chaotic state of the Lu family, which resembled a bandit raid. After a series of fierce battles, the once familiar landscape of Yutian Haichao had been irrevocably altered, bearing the scars of conflict. Even the fountain's centerpiece, a spear he had meticulously crafted, symbolizing iron will, now stood as merely a shattered remnant. Inwardly perplexed, Lu Jun turned his gaze back to Lin Che. Lin Che felt extremely awkward, at a loss for words. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the estate. Soon, Xie Biyuan, Li Qingwan, and Tan Siyuan burst in with a large entourage. Lu Zhantu, you shameless scoundrel. Do not think to intimidate the weak with your strength. Lin Che, my dear brother, do not fret. We have come to your aid. Lu Zhantu, the Lu family is, after all, a leader in the Yunjiang business sphere. To disregard the law and create chaos within the city is intolerable. If anything were to happen to my little brother Lin Che, even with your vast influence, the Tan family will not stand idly by. The trio exuded an intimidating aura, ready to fight to the bitter end. However, upon seeing Lin Che unscathed and Lu Jun by his side, they recoiled in shock, resembling mice startled by a cat. Lu, Master Lu, what brings you back? The three of them hunched their heads, trembling in fear, their faces paling. If I had not returned, would you three have dismantled the Lu family? Lu Jun scoffed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet, he did not press the trio too hard. From their sudden appearance at the Lu residence, he realized that many unforeseen changes had transpired within the family, even ones unknown to him. Now speak. What is going on here? Lu Jun turned to Lin Che and Lu Qianling, inquiring in a calm voice. Lin Che abruptly turned his head towards the sky, feigning ignorance. Lu Qianling, too, wore an expression of hesitation, attempting to speak on several occasions, only to retreat each time. Observing the peculiar demeanor of the two, Lu Jun grew increasingly perplexed. He glanced back and forth between Lin Che and Lu Qianling, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lu Qianling. Qianling, it is your turn to speak. Lu Qianling's expression faltered as she discreetly cast a glance at Lin Che, her feelings complex. Well, the situation is as follows. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage to recount the injustices Lin Che had endured during his years with the Lu family, as well as the entire sequence of events following his career transition. Upon hearing of the various unfair treatments Lin Che faced, Lu Jun's heart ached as if it were bleeding. A mere child of 8 or 9, he had withstood the harshness of winter, enduring the bitter cold while setting up a small stall, all to avoid starvation. Lu Jun's tears flowed freely, his heart heavy with compassion, almost wishing to strike Lu Qianling in frustration. However, when he learned that Lu Qianling's parents had perished at the hands of Lu Zhantu, and that Lu Zhantu had even contemplated murdering Lu Qianling herself, Lu Jun could no longer contain his fury, his wrath igniting a desire for vengeance. He had taken Lu Zhantu, who had been begging on the streets, into the Lu family as an adopted son, nurturing him with care, only to witness his efforts yield a monster devoid of humanity. At last, when Lu Qianling revealed that Lin Che had slain Lu Zhantu, Lu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonished beyond measure, Lu Zhantu was a product of his own making. No one understood his cunning and strength better than Lu Jun. Despite Lu Zhantu's focus on the Lu Corporation's enterprises, his rank was not high. Yet, Lin Che had managed to shatter the intricate trap laid by Lu Zhantu, traversing a 12-level disparity, leaving Lu Jun utterly astonished. Not only Lu Jun, but even Li Qingwan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. The trio became increasingly convinced that Lin Che was perhaps the most prudent investment they had ever made in their lives, solidifying their resolve to cultivate a relationship with him. However, they were not the only ones with such intentions. Before the trio could act on their thoughts, they witnessed Lu Jun, while wiping away his tears, grasping the hands of Lin Che and Lu Qianling. Xiao Che, it is our Lu family that has wronged you. How about this? If you still acknowledge me as your grandpa Lu, then to alleviate my guilt, let it be known before all present that I hereby promise to betroth Qianling to you. What do you think? As Lu Jun, with a broad smile, placed Lin Che's and Lu Qianling's hands together, Li Qingwan and the others could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment. That old fox. The three individuals harbored a silent curse within their hearts, yet they could not help but admire Lu Jun's decisiveness. Logically speaking, Lin Che had already severed ties with the Lu family after enduring countless hardships during his decade-long ordeal there. Regardless of his future, he would undoubtedly have no further connections with the Lu family. However, with just a few words, Lu Jun deftly brushed aside the conflicts between Lin Che and the Lu family, and even seized the opportunity to betroth Lu Qianling to Lin Che, thereby fostering a bond between them. To the average observer, it would seem that Lin Che marrying Lu Qianling would grant him access to the Lu family's boundless wealth, an undeniable stroke of fortune. Yet, the three were acutely aware that should Lin Che truly wed Lu Qianling, it would effectively bind him to the Lu family's chariot. Presently, it is common knowledge that Lin Che possesses immense potential. Should he flourish, he is destined to become a pivotal figure in Hanxia over the coming decades. At that point, even numerous Lu families would pale in comparison before him. If this union were to materialize, the Lu family would undoubtedly emerge as the greatest beneficiary. Lu Jun's strategy was undeniably astute. The three gazed intently at Lin Che, simultaneously lamenting their own missed opportunity while silently praying that Lin Che would not be beguiled by superficial allure. Lin Che and Lu Qianling were equally taken aback by Lu Jun's sudden action. The moment Lu Qianling's delicate hand made contact with Lin Che's palm, she instantly became flustered, stamping her feet in embarrassment. "Grandfather," she playfully chided, her tone laced with a hint of reproach towards Lu Jun for his impulsive decision. Yet, the slender hand resting in Lin Che's grasp remained motionless. Her charming face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, casting furtive glances at Lin Che's expression. Within her enchanting eyes, there shimmered an abundance of joyful anticipation. Lin Che found himself in a state of great embarrassment. The initial contact was exceptionally soft, akin to holding a flawless jade in the palm of his hand, and this peculiar sensation stirred ripples within his heart. To speak candidly, Lu Qianling's appearance is not unremarkable. She is widely acknowledged as the belle of the school at Yunjiang No. 1 High School. Of course, her family's affluent background enhances this perception. Yet, it sufficiently attests to Lu Qianling's beauty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that among all the individuals Lin Che has encountered thus far, only Ji Xia could possibly eclipse Lu Qianling in allure. He understood well that Lu Jun's decision to betroth Lu Qianling to him carried significant implications. With merely a nod from him, wealth, fame, and status would undoubtedly flow toward him in abundance. However, Lin Che could not overlook Lu Qianling's past arrogance and cruelty. While he had no intention of holding grudges, it did not mean he could readily forgive all that she had done. I regret to inform you, Grandfather Lu, that I fear I may disappoint you. Lin Che quietly withdrew his hand from Lu Qianling's grasp and said with a gentle smile, Miss, you are exceptionally talented and must have no shortage of suitable matches. The world outside is vast, and I too wish to explore it. Grandpa Lu. Although I have distanced myself from the Lu family, I have always cherished your kindness. Should the Lu family ever require my assistance, within my capabilities, I would never decline. Listening quietly to Lin Che's words, Lu Jun's smile abruptly froze on his face. Lu Qianling appeared dim. Her heart a tumult of emotions as she silently withdrew her hand and hid it behind her. Both understood that while Lin Che had not outright refused, his intent was unmistakably clear. After a prolonged silence, Lu Jun let out a deep sigh, his expression devoid of vitality, feeling an immense sense of regret. Yet he recognized that such matters could not be forced. Moreover, from Lin Che's words, he discerned that Lin Che had not entirely excluded the Lu family from his heart. For Lu Jun, this realization was sufficient. Xiao Che, Grandpa Lu wishes for you to remember this. No matter where life takes you, our Lu family, and I, Lu Jun, will always stand as your unwavering support, Lu Jun stated earnestly. He patted Lin Che's shoulder with emphasis, unable to suppress his sighs. However, he chose not to elaborate further and donned a cheerful demeanor. Xiao Che, it has been quite some time since we last met. Please stay tonight and share a meal with this old man. With that, Lu Jun seized Lin Che's hand, providing no opportunity for refusal, and led him towards the villa and the estate. After a few steps, Lu Jun seemed to remember something and turned to Xiebi Yuan, Li Qiwan, and Tansi Yuan. You three, why not join us for a meal at the Lu residence? Upon hearing this, the trio could only smile wryly. They could easily perceive the subtle dismissal in Lu Jun's words and understood that he was resolutely intent on winning Lin Che over, unwilling to allow them to intrude at this critical moment. Moreover, with Lu Jun's recent return and the significant upheaval he faced, including the death of Lu Zhantu, there were numerous matters demanding his attention, leaving him little inclination to entertain them. Their ostentatious entrance into the Lu family had already been a provocation to its dignity. Lingering any longer would be utterly indefensible. No, thank you, old Master Lu. My wife is about to give birth, and I must return home to check on her. Xiebi Yuan, along with Tensi Yuan, offered a few pleasantries before promptly turning to leave, moving hastily as if swift escape was paramount. Li Qiwan, her brow furrowed, glanced at Lu Jun's unfriendly demeanor and felt a sense of helplessness, ultimately saying apologetically, Old Master Lu, we did not intend to intrude upon the Lu family today, but we will not abandon our pursuit of Lin Che. Subsequently, Li Qiwan turned away decisively and departed. Lu Jun could not help but cast a few more glances at her, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. This young lady from the Li family possessed a certain audacity, rivaling that of any man. In the garden of Yintian Haichao, Lu Jun deliberately sought to mend the relationship between Lin Che and the Lu family, opting for a more relaxed atmosphere by transforming dinner into a familial gathering, simply arranged in the garden. Come, Lin Che, join me for a drink. May you sail smoothly through the assessments at Zhuke Sacred Academy. Grandpa Lu, enough is enough. I've already had 3 cups. One more, and I shall be inebriated. Ah, at such a tender age, how can you have such a meager tolerance for alcohol? What? Are you worried that the Lu family is too vast for you to find a place to rest? Throughout the banquet, Lu Jun persistently clinked glasses with Lin Che, determined to see him thoroughly intoxicated. After several rounds, Lin Che felt his head spin, his speech becoming increasingly slurred. Noticing that Lin Che could truly drink no more, Lu Jun finally burst into hearty laughter, granting him a reprieve. With a rosy complexion, Lu Jun downed another glass of potent liquor and, after a burp, remarked, Little Che, Qianling has explained everything clearly. That wretch, Lu Zhantu, is not worth lamenting. I've also had brotherly liaise with the Yunjiang military district, rest assured. No one will pursue your responsibility. Isn't that right, Brother Go? He added, pouring a drink for the elder who had accompanied him, casting a discreet glance. Gutian helplessly shot Lu Jun a look, responding in a muted tone. Since the parties involved are not pursuing it, we in the military will certainly not complicate matters. He then turned his gaze to Lin Che, appraising him closely and complimenting, indeed, heroes emerge from youth, our era has passed, and the future belongs to your generation. Brother Go, your words are not quite right. Lu Jun interjected after downing another shot of strong liquor before Lin Che could respond. He patted his chest, declaring robustly, we are merely in our 50s. Our prowess remains undiminished, our spirits unyielding. Before we returned, did you not suggest I find a few young ladies to share drinks with and discuss the philosophies of life? How can you say otherwise? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianling, who had been silently seated at the side, felt her ears flush crimson. Nevertheless, she understood Lu Jun's temperament well and refrained from saying much. Conversely, Gutian's face reddened, feigning irritation as he retorted, old fool, that pertains to you. Do not cast such nonsense upon me. Lu Jun chuckled, unperturbed, and turned to Lin Che, saying, Little Che. Brother Gu served as an instructor at Zhuke Sacred Academy for a time. I have specifically brought him back to clarify any uncertainties you may have. Feel free to inquire about anything, and it will also prepare you mentally in advance. Upon hearing these words, Lin Che felt a surge of vitality. Aside from the invitation, the Zhuke Sacred Academy had not disclosed much information regarding the assessment. However, with Lu Jun's remarks, it appeared that there were indeed intricacies within the evaluation criteria of the Zhuke Sacred Academy. Gutian, being direct, stated, very well, seizing this opportunity, I shall elucidate the assessment rules of the Zhuke Sacred Academy. With that, Gutian adopted a serious demeanor, declaring with utmost gravity, generally speaking, to pass the assessment of the Zhuke Sacred Academy, one must attain a level of at least 15. Level 15? Lin Che was slightly taken aback. It is no wonder that the 5 supreme academies have become the pinnacle of Hanxia. Merely this one criterion for admission is sufficient to eliminate countless candidates and to sift through a multitude of prodigies. Even with Lu Qianling's backing from the Lu family, she still falls short of the requirements set forth by the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy. Gutian continued, this is merely one of the stringent prerequisites. The assessment criteria of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy encompass various aspects, including combat prowess, adaptability, and temperament. However, due to the emergence of the Flame Dragon Steel, this year's evaluations will differ significantly from those of previous years. As far as I am aware, this year's assessments will implement a points-based system. A points-based system? Lin Che was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time he had heard that the assessment was based on a point system, which was indeed rather unconventional. Gutian did not keep him in suspense and meticulously explained the rules of the point system to Lin Che. The assessment at the Zhuke Sacred Academy was set to take place in the Academy's unique instance, known as the Demon Illusion Realm. Unlike ordinary instances, the Demon Illusion Realm would present him with illusions of demons generated in their true forms, rather than mere corrupted creatures and instance monsters infused with demonic energy, all of which boasted formidable combat prowess. The rules of the assessment dictated a point brawl system within the Demon Illusion Realm. One could seize points by vanquishing the demon illusions or eliminating opponents, thereby enhancing their ranking. This assessment at the Zhuke Sacred Academy attracted not only the prodigies who had made their mark on the Yanlong Steel within the South Sichuan region, but also many other exceptionally talented individuals who met the assessment criteria, resulting in fierce competition. Gutian spared no detail as he elaborated on the rules of the assessment for Lin Che. Lin Che was deeply engrossed in his thoughts. From the very first day he arrived in this world, he had been acutely aware of the ferocity of the demons. The existence of these malevolent beings had always posed a significant threat to humanity. However, his understanding of the demons had remained confined to the pages of textbooks, and he had never had the opportunity to witness their true form. This time, the assessment at the Zhuke Holy Institute would allow him to experience firsthand the battle against the demons in a different manner. Lin Che, with your abilities, there is no doubt you will pass the assessment at the Zhuke Holy Institute. Gutian encouraged him. Then, shifting his tone to one of utmost seriousness, he added, however, you must heed one crucial point. I happened to overhear someone mention that this assessment, governed by a points system, harbors an exceedingly uncontrollable variable. Even some of the senior students from various academies may find it challenging to contend with, so you must exercise great caution. As he spoke these words, A flicker of anxiety crossed Gutian's face, a clear indication of the heightened difficulty posed by this year's assessments at the Juke Holy Institute, as well as the 5 prestigious academies, far surpassing that of previous years. Thank you for your guidance, old Gu. I will take it to heart. Lin Che expressed his gratitude quietly, silently engraving Gutian's words in his heart. After several rounds of drinks, both Lu Jun and Gutian were so intoxicated that they had lost their bearings. The two, inebriated and jovial, leaned on each other as they staggered out of the estate, carelessly leaving Lin Che and Lu Qianling behind, their voices echoing with nonsensical banter about the celestial and the earthly. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence, as Lin Che and Lu Qianling exchanged bewildered glances. Both bemused. Their grandfather, despite his advanced age, had yet to exhibit any semblance of decorum. Lu Qianling murmured softly, clearing her throat in an attempt to ease the awkwardness, and redirected the conversation. Lin Che, when are you heading to the Juke Sacred Institute? Tomorrow, I suppose. I want to acclimate to the new environment beforehand. That sounds good. The spicy hot pot in South Sichuan is quite delectable. You should try it when you have the chance. As for today, please don't dwell on it. Grandfather merely spoke offhandedly. It's not significant. Yes, I've almost forgotten. Their conversation meandered, both appearing somewhat distracted. As night deepened, the effects of the alcohol enveloped Lin Che, and his head grew heavy, leading him to drift into a slumber at the table. In a hazy state, Lin Che caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance wafting towards him, and a few strands of hair brushed against his face, tickling him. Lu Qianling, with great effort, placed Lin Che's hand upon her shoulder, assisting him into her room to lie down. She settled beside the bed, gazing at the sleeping Lin Che, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. An array of complex emotions surged within her, rendering her expression particularly melancholic. For so long, she had directed her animosity towards Lin Che, but it stemmed from the harrowing experience of a decade prior when, amidst the monstrous onslaught, she alone had survived while her parents perished. She loathed her own helplessness during that dire moment and struggled to confront the grief of her parents' demise, ultimately attributing her anguish to Lin Che's father and, by extension, to Lin Che himself. Countless nightmares had jolted her awake, and she had sincerely wished that if only Lin Che's father had saved her parents instead of her, how much better it would have been. Whenever these thoughts crossed her mind, she would uncontrollably unleash her fury upon Lin Che, seeking a semblance of solace for her troubled spirit. However, since the day she transitioned to her new role, she had come to realize the depth of her error. She had been utterly mistaken. In truth, Lin Che was no different from her, merely a pitiable soul who had survived that calamity by sheer chance. In such a catastrophic event, even the Lu family found themselves perilously vulnerable and ill-equipped to confront the threat. What right did she have to demand that Lin Che's father rescue her parents from the nefarious ambitions long harbored by Lu Zhantu? Today, the truth surrounding the death of her parents has been unveiled, and Lu Zhantu has also met his demise at the hands of Lin Che. After 10 long years, Lu Qianling's emotional turmoil has finally been resolved. This day, which she has long awaited, is simultaneously the happiest and the most sorrowful of her life. After indulging in her whims for so long, she suddenly turns back and despairingly realizes that she has lost the most precious person in her heart. When Lu Jun suggested that she be betrothed to Lin Che, she fervently wished for his acceptance. Tears streamed down Lu Qianling's face as she laughed and cried simultaneously, calling him a scoundrel. What a grudge to hold just for having washed his stinky socks for a decade. How dare he expect her to be his maid? Lin Che, just wait. One day, I shall catch up with you. There will come a time when I stand beside you, radiant in a gown of purest white. As she spoke, Lu Qianling unexpectedly drifted off to sleep at the edge of her bed. Unbeknownst to her, since the moment she carried Lin Che back to the room, 2 pairs of eyes had been silently observing from afar outside the window. Perhaps it was out of concern. Gutian nudged Lu Jun's arm, teasingly remarking, I wonder who suggested getting Lin Che drunk and forcing him into a situation. Why the sudden heartache in front of me now? How about I lend a hand to those 2 youngsters? A solitary man and woman, alone together. Such youthful ardor surely brings forth unique experiences. Gutian continued to jest, casting mischievous glances at Lu Jun, until he noticed the tears welling in Lu Jun's eyes. He cleared his throat, suppressing his humor. With a heavy sigh, Lu Jun wiped away his tears, lamenting, alas, they are but 2 unfortunate children. Enough with your sentimental musings, Gutian interjected, his tone turning serious. The fortunes of the next generation are theirs to determine. Your worries are of no consequence. He continued, for a decade. We have fought valiantly to rid the southern lands of those malevolent creatures. Yet now, with the emergence of the flame dragon ranking and the abyss returning to our world, soon the demons will awaken, plunging the entire realm into chaos. Gu Tian's expression grew somber as he spoke gravely. At that time, who knows how many will be torn from their families, left with shattered lives. The world is fraught with suffering, buried beneath the weight of unfulfilled destinies. We, as relics of the past, must exert our remaining vigor to grant these young souls a chance to grow. It is time to prepare. Lu Jun nodded solemnly, casting a lingering glance at the slumbering Lin Che within, before silently vanishing into the night. As the sunlight streamed through the windows, its warmth roused Lin Che from his dreams. Alas, his shoulders ached unbearably. Lin Che sat up straight, feeling a slight tingling and dull ache radiating from his right shoulder. He drowsily opened his eyes, gazing at the room filled with an array of dolls and the charming pink decor that adorned the space, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is this not the room of that girl? Lin Che inhaled the faint, delicate fragrance of a young girl that lingered in the air, and in an instant, he realized that he had spent the night in Lu Qianling's room. Could it be? Oh no. Lin Che was suddenly jolted awake, hastily lifting the covers to glance beneath him. Seeing that his clothes were intact and his belt securely fastened, he finally relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his chastity remained intact. After a quick shower to clear his mind, Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Ordinarily, Lu Qianling was the epitome of cleanliness. He never imagined that one day she would allow a drunken stranger to stay overnight in her room. Had this been in the past, Lin Che would have been utterly astounded. After drying his hair and neatly folding the bedding, Lin Che stepped out of Lu Qianling's room. As he reached the corridor, he unexpectedly ran into her. Good morning, he greeted. Good morning, she replied. Their exchange was devoid of excessive familiarity, yet it was no longer as distant as before. It felt as if they were two intimately acquainted strangers. Having endured so much, Lin Che found himself uncertain of how to approach Lu Qianling. In contrast, she displayed no trace of shyness, appearing quite poised as she produced an exquisite little wooden box from behind her. Here, this is something your father left at the Lu residence. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner. She handed the box to Lin Che and added casually, by the way, Grandpa mentioned that he has important matters to attend to today and won't be seeing you off. He asked me to convey that the Lu family will always be your home, so do come back and visit whenever you can. Yes, of course, he replied. Lin Che received the wooden box with care, tucking it away with great reverence. He glanced at Lu Qianling, who bore faint dark circles under her eyes and had slightly reddened corners. His throat moved as if to speak, yet he hesitated. Unsure of what to say to Lu Qianling, he simply uttered softly, well then, I shall take my leave. Take care. Yes, take care. Lu Qianling replied with a slight nod, shifting her body aside without exhibiting much reluctance or insistence. She understood that Lin Che's future was radiant, destined to soar beyond Yunjiang towards a broader horizon. Yunjiang could not retain him. Likewise, Lu Qianling had already resolved within her heart that one day she would present herself before Lin Che in a more splendid manner. Farewell was merely a prelude to a more meaningful reunion. In the brief span of a month, Lu Qianling had matured considerably. She had once believed that growing up was a protracted and distant journey. Yet now, she suddenly realized that maturity seemed to occur in a fleeting moment. Lin Che departed with little fanfare. The Sacred Academy of Zhuke is situated far in the southern part of Sichuan, over 1,000 kilometers from Yunjiang. Even with the swiftest train, the journey would consume an entire day. After a modest lunch at a local diner, Lin Che prepared to head to Sichuan. Prior to his departure, he paid visits to 3 individuals, Xie Biyuan, Li Qingwan, and Tan Siyuan. These 3 not only spoke out valiantly when Lu Zhan pressured him, but also brought their elite forces into the Lu family in an attempt to safeguard his well-being. Although they did not have the opportunity to intervene, Lin Che felt a deep sense of indebtedness for their kindness. I find you quite agreeable, young man, in the future. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon your elder brother Xie, said Xie Biyuan. Lin Che, let me find someone to accompany you to Sichuan. They can take good care of your daily needs, added Li Qingwan. Young brother Lin, I, Tan, am known for my pride. Yet you are among the few in Yunjiang whom I truly admire. Upon your return, let us find an opportunity to share a drink together, remarked Tan Siyuan. Xie Biyuan, Li Qingwan, and Tan Siyuan, driving their limited edition luxury cars, took Lin Che to the Yunjiang high-speed railway station, reluctant to part ways. Li Qingwan insisted on assigning her personal secretary to accompany Lin Che, worried that he might not take proper care of himself during his time in Sichuan. Lin Che naturally declined Li Qingwan's kind offer, setting aside other matters. Simply the alluringly sheer attire of that young secretary and her fiery gaze made Lin Che wary of her intentions, whether in the past or present. He had never possessed the proclivities of a young master from a prestigious family, nor did he have any desire to be accompanied by maids. After bidding farewell to the three, Lin Che swiftly entered the Yunjiang high-speed railway station. Prior to his arrival, Li Qingwan had already secured a ticket for him to South Sichuan, departing promptly at 3 in the afternoon. Lin Che had just passed through security when he realized it was already time for departure. Carriage 15, berth 7, this should be the place. Lin Che held his ticket, verifying it as he located his designated berth within the carriage. It was a lower bunk, yet it was already occupied by a girl, seemingly a recent high school graduate. She casually swept her hair up and engaged in cheerful banter with the three boys opposite her, entirely oblivious to Lin Che's approach. Lin Che was still uncertain whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong carriage, so he double-checked once more. No, it was indeed the right one. After confirming, Lin Che approached the girl directly. However, before he could utter a word, a boy stood up impatiently, blocking Lin Che's path. The boy's narrowed eyes scanned Lin Che, and upon observing his handsome features, a strong sense of unease surged within him. With evident annoyance, he exclaimed, "Hey, what do you want? Trying to flirt with our stunning Zhou, are you? Just move along." Zhou Yutong is the belle of Guanghai No. 1 high school and a genius ranked 8921 on the Yanlong list. We are here to participate in the entrance examination for the prestigious Zhuke Sacred Institute. A realm far removed from someone like you, a mere factory worker from the north. I suggest you refrain from humiliating yourself. Guanghai No. 1 high school students? Lin Che was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the so-called Guanghai No. 1 high school could actually produce 4 students who met the criteria for the examination of the Zhuke Sacred Institute. Moreover, among them was even a prodigy who had ascended to the Yanlong list. Lin Che couldn't help but scrutinize the girl named Zhou Yutong once more. Just at that moment, Zhou Yutong glanced over. Upon seeing Lin Che clad in cheap, market-bought attire, she wrinkled her nose in disdain, shifting her position to distance herself, as if fearing that Lin Che might emit some unpleasant odor. The disdain and aversion in her eyes were nearly overflowing. "Yutong, we needn't pay attention to such people. It's best to pretend we haven't seen them. The world is vast, and indeed, there are all sorts of individuals. They should take a moment to reflect on their own character before attempting to engage with someone as esteemed as our campus belle." The 2 other boys also regarded Lin Che with contempt, voicing their derision one after another. At this juncture, Zhou Yutong remarked, "I will never harbor any feelings for you, nor will I share any contact information. Please leave." Lin Che was both amused and exasperated. He could not fathom what affliction plagued this group, as they seemed to be experiencing delusions in broad daylight. If one is unwell, they should seek treatment. However, individuals like you, even if cured, would still drool. Only the 3 of you could possibly find appeal in such a lackluster girl, devoid of both curves and charm. Lin Che cast a fleeting glance at a few individuals and softly addressed Zhou Yutong. "Move aside. You are occupying my spot." How infuriating. Zhou Yutong gritted her silver teeth, her face darkening with anger. She straightened her back, as if to assert something, yet her flat chest offered little in terms of persuasion. Deflated, she sat back down, glaring fiercely at Lin Che, wishing she could devour him whole. She also pondered what exactly made her so lacking. The 3 boys were equally incensed. However, before they could express their frustration, Lin Che brandished his train ticket in front of them. "Forget it. I've encountered individuals like him before. He thinks this will capture my attention. Let's ignore him." Aware of her own shortcomings and not wanting to stir up trouble, Zhou Yutong rose from Lin Che's bunk to relinquish her position. Subsequently, she settled into a lower bunk on the opposite side, joining the 3 boys to leave Lin Che isolated. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter someone like him. If it weren't for Yutong's magnanimity, her beauty and kind heart, had it been anyone else, I dare say he would have faced a significant downfall. Let us not pay him any mind. It will only dampen our spirits. Tell me, is it possible that the unparalleled genius Lin Che from Yunjiang is on this very train with us? Are you referring to the Lin Che who was top of the Yanlong list? He is my idol. If only he were here, I would definitely seek his autograph. Even a mere glimpse would suffice to fulfill me for a lifetime. Yutong, surely you don't harbor feelings for that person? What of it? I do like him. Only such a genius is worthy of being my idol, Zhou Yutong. The four seemed to completely disregard Lin Che's presence, engaging in lively conversation predominantly centered around him. Lin Che had not anticipated that his fame had spread throughout Guanghai. Would they experience a sense of disillusionment if they were to discover his true identity? A mischievous chuckle escaped him as he observed Zhou Yutong's adoration, her eyes sparkling with admiration at the mere mention of his name. Yet, these thoughts were merely whimsical. He was not truly so frivolous. Lin Che lay comfortably on the lower bunk, his hands clasped behind his head, enjoying the tranquility as others around him paid him no mind. Suddenly, the system notifications chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Tree of Life has reached level 20 and undergone evolution, transforming into the ancient tree. Ding. The evolution of the ancient tree is complete. The conditions for constructing the wind ancient tree have been met. Upon completion, it will unlock the intermediate warriors of the elven race, the hawk beast, the raptor druid, and the elven dragon. At that moment, 2 successive system prompts echoed, signaling the long-awaited completion of the evolution. A tremor coursed through Lin Che's heart as his consciousness swiftly descended into the realm of the magical beasts. Upon entering this enchanted domain, he beheld the majestic brilliance of life emanating from the Tree of Life. Its tender, verdant branches unfurled gracefully, whispering softly in the breeze. As the radiance from the tree intensified, the exposed roots burgeoned rapidly, growing robustly in a wild display. The entire Tree of Life surged upward, transforming into an ancient celestial tree, standing resplendently within the territory of the elven race. The transformation it underwent was nothing short of earth-shattering compared to its previous state. Ancient Tree, evolutionary form of the Tree of Life. Level, LV20 material storage capacity has seen a significant enhancement, currently possessing a total of 10,000 materials, with a maximum storage limit of 50,000. By consuming materials, one can swiftly elevate the levels of the little spirits, greatly enhancing their efficiency in resource collection. The training level cap aligns with that of the Tree of Life, with the current maximum training level for the little spirits set at 20. Having absorbed the essence of the Phoenix tree entirely, the Tree of Life had entered its evolutionary phase, and now it had finally completed this transformation. With the evolution into the ancient tree, not only had its size increased, and its material storage capacity significantly enhanced, but the efficacy of training the little spirits had also seen a remarkable improvement, accelerating their resource collection and construction speed. This development was undoubtedly of immense importance to Lin Che. After meticulously observing the changes in the ancient tree, Lin Che calmly turned his attention to another system notification. The construction of the wind ancient tree could simultaneously unlock 3 brand new warrior classes of the elven race. Astonished, Lin Che promptly directed the little sprites to immerse themselves in the construction of the ancient tree of wind. Before long, the structure was complete, with swirling gusts of hurricane encircling the towering tree. Ancient tree of wind level, one capable of training the eagle beasts, raptor druids, and sprite dragons. Lin Che's thoughts stirred as he expended a small amount of resources, summoning 3 uniquely shaped warriors of the elven race before him. Horned eagle beast, race, night elf, quality, rare, resource cost for production, 60, training location, ancient wind tree, summoning cost, mental energy, level, LV1, health growth potential, D, attack growth potential, C, defense growth potential, D, agility growth potential, B, skills, claw attack. The horned eagle swiftly dives, using its claws to strike at foes. Reconnaissance, level 10 skill. The horned eagle soars through the air, providing the summoner with expansive vision. Archer mount, level 15 skill. The horned eagle carries elven archers into battle, enabling aerial combat capabilities. Raptor druid, race, night elf, quality, rare, resource cost for production, 60, training location, ancient wind tree, summoning cost, mental energy, level, LV1, health growth potential, D, attack growth potential, D, defense growth potential, D, agility growth potential, C, skills, elven fire. The druid ignites elven fire, reducing its own armor while striking enemies to diminish their defense by 5 and granting them visibility. Hurricane spell, level 10 skill. The druid conjures a hurricane, lifting enemies into the air. Storm crow, level 15 skill, transforms into a storm crow, gaining the ability to fly and enhancing attack power in storm crow form. Elven fire and hurricane spell cannot be used. Elven dragon, race, night elf, quality, rare, resource cost for production, 60, training location, ancient wind tree, summoning cost, mental energy, level, LV1, health growth potential, C, attack growth potential, C, defense growth potential, B, agility growth potential, C, skills, magic immunity. The Elven Dragon gains the ability to resist magical attacks for 10 seconds. Magic Shield, level 10 skill when subjected to magical attacks. The Elven Dragon transforms into an egg for defense, simultaneously enhancing its own defense. Inferno Flame, level 15 skill. After using the Magic Shield skill, the Elven Dragon can unleash magical flames upon its magical assailants, inflicting a continuous burning effect. The attributes and capabilities of the Horned Eagle Beast, Raptor Druid, and Elven Dragon unfolded before Lin Che's eyes. In summary, each of the three newly summoned Elven Warriors possesses distinct characteristics. The Horned Eagle Beast requires the collaboration of Elven archers to unleash formidable destructive power. Although the Raptor Druid lacks an offensive strength, it boasts significant control effects. The Elven Dragon, on the other hand, is a bane to spellcasters. Its skill of magic immunity alone is enough to vex many a mage. However, it is evident that these three new Elven Warriors cannot rival the combat prowess of the Jungle Guardian or the Demon Hunter. Nevertheless, they enrich Lin Che's tactical repertoire and provide him with a broader array of options when simulating skills. It is important to note that the Horned Eagle Beast, Raptor Druid, and Elven Dragon all require training within the Ancient Wind Tree. Lin Che has temporarily refrained from enhancing their levels. At present, the variety of Elven Warriors available to him has significantly increased. The question of how to optimally combine the numbers of each type of elf to unleash greater power has become a pressing matter for Lin Che. Both the Elven archers and the huntresses serve as primary attackers and must not be in insufficient numbers. The Hawk Beasts can synergize with the Elven archers and therefore need to match their quantity. The Raptor Druids provide decent crowd control, however, their damage output is rather low, making them suitable only for restraining opponents. As for the Elven Dragons, they can be utilized more effectively against foes such as mages. After considering all these factors, Lin Che found himself somewhat perplexed. Currently, the Moonwell is only at level 3 and can accommodate a population of 30, of which the sprites occupy 14 slots. The limitation on population capacity makes it difficult for him to decide on the distribution of Elven Warriors for the time being. After much deliberation, Lin Che ultimately resolved to upgrade the Moonwell first, thereby increasing the population cap before contemplating the allocation of Elven Warrior numbers. Fortunately, the evolution of the Ancient Tree has been completed, significantly accelerating the sprites' resource gathering, and it won't be long before they can train a substantial number of Elven Warriors at the same level as themselves. This is a testament to Lin Che's extraordinary talent for the Beastmaster domain. In contrast, other summoning professions would find it hard to endure the losses incurred from 2 successive summons resulting in near-total annihilation. As the sprites busily commenced their tasks, Lin Che did not withdraw from the Beastmaster domain. Instead, he approached the Elder Altar. He intended to utilize the Elder Altar to resurrect the Jungle Guardians, which is a unique advantage he possesses. By merely consuming resources, he can bring back the hero units summoned from the Elder Altar. Lin Che stood solemnly before the Elder Altar, a look of reverence upon his countenance. "Arise, my most loyal servant," he implored. Above the altar, the golden gears radiated a resplendent brilliance. Within the Elven territory, resources were rapidly depleting. After a significant reduction, the golden gears abruptly ceased their motion. A dazzling flash illuminated the surroundings, and the guardian of the forest strode forth with renewed vigor, once again standing before Lin Che. Compared to before, the guardian exhibited no substantial alterations, maintaining the same level of 20, thus sparing the need for further training. However, the resources consumed to resurrect the guardian were indeed considerable, inherently tied to the level of the hero unit. Inevitably, the higher the level, the greater the resource expenditure required by the Elder Altar for resurrection. Yet, this process was undoubtedly more favorable than that of other summoning professions, where powerful summoned entities would necessitate starting from scratch upon their demise. Having arranged everything within the realm of the Warcraft, Lin Che finally found the time to open the modest wooden box that Lu Qianling had returned to him. The box was unadorned, crafted from rather ordinary material. Lin Che opened the box, revealing a resplendent dragon-shaped jade pendant that shimmered with a silvery white glow. The pendant was entirely pure in hue, its texture translucent, and when held, it exuded a faint warmth. Amidst this gentle warmth, A subtle radiance reflected off the dragon-shaped jade pendant, piercing into Lin Che's forehead. Subsequently, a mysterious connection was established between Lin Che and the dragon-shaped jade pendant, as its attribute information quietly manifested within his mind. Silver dragon pendant, bound to owner, quality, orange type, rare auxiliary equipment wearing requirements, no level restrictions wearing effects, experience boost, increases the wearer's experience gained by 10. Storage space. The silver dragon pendant contains a dedicated storage space capable of holding non-living entities. Silver dragon guardian. By infusing mental energy, the internal defense array of the silver dragon pendant can be activated, generating a protective barrier. The strength of this barrier correlates with the amount of mental energy infused. With a cooldown period of 1 day, it turned out to be a rare auxiliary equipment of orange quality with no level restrictions. Lin Che was particularly astonished. Generally speaking, the quality of equipment is categorized into 5 grades: white, green, blue, purple, and orange. Among items of the same level, white is the least desirable, while orange denotes the highest quality. Of course, in addition to standard weapons and armor, there exist rare pieces of equipment endowed with unique effects. Such is the case with the silver dragon pendant in Lin Che's possession. It is not only a rare auxiliary item, but also an extraordinary piece of equipment devoid of level restrictions. The amplification of experience and the protective qualities of the silver dragon barrier render the pendant extraordinarily precious, making it a rarity beyond valuation. Lin Che had never anticipated that the original owner's father possessed such invaluable equipment. It is no wonder that even Lu Zhantu was so envious, refusing to part with it. Now, Lin Che begins to comprehend why, after his job change, Lu Zhantu was so fervently intent on eliminating him. After all, such rare and extraordinary equipment possesses a binding recognition function. Unless the owner meets their demise, no one else can wield it. Had it not been for the original owner's father designating Lin Che as the bearer of the silver dragon pendant, it is likely that Lu Zhantu would have claimed it for himself long ago. Beyond fearing that Lin Che posed a threat to his standing within the Lu family, it seems that Lu Zhantu's desire to possess the silver dragon pendant is even more pronounced. The original owner's father's background must be quite remarkable to possess such a rare artifact. Lin Che held the silver dragon pendant, his thoughts swirling. In his recollection, the original owner's father was merely an ordinary military personnel, as even Lu Jun had asserted. Yet, how could an ordinary military officer possess such a rare artifact as the silver dragon pendant? Lin Che was utterly perplexed. He rummaged through the recesses of his memory, yet found himself devoid of any clues, leaving him no choice but to temporarily set aside the questions swirling in his mind. Could it be that this is indeed the legendary rare equipment with no level restrictions? As Lin Che regained his senses, he was met with 3 large faces encroaching upon him, their eyes wide with astonishment, nearly pressing against his own. What are you doing? Lin Che swiftly concealed the silver dragon pendant, casting a vigilant gaze upon the 3 young men. The trio appeared visibly disheartened, their expressions betraying a sense of unfulfilled desire. The economy and resources of Guanghai surpassed those of Yunjing by considerable margins, and each of them hailed from the prosperous factions within Guanghai. Possessing discerning eyes and having acquired basic appraisal skills, which enabled them to instantly recognize the pendant's worth. Not only they, but even Zhou Yutong found herself unable to resist glancing repeatedly in Lin Che's direction. However, as the campus belle, she was compelled to maintain her composure and did not exhibit the same degree of disarray as the 3 young men. Nevertheless, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhang Zifeng, isn't your family a renowned forging clan? Is this truly a rare auxiliary item without any level restrictions? One young man inquired. Zhang Zifeng nodded vigorously. Having grown up amidst the clanging of the forge, he was well versed in various weapons and equipment, confident that his judgment was sound. As he swallowed hard, his gaze intensified with fervor, nearly overwhelming his composure with excitement. Suppressing his inner glee, he adopted an aloof demeanor and feigned indifference, stating, "No, I must have erred. This is merely an ordinary jade pendant. However, the luster and texture of this jade are quite commendable. How about this? I'll offer you this amount if you sell it to me." With a light cough to mask his mounting tension, Zhang Zifeng raised 4 fingers towards Lin Che. Lin Che shook his head, yet before he could articulate his refusal, he heard Zhang Zifeng proclaim, "Country bumpkin, you would do well not to hastily decline. The price I am offering will undoubtedly astonish you. Then, esteemed young master, pray enlighten me as to the sum you propose," Lin Che inquired, maintaining his composure. I have opened my eyes to the fullest extent. Zhang Zifeng nearly sputtered in exasperation. He strained to widen his squinty eyes. Alas, no matter how fervently he attempted, his face still bore only 2 narrow slits. 4,000. Will you sell or not? Zhang Zifeng asserted with confidence. Lin Che could not help but laugh aloud. This person truly regarded him as a fool. Thinking he could purchase a rare piece of equipment without level restrictions for merely 4,000. How amusing. He continued to play, resolute in his decision not to sell. Lin Che pursed his lips and decisively rejected the offer. No way. Zhang Zifeng immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, 40,000. I'll give you 40,000. Sell it to me. You claimed it was merely an ordinary jade pendant. How can it be worth 40,000? I must have misjudged. This is a piece of exquisite jade, and it is indeed worth that much. Did you not also assert it was a rare piece of equipment? We Chinese do not deceive one another. This is certainly not an item of equipment. Still, I refuse to sell. Despite Zhang Zifeng's persistent entreaties, Lin Che remained steadfast in his decision. This left Zhang Zifeng in a state of distress. The thought of such a rare item slipping away right before his eyes would haunt him for the rest of his life. At this moment, it was Zhou Yutong who could no longer bear to watch. She coldly interjected, you are not even a class changer, no matter how fine the equipment. It would be of no use to you. It would be wiser to exchange it for some cash, which could improve your living conditions. Name your price, and I shall purchase it. Zhou Yutong, with her ample financial resources, pulled out a check and placed it firmly on the small table by the window. Lin Che cast a surprised glance at Zhou Yutong, astonished to discover that she was a little heiress. Resolutely, he picked up a pen and inscribed a series of numbers on the check. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Observing Lin Che's actions, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Yutong's eyes as she perceived his pretentiousness. She assumed that Lin Che's rejection of Zhang Zifeng was merely a strategy to negotiate for greater benefits. However, when Lin Che presented her with a check brimming with 9s, even the margins overflowing with the digit, Zhou Yutong lost her composure entirely. Unable to contain the fury that surged within her, she exclaimed in a delicate voice, "Are you toying with me?" Lin Che chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "Didn't you instruct me to fill it out myself?" Zhou Yutong, taken aback, felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared through the train. Warning! Warning! A magical beast has breached the defensive barrier. Passengers, please remain calm, take protective measures, and do not panic. Before she could express her indignation, a series of rapid red alerts echoed within the carriage. Through the window, a colossal magical eagle, adorned with blue and white stripes and equipped with 4 talons, soared through the sky with astonishing speed. A level 60 magical creature, the Azure Wing Lord. Zhou Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped in astonishment. The Azure Wing Lord? As she watched the immense creature plummet from the heavens and glide dangerously close to the ground, Lin Che felt a similar shock within him. Even from a distance, he could sense the ferocious aura emanating from the Azure Wing Lord. The creature glided majestically, leaving chaos in its wake, a testament to its formidable presence. As the Azure Wing Lord approached the train, a palpable tension filled the air, and the hearts of all on board raced with trepidation. The cold, merciless gaze of its hawk-like eyes emanated a violent intent that cast an eerie silence over the entire carriage. Anxiety gripped the passengers, and despair seeped into their hearts. In the face of such a powerful beast, they felt as insignificant as ants, each moment fraught with the possibility of losing their lives. Just as hopelessness began to envelop them, a dark figure appeared in the sky, drawing nearer. It gradually became clearer, a high-level transmigrator capable of flight, brandishing a violet longsword. He bore a fierce expression as he charged directly towards the Azure Wing Lord. The two forces soon collided, and the mere energy released from their clash was enough to obliterate a small mountain, a truly terrifying sight. As the train sped forward, Lin Che could hear the piercing shrieks of the Azure Wing Lord and the distant sounds of battle fading away. Phew, we're safe now. Thankfully, a powerful warrior from the Heavenly Palace has appeared. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Zhou Yutong exhaled deeply, her tense nerves finally beginning to relax. For a moment, she had thought she might perish right there. Indeed, the Heavenly Palace is a crucial force guarding our region of Hanxia, affiliated with the military, and populated by numerous strong warriors. With their presence, we can safely reside in the major base cities. As he gazed out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, Zhang Zifeng echoed her sentiments with a hint of lingering dread. Lin Che was taken aback. absorbing the conversation between the two. It was his first realization that there existed such a formidable force within the military. Any individual emerging from it could contend with a level 60 Lord-class monster. He had previously thought that upon reaching level 20, he could consider himself a minor expert. Yet now, he truly comprehended that the vastness and peril of this world were far more complex than he had ever imagined. Lin Che's expression was grave, remaining silent. Yet in the eyes of Zhou Yutong and her companions, it appeared as if Lin Che was utterly petrified. Do you see? This is the realm of the transmuted. It is a domain far beyond the grasp of someone as ordinary as you. Zhou Yutong scoffed coldly. In a world inhabited by such formidable beings, a simpleton like you shall never come close. If I were in your position, I would be wise enough to exchange what little you possess for wealth, ensuring a tranquil passage through the remainder of your days. Such would be your most prudent choice. Lin Che chuckled lightly, disregarding Zhou Yutong. Having witnessed the fierce battle between the Celestial War King and the Lord of the Tsangi, he found little amusement in toying with fools. Instead, he simply turned away, choosing to ignore Zhou Yutong and her companions. The train sped along its course, and for the time being, the journey proved to be remarkably smooth. Except for the incident involving the Lord of the Tsangi breaching the outer barrier, no further surprises arose. It was not until they entered the territory of southern Sichuan that the train gradually began to decelerate. Upon reaching the platform, the train came to a halt at the station. As Lin Che stepped out of the platform, he gradually vanished into the throng of people. Are we truly to let him depart so easily? Zhang Zufeng gazed at Lin Che's retreating figure, his heart heavy with frustration and reluctance. In stark contrast, Zhou Yutong appeared remarkably composed. Her eyes flickered with determination as she coldly declared, "This country bumpkin dares to toy with me. He shall not escape unscathed. You few, follow him closely while I fetch my cousin. He will undoubtedly know how to handle this rustic fool." Cousin? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zufeng and his companions' eyes lit up. They were well aware that Zhou Yutong's cousin was a formidable individual, possessing considerable influence in the grand city of Chuannan and ranking 6,324th on the esteemed Yanlong list. Very well. Zhang Zufeng and his companions promptly nodded in agreement, stealthily trailing in the direction Lin Che had taken. Chuannan, a land of abundance, is home to billions. Standing as one of the few grand cities of Hanxia, the city bustles with ceaseless traffic, a vibrant tableau of prosperity. In this thriving metropolis, transmuters are a common sight, wielding swords and daggers, brandishing staffs, or riding various exotic beasts as they weave through the streams of vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. The environment is rich with the essence of transformation. This is a fertile ground belonging to the transmuters. Lin Che found himself irresistibly swept up in the vibrant atmosphere, his heart surging with excitement. This was the true realm of the job changers. With a heartfelt sigh, he made his way directly into the bustling city. His destination was clear, the largest trading market in the heart of southern Sichuan. Since returning from the wilderness, he had yet to find the time to process the bullhorns, the pelts of the silver moon wolves, and various other materials he had gathered from magical beasts. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to handle these items at the trading market while also taking the chance to familiarize himself with the local customs and culture. The trading market in southern Sichuan was not difficult to locate. An entire street in the Long Valley was dedicated to it. The thoroughfares flanking the market were wide, and the imposing stone gates, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, bore the inscription Long Valley. Upon his arrival, Lin Che was immediately greeted by a cacophony of boisterous shouts. Good news. Great news. A sensational announcement. Jiqiang Equipment Store is having a price drop, with a clearance sale at 50% off. Don't miss out as you pass by. We only sell what's right, not what's expensive. Exclusive time-limited discounts at the water potion shop. Enjoy 20% off upon entry, just waiting for you. Still troubled by slow leveling? Frustrated by the lack of reliable teammates for leveling up? Our little ball boosting team is here to serve you. Spicy skewers, spicy skewers. Only 10 yuan per skewer. The diverse cries of vendors reached Lin Che's ears, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to a flea market back on Blue Star. The southern Sichuan trading market truly left him, utterly dazzled. As Lin Che stepped into the bustling marketplace, amidst the eclectic cries of vendors, he was struck by the impressive array of merchandise lining the streets. Equipment, potions, and a diverse assortment of materials were abundantly available, showcasing a remarkable variety. Furthermore, in front of several shops, a dozen enchanting ladies and charming young men were merrily singing and dancing, promoting the businesses that offered training companions. It was truly an eye-opening experience for Lin Che. Amidst the throng of people, Lin Che exuberantly wandered about, his spirits high. During his exploration, he encountered numerous fine pieces of equipment. However, their exorbitant prices left him astounded. A level 20 purple-grade item commanded a staggering sum of over 400,000 Hanxia coins, a price sufficient to purchase half a house in Yunjiang City. As he meandered, pausing intermittently, Lin Che found himself at a modest stall. The offerings were scarce, consisting merely of a few vials of healing and detoxifying potions, along with some assorted materials. What captivated Lin Che's attention was a peculiar stone among the materials, shimmering with a mysterious azure glow. This stone, known as aquamarine, is a rare material of level 20 and, thus far, the only rare item Lin Che had encountered. More significantly, it is a crucial component needed to complete his second job transition quest. Indeed, upon reaching level 20, Lin Che had triggered this quest. Unlike the first job transition quest, his second was of a material collection nature, requiring him to gather 5 distinct rare materials to fulfill the task. Little did he expect that upon arriving in Chuannan, he would stumble upon one so soon. Lin Che picked up the aquamarine stone and weighed it in his hand, inquiring, "How much for this, my friend?" The stall owner, a portly middle-aged man, instantly brightened at the prospect of business, his face blossoming into a smile. "Ah, young brother, you possess a keen eye for quality. You have chosen my prized possession." Upon hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank, foreboding trouble. As anticipated, the vendor grinned maliciously, declaring, "Indeed, you have an eye for treasure. This is a level 20 rare material, and I lost 2 associates just to acquire it. Let's not beat around the bush. I see you're a straightforward fellow. So I'll let it go for 200,000. Take it or leave it." "What? 200,000? Why don't you just go rob someone instead?" Lin Che was nearly taken aback. Generally, a level 20 rare material would cost around 100,000, and even the more uncommon ones would not exceed 150,000. Yet, this vendor's opening price was a staggering 200,000, utterly outrageous. Although he possessed several space rings containing a considerable amount of Hanxia coins, totaling nearly 300,000, even with such wealth, he would not squander it so frivolously. Lin Che had no desire to be a fool. He wanted that item, yet before he could negotiate, a brazen young man strode past him and snatched the aquamarine stone for himself. With an air of triumph, he gazed at Lin Che, and soon after, Zhou Yutong and Zhang Zifeng approached him from behind. "Cousin, can this bumpkin possibly possess rare equipment?" The young man inquired of Zhou Yutong. She nodded affirmatively. "We have seen it with our own eyes. There is no mistake." "Then this simplifies matters," the young man smirked, his demeanor oozing arrogance. "Listen well, lad. I am Zhou Yunlong. I hereby officially inform you that I desire the jade pendant you possess." Zhou Yunlong's expression was one of disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. He was certain that within the region of Chuannan, anything he coveted would rarely be refused. Furthermore, it was absurd to think that a bumpkin, whose entire worth could not exceed 200 yuan, would dare defy him. Zhou Yunlong regarded Lin Che with utter disdain. Were it not for the peculiarity of Lin Che's unranked equipment, someone of his stature would never cross paths with Zhou Yunlong. As he surveyed Lin Che's humble attire, his contempt deepened. "Bumpkin," Zhou Yunlong scoffed, extending his hand palm upward, barely sparing Lin Che a glance. "Hand it over. You might inquire around. I, Zhou Yunlong, have never had anyone dare utter a refusal to my requests." Observing Zhou Yunlong's nonchalant demeanor, the stall owner's expression shifted, caught between hesitation and concern. After a moment's pause, he leaned closer to Lin Che and whispered, "Young man, Zhou Xiao holds considerable influence in Chuannan. He is one of the region's prominent young talents. I suggest you heed his words." His gaze darted away, as if there were unspoken truths lingering in the air. In Longu, who was unaware of the infamous Zhou Yunlong's reckless arrogance, his history of coercion was well known, and many stall owners had suffered at his hands. Unfortunately, the Zhou family wielded immense power, with connections to influential business associations in Chuannan. Despite Zhou Yunlong's arrogance, they could only turn a blind eye, swallowing their grievances in silence. The stall owner, noticing Lin Che's inexperience and youthful vigor, feared that should Lin Che provoke Zhou Yunlong, he too might suffer the consequences. Thus, he offered a word of caution, hoping Lin Che would grasp his implicit warning. "Have you heard, bumpkin? What are you hesitating for?" Zhou Yunlong appeared to revel in the accolades, his ego soaring as he puffed up with self-importance. Lin Che fell silent. He began to doubt whether he had stepped in dog feces these past few days, as he seemed to encounter fools wherever he went. Without hesitation, they attempted to take away the silver dragon pendant, as if such fortune existed in this world. Very well, since you all are so fond of it. Then come and take it for yourselves. Lin Che's expression was unfriendly, and with a fleeting thought, he retrieved the silver dragon pendant. He opened his palm, and the pendant lay quietly, its cold gaze fixed upon Zhou Yunlong and Zhou Yutong. As this unrestricted piece of equipment appeared before them, Zhou Yunlong and his companions stared in astonishment, utterly oblivious to the chill emanating from Lin Che's face. It seems you are perceptive. Zhou Yunlong cast a casual glance at Lin Che, as if he had anticipated this outcome. His confidence swelling as he unabashedly flaunted his superiority to Zhou Yutong and the others. Yutong, did you see this? This is the prowess of your cousin. In the southern region of Chuan, few dared to defy my will. Zhou Yunlong was brimming with pride. But before he could reach for the silver dragon pendant in Lin Che's hand, a thunderous roar of a supercar erupted behind them. A sleek, dark McLaren surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a long scratch on the ground before coming to a graceful stop before the crowd. Goodness, can't you drive properly? You nearly ran someone over. Zhang Zifeng and his companions were so startled that they nearly fell to the ground, their faces pale. If not for their quick reflexes, they would have been crushed beneath the vehicle. Zhou Yunlong was even more disheveled, not only covered in dust, but also having his expensive designer outfit sullied by exhaust fumes. Damn it! Which blind fool dares to disrupt Zhou Er's peace? Just wait, I will peel your skin off. Zhou Yunlong seethed, cursing as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to pull the driver from the car. Zhou Yunlong, are you at it again, bullying others? You're bringing shame to the Zhou family. As the scissor doors opened, a pair of long, beautiful legs emerged, smooth and as white as jade. Soon after, a tall, sun-kissed beauty stepped out, wearing bat-shaped sunglasses, a light yellow fitted top, and a pair of form-fitting jeans. Upon seeing this striking figure, Zhou Yunlong's movements abruptly halted, his face drained of color as he trembled and instinctively retreated, as if confronted by a ghost. In contrast, Lin Che's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beauty, a smile gracing his features. What brings you here? Lin Che exclaimed in surprise. This enchanting girl was none other than Ji Xia, who had been so persistently leveling up with him in the Ziyun mountain range. You rogue, you're here too? Ji Xia responded with equal surprise, her eyes widening as she gazed at Lin Che. She playfully removed her sunglasses and teased. Did you really recognize me? Could it be that you have a secret crush on me? Compared to her appearance in Yunjiang, she had undergone a significant transformation in style and hairstyle, yet Lin Che still recognized her immediately. Lin Che smiled faintly, casting a glance at the expanse of snow white before Ji Xia's chest, teasingly remarked, there are indeed not many like you at this age. Observing women is effortless for him. And yet he remained silent. How infuriating. You insufferable rogue. Ji Xia's face instantly flushed crimson, akin to vermilion, vibrant, and alluring. She puffed her cheeks like a little chili pepper, feigning ferocity as she shot Lin Che a glare. Hastily rummaging through the car for a jacket to cover her enchanting figure, alleviating the peculiar feelings within her. Though it had only been a few days since they last met, she found herself particularly vulnerable in Lin Che's presence, completely unlike her usual composed demeanor around others. You scoundrel, what brings you to Chuannan? Surely you didn't fail the assessments at the prestigious academy and come here seeking to cling to my coattails? Ji Xia chuckled, unable to resist teasing Lin Che. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yutong displayed an expression of realization, taking Ji Xia's jest seriously, further solidifying her belief that Lin Che was, in fact, not a career changer. Lin Che, oblivious to Zhou Yutong's inner thoughts, did not indulge Ji Xia and casually remarked, indeed, such long, slender legs. Come, let me embrace you. As he spoke, Lin Che half squatted, as if genuinely intending to act upon his words. You scoundrel, don't you dare! Ji Xia exclaimed, startled, and quickly leaped back a step. Once she regained her footing, she discovered Lin Che still standing in place, his eyes sparkling with a mischievous glee, radiating delight. How infuriating! Once again, she had fallen prey to this rogue's antics. Ji Xia promptly realized the situation, feeling a mix of shame and irritation. Lin Che seemed to be her nemesis. No matter how she approached him, she could never gain an advantage. Observing Lin Che and Ji Xia bantering with ease, as if they were old friends, both Zhou Yunlong and the stall owner stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Who was Ji Xia? She was the sole daughter of the prestigious Shengxing Chamber of Commerce's president, renowned for both her beauty and intellect, and ranked 24th on the Yanlong list as a super genius. She was the unattainable dream goddess pursued by countless young men from Chuannan. Yet now, before Lin Che, she appeared almost childlike, her dependence and affection evident to anyone with discerning eyes. For a moment, Zhou Yunlong was perplexed. Who was this rustic fellow that allowed him to cultivate such a close relationship with Miss Ji Xia? Just as he pondered Lin Che's background, he suddenly found Ji Xia's gaze lingering on him, sending a chill down his spine. Miss Ji Xia, I am not sure about my brother's relationship with you. It's like a flood washing through the Dragon King's temple. We're all family here. Zhou Yunlong forced a smile that was more painful than sorrowful, hastily defending himself. However, Ji Xia was not swayed by his attempts. With an icy demeanor, she retorted, Zhou Yunlong, don't think I'm unaware of who you are. You do well to behave yourself and stop your incessant bullying. After a few words of admonition, she waved her hand dismissively, stating, Today, I'm in a good mood and won't hold it against you. Take your entourage and leave. I don't wish to see you. Yes, Miss Ji Xia. Your generosity is unparalleled, your beauty matched only by your kindness. I shall take my leave at once. Zhou Yunlong nodded and bowed, his face plastered with obsequiousness. Zhou Yutong, following behind him, was taken aback. She never expected that the cousin who had so fervently promised to gift her the silver dragon pendant would appear so subservient before Ji Xia. Cousin Wei, Zhou Yutong began, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Zhou Yunlong. She is the daughter of the Shengxing Chamber of Commerce. We cannot afford to provoke her. Let us leave, he whispered coldly in her ear, causing her eyes to widen in shock, her gaze towards Lin Che turning incredulously astonished. She could not fathom how such a rustic could have ties with the daughter of the Shengxing Chamber of Commerce. Surely, he must be a mere freeloader. As this thought flickered through her mind, her disdain for Lin Che only deepened. Zhou Yunlong, oblivious to Zhou Yutong's thoughts, quickly ushered everyone away from the market. Finally, those eyesores are gone, Ji Xia muttered softly, a smile returning to her face, radiant as ever. She looked at Lin Che, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, and said with a light laugh, Now, it's time you reveal your name to me, Yanzu. Lin Che awkwardly touched his nose. How could he possibly fail to perceive the teasing undertone in Ji Xia's words? Although he considered himself to possess an agreeable appearance, being addressed in such a manner before others left him feeling undeniably flustered. Lin Che was acutely aware that Ji Xia had likely uncovered his true identity upon their reunion. He chose not to prolong the suspense. With a gentle smile, he earnestly declared, Very well, let us reintroduce ourselves. Yunjiang No. 1 High School, Lin Che. I had a feeling it was you. Ji Xia responded with a sweet smile, confirming Lin Che's suspicions. Indeed, after returning to Chuannan, she had deduced Lin Che's identity. Given the Yanlong ranking and Lin Che's astonishing combat prowess, it was not particularly difficult to surmise. However, when Lin Che ultimately acknowledged it, her heart jolted unexpectedly. The top of the Yanlong ranking, a peerless genius overshadowing the younger generation of Han Xia, was here to guide her in her leveling up. The sensation was nothing short of surreal. Even Ji Xia found it quite astonishing, feeling a small, secret thrill of vanity and satisfaction within her. Lin Che, you were invited to participate in the Zhuke Sacred Institute's assessment as well, weren't you? Ji Xia remarked with a smile. Lin Che responded with a hum. That means you might just be my opponent. During the assessment, I shall show no mercy. I will certainly give you a thorough beating. Ji Xia brandished her delicate fists, donning a fierce expression. Lin Che smiled lightly, unfazed, and then bent down to retrieve the aquamarine stone that Zhou Yunlong had previously tossed onto the stall. Boss, is this still for sale? Absolutely. The vendor immediately approached, but this time, he did not inflate the price exorbitantly. Instead, he offered Lin Che a fair price. With merely 100,000, Lin Che acquired the aquamarine stone. Lin Che understood that the vendor was likely showing favor due to Ji Xia. This time, it was he who benefited from Ji Xia's influence. Lin Che, do you have a pressing need for rare materials? Ji Xia inquired, observing Lin Che purchasing the aquamarine stone. Typically, only blacksmiths and alchemists, ordinary professions, would exhibit interest in rare materials, as forging weapons and concocting potions could yield substantial income to sustain their expenses after transitioning careers. Yet, Lin Che was merely a recent high school graduate, and she presumed he would not possess such requirements. Instead of acquiring these ostentatious items, it would be far more practical to invest in a reliable weapon. Indeed, I have quite a few needs, Lin Che replied with a hint of frustration. Not only was he aiming to complete his second transition task, but the elevation of the ancient tree's level also necessitated a plethora of rare materials. At present, his system inventory contained merely the wolf fangs and claws from the silver moon wolf, along with a 30-level monster core certainly insufficient to support the ancient tree's ascension. You've come to the right person. My family specializes in this, Ji Xia declared without hesitation, pulling Lin Che into her vehicle. In her McLaren, they sped through the streets of Changgu, drawing envious glances from the handsome men and beautiful women inside the car, as well as from the vendors and passers-by outside. Do you often go shopping like this? Lin Che asked from within the vehicle, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of onlookers who regarded him as one-minded duck, an experience that irked him greatly. Which duck looks this handsome? Comparable to Wu Yinzu. No, this is a gift from my father for my 18th birthday. I was just planning to test the car today, and unexpectedly, I happened to run into you. Ji Xia replied, her focus on the steering wheel. Suddenly, she pressed the accelerator, causing their speed to surge dramatically, mischievously reveling in the thrill. What are you doing? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Lin Che quickly fastened his seatbelt, as the sudden acceleration left him momentarily breathless. Observing Lin Che's flustered expression, Ji Xia let out a mischievous laugh, winking and feigning innocence. How does it feel? The thrill of the ride is rather delightful, isn't it? Before long, the McLaren came to a halt before a magnificent edifice. The building stood majestically in the heart of the bustling trading market, sprawling across an expansive area with an architectural style that exuded antiquity and grandeur, offering a refreshing sight. This was the headquarters of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. To secure such a vast and valuable piece of real estate in the highly coveted Changgu Valley speaks volumes of the Chamber's substantial financial resources. However, Ji Xia did not usher Lin Che into the building. Instead, they ventured to a lively commercial street behind it. According to Ji Xia, the building primarily hosted significant auction events, while the commercial street served as the hub for the buying and selling of general materials. In comparison to the previous streets, this area was characterized by its elevated standards and bustling crowds, radiating prosperity and vibrancy. Impressive, isn't it? This entire area is under my family's domain, Ji Xia boasted. Indeed. Quite remarkable. Lin Che raised his thumb, sincerely praising the remarkable strength of the prosperous Merchants Guild. Indeed, it is no ordinary entity. Its rise to prominence in southern Sichuan is well justified. Ji Xia guided Lin Che through the bustling commercial street like a knowledgeable tour guide, offering detailed insights. Here, as long as one possesses wealth, they can procure nearly anything that adventurers require. To Lin Che's surprise, not only were essential items such as equipment and potions available, but even rare mounts were for sale. In a vast marketplace dedicated to mount and pet trading, one could observe magnificent creatures such as lions, tigers, warhorses, earth dragons, and soaring eagles, all confined within their enclosures. These beasts served not only as mounts but also as companions in battle, enhancing the adventurer's prowess. For instance, a fragile mage could greatly benefit from a sturdy battle mount with high defense and ample health, significantly boosting both combat and survival capabilities. Occasionally, the air would resonate with the roars of various mounts, all of which had yet to be tainted by demonic energies and thus retained their extraordinary abilities, albeit trapped within iron cages, bound by intricate formations. Among these, the creature that captivated Lin Che was a thunder beast, towering over 3 meters. Its body radiating the force of thunder, with a visage reminiscent of a tiger and leopard, robust limbs, and a singular thunderous horn atop its head. Its imposing presence was striking, especially its majestic demeanor. However, this thunder beast bore numerous scars, with most wounds still oozing blood, suggesting they were inflicted by human hands. Do you fancy this thunder beast? Ji Xia inquired, noticing Lin Che's prolonged gaze at the creature's cage. It is a level 20 legendary quality battle mount with a good chance of advancing to level 80. You certainly have an eye for quality. However, this thunder beast is notoriously fierce. Many summoners have attempted to forge a contract with it to make it their companion, but none have succeeded thus far. Even our tamers, who relentlessly attempt to subdue it, have never managed to break its spirit. It is quite the fiery temperament. With a sigh, Ji Xia continued, if you truly admire it, perhaps I could select another one for you as a gift? No need, Lin Che replied. Lin Che shook his head. Although he was handsome, he had no intention of becoming a mere pretty boy. Furthermore, the price of the thunder beast was exorbitant, reaching 300 million Hanxia coins. Even if he were to sell himself, he could not afford it. Lin Che withdrew his gaze and followed Ji Xia into a shop that dealt in the buying and selling of materials. With Ji Xia's presence, the transaction proceeded with remarkable ease. After selling all the materials on him, Lin Che acquired a substantial sum of 1,500,000. Among these, the pelt of the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf fetched the highest price, reaching 60,000, allowing Lin Che to make a modest profit. Having earned so much, you simply must treat me to a splendid meal. Ji Xia teased as she transferred the funds into Lin Che's card with a cheerful smile. All right, let's go for some street food. It'll be filling, and I'll pick up the tab, Lin Che replied. How stingy. Ji Xia made a face of disdain before continuing. For the upcoming assessment at the Zhuke Sacred Academy, all the prodigies from the southern region are participating. The competition is bound to be fierce. Perhaps I should help you select some equipment or consumable potions to bolster your combat prowess. I would hate to see you the top of the Flame Dragon rankings. Being toyed with such a humiliation would be unbearable. Sure, let's prepare thoroughly. The moment the assessment begins, I shall be the first to strike you. Lin Che jested deliberately. Despite their playful banter, he allowed Ji Xia to guide him through the bustling commercial street. Before arriving, Lin Che had already determined that as a summoner, he did not need to engage in direct combat. Weapons and potions were secondary. Acquiring additional skills and enhancing his self-defense capabilities were of paramount importance. However, in comparison to weapons and potions, skill books were undeniably rarer, even within the vast inventory of the prosperous Merchant Association. This scarcity was closely tied to the fact that skill books could only be found in the territories of formidable magical beasts. After a lengthy search, Ji Xia finally located 6 ordinary skill books, suitable for all professions at level 20, in a particular store. Given the near extinction of summoner professions, there were alarmingly few profession-specific skill books available. Thus, she could only present Lin Che with these versatile options. Here are 3 attack skill books: Ice Spike, Earth Rend, and Storm Surge. And for defense, we have Earth Guardian, Stalwart Barrier, and Blink. Take a look and see if any catch your fancy, Ji Xia said, laying the 6 skill books before Lin Che. In an instant, Lin Che's attention was captivated. Without hesitation, he chose the skill book for Flash. During the battle in Crescent Valley, he had long coveted this skill. This was the one. Lin Che readily transferred 2 million to the shopkeeper. The price of skill books has always been quite high, and this universally applicable skill book is no exception. The amount of 2 million was already a generous offer, considering the favor owed to Ji Xia. Initially, Ji Xia intended to present it as a gift to Lin Che, as a token of gratitude for Lin Che's life-saving assistance in Yunjiang. After several refusals from Lin Che, she reluctantly allowed him to pay. In these times, it is quite a challenge to give away a few million. Sigh, truly difficult. Ji Xia feigned a shake of her head, putting on an affected display. Lin Che was thoroughly amused. Ha ha ha, you wish to offer it, many would gladly accept. My stomach is quite fine now, and I cannot indulge in soft meals. Just wait until the day I falter. Miss Ji will surely look upon me with pity, Lin Che chuckled. Humph. Do you think my soft meals are something you can simply partake in at will? Ji Xia said with a haughty lift of her chin, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the skill book in Lin Che's hands. Go on, give it a try. You can learn it using your mental energy. All right. Lin Che infused his mental energy into the skill book, and a sudden sense of enlightenment surged within him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ordinary skill Blink. The ordinary skills section of your attribute panel now features an additional skill, Blink. Name, Lin Che. Occupation, Beast Lord, Hidden Unique. Level, 20 Mental Growth Potential. S. Strength Growth Potential. S. Speed Growth Potential. S. Constitution Growth Potential. S. Occupational Talent. Beast Domain, S level, Talent Skill, Lord's Amplification, S level. Occupational Skills, Skill Simulation. Ordinary Skill, Blink, consumes mental energy to activate, allowing the user to teleport instantaneously with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Lin Che, brimming with anticipation, summoned his mental energy to execute the Blink skill. As the waves of mental power surged, his body seemed to enter a wondrous state. In the blink of an eye, he found himself 20 meters away. Wow, he can teleport such a distance. Ji Xia gazed in astonishment at Lin Che, who stood 20 meters distant. She had not anticipated that the effectiveness of Lin Che's Blink skill would surpass her expectations. While the Blink skill is not particularly rare among ordinary skills, having witnessed numerous individuals mastering it, Most could only achieve a maximum teleportation distance of 10 meters. She vaguely recalled that the furthest distance was accomplished by a rare mage class. Yet, Lin Che's execution of the blink skill was remarkably superior, achieving a distance twice that of the aforementioned individual. Lin Che, your mental growth potential must exceed S, right? Ji Xia exclaimed in wonder. Generally speaking, the effectiveness of a skill's casting is significantly influenced by the growth potential of the user's 4 attributes: mental strength, power, speed, and constitution. For the same skill, different growth potentials among users lead to varying levels of power. For instance, if 2 individuals with the same attack skill cast it, the one with growth potential A will always yield 10% more power than the one with growth potential B. This explains the fervent admiration for hidden and rare classes. Their 4-dimensional growth attributes are invariably high, resulting in combat abilities that far surpass those of ordinary class changers. Indeed, Lin Che did not conceal this fact. He could sense that Ji Xia regarded him as a friend, and among friends, there is little worth hiding. You truly are extraordinary. Upon hearing that Lin Che's mental growth attribute reached an astounding S, even Ji Xia felt a sense of incredulity. However, upon reflection, she found herself at ease. Having spent considerable time with Lin Che, she had grown accustomed to the extraordinary happenings surrounding him. Ji Xia smiled. All right. Take a look to see if there's anything else you need, and let us get it all at once before we go for dinner. Isn't it only 5 in the afternoon? Are you already hungry? Lin Che replied, somewhat exasperated. Well, it's to prepare a welcome feast for you. Ji Xia retorted, her reasoning lacking strength, though her tone was not overly assertive. She was indeed hungry, having gone 3 hours without food, and her stomach was on the verge of protesting. Lin Che was rendered speechless. He was also quite skeptical about how Ji Xia, this glutton, managed to consume such copious amounts of food daily while maintaining such an enviable figure. Lin Che's gaze inadvertently flickered across Ji Xia's chest, and he unconsciously nodded. Indeed, there are profound truths to be found in grandeur. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Ji Xia, yet she still sensed it. Rogue. Ji Xia softly scoffed, her voice barely audible, but Lin Che still caught it. Lin Che felt a twinge of embarrassment within, yet maintained a facade of seriousness, unwilling to delve further into the subject. All right, let us stroll for another half hour, then we shall dine. With Ji Xia as their little guide, Lin Che found himself free from any concerns. Without much exertion, he had spent around 300,000 and successfully gathered the 3 rare water attribute materials required for his second-class advancement quest, in addition to the water blue stone, bringing his total to 4. He was now merely 1 rare material short of completing the quest. This final material, known as deep-sea white sand, was quite rare among the level 20 materials, and even the warehouses of the prestigious Prosperous Merchants Guild were devoid of stock at present. Ji Xia, however, proved to be quite resourceful. She reached out to multiple branches of the guild, and indeed managed to locate the deep-sea white sand at a coastal sub-branch. Alas, the transportation of the deep-sea white sand would require some time, and despite Lin Che's mounting anxiety, he had no choice but to wait patiently. What weighed heavier on Lin Che's heart, however, was the realization that by the end of the afternoon, his once substantial fortune of 1 million had dwindled to less than 160,000. Considering the payment for the deep-sea white sand, he would be left with no more than 30,000. At that moment, Lin Che finally grasped why the adventurers he encountered in the wild carried so little cash. It wasn't that they lacked funds, but rather that they were utterly impoverished. Lin Che was on the verge of tears. While job changers possessed extraordinary abilities beyond the ordinary, the daily expenses were indeed burdensome for an average person. Gazing at the scant amount of Hanxia coins within the system space, Lin Che could only shake his head in disbelief. Fortunately, he had nearly gathered all the materials required for the second transition task. Once the deep-sea white sand arrived, he would be able to continue his advancement. Let us go. What do you wish to eat? Lead the way. I must clarify, though. If you're craving lobster or abalone, I cannot afford it, Lin Che remarked. You miser, Ji Xia pouted in dissatisfaction. Now that we're in my territory, do you think I would treat you poorly? Relax, it's on me. Just stop being such a cheapskate. The boss is generous, yet a lecherous miser, Lin Che retorted. Nonsense. I admit to being miserly, but which of your eyes perceives me as lecherous? Which of your eyes isn't lecherous? Does your rear count? Get lost. The two continued their playful banter, filled with laughter, as they arrived at the parking spot. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the bustling commercial street, overpowering the din. People on either side of the road halted, their gazes drawn towards a singular direction. The sound emanated an unparalleled pressure, imbued with a fury akin to thunder, exuding an astonishing might. It seemed to originate from the Mount trading market. A sense of alarm surged within Ji Xia, disregarding any delicacies. She hastily pulled Lin Che towards the Mount trading market. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a man standing before a cage containing a thunder beast, beckoning to several lackeys as he relentlessly lashed at the creature, clad in exquisite gear from head to toe. The most striking feature was the radiant long sword he wielded, a remarkable level 20 orange weapon, both in appearance and destructive capability. Rudy? What is he doing here? Ji Xia frowned, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure as she regarded Rudy outside the cage. What? Do you know him? Lin Che inquired. Ji Xia nodded. He is the eldest son of the Liu family from southern Sichuan, renowned for their mastery in crafting various weapons and armor, maintaining a close cooperative relationship with our prosperous commerce. Moreover, he has transitioned to a hidden class, becoming a shadow swordsman of the holy profession, ranked 16th on the Flame Dragon list, making him a formidable competitor in this upcoming examination at the Vermilion Bird Sacred Institute. Ranked 16th on the Flame Dragon list? Lin Che was taken aback to discover the high ranking of this individual on the Flame Dragon list, prompting him to cast a few more glances. At that moment, Rudy also spotted Ji Xia standing in the distance. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he raised his hand to greet her enthusiastically. However, when he noticed a stranger standing beside Ji Xia, holding her hand, the smile on Rudy's face instantly froze. Veins throbbed on his forehead. Disregarding the need to tame the Thunder Beast, he hurriedly approached Ji Xia with quick strides. Xia, where did this bumpkin come from? Rudy said with a stern expression as he reached Ji Xia's side, directing a questioning gaze at Lin Che. The sentiment was akin to witnessing something he considered his own being snatched away, igniting a fierce jealousy within him. He was making a concerted effort to suppress his emotions. Yet the flames of envy burned brightly, rendering his demeanor towards Lin Che decidedly unfriendly. What bumpkin? This is my friend. Ji Xia shot Rudy an indignant glare, her voice icy. Moreover, our relationship is not that familiar. Please address me by my full name. I find it quite distasteful when you keep calling me Xia. Xia. Rudy faltered, and as he attempted to speak, he was met with another cold glare from Ji Xia. Resigned. He opted for a different form of address. Sister Ji Xia, we grew up together, childhood sweethearts. Our families, being giants in the Sichuan South region, have collaborated for a long time, maintaining a close relationship. Although Uncle Ji has not explicitly stated it, our marriage has been a certainty for quite some time. Once we both enter the Zhuke Sacred Academy, I will personally propose to Uncle Ji. Rudy spoke with a gentle demeanor, casually maneuvering between Lin Che and Ji Xia to separate them. He positioned himself protectively behind Lin Che, gazing affectionately at Ji Xia. Sister Ji Xia, do you not realize my feelings for you? I do not look down upon your friend. Rather, I am concerned for your youth and the possibility of being deceived by unscrupulous individuals. You are aware that with our family backgrounds, countless ill-intentioned people seek to ingratiate themselves with us. They would resort to the most despicable means, so you must keep your eyes wide open. As he articulated these words, Rudy discreetly cast a glance at Lin Che. His implication was unmistakable. The unscrupulous individuals he referred to were none other than Lin Che himself. Lin Che couldn't help but smile. He had come to understand that Rudy was, indeed, a suitor of Ji Xia. Witnessing Ji Xia pulling him earlier ignited a pang of jealousy within him, causing his words to carry a sharp edge. Lin Che prides himself on not possessing a particularly good temperament. He enjoys playful banter and light-hearted teasing with friends, which does not bother him in the least. However, should others attempt to take advantage of him, assuming him to be a pushover, he would not hesitate to impart some lessons on proper conduct. Indeed, there are quite a few unscrupulous individuals in this world. Lin Che nodded knowingly and remarked, first call me sister, then sister again, and finally address me as little darling. It is quite unpalatable to pull up my pants like this. Today is busy, tomorrow will be exhausting, and the day after you should sleep early. Have you eaten? Do not overthink it. That girl is my sister. You are quite fine, but I am unworthy. Forget about me. Next, please. As he spoke, Lin Che occasionally gestured towards Ji Xia, deliberately adding, Xia, you ought to pay more attention. Ji Xia, already weary of Rudy's preconceived notions, could not suppress a laugh at Lin Che's sarcastic demeanor. Rudy's face fluctuated in color, clearly infuriated as he recognized Lin Che's mockery. Just as he was contemplating how to deal with this upstart, he noticed Ji Xia giggling softly and standing beside Lin Che. "You're preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, aren't you?" Ji Xia teased Lin Che with a playful smile before turning her attention to Rudy. Instantly, her expression grew serious, and she stated with utmost gravity, "Rudy, I must reiterate, Lin Che is my friend, my closest friend." Emphasizing her point, she took a deep breath and declared with unwavering conviction, "There is absolutely no possibility between us. The collaboration between the Dingxing Chamber of Commerce and the Ru family has no bearing on us. Do you understand?" Xia, you actually rejected me." Rudy stared at Ji Xia in disbelief, as if struck by an overwhelming blow, struggling to maintain his composure. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "What? You mean he is Lin Che? The Lin Che who tops the Yanlong rankings? What else could it be?" Ji Xia scoffed. This time, Rudy was genuinely astonished. Since the emergence of the Yanlong rankings, many have been keenly watching the accomplishments of its numerous prodigies, especially the top-ranked Lin Che, who attracted considerable attention. In his mind, Lin Che should have been a paragon of nobility from an illustrious family, yet he never anticipated Lin Che's humble appearance, lacking even a decent outfit. After a brief moment of surprise, Rudy's heart was predominantly filled with jealousy. "Ji Xia, did you refuse me because of him?" Rudy exclaimed angrily. Ji Xia rolled her eyes, somewhat impressed by Rudy's vivid imagination. It was no wonder he believed that their family's collaboration implied a potential marriage between them. His thought process was indeed quite peculiar. However, to completely extricate herself from Rudy's entanglements, Ji Xia had a sudden inspiration. She lightly stepped forward, linking her arm with Lin Che's and feigning a shy demeanor. "He is certainly not what you imagine." Rudy's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with indignation. "You both are like this, yet you still claim it isn't so." Rudy, his eyes glistening with anger, pointed a trembling finger at Ji Xia and Lin Che, his steps unsteady as he instinctively retreated, struggling to articulate his fury. With a determined force, he drew his sword, the blade singing a sharp, melodious note as he raised it high towards the heavens. "Lin Che, await your reckoning. During the trials at the Vermilion Bird Academy, I shall decisively vanquish you before Ji Xia. I will demonstrate that potential does not equate to absolute combat prowess. And I will make Ji Xia understand who is truly her most compatible partner." With that, he turned on his heel, neglecting even to tame his thunder beast, and departed from the steed trading market without a backward glance. "Will you not drive him to his wit's end?" Lin Che remarked with a sly grin, observing Rudy's furious retreat. Rudy's departure was strikingly abrupt, leaving even Lin Che momentarily taken aback. "Fear not, his stubbornness will keep him intact. I only hope he refrains from bothering me in the future. You cannot imagine how terrifying it was when he climbed to my window at midnight to serenade me." Ji Xia shuddered suddenly, as if haunted by a dreadful memory, shaking her head in fright. Very well then." Lin Che was taken aback, utterly unable to discern how Ji Xia could possess such allure. Once Rudy had vanished from sight, Lin Che gently shook his arm, feeling it was permissible to release him, as he had been pressed against him. "Ah, you rogue." Ji Xia suddenly recalled that she had been clinging to Lin Che's arm. Her soft curves intimately pressed against him, sending delightful shivers through her. She hastily pushed Lin Che away, her face flushed like a ripened apple. "Who is the rogue?" "You were the one who made the first move," Lin Che retorted. "You scoundrel, it's you." Ji Xia insisted, her tone defiant. "Is there anyone like you? You had me act as a shield, and now you deny our connection." Lin Che shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Indeed. I'm that kind of person. It's none of your concern," Ji Xia replied, her pride evident as she turned away, uninterested in further banter with Lin Che. She approached the enclosure where the thunder beast was confined. At that moment, the creature lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, blood streaming from its wounds. In addition to the whip marks, there were numerous deep stab wounds, a horrifying sight that clearly bore the mark of Rudy's brutality. Alas, it seems it won to survive, Ji Xia sighed softly. To subdue the thunder beast, Rudy had employed ruthless methods. Yet, the creature, known for its fierce temperament, refused to submit even in the face of death. What a despicable scoundrel, to have wasted a high-quality battle mount. I must inform my father of this matter and demand compensation from the Rudy family, Ji Xia declared through gritted teeth. Lin Che followed closely, gazing at the thunder beast lying in a pool of blood, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. A mount of legendary quality is indeed a rare sight. Ji Xia stepped into the beast enclosure, crouching down with eyes full of sorrow. She reached out her hand, wishing to caress the wounds on the Thunder Beast's body. Rorger the Thunder Beast immediately assumed a fierce posture, straining to glare at Ji Xia with a menacing gaze, emitting a feeble growl. Even in its near-death state, it would not allow anyone to come near. "I'm so sorry, my dear friend. I failed to protect you," Ji Xia lamented, guilt-ridden. Despite the Thunder Beast's fierce demeanor, she summoned her courage and gently placed her hand on the numerous alarming wounds, touching them with utmost care. "It must hurt terribly. Had I known this would happen, I should have let you go sooner." Rorger, the moment Ji Xia's palm made contact, the Thunder Beast began to struggle violently, its massive body trembling uncontrollably. Resonating with thunder, the flashes of lightning coursing through its form sent shivers down Lin Che's spine, as he feared that Ji Xia might inadvertently be struck down by the ferocious current. However, with Ji Xia's gentle touch, the Thunder Beast, whether from exhaustion or some other reason, began to struggle less and less. Its beastly eyes fixated on Ji Xia, seemingly filled with confusion. A flicker of human-like struggle crossed its gaze. In the next instant, a golden contract floated above the Thunder Beast's head, hovering before Ji Xia. Ji Xia was so astounded by this scene that she could hardly find her voice. Having witnessed the pride of the Thunder Beast, she never anticipated it would take the initiative to form a contract with her. Before she could react, the golden contract flew directly into her forehead. Subsequently, a massive golden aura enveloped Ji Xia and the Thunder Beast, sealing the contract. Within that radiant glow, the Thunder Beast's grievous wounds began to heal in a most extraordinary manner. Lin Che was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the Thunder Beast would be subdued by Ji Xia in such a manner. Observing the Thunder Beast enveloped in a halo alongside Ji Xia, Lin Che could not help but chuckle softly, realizing that sometimes fortune indeed favors the foolish. Time swiftly passed. The examination for the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy was approaching. Early in the morning, Lin Che found himself indulging in the local delicacy of southern Sichuan, bone-in pig trotters, within an exquisitely adorned villa. After arriving in southern Sichuan, Ji Xia had graciously invited Lin Che to reside in her private villa. Not only did she provide accommodation, but she also took care of all his daily needs. In her words, as her friend, he ought to enjoy good food, comfortable lodging, and fine clothing. Otherwise, it would be a matter of her pride. Of course, in return, Ji Xia had enlisted Lin Che to play the role of her devoted companion for the past few days. Wherever she went, he followed. And they explored nearly the entirety of southern Sichuan, which left Lin Che utterly exhausted. Lin Che finally experienced the terror of shopping with a girl, especially one as affluent as Ji Xia, who epitomized extravagant spending. Whenever she laid her eyes on something she fancied, out came her card. And it was nothing but a spree of purchases, even for items worth hundreds of thousands, without a hint of hesitation. Each day, Lin Che found himself returning to the villa laden with an array of bags, nearly at his wit's end. After finishing his breakfast, Ji Xia, still bleary-eyed, descended from the second floor of the villa clad in her pajamas. "You do remember how to get up, don't you? If you keep this up, you'll miss the assessment," Lin Che remarked with disdain. "What's the rush? The assessment doesn't start until 10 o'clock. Can I enjoy a bit more sleep?" Ji Xia replied, rubbing her eyes. She made her way to the dining table, casually grabbing a fried dough stick and popping it into her mouth, finally shaking off her drowsiness. As she looked at Lin Che, clad in a pristine white French-style robe with blue striped trim, complemented by the black high-neck boots she had meticulously chosen, she couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. "It seems my taste prevails. Dressed like that, no one will dare call you a bumpkin again." The robe of arcane battle attire adorning Lin Che was, of course, procured by Ji Xia, a splendid piece of level 20 defensive orange quality mage equipment. At that time, Ji Xia was so determined to acquire this garment that she nearly fell out with him over it. "If you don't want it, then I'll just discard it. Whoever fancies it can take it from the roadside." He vividly recalled Ji Xia's foolishly indignant expression, which inexplicably struck him as amusing. Had he not persistently declined her offer, she likely would have outfitted him entirely in a set of level 20 orange weaponry, rather than merely purchasing a single robe. At times, Lin Che couldn't help but think that this indulgence seemed less of a burden than he initially perceived. Lin Che chuckled softly and remarked, "Is it not your discerning taste? Surely, it is my innate physique that renders anything I wear appealing. Ugh, spare me. The spicy hot pot I indulged in yesterday is threatening to resurface." Ji Xia feigned a dramatic expression of nausea. After consuming a fried dough stick, 3 eggs, and 2 substantial pieces of bread, she contentedly patted her round little belly. You have reviewed all the materials of the participants in this assessment that I provided you a few days ago, haven't you? Jixia inquired. Lin Che nodded. For the upcoming assessment at the Zhuke Sacred Academy, Jixia had indeed exerted considerable effort. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly reviewed the profiles of all participants with Lin Che. Her concern was not about the possibility of failing alongside Lin Che, who was the top of the Flame Dragon ranking, but rather the thought that if their performance in the assessment did not surpass others, it would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, the Zhuke Sacred Academy had invested significantly in this assessment, offering generous rewards for those who excelled. It was said that the first prize was a rare piece of equipment capable of growth. Even Jixia felt a twinge of desire. If equipment without level restrictions could be likened to a Porsche, then growth-oriented equipment was akin to a Rolls-Royce, far more exquisite and rare. Consequently, aside from shopping, Jixia had been urging Lin Che to study the profiles of the participants diligently, ensuring that he would shine brightly, while also hoping to acquire that rare growth equipment for her own enjoyment. You must remember this, Jixia said earnestly. In addition to Rudy, there are Gu Jingchen, Zheng Xinghe, and Li Lingfeng, all of whom are in the top 100 of the Flame Dragon ranking and will be formidable competitors in this assessment, especially Li Lingfeng, ranked 7th in the Flame Dragon ranking, whose prowess should not be underestimated. At this point, Jixia seemed to recall something suddenly, and with a small fist, she waved it in front of Lin Che. By the way, if we encounter that Gu Jingchen during the assessment, make sure to beat him mercilessly. What? Do you have a grudge against him? Lin Che inquired curiously. It's not a grudge, Jixia corrected, shaking her head. It's that he has a problem that needs addressing. Lin Che's curiosity grew ever more intense. He couldn't fathom how Gu Jingchen had managed to offend Jixia to such an extent that she bore a grudge against him. After having breakfast, Jixia donned a stunning mage's gown, replacing her staff with a level 20 orange weapon. With all preparations complete, she gleefully dashed out of the villa, leaping onto this, which was sprawled in the yard, and waved her hand with enthusiasm. Burn bright, our little universe. I shall represent the moon and obliterate you. Little leg go-go. As Lin Che watched Jixia, who had succumbed to her whimsical antics while riding he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, sending chills down his spine. There was no denying it. Jixia was simply that kind of person who thrived on exuberance. It was reminiscent of the time she had heard that the silver moon wolf was a spirit of the moonlight, known to dance on its head, and had immediately ventured alone into the Ziyun mountain range. She acted on whims, utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. In this regard, she bore a certain resemblance to Lin Che. Just don't let anyone outside know that we're acquainted, he thought. Lin Che called out to Jixia, who had already vanished on the back of the Thunder Beast. With a sense of helplessness, he picked up the McLaren car keys and drove after him. The injuries on the Thunder Beast had largely healed, thanks to the power of the contract established earlier. Moreover, with Jixia's meticulous care over the past few days, it had finally recuperated to a considerable extent. Its speed was astonishing, akin to the swift rush of the wind. Lin Che pressed the accelerator to the floor, barely managing to keep pace. Setting aside the combat prowess of the Thunder Beast, its sheer speed alone left many equally ranked magical creatures in the dust. Lin Che had to admit that Jixia had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. The two raced down the street, with both the magnificent Thunder Beast and the McLaren eliciting gasps of astonishment from bystanders, forming a stunning spectacle within the urban landscape. The Zhuke Sacred Academy, unlike any ordinary institution of higher learning, is situated at the southern defensive barrier of Sichuan, on the threshold of the wilderness. In front lies an expansive plain, while the distant horizon is dominated by the endless expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Behind it, a bustling metropolis rises, with towering skyscrapers. Rather than merely being an academy, the Zhuke Sacred Academy serves as a formidable military stronghold, jointly safeguarding the flickering lights of countless homes within the defensive barrier alongside the military. The academy faces south, with its grand entrance featuring an exquisitely designed arched stone door. The stone pillars flanking the door are intricately engraved with flame motifs, spiraling upward to converge at the center of the arch, forming a cluster of divine flames. Above the flames, a crimson bird soars gracefully, embodying a sense of ethereal elegance. Even from a distance, one can feel the intense heat radiating from the bird. Before the academy's entrance lies a plaza vast enough to accommodate 5 or 6 football fields, where more than 10,000 prodigies from various regions of Sichuan have gathered, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of excitement. In addition to those invited to participate in the assessment, many influential figures from Sichuan have also arrived, recognizing the significance of this occasion. The 10,000 participants in the examination not only include the outstanding talents listed on the Flame Dragon rankings, but also encompass renowned prodigies from across Sichuan. Any one of them, with careful nurturing, could emerge as a formidable force. Naturally, they would not let such a remarkable opportunity for investment slip away. With just a modest allocation of resources, one could gain the favor and loyalty of a genius. Such a transaction is never deemed excessive. They stood at the outer edges of the plaza, occasionally glancing up to survey potential candidates for recruitment. Amidst the clamorous crowd, a thunderous roar from a beast silenced all chatter. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to see Ji Xia galloping atop the thunder beast. Shortly thereafter, a brand new McLaren came to a halt in the plaza. "Ha ha, little thunder, we won. You're faster than a supercar." Ji Xia exclaimed triumphantly as he leaped off the thunder beast and swaggered over to Lin Che to boast. What is there to compare? Lin Che was rendered speechless. He secured the car door and turned around, only to find that the majority of gazes in the square were directed towards him. More precisely, they were fixated on Miss Ji Xia. The esteemed Miss Ji Xia of the Dingsheng Chamber of Commerce had arrived, and she was truly stunning. Not only was she among the top 50 talents on the Yanlong list, but she also possessed both beauty and intellect. Who was that person beside Miss Ji Xia? They even drove a McLaren. Could they also be a young master from a prominent force in Chuannan? A group of students whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration for Miss Ji Xia. Many were also curiously scrutinizing Lin Che. At that moment, a group of mentors from the Zhuke Holy Academy, dressed in dignified attire and exuding an air of composure, approached the crowd. "Dear students, welcome to the Zhuke Holy Academy. We are the pursuers of time, the guardians of history, and the rebels against the currents of time. Knowledge, wisdom, independence, and dedication are our enduring mottos. The founding intention of Zhuke Holy Academy is to nurture generations of passionate and spirited young scholars for Hanxia. Just as the Zhuke, our symbolic spirit bird, embodies resilience and fervor, born from fire and soaring with the winds. The mentors took their positions beneath the Zhuke spirit bird, led by an elderly woman with white curls and glasses. She appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality and vigor. "Hello, dear students. My name is Lan Fong, though many affectionately call me Principal Lan. If all goes well, I will have the privilege of spending 4 wonderful years with you." Her warm gaze swept across a student from the first high school at the front of the square as she proclaimed, "Next, I will elucidate the rules of this assessment. This assessment will employ a points system, taking place within the demon and illusion realms of the Academy. Within this illusion, numerous demons and phantoms exist. By vanquishing these entities or defeating others, participants can earn corresponding points. The duration of this assessment is 7 days. Aside from standard equipment, the use of scrolls and other auxiliary tools is prohibited. After 7 days, those who accumulate over 100 points will be admitted, becoming true members of our Zhuke Holy Academy." Everyone listened attentively as Lan Fong elucidated the assessment rules. For the vast majority, this was the first encounter with such regulations, and they were deeply engrossed in the discourse. The distinct nature of this assessment, unlike any conventional evaluation, sparked a sense of novelty among many students, even within the esteemed 5 academies. The introduction of a point system was unprecedented, leaving them somewhat disoriented and wholly unprepared. Naturally, there were also individuals, like Lin Che, who had prior knowledge of the assessment's content. Some had already begun to form alliances, eager to unite into teams. With over 10,000 participants in a point-based system where defeating others or vanquishing monsters could earn points, the ensuing chaos within the demonic realm was inevitable. In such circumstances, anyone could become an adversary. Thus, it was imperative to rally the strong and collaborate to enhance their chances of success in this tumultuous melee. Those who were initially unprepared swiftly became involved as well. Being selected to participate in the assessment at the Zhuke Sacred Academy naturally meant that none among them were foolish. They quickly grasped the significance of the assessment's rules. Under these regulations, the likelihood of success through teamwork was undoubtedly heightened. Many students busily organized themselves, with some indiscriminately inviting those nearby into their ranks. In no time, several large groups, each exceeding 100 members, had formed. Lan Fong seemed to have anticipated the students' intentions, smiling as she remarked, "Students, please maintain silence and allow me to finish speaking. In this assessment, the maximum allowable team size is 5. Any group exceeding this limit will be deemed in violation, resulting in the disqualification of all members at the conclusion of the assessment. Furthermore, this assessment will be broadcast live at all times, as we will monitor each student's performance within the instance in real time. I hope everyone adheres to the assessment rules. Additionally, should you be defeated by another participant, you will only lose the points you have accumulated, without facing elimination. However, if you are vanquished by a creature of the demonic illusion, it will be considered a failure, resulting in a forced expulsion from the demonic realm. Please keep this in mind. Now, I will grant you 30 minutes to prepare. The assessment will officially commence after 30 minutes. Upon finishing his words, Lan Feng observed the expressions of disappointment that spread across many faces. This rule was undoubtedly established to prevent them from forming large, cohesive groups. The vast majority among them barely reached level 15, just enough to meet the minimum requirement for participating in the assessment of the Zhuke Sacred Institute, and were by no means the prodigies of the Flame Dragon ranking. Most students were in a state of panic. Among all present, only about 30 remained calm, and they were uniformly the outstanding talents ranked higher on the Flame Dragon list. For them, the difficulty of this assessment could be considered merely a formality. Their primary concern lay in their standings during this evaluation. Everyone was aware that a remarkably rare genius had emerged from Yunjiang, who would also partake in this assessment. The pinnacle of the Flame Dragon ranking was a position they had long aspired to in their minds. If they could overpower Lin Che during the assessment, it would be the most glorious moment of their lives. They scanned the surroundings, searching for Lin Che's figure, their spirits soaring with combat fervor. Who is Lin Che? Dare he challenge me in this assessment? TSK, 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 and it must be broadcasted live. If defeated, where would one hide their face? Ji Xia, relishing the unfolding drama, stood at the back of the crowd, taking delight in Lin Che's predicament. Indeed, it seems there are still many who wish to challenge me. Lin Che touched his nose, a hint of amusement bubbling within him. He never anticipated that the top of the Flame Dragon rankings would evoke such animosity. The assessments hadn't even commenced, and he was already on the verge of becoming everyone's adversary. A challenge? They clearly intended to thrash you, didn't they? Ji Xia remarked. Go on, I will be the first to strike you. Lin Che felt a slight headache. With so many people gathered, if they all came for him, it would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. Lin Che, remember my words. Potential does not equate to everything. I shall defeat you before everyone during the assessment. At some point, Rudy had approached Lin Che and loudly declared his challenge. His voice captured the attention of all present. Lin Che is here. He is Lin Che? Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly, all eyes converged upon Lin Che. The excitement was palpable, reminiscent of a grand fan meeting. In that moment, Lin Che became the center of attention for all. Zhou Yutong stood among the throng, and upon recognizing Lin Che, she was momentarily taken aback, instinctively rubbing her eyes in disbelief, questioning whether she was experiencing an illusion. Is he really Lin Che? Her pupils quivered as she pressed her lips tightly together, her heart in turmoil. Earlier, when she had seen Lin Che descend from a McLaren, she had assumed he was merely a man living off others. Little did she expect that the Lin Che she had admired from afar was the same person she perceived to be a simpleton. So it was him. No wonder Miss Ji Xia was so close to him. Zhou Yunlong had previously found it odd that the esteemed young lady of the prosperous merchant association would engage in light-hearted banter with a seemingly impoverished youth. If it were Lin Che, however, it would all make sense. Cousin, perhaps we should forego that piece of equipment, Zhou Yunlong said, his mood complicated. Indeed. He was a genius on the Yanlong ranking, yet compared to Lin Che, the champion of that list, he felt embarrassed to even mention his rank. Though he often exuded arrogance, he was no fool, with Ji Xia making such efforts to befriend Lin Che. It was evident that Lin Che's true combat prowess far surpassed his own. Zhou Yutong stood there, seemingly entranced, offering no response for a long while. Cousin? Zhou Yunlong raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Yes, I understand, cousin. She replied absent-mindedly, gazing blankly ahead, lost in her thoughts. Lin Che felt particularly uneasy under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, many gazes burning with fervor, as if they wished to consume him whole. Their fighting spirit was palpable, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to confront Lin Che even before the assessment had commenced. Only one individual, standing at the forefront of the throng, Li Lingfeng, exuded an air of calm. He cast a mere cursory glance at Lin Che before averting his eyes, seemingly unimpressed. With an air of arrogant disdain, regarding Lin Che as nothing more than a trifling opponent. As the diverse thoughts of the onlookers swirled, 30 minutes swiftly elapsed, marking the official commencement of the assessment. Without any apparent effort, Lan Fong waved her hand, and the entrance to the dungeon materialized at the center of the stone gate. "Now, please enter the demon and fantasy realm in an orderly fashion," she declared solemnly, as the multitude of students lined up, entering the dungeon in a staggered manner. Ji Xia and Lin Che paired up, stepping together into the portal. A blinding light flashed before them, and both Lin Che and Ji Xia found themselves simultaneously transported into a pristine forest. Thus, the assessment of the Zhuke Sacred Academy officially began. Lin Che and Ji Xia stood upon a prominent grassy knoll, surrounded by an expanse devoid of any other presence. All those who had entered the realm of demons and monsters had been transported to various locations within this enchanted domain in the form of teams. Behind them, the Thunder Beast stood silently. The assessment only imposed restrictions on the use of scroll-type auxiliary tools, while there were no stringent limitations on battle companions or mounts. After all, among the students participating in the evaluation, there were quite a few knights. If mounts were restricted, their strength would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Hence, Ji Xia had also brought the Thunder Beast along. The primordial forest within the demon realm stretched infinitely, seeming to lack any boundaries, far surpassing the size of an ordinary instance. Moreover, being immersed in this enchanted realm bestowed upon Lin Che an exceptionally intense sense of reality, as if he were truly existing within a tangible world. This sensation was remarkably peculiar. It remained a mystery how this demonic realm had come into existence. Could it possibly have been crafted by a master of advanced formations? The intensity of its realism was indeed astonishing. Lin Che meticulously absorbed every facet of the enchanting realm of demons and magic, unable to suppress his astonishment. This was no ordinary dungeon. Ji Xia's eyes sparkled with an array of colors as she spoke in a tone laden with unrest. It is said that the realm of demons and magic is a lost fragment of the real world, a self-contained microcosm, sealed within the folds of reality by a mysterious and powerful entity, allowing us free passage in and out. Is there truly such a legend? Lin Che was deeply startled. To seal off a small world required an astonishing level of power, a thought that left him in disbelief. However, this was merely a rumor. Ji Xia smiled lightly, not dwelling too much on the matter. Even she possessed only a cursory understanding of the realm of demons and illusions. It was one of the primary training dungeons for the students of the Vermilion Bird Holy Academy. As for the rest, it was mostly hearsay, and she could not ascertain its truth. "Well, let us first seek out the demons and illusions to earn some points," Ji Xia remarked. Her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed at the vast primeval forest. It was somewhat vexing. The size of this place was indeterminate, and no signs of demons or illusions were in sight. The search would likely prove to be quite challenging. Lin Che felt a deep resonance with the situation. From the moment they entered the realm of demons and illusions, the world around them had been enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of even a whisper of wind, let alone the presence of any demons or phantoms. It was eerily tranquil, excessively so. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the sky, and a colossal light screen appeared high above. Prominently emblazoned on the screen were the words "scoreboard," while below, a flurry of names began to emerge, representing all those participating in the assessment. Each name was accompanied by a score, and thus far, every participant's score stood at 0, with Lin Che's name occupying the top position. It seemed that upon entering the realm of magical beasts, few had encountered any demons or illusions. However, the scoreboard soon began to shift. Zhang Xingha's name rapidly ascended, surpassing Lin Che to claim the first spot on the scoreboard. His score soared swiftly, 20, 40, 60. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xingha accumulated 100 points. Not only he, but several others also saw their scores change rapidly, with varying totals of 80, 60, and 40 points. The 5 individuals led by Zhang Xingha firmly secured the top 5 positions on the scoreboard. Shortly thereafter, talents from the Flame Dragon list, such as Li Lingfeng and Rudy, began to exert their efforts, their scores climbing rapidly. It appeared that they were fortunate enough to encounter demons and illusions immediately upon entry. Observing the swift rise in their scores, Lin Che surmised that they must have encountered a significant number of demons and illusions. Otherwise, such a rapid accumulation of points would be inexplicable. "You are still able to smile?" Ji Xia exclaimed anxiously. "Look, your name has been pushed down. We must hurry, otherwise we shall never catch up with them." Without hesitation, Ji Xia grasped Lin Che's hand and set off to seek out demons and illusions to earn points. Lin Che, however, remained unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of urgency. There were 7 days allocated for the assessment. Why rush? Humph, I am certainly not anxious. Observing Lin Che's continued nonchalance, Jixia abruptly halted, crossing her arms and muttering sulkily, "Regardless, it is not I who will be ridiculed in the end. I am not in a hurry." Ha ha. Rest assured, when the assessment concludes, we shall undoubtedly secure first place, Lin Che replied with a smile. Really? Jixia exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Noticing Lin Che's confidence, she skeptically inquired, "What cunning plan do you have in mind? Speak up. What do you mean by cunning plan?" "I possess my own ingenious strategies," he replied. Lin Che chuckled lightly, stifled a yawn, and casually sought out a patch of grass to pitch his tent, subsequently retrieving a reclining chair and reclining upon it. "Keep an eye on things for me. I'm going to catch some Z's," he remarked before promptly closing his eyes, genuinely intending to sleep. What sort of person can actually sleep at a time like this? Jixia muttered with a pout. Putting on her sunglasses and retrieving a lounge chair from her spatial ring, settling down a short distance from Lin Che to bask in the sunlight comfortably. "Chalet, keep watch for us. I'll take a quick nap." The two lay there, leaving only the thunder beast standing in confusion, blinking its eyes in bewilderment. Meanwhile, outside the Zhuke Sacred Academy, chaos erupted before the grand entrance. A massive light screen appeared in the plaza directly facing the gates, broadcasting live footage of each student navigating the Demon Mirage. As the audience watched Zheng Xinghe lead his team into the Demon Mirage and immediately draw the attention of 5 demon apparitions, a collective gasp of concern rippled through the crowd. Yet, when they witnessed Zheng Xinghe single-handedly vanquishing the 5 demon apparitions, exclamations of astonishment echoed throughout the plaza. The talents of the Flame Dragon list were indeed extraordinary. Following this, Rudy, Li Lingfeng, and other notable talents from the Flame Dragon list displayed their prowess, elevating the atmosphere in the plaza to unprecedented heights. The excitement among the spectators was palpable, and witnessing so many prodigies in action was akin to an exceptional visual feast, particularly as they observed several of them dispatching the demon apparitions with remarkable efficiency. An indescribable exhilaration filled the air, and they reveled in the spectacle. As they watched the rising scores of these individuals dominate the leaderboard, they collectively began to search for Lin Che's whereabouts. Everyone understood that the focal point of this assessment was undoubtedly Lin Che. Anticipation mounted as they looked forward to seeing how Lin Che, recognized by the Flame Dragon list as the foremost potential of Hanxia, would perform, surpassing his peers. However, when they finally spotted Lin Che and Jixia leisurely enjoying their sunbathing, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Is this truly the number 1 of the Flame Dragon list? Surely not. Has he already given up before even engaging in battle? This fool, while others busily accumulated points, chose to sleep instead, leading Miss Jixia astray as well. Disdainful murmurs filled the air as their evaluation of Lin Che plummeted. They simply could not comprehend how someone so indulgent could ascend to the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon list. More perplexing was the fact that even the typically reputable Jixia had fallen into the same relaxed demeanor as Lin Che, leaving them unable to accept it. The crowd seethed, irritated at Lin Che's influence over a talented young woman. The members of the Zhuke Sacred Academy, meanwhile, found themselves in a state of bemusement, unable to suppress their laughter at the young man's unapologetically unique character. A mentor, with an ambiguous tone of either praise or disdain, remarked with a slight smile. Lan Feng, her face adorned with a smile, observed Lin Che's every move and gently said, "Indeed, he is quite exceptional. This lad is likely contemplating a plan to reap the benefits without effort," remarked an elderly man beside Lan Feng, who was over 50 years of age. He was Wei Huching, the head of the formation department, his demeanor calm as he scrutinized Lin Che's actions. To think he can reap the benefits and seize others' points. He must possess the strength to do so, another mentor scoffed dismissively. His expression was stern, exuding an inherent air of aloof superiority. "It appears Headley holds high hopes for your young Lin Feng," Wei Huching observed with a smile. Li Wei snorted derisively and replied, "With such an unrefined attitude and a lackadaisical approach to assessments, even if he possesses potential, his future achievements will likely be limited. Potential does not equate to absolute combat power. This world is not lacking in geniuses. I am certain Headway has encountered many students with extraordinary potential who faltered along the way." Upon hearing this, Wei Huching's expression shifted, as if struck at a vulnerable spot. His eyes widened with indignation. "I declare, this assessment will surely see Lin Che as the victor. My nephew, Li Lingfeng, is the true champion of this cohort." Li Wei replied coolly. "Very well, Do you dare to wager? If Lin Che secures the highest points, you must relinquish your rare material, the Tion Fire Feather. To me, Wei Hiching challenged, his frustration palpable. Agreed, Li Wei replied nonchalantly, but should you lose, you will hand over your newly forged level 60 orange weapon to me. Deal. I shall not retract my words. Wei Hiching and Li Wei faced off, neither yielding to the other. Lan Feng furrowed her brow and softly admonished, in front of so many witnesses, ahead of the formation department and ahead of the holy profession, bickering like this is quite unbecoming. Immediately, both men fell silent. Yet, the tension between them remained palpable, growing even more intense. Lan Feng felt exasperated. These two had been at odds for over a decade, their tempers unchanged. She chose to ignore them, focusing intently on the performance of each student in the realm of demons and illusions. Look. A demon is heading towards that young lad Lin Che. At that moment, the live broadcast displayed a demon, engulfed in dark energy, slowly advancing toward Lin Che's location. The crowd gasped, excitement surging among them. Isn't he supposed to be leisurely enjoying the sun? I'm curious to see how he evades this one. Indeed. As the leader of the Yanlong list, he's shirking his responsibilities, bringing shame upon us in Chuanan. If he were to be eliminated directly, it would certainly make for an interesting spectacle. The crowd could not help but burst into laughter, reveling in the misfortune. They had long been dissatisfied with Lin Che's performance. And now, each one of them was fervently wishing for his outright elimination. If that were to come to pass, it would undoubtedly be sensational news in Chuanan, and they would spare no effort in chastising Lin Che mercilessly. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the live broadcast. Never before had they so eagerly desired the downfall of an individual in an assessment. However, their hopes were soon dashed. Lin Che and Ji Xia reclined comfortably, while the Thunder Beast, vigilant as ever, detected the approaching illusion of the demon. With a fierce snort, the creature, towering over 3 meters, exhibited agility surpassing that of a cheetah, darting forth like a bolt of lightning. Before the illusion could draw near, the Thunder Beast leapt high, delivering a powerful strike that resonated with the force of thunder. The demon's illusion scarcely had time to react before it was obliterated by a single blow. Having vanquished the foe, the Thunder Beast returned to Ji Xia's side, lounging with the ease of having swatted a mere fly. The onlookers could not help but feel a tinge of regret. How infuriating, they mused. If only they had been a moment quicker, and all thanks to that meddlesome pet. Lin Che had narrowly escaped calamity. Some among the crowd recognized the Thunder Beast, exclaiming, "Isn't that the legendary battle mount from the prestigious trading market of the Prosperous Commerce Guild? Has Miss Ji Xia truly tamed it?" This revelation sparked a collective recollection. Indeed, a battle mount of such legendary caliber was a rarity even in the entirety of southern Sichuan. Since the Prosperous Commerce Guild had captured the Thunder Beast, many had sought to claim it for themselves, fully aware of its fierce temperament. They were left in awe, pondering how Ji Xia managed to tame such a proud and indomitable creature. As this thought lingered, their admiration for Ji Xia grew, simultaneously fueling their discontent towards Lin Che for allegedly leading her astray. With fists clenched in determination, they yearned to storm into the demon's illusion and deliver a sound thrashing to Lin Che. Meanwhile, oblivious to the outside world, Lin Che remained unaware of the commotion. After the Thunder Beast dispatched the illusion, he received 10 points, while Ji Xia garnered 20. Was it possible that the points earned within the same team were influenced by who dealt the final blow? Lin Che muttered to himself as he lifted his gaze to the distant grassy expanse, where a wisp of dissipating black mist lingered. He shook his head slightly, contemplating the shadowy wolf demon, a level 20 shadow magic wolf, which posed only a marginal threat compared to the level 20 silver moon wolf. Defeating the shadow magic wolf would yield neither experience nor combat proficiency, merely a paltry accumulation of points. Such a trivial adversary hardly sparked Lin Che's interest. With a fleeting glance, he diverted his attention back to the intricate planning of the beast realm. To outsiders, it might seem as if Lin Che was languidly approaching his assessment. However, the truth was far from that. His mind was singularly focused on enhancing the elven warriors' ranks. After several days of diligent accumulation, the resources within the elven territory had reached saturation. 14 young elves had elevated the Mu Well to level 4, increasing the population cap to 40, leaving a considerable amount of resources available for allocation. With the remaining resources, Lin Che upgraded the Ancient Wind Tree to level 20, trained a level 20 Elven Dragon, and produced 2 level 20 Raptor Druids. These two units lacked substantial offensive capabilities and primarily served as defensive control measures. Hence, Lin Che did not train them extensively. Currently, alongside the jungle guardians, demon hunters, and young elves, his territory boasted a total of 19 elven warriors. With a remaining population of 21, Lin Che produced 5 huntresses, 8 griffin beasts, and 8 elven archers. The huntresses, equipped with sentinel skills, provided excellent visibility across the expansive terrain. Moreover, as cavalry, they possessed formidable combat prowess. In the absence of defensive units, they could effectively serve as frontline shields in conjunction with the trance summoned by the jungle guardians, necessitating a sufficient number. As for the elven archers and griffin beasts, both excelled in individual combat, and when synergized, they could form aerial units of griffin knights, creating a significant firepower coverage, a commendable offensive strategy. Presently, the only structure in the elven territory yet to be upgraded due to insufficient resources was the Hunter's Hall, which remained at level 1. Lin Che remained unhurried. Although the elevation of the Hunter Hall would bestow the protection of the moon's power upon the elven warriors, thereby enhancing their combat prowess, it was evident that at this current stage, supplementing the population and advancing the levels of the elven warriors would maximize Lin Che's fighting capability. As the population and levels of the elven warriors steadily rose, a day swiftly passed. On the first day of the assessment, Lin Che and Ji Xia each garnered a mere 10 and 20 points respectively, yielding little in terms of rewards. Curiously, in the location they occupied, the presence of magical beast apparitions was alarmingly scarce. Throughout the entire day, only a solitary shadow magic wolf made an appearance. Lin Che couldn't help but wonder whether it was he or Ji Xia whose luck was particularly unfortunate. However, as a day passed, the leaderboard revealed that Zheng Xinghe, currently ranked highest, had already surpassed the 500-point mark. Rudy's performance was equally impressive, accumulating a notable 485 points, closely trailing behind. In contrast, Li Lingfeng, positioned 7th on the Yanlong list, seemed to be faltering, with his points stagnating at 400. Aside from these few individuals, many others had demonstrated commendable growth in their scores, nearing the 100-point threshold and approaching the standards for passing the assessment. Naturally, there were also those with considerably lower scores, some even trailing behind Lin Che and Ji Xia. Several hundred participants remained stuck at 0 points, having failed to defeat even a single demon illusion. This was not an uncommon occurrence, as many among the participants were merely level 15 transmuters. In the eyes of ordinary transmuters, they were deemed prodigies among prodigies. Yet, upon reaching the Zhuke Holy Academy, they were reduced to mediocrity in the presence of Lin Che and other Yanlong list geniuses. The demon illusions that the Yanlong list talents could easily handle proved to be insurmountable challenges for them. Even when forming a group of 5, they found it exceedingly difficult to contend with a single demon illusion. The disparity was striking and elicited a sense of melancholy. After a day of rest, Ji Xia was nearly driven to boredom, for she had never been one to sit idle. Observing Lin Che's unhurried demeanor, she felt no urgency herself and decided to embrace a lackadaisical attitude. In her ennui, she urged Lin Che to set up a grill, pulling out the prepared ingredients and initiating an impromptu barbecue. Hurry, hurry. Oh, this is delicious. Lin Che, faster. I want to eat roast lamb. Ji Xia exclaimed, her hands clutching 2 roasted chicken legs, her mouth greasy and her excitement palpable. Lin Che skillfully monitored the heat, turning the perfectly roasted whole lamb to a crisp golden hue. He remarked disdainfully, eating so much still doesn't silence your chatter. If you keep urging, you might as well roast it yourself. Ji Xia immediately covered her mouth, her large eyes blinking innocently, exuding an air of pitifulness. Before the allure of delectable food, she dared not confront Lin Che with defiance. Truly, she was at a loss with him. Lin Che was utterly exasperated. Unbeknownst to him, the onlookers gazing at their seemingly leisurely vacation-like demeanor were filled with admiration, wishing fervently for Lin Che's swift elimination to prevent any delays for Ji Xia. This was the second day, and with Miss Ji Xia's remarkable talent and prowess, she could easily ascend into the top 10 of the rankings. It was all Lin Che's fault for dragging her down. Alas, it seemed Miss Ji Xia was on a path of no return. That scoundrel Lin Che would face my wrath once the assessment concluded. Miss Ji Xia, please regain your clarity. This scoundrel is no good. The crowd sighed heavily, their frustration bubbling within them. Yet, no matter how incensed they felt, the two within the monster illusion realm remained blissfully unaware of their anguished cries. Lin Che was engrossed in flipping the roasted whole lamb, while Ji Xia indulged in the feast to the point of oblivion. Even the nearby Thunder Beast drooled with anticipation. Before long, the lamb was perfectly cooked. Here, enjoy it. I have never seen anyone eat with such fervor. Lin Che continuously expressed his disdain, tearing off a roasted leg of lamb and offering it to Ji Xia. However, after quite some time, Ji Xia showed little reaction. Lin Che looked up and saw Ji Xia gazing distantly ahead, the chicken leg in her hand losing its appeal. How infuriating to encounter this person. Ji Xia took a bite of the chicken leg, her displeasure evident. Following Ji Xia's gaze, Lin Che spotted a meticulously dressed young man, his hair slicked back with wax, arriving with an air of polished sophistication. Behind him trailed 4 individuals of various professions. Lin Che recognized him as Gu Jingchen, ranked 38th on the Yanlong list, just a notch below Ji Xia. The moment Gu Jingchen laid eyes on Ji Xia, surprise flickered across his face, especially upon noticing the grease on her lips and the 2 chicken legs she clutched. His pupils involuntarily trembled slightly. He adjusted his attire and took out a small mirror to perfect his hairstyle before sauntering over. Women, no matter where you are, you always manage to capture my attention. Gu Jingchen began, his voice dripping with the essence of a domineering CEO. Lin Che felt a jolt at his words, unfazed by those around him. He approached Ji Xia directly. Her expression shifted instantly, instinctively wanting to pull Lin Che back as a shield once more. She stepped back, her hand flailing for support, only to grasp at thin air. Turning around, she found Lin Che had retreated quite a distance, nonchalantly holding a roasted lamb, as if enjoying the spectacle. His gaze darting between her and Gu Jingchen. How infuriating! Ji Xia stamped her foot in frustration. She wished to retreat further, but Gu Jingchen had already closed the distance. With a slight furrow of his brow, he leaned closer to Ji Xia, exhaling softly, his eyes narrowing in self-indulgence. Are you playing hard to get with me? Oh! Ji Xia felt on the brink of madness. Covering her ears, she screamed incessantly and instinctively swung her hand towards Gu Jingchen's face. Slap! The sound reverberated around them, the air seemingly frozen as the world fell silent. Why didn't you dodge? Guilt surged within Ji Xia as she stepped back in shock, unable to fathom that Gu Jingchen had taken her slap without flinching. The 4 individuals trailing Gu Jingchen were equally stunned. They moved to intervene, but Gu Jingchen raised his hand to stop them. He smacked his lips, as if savoring the moment, and rubbed his left cheek. You are the first to dare treat me this way, he declared, reveling in the experience. Oh, you're insane. You must be seriously deranged. Ji Xia's shrill voice pierced the air, her composure shattered as she pointed a trembling finger at Gu Jingchen, overwhelmed by her agitation. Undoubtedly, among Ji Xia's many admirers, Gu Jingchen was the one who instilled the greatest fear in her. Because this man was truly unhinged. Ji Xia turned to Lin Che and exclaimed, Are you still watching? Come and help me. Didn't we agree to meet and give him a good thrashing? Lin Che clutched his belly, tears of laughter streaming down his face. At long last, he comprehended why Ji Xia harbored such resentment towards Gu Jingchen. This man seemed utterly incapable of communicating in any manner befitting a rational being. Encountering such a domineering CEO in reality for the first time, Lin Che found it exceedingly amusing. He struggled to suppress the smile threatening to escape his lips, thinking to himself, surely, we cannot resort to physical confrontation, can we? Haraha. Lin, withdraw. Ji Xia was completely taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Che would betray her at such a moment. Particularly infuriating was the expression of sheer amusement plastered across his face, which only intensified her ire. Observing Ji Xia's outrage, Gu Jingchen wore a charmingly wicked smile. Everyone, gather around. He beckoned to the 4 individuals behind him with an air of authority. Within 1 minute, I intend to elevate this woman's score to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Understood, President Gu. The 4 responded in unison, swiftly moving forward. Miss Ji, we apologize. What are you planning? Ji Xia barely had time to react before the 4 encircled the Thunder Beast. With a low growl, the beast lunged at them. In a surprising turn of events, the 4 did not flinch or evade. Instead, they each took a hit from the Thunder Beast, being flung several dozen meters away as they collectively declared, we concede. Soon after, Ji Xia's score began to soar dramatically, even surpassing the current leader, Zhang Xinghe, reaching an astonishing total of 550 points. Such a maneuver was beyond her expectations. Lin Che was utterly astonished. Gu Jingchen's actions were akin to recklessly giving away points. Could this not be deemed as cheating? Lin Che pondered without reason. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Ji Xia still occupied the top position on the leaderboard. Lin Che suddenly understood that although the assessment limited the number of participants, the mentors of the Zhuke Sacred Academy seemed disinclined to interfere with such actions of awarding points. Of course, this was merely a reflection of Gu Jingchen's unconventional mindset. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to relinquish the hard-earned points they had accumulated? Moreover, such actions inherently carried a degree of illegality. If deemed cheating by the mentors, it would result in a futile endeavor. Ji Xia stood in a daze, equally taken aback. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. She harbored a strong aversion to points obtained without effort. Gu Jingchen, enough. Ji Xia's expression darkened as she exclaimed, I do not require your charity. However, her anger only seemed to invigorate Gu Jingchen further. Truly, she was the woman I admired. Even in anger, she remained captivating. Ji Xia fell silent, too exasperated to engage further with Gu Jingchen. She felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, exhausted and wishing for annihilation. Yet, Gu Jingchen remained unfazed by Ji Xia's thoughts, nodding contentedly at his four subordinates. At that moment, he finally noticed Lin Che, specifically, the whole roasted lamb in Lin Che's hands. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat made Gu Jingchen swallow hard. 1,000, I'll buy it. What? Lin Che was completely engrossed in the performance. Momentarily caught off guard. 20,000. Before Lin Che could utter a word, Gu Jingchen raised the bid once more. Noticing Lin Che's continued silence, Gu Jingchen frowned slightly and declared 30,000. Lin Che finally came to his senses and exclaimed, deal. With a broad smile, he presented the roasted whole lamb to Gu Jingchen. Lin Che was undoubtedly aware that if he refrained from responding, Gu Jingchen would likely escalate the price further. However, considering that they would likely be classmates in the future, a roasted whole lamb priced at 30,000 was already exorbitant, and he could not afford to be overly exploitative. Moreover, one must contemplate the longevity of business ventures. Boss, I also have steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goslings, marinated duck, sauce chicken, cured meat, and fragrant sausages. Lin Che breathlessly rattled off over 50 dishes, resembling a shrewd merchant as he approached Gu Jingchen, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous glint in his eye. Look here, what would you like to eat? Jia Xia felt utterly bewildered, her mind struggling to keep up. She had never anticipated that Lin Che could transition into this role so seamlessly, akin to a waiter in a high-end restaurant. Gu Jingchen appeared somewhat taken aback as well. After pondering for a moment, he indeed began to order a 1982 Lafite, a medium rare steak, and foie gras. Let's have 6 portions of those. Certainly, please hold on. Lin Che broke into a broad smile, promptly retrieving ingredients from the system space. Before their departure, Ji Xia had worried about the scarcity of fine provisions in the realm of demons and illusions. Hence he had meticulously stocked up on a plethora of ingredients, which now proved to be fortuitously useful. He swiftly commenced the preparation of the guest's menu. Ji Xia's eyes widened as he observed the bustling Lin Che, nearly choking on his own disbelief. Surely, you are actually going to cook for him? Ji Xia pouted, approaching Lin Che with a face full of discontent. Why not proceed? There's money to be made, after all. Lin Che, however, felt no sense of wrongdoing in his actions. The upgrade of the Tree of Life necessitated numerous rare materials. And as the level increased, so did the exorbitant prices of these materials. With a wealthy fool at hand, why not take full advantage of the opportunity? Was it not folly to turn away from such lucrative prospects? You're unbelievable, Ji Xia remarked with a roll of her eyes. Choosing not to engage further with Lin Che and instead retreating to sulk beside the Thunder Beast. She was not alone in her astonishment. The crowd gathered to watch the live broadcast was equally dumbfounded. A profound silence enveloped the square. The renowned champion of the Flame Dragon rankings was reduced to a mere cook, preparing dishes for Gu Jingchen during the assessment. If this were to spread, who would dare believe it? The people of Chuanan were left with no place to hide their embarrassment. This outrageous turn of events even seemed to tarnish Gu Jingchen's reputation. Wasn't that lad from the Gu family already a bit dim-witted? Regardless, it was undoubtedly Lin Che's mischief that led him astray. Damn it, someone please eliminate this scoundrel. Lin Che's lack of seriousness once again pushed the boundaries of their tolerance to the brink, nearly causing them to choke with rage. What should have been a straightforward assessment was almost transformed by Lin Che into a leisurely vacation entertainment program. Are we not going to intervene, Principal? Li Wei inquired, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction with Lin Che's antics. Isn't this rather delightful and amusing? On the contrary, Lan Fong seemed indifferent, even finding the situation quite entertaining. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the live broadcast revealed Lin Che swiftly presenting a sumptuous array of steak and foie gras before Gu Jingchen. 6 portions in total, all meticulously arranged by Lin Che. Gu Jingchen, with his discerning palate, retrieved an exquisite dining set from his spatial ring, employing specialized cutlery to slice a piece of steak and savor it. After a thoughtful chew, his brow furrowed in concentration. He then cut a small piece of foie gras to taste. His frown deepened. "It's undercooked," Gu Jingchen stated flatly, swallowing the morsel with an expressionless demeanor. Cough. Lin Che cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "A mistake, a mistake." Preparing simple barbecues and home-cooked dishes was within his capabilities. But he certainly lacked the skill to create delicacies such as steak and foie gras, especially when it came to achieving the elusive medium rare that was tantamount to being raw. Fearing that Gu Jingchen might dispute the matter, Lin Che hastily added, "Boss, all the dishes are ready. Why don't we settle the payment first?" Gu Jingchen, in a surprisingly generous manner, did not mind that Lin Che had substituted the 1982 Lafite with ordinary mineral water. He handed Lin Che a card worth 100,000 directly, stating, "There is no password. You can withdraw anytime." What a magnanimous boss! Lin Che was instantly overjoyed. In less than half an hour, he had earned a staggering 130,000, truly reaching the pinnacle of his life. While Jixia was angry, the allure of delectable food rendered her grievances insignificant. She approached Lin Che and sampled the remaining portion of the steak and foie gras. Ugh, what is this? For the first time, Jixia found Lin Che's culinary creations unpalatable. Observing Gu Jingchen and the other 4 still devouring their meals, she couldn't help but curiously inquire, "Aren't you worried that it's undercooked?" Gu Jingchen paused, seemingly pondering Jixia's question, then tilted his head and replied, "My mother says we must not waste food." Looking at the 2 amusing characters, Lin Che and Gu Jingchen, Jixia felt her head spin. Indeed, only those with quirks could bond with others similarly afflicted, transforming her indignation into appetite. Jixia seized a perfectly roasted leg of lamb and began to devour it with gusto. Before long, everyone had satisfied their hunger. Gu Jingchen elegantly wiped his mouth and turned to Lin Che, glancing at Jixia beside him. "Take good care of her for me. Once we are outside, I will reward you handsomely." "Really?" Lin Che was overjoyed, at a loss for words, never expecting to gain such unexpected rewards alongside Jixia. Gu Jingchen nodded slightly, uttering no further remarks, and led the 4 of them away. Witnessing Gu Jingchen depart without engaging Lin Che in a duel, the onlookers of the live broadcast were immediately displeased. Alas, that despicable scoundrel managed to escape unscathed. The members of the Gu family should truly consider examining their young master's intellect. How unfortunate for those 2 hapless individuals. The crowd expressed their discontent, even directing their ire at Gu Jingchen. They had anticipated a confrontation between Gu Jingchen and Lin Che. However, Lin Che felt no surprise at this outcome. Firstly, Gu Jingchen held affections for Jixia, and with Lin Che pairing up with her, it was only natural that Gu Jingchen would refrain from attacking him. Secondly, Lin Che possessed a paltry 10 points, rendering any confrontation with Gu Jingchen utterly meaningless. This assessment was centered around the accumulation of points. Though Gu Jingchen might not excel in certain aspects, he would not engage in such futile endeavors. His focus was solely on Jixia, and he harbored no interest in the prospect of vanquishing Lin Che or trampling the top spot on the Yanlong leaderboard. After Gu Jingchen and his companions departed, Lin Che tidied up briefly before resuming his training to elevate the level of the elven warriors within the magical beast domain. Jixia, initially sulking in frustration, upon seeing Lin Che recline once more, could not resist her impatience and approached him. "You lecher, aren't you worried at all?" Jixia remarked, pouting. She glanced at the leaderboard, where her name had lingered at the top for a few minutes before swiftly being surpassed. Given the rapidity with which points were being updated, it seemed that to secure the first place in this assessment after 7 days, one would need to amass at least 6,000 points. Yet, it was only the 2nd day of the assessment, and Lin Che appeared unfazed, making it difficult for her not to fret. "What is there to worry about?" Lin Che replied lazily. "At this rate, not only will you fail to secure the top spot, but you won't even make it into the top 100. How can I not be anxious?" Jixia implored. "Don't fret, trust me. Eat when it's time, sleep when it's time, and the first place will undoubtedly be ours." Lin Che remained unusually composed, fiddling with the card given to him by Gu Jingchen, and sighed with a sense of wistfulness, contemplating when he might encounter such affluent patrons again. With a hint of indifference, he dismissed the matter. Observing Lin Che entirely disregard the assessment, Jixia felt an acute frustration rise within her. She turned away, opting to engage in playful antics with Lin Che. After all, with over 500 points to her name, she was confident that she could easily pass the evaluation without exerting any effort. As for Lin Che, he could do as he pleased. Thus, 2 days passed. By the 5th day of the assessment, the leaderboard had changed, with Li Lingfeng now occupying the top position, amassing an impressive 200 points, creating a 400-point lead over the second-place Zhang Xinghe. He had finally unleashed his potential, showcasing the formidable strength befitting his rank as 7th on the Flame Dragon list. Besides them, many others had also surpassed the 500-point mark, with notable performances like Zhou Yunlong, who had accumulated 200 points. Additionally, several level 15 students had reached over 100 points as well. At this stage of the assessment, those still present in the illusions of demons and monsters were essentially guaranteed to pass. The competition had now shifted to the rankings on the leaderboard. The higher one's rank, the greater the resources allocated upon entering the Zhuke Sacred Academy. Moreover, students ranked within the top 100 would receive commendable rewards after the conclusion of the evaluation, spurring everyone to strive diligently for points. Currently, only Lin Che remained nonchalant, his score stagnant at 10, a stark contrast to the fervor surrounding him, rendering him distinctly unique. Lin Che remained unhurried. After several days of tireless efforts from the little spirits, every warrior in the fairy clan had elevated their levels to 20, yielding remarkable results. Observing Jixia still squatting on the side, amusing herself with the Thunder Beast, Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle. Over the past few days, apart from acknowledging him during mealtimes, Jixia spent most of her time riding the Thunder Beast, reveling in her own company. Lin Che understood that Jixia was still upset, yet he remained unfazed. The young lady is still angry. Would you care to join me for some physical activity? Lin Che suggested with a smile. Jixia's face brightened momentarily, but she quickly reverted to her indifferent expression, retorting, I am not in a rush at all. Lin Che smiled enigmatically, leaning closer to Jixia. Are you interested in embarking on a grand adventure with me? Jixia instantly became alert. Her expression remained aloof, yet the excitement in her eyes betrayed her. What do you have in mind? Jixia couldn't help but inquire. Lin Che stretched comfortably, his voice languid as he remarked that after such a long wait, it was only natural to seek out some big catches. Isn't it a bit late now? Jixia frowned, her tone laced with disdain. Over the past few days, she had surmised that Lin Che's nonchalance stemmed from his intention to seize points from others only after they had accumulated a substantial amount. Undoubtedly, this strategy was the most efficient, sparing them the time wasted in searching for the elusive demons and illusions. It was a notion she had considered initially. However, the expanse of the demon realm was simply too vast. In the preceding 4 days, apart from Gu Jingchen and his group, only a few teams had passed by, totaling no more than 20 individuals. Considering that over 10,000 participants were engaged in this assessment, even accounting for those eliminated for various reasons, it was hard to believe they had encountered so few individuals in such an extended time frame. This alone attested to the fact that the majority of participants were scattered throughout the demon realm, making the quest for them a formidable challenge. Lin Che, however, remained unfazed, asserting that it was not too late, not at all. Just watch my performance, he declared. With a slight opening of his palm, the portal to another realm unveiled itself. 5 female hunters and 8 horned eagle beasts emerged in succession from within. With a soft command, Lin Che summoned the eagle-like beasts and the sentinels, which soared in various directions to scout the surroundings in search of suitable prey. Were there new summons? Upon seeing the 4-clawed eagle beasts, Jixia's eyes sparkled with excitement. With 5 sentinels and 8 eagle beasts, they would indeed be able to efficiently ascertain the movements of others. Jixia felt a surge of energy. Hooray! Finally, she could showcase her skills. Jixia rejoiced, her spirits lifted after spending such a lengthy time in the same place as Lin Che. With the eagle beasts and sentinels surveying the environment, it would be relatively easier for Lin Che and her to seize points from others compared to their competitors. Lin Che's expression was one of intense concentration. 8 horned eagle beasts and 5 sentinels advanced steadily ahead. The environments observed by the horned eagles and sentinels were transmitted in real time to his mind. The perspectives provided by these creatures allowed him to discern the surroundings with remarkable clarity in a remarkably brief span of time. The horned eagles and sentinels, having ventured approximately 10 kilometers from Lin Che, soon returned to him. At present, Lin Che's mental strength can only sustain their exploration to such a distance. Beyond this range, the connection between Lin Che and them will significantly weaken, rendering them unable to relay their observations. Only after Lin Che's mental fortitude increases can they venture into the realms of greater distance. The eagle-like creature and the sentinel returned to Lin Che in succession, who then pinpointed a direction and softly said, "Let us proceed. There are 2 teams converging over there, and it would be opportune for us to investigate." Lin Che led the way, while Ji Xia rode atop the Thunder Beast, darting forward like a mischievous monkey, full of exuberance and fervor. Lin Che shook his head and promptly quickened his pace to catch up. They soon entered the vast expanse of the primordial forest. The surroundings remained eerily silent. After advancing for 5 or 6 kilometers, the distant sounds of combat began to echo through the trees. Lin Che and Ji Xia, both renowned figures on the Flame Dragon rankings, crouched low, stealthily approaching. They were cautious, not wanting to frighten others away before they could draw near. Concealed behind a thicket, they observed 2 teams of 5 clash, tension palpable in the air. Is it them? Lin Che recognized one of the teams, Zhou Yunlong, Zhou Yutong, Zhang Zifeng, and a few others who had been with Zhou Yutong on the train. Led by Zhou Yunlong, they were being relentlessly pushed back by the opposing team. The rival team consisted entirely of warriors, including 2 transmuters on the Flame Dragon rankings, who ranked higher than Zhou Yunlong. The disparity in combat strength was stark. "Hurry up and hand over your points. I don't have the patience to play games with you," one of the opponents taunted, cornering Zhou Yunlong and his group. Savoring the moment as if toying with their prey, their faces adorned with mockery and amusement. One of them disdainfully addressed Zhou Yunlong, "If you dare to make a move, I won't hold back. You'll taste some real hardship." Zhou Yunlong, filled with indignation, retorted, "Su Long, Su Hu, you 2 are at least geniuses on the Flame Dragon rankings. What kind of skill is it to gang up on us? Let's have a one-on-one if you dare." In the 5 days of assessment, the points accumulated by Zhou Yutong and her companions barely reached 100 or 200 each. Even Zhou Yunlong's points had just surpassed 300. A feat he had achieved with considerable effort, making him reluctant to relinquish them so easily. Su Hu pressed forward, sneering, "One-on-one? Zhou Yunlong, have you lost your mind? You have nowhere to run. Why should we indulge you in a duel?" Su Long's expression hardened, ready to strike. Zhou Yunlong was in a panic, drenched in sweat. Either Su Long or Su Hu could easily restrain him, and if that happened, Zhou Yutong and Zhang Zifeng would stand no chance against the other. Moreover, 3 more opponents were lurking nearby, their intentions clear. Zhou Yunlong's heart raced with anxiety. He regretted forming such a feeble team just to impress Zhou Yutong. However, there was no time for further contemplation. "Damn it, I can't just hand over my points without a fight," he resolved. Zhou Yunlong gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, resolved to fight back. He had always been the one to seize others' possessions. When had anyone dared to take from him? He could not swallow this indignity. Moreover, Zhou Yutong was watching from the sidelines. Even if he could not prevail, he could not allow his stature to diminish. Observing Zhou Yunlong's defiant demeanor, Zhou Yutong and her companions hesitated momentarily before brandishing their weapons and positioning themselves behind him. "A group of naive fools dares to challenge us?" Su Long cast a scornful glance at the group, raising his longsword as he advanced. Both he and his brother Su, who had chosen rare warrior classes, not hidden professions. Consequently, their ranks on the Yanlong leaderboard were relatively low, only slightly above Zhou Yunlong's. Nevertheless, in a one-on-one confrontation, Su Long could easily overpower Zhou Yunlong. Together, the 2 brothers would render Zhou Yunlong and his 5 companions utterly ineffective. Su Long's intentions were clear as he approached Zhou Yunlong directly. "This is truly a matter of life and death," Zhou Yunlong inwardly lamented, steeling himself to project an air of bravado as he charged forward. "Come on." The 2 teams stood poised for battle, tension crackling in the air. "Don't move. You are already surrounded." Yet, before he could strike, a flash caught his eye as Lin Che and Ji Xia burst forth from the nearby underbrush, appearing before the group. Lin Che smiled gently, while Ji Xia brandished her staff with vigor, one hand resting confidently on her hip, her face alight with excitement. The Thunder Beast leapt before Su Long and his companions, letting out a low growl, half-crouched and poised for an imminent attack. "Miss Ji Xia, Lin Che." Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the duo, Zhou Yunlong was startled, yet elated. "Ha ha ha, Miss Ji Xia has arrived. Su Long, Su Hu, why aren't you conceding already?" Zhou Yunlong danced with joy, vowing that he had never felt such delight at Ji Xia's presence as he did in this moment. Indeed, there was always a glimmer of hope. He had braced himself for a thorough beating, but now, with Jixia and Lin Che's arrival, it was Su Long and Su Hu who would face the misfortune. He had utmost faith in Jixia's prowess. Otherwise, he would not react like a mouse confronted by a cat whenever she was near. Not to mention that even Lin Che, the foremost on the Flame Dragon rankings, had made his entrance. He was convinced that should Jixia and Lin Che engage, even if Su Long and Su Hu rallied their entire team, they would stand no chance. Jixia, Lin Che, Su Long, and Su Hu's expressions darkened, their faces clouded with apprehension. They had not anticipated Jixia and Lin Che's timely arrival. Su Long maintained his composure, greeting Jixia and Lin Che courteously. Since Miss Jixia is here, we shall not press them. With a commanding tone, he instructed, "Brothers, let us retreat." As Su Long gave the order, Su Hu and the others began to step back. "Who said you could leave?" Lin Che smiled faintly, positioning himself before several individuals, and spoke with a measured tone, "Behave yourselves and surrender all the points you possess." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Su Long and Su Hu darkened considerably. "Lin Che, are you truly prepared to oppose us?" Su Long retorted coldly. The group of Su Long appeared tense. Although they had never witnessed Lin Che in action, a lingering sense of reverence still resided within them. After all, the mere mention of the title of the champion of the Yanlong rankings was sufficient to leave them breathless with trepidation. "Oppose?" Lin Che chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was not a big deal. Su Long's eyes brightened with hope, believing that Lin Che intended to set them free. However, before he could make a move, Lin Che calmly stated, "I simply desire the points you possess." "Damn! Did you really think you had us at your mercy, Lin Che?" Su Long was instantly enraged. He exchanged glances with his companions, and the five of them simultaneously launched an attack towards Lin Che. Lin Che, no matter how formidable, is merely a solitary individual. If they can force him back, they will preserve their points and escape with utmost haste. "Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? How dare you disregard my presence?" Observing that Su Long and his companions were entirely focused on Lin Che, Jixia stamped her foot in frustration. Without further ado, she raised her staff and unleashed her attack, Dimension Blade. A gleaming, silver spatial blade coalesced above her staff and, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, struck before Su Long and his companions. They barely had time to react before the Dimension Blade cleaved a deep gash into the ground, a mere 10 centimeters from their feet, effectively intercepting them from Lin Che with its formidable might. The five were forced back a step. In her initial assault, Jixia merely issued a warning, refraining from inflicting direct harm upon them. "Shaolei, go forth and teach them a lesson. Show them their place." Jixia launched her next strike, with the Thunder Beast following closely behind. The group had scarcely prepared themselves when the Dimension Blade reappeared before them. "I will block it," Su Long bellowed, swinging his battle blade towards the Dimension Blade. "Humph, let me show you something impressive." Jixia snorted disdainfully as faint spatial fluctuations emanated from her staff. Suddenly, the Dimension Blade aimed at Su Long and his companions seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing from sight. Space fluctuated, dimensions shifted. With a soft command from Jixia, the Dimension Blade appeared as if it had leaped through space, positioning itself behind Su Long and his companions. Descending with even greater ferocity. What on earth is this? Witnessing the sudden disappearance and reappearance of the Dimension Blade, Zhou Yunlong and Zhou Yutong were filled with dread. Su Long and Su Hu were rendered speechless, unable to react in time. The Dimension Blade descended rapidly, and the three were caught off guard. The blade slicing cleanly through them. Boom! A chasm opened in the ground. Simultaneously, the three felt their bodies become momentarily ethereal before returning to normal, triggering the protection mechanism of the dungeon. In the Demon Illusion Dungeon, one does not perish. However, when damage reaches an individual's threshold, the protection mechanism activates, deeming them the losing party. Thus, under normal circumstances, Jixia's strike would have been fatal. Unsurprisingly, all the points from the three were claimed by Jixia. Their faces were etched with terror, though uninjured. The palpable sensation of death as the Dimension Blade passed through them left them shaken, causing them to retreat in fear, unwilling to continue the fight. Once more, with a successful strike, Jixia felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. The staff in her hand continuously unleashed spatial fluctuations, manifesting one-dimensional blade after another, each striking and vanishing, slicing towards Su Long and Su Hu from all directions, including their blind spots. Aware of the formidable nature of Jixia's technique, Su Long and Su Hu having narrowly evaded one attack, swiftly reacted. They positioned themselves back to back, defending against the sudden onslaught of dimensional blades from every conceivable direction. Amidst Xia's relentless assault alongside the Thunder Beast, the two appeared quite flustered, struggling to fend off the barrage. Nevertheless, through this strategy, they managed to withstand the chaotic bombardment of the dimensional blades. Their prowess was commendable. Lin Che observed the performances of Su Long and Su Hu, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Those who ascend to the Flame Dragon rankings indeed possess remarkable qualities that set them apart from the ordinary. Their ability to respond aptly within such a brief time frame truly astonished Lin Che. However, as they were here to earn points, efficiency was paramount. Seeing Jixia increasingly engrossed in her enjoyment, even commanding the Thunder Beast to her side, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. It seemed that the child had been quite stifled. Lin Che shook his head and, with a casual gesture, summoned 5 female hunters. They simultaneously advanced towards Su Long and Su Hu, who were still stubbornly resisting. Under the relentless assault from Jixia and the 5 female hunters, Su Long and Su Hu found themselves overwhelmed, succumbing to defeat in a short span of time. Jixia, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, was disheartened by Lin Che's swift intervention, which prevented her from fully indulging in the battle. How disappointing. You rogue, couldn't you allow me a bit more time to play? I haven't even. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, akin to suffocation, causing her to nearly lose her balance and fall. Jixia propped her staff against the ground, shaking her head to regain her composure. Alas, in a moment of distraction, her mental energy had nearly depleted, leaving her head spinning. She rubbed her temples, lamenting her state. What a talent! Lin Che was utterly in awe. It was his first encounter with a mage who, in a display of skill, had rendered himself oxygen-deprived. With such a relentless assault, even a god of magic would be brought to his knees, Lin Che remarked. The destructive power of a mage is widely recognized, as is their extensive range of attack. However, it is equally true that the invocation of such skills demands a substantial expenditure of mental energy. Take Lin Che, for instance. While he could summon the entire army of the elven warriors with minimal depletion of his mental reserves, sustaining the use of skills would prove to be quite taxing for him. The potential for mental strength growth of Lin Che is exceedingly high, let alone that of Jixia. It is no surprise that they are feeling dizzy. Jixia, Lin Che, you shall await my retribution. Su Long and Su Hu, with their points reset to 0, glared furiously at Lin Che and Jixia, seething with anger. All their efforts over the past 5 days have been rendered futile, forcing them to start anew. The two, exasperated, glared at Jixia and Lin Che, gritting their teeth in frustration. However, after witnessing the prowess of Jixia and Lin Che, they dared not make any further moves. I understand your urgency, but please, hold your horses, Lin Che cheerfully remarked. You are fortunate. Only half a day has passed, and there are still 2.5 days remaining. Ample time for you to pass the assessment. Lin Che had his own reasons for choosing to act on the 5th day. On one hand, he needed to elevate his strength to its utmost, training the elven warriors. On the other, as they were all students participating in the assessment, without any enmity amongst them, he saw no reason to complicate matters for others. By waiting until the 5th day to act, he allowed 2 days for those with 0 points to accumulate the necessary 100 points to pass. Of course, if they failed to gather sufficient points within those 2 days, it would solely reflect their inadequacy, and he would bear no blame. Let us depart. Su Long and Su Hu declared with indignation before swiftly leading their team away without further delay. Lin Che was not mistaken. Within a mere 2.5 days, they still managed to accumulate enough points to pass the assessment. However, the prospect of securing a commendable position on the leaderboard seemed utterly hopeless. Ah, Miss Jixia and Lin Che, your arrival is quite fortuitous, Zhou Yunlong exclaimed with a beaming smile as he approached, his demeanor now radiating warmth towards Jixia. With the appearance of Jixia and Lin Che, he found himself in an unexpectedly fortunate situation, as the points that should have been reset to 0 had not affected him at all, filling him with joy. Zhou Yutong, hiding timidly behind Zhou Yunlong, occasionally stole glances at Lin Che, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon learning of Lin Che's true identity, she had shed her earlier haughty demeanor, now resembling a bashful girl encountering her idol. The fact that Lin Che, despite the numerous misunderstandings, had still chosen to assist her only added to her inner turmoil. Her face reddened further, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, Lin Che. You expressed your gratitude too soon. Lin Che also revealed a smile and softly spoke. All right, it is your turn now. Surrender all the points you possess. Ah, Zhou Yutong was taken aback. Her expression frozen in disbelief, as if she had yet to comprehend the situation, her face filled with astonishment. Didn't you come to assist us? Who told you we were here to help you? Lin Che responded dismissively. This is an assessment. We are all rivals. Otherwise, do you think we came for any other reason? Zhou Yutong fell silent. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely believed that Lin Che had come to aid her. Strangely, a sense of disappointment welled up within her. Faced with the formidable prowess of Ji Xia and Lin Che, Zhou Yunlong and his companions offered little resistance and obediently handed their points over to Lin Che. Lin Che's points surged instantaneously, surpassing the impressive milestone of 1,000. Ji Xia's score was even more astonishing. Her initial tally was already considerable. And after triumphing over the teams of Su Long and Su Hu, her points soared to an impressive 1,800. At this pace, with just a few more victories, their scores could very well ascend to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Lin Che, let us hasten. I am eager to discover if there are any other teams in the vicinity. Having tasted success, Ji Xia became increasingly enthusiastic, tugging at Lin Che to move forward. Wait a moment, let us not rush. Lin Che smiled gently, urging Ji Xia not to rush away. Even during Ji Xia's battle, he had dispatched the eagle beast to survey the surroundings. Aside from the teams led by Zhou Yunlong and the Su brothers, he had not spotted a single other figure in the vicinity, despite the assistance of the eagle beast and the female hunter sentinel. Finding any additional teams would not be a simple task relying solely on himself and Ji Xia. Lin Che's gaze shifted as he observed the dejected expressions of Zhou Yunlong and his four companions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Upon witnessing Lin Che's demeanor, Ji Xia instantly understood. Yet again, he was concocting a mischievous scheme. Lin Che approached Zhou Yunlong with a smile, enticingly suggesting, Gentlemen, would you be interested in discussing a collaboration? Collaboration? Zhou Yunlong was taken aback. Given the meager strength of their team, he was at a loss as to what kind of partnership Lin Che could propose. Amidst the puzzled gazes of his companions, Lin Che calmly continued. At this stage of the assessment, the competition will inevitably revolve around the rankings on the leaderboard. We are aware of this, as are others. Moreover, the expanse of the demon realm is vast, and it will be quite challenging for just the two of us to amass sufficient points within a single day. Lin Che cast a glance at Ji Xia before turning to Zhou Yunlong and the others, saying, Therefore, we require your assistance. You wish for us to help you locate the positions of other teams? Zhou Yunlong, displaying a keen intellect, swiftly deduced Lin Che's intention. Indeed, Lin Che nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Zhou Yunlong slightly curled his lip, feeling quite displeased. What reason do we have to assist you? If it were Ji Xia making the request, he would undoubtedly not dare to refuse. However, Lin Che's words held no significance for him, especially since Lin Che had just taken away their points. Now, he was expected to offer his assistance instead. Zhou Yunlong felt 100 grievances swell within him. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Perhaps you should first consider the terms I present. Lin Che smiled confidently, not at all surprised, having anticipated Zhou Yunlong's response long before. Lin Che said softly, Assisting us is, in essence, assisting yourselves. I trust you comprehend the essence of my words. In the remaining 3 days, undoubtedly many will share our intentions, vying for the points held by others. All you need to do is provide me with the locations of other teams, and in return, you shall receive our protection. Naturally, should you encounter any weaker teams, you may handle them as you see fit without needing to inform me. As Lin Che finished speaking, Zhou Yunlong hesitated to respond. His mind clouded with uncertainty. Indeed, he held little regard for Lin Che. Nevertheless, he could not dispute the prowess of Lin Che and Ji Xia. In his view, the alliance of Lin Che and Ji Xia, while not guaranteeing an effortless path through the assessment, would certainly render them formidable against all but the elite teams composed of the top 100 talents on the Yanlong rankings, such as Li Lingfeng, Zheng Xinghe, and Rudy. In such circumstances, the protection offered by Lin Che and Ji Xia would provide a significant advantage, even when confronted with powerful adversaries. Furthermore, as Lin Che had pointed out, the forthcoming period would likely witness numerous teams igniting fierce battles over the rankings on the points board. Although the expanse of the demon realm was vast, allowing for potential concealment, what if they were discovered by other teams? Relying solely on himself, Zhou Yunlong lacked the confidence to safeguard a substantial amount of points. Yet, The thought of assisting Lin Che without gain left him discontented. After all, he was a somewhat renowned gentleman in Chuannan. The idea of acting as Lin Che's lackey was hardly appealing. If he were unwilling, then so be it. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Zhou Yunlong found himself in a quandary, while Lin Che's voice echoed in his ears. For Lin Che, even if Zhou Yunlong declined, it would merely result in a slight expenditure of time, an inconsequential matter. Lin Che approached Jixia and greeted her before preparing to depart. Wait, Zhou Yunlong finally spoke up. Calling Lin Che to a halt, his voice low, I consent. Upon hearing Zhou Yunlong's agreement, Lin Che chose not to elaborate. Unfortunately, within the confines of the Demon Realm instance, all forms of communication were rendered ineffective, leaving him with only one female hunter to accompany him. Once the target made its appearance, they would find someone to shadow it, as it could lead them to his location. The connection between the elven warriors and Lin Che fluctuated with distance. However, as long as they remained within the same spatial realm, they could sense each other's presence, though communication would falter beyond 5 kilometers. After briefing Zhou Yunlong, Lin Che continued onward with Jixia. Zhou Yunlong and his companions did not linger either, for they were devoid of points and felt a profound sense of insecurity. Before assisting Lin Che in locating other teams, they first needed to slay a few demon phantoms to ensure their own success in the assessment. Thus, the two parties divided their forces and commenced their actions. Lin Che continued to command the Griffin and the female huntress's sentinel to conduct a thorough search. Curiously, after advancing more than 10 kilometers, the tranquility of the forest was shattered. Every 10 minutes or so, numerous demonic apparitions began to manifest. Shadow wolves, man-faced spiders, blood-winged bats, and various other fiends materialized in succession, their presence formidable. Naturally, Lin Che would not overlook these free points, with a tenfold increase in combat prowess. The Griffin and the female huntress swiftly dispatched all these level 20 apparitions. As for Jixia, she was comfortably resting atop the Thunder Beast, justifying her inactivity by claiming that Lin Che needed the points to avoid ridicule, while she merely needed to maintain her own beauty. In truth, she had become overly exhilarated during her encounter with Su Long and Su Hu, leading to her current state of fatigue, and she was incessantly consuming blue potions to restore her mental energy. These potions, which Jixia had brought in abundance, were effective in replenishing mental acuity. Lin Che had sampled them as well, finding their sweet and sour flavor, along with the delightful hint of vanilla, quite agreeable. Lin Che pressed onward, and after 2 hours, he finally encountered another team. This group also consisted of 5 members, led by Li Siki, ranked 5432 on the Flame Dragon leaderboard. A level 19 priest of a rare class, she exuded youthful exuberance, her face adorned with a radiant smile. She donned a lace-trimmed mage's mini dress, revealing her long, fair legs, a sight most pleasing to behold. Surrounding her were 4 warriors, engaged in lively conversation, relaxed as they rested and nibbled on their rations. Lin Che stepped forth with an air of unassailable confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have sufficiently dined. It is time to surrender your accumulated points. The mere sight of Lin Che startled the group. Lin Che. The 4 warriors immediately sprang into action, seizing their weapons and positioning themselves protectively around Li Siki. Their expressions taut with tension, as if confronting a formidable adversary. Though they were not well acquainted with Lin Che, this did not diminish their awe and vigilance towards him. In their eyes, Lin Che was a paragon of genius, exalted and unattainable, far beyond their reach. The tension among them was palpable, their nerves stretched to the utmost. At that moment, Jixia arrived atop a thunder beast. The horned eagle beasts and female hunters emerged from various directions, encircling the group. The sight of the uniformly level 20 companions sent a shiver down the spines of Li Siki and her companions. They understood all too well that neither Jixia nor Lin Che needed to lift a finger. These summoned battle pets could easily dispatch them. Greetings, Miss Jixia and Lin Che, Li Siki said, her complexion shifting slightly as she forced a sweet tone, addressing them with an almost syrupy voice. Lin Che, could you please refrain from taking our points? She implored, her tone excessively coy, her hands pressed tightly at her sides as she bent slightly, attempting to create a semblance of allure, her body swaying as if ants were crawling over her, her large eyes blinking innocently as she endeavored to charm and beguile. Lin Che involuntarily shuddered at the sound of brother from Li Siki, sending chills down his spine. He glanced at Li Siki, then at Jixia, noting the stark contrast between them. What are you staring at? Do you believe I won't hit you? Jixia retorted, glaring fiercely. Ahem. Lin Che withdrew his gaze and said earnestly, "Pouting will be of no avail. Surrender your points, and I shall not make this difficult for you." Is Brother Lin truly going to bully me like this? Li Siqi's beautiful eyes lowered, appearing profoundly sorrowful, with glimmers of tears sparkling in her gaze, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. Lin Che had yet to utter a word, yet the hearts of the four warriors were already shattered. "Lin Che, we acknowledge your strength, but we are not intimidated by you. If you seek to bully Siqi, we shall not permit it." With anger igniting within them, the four warriors brandished their blades and charged towards the female huntress. This, in fact, simplified matters for Lin Che. As the assailants took the initiative to attack, he found a sense of relief. The huntress swiftly retaliated, and the hawk beast spread its wings, diving down to strike with its formidable claws. The clash erupted instantaneously. However, the warriors were all merely at levels 15 or 16. Even without employing the beast domain, they were no match for the huntress and the hawk beast. As soon as the confrontation began, the four were forced into retreat. Meanwhile, Li Siqi remained remarkably composed, patiently observing the evolving battle. Whenever one of the warriors sustained an injury, she would raise her staff and cast a healing spell. Her timing was impeccable, and each restorative effect upon the warriors significantly enhanced their subsequent attacks. This appeared to be her innate talent. Lin Che speculated that Li Siqi must have awakened a unique talent upon her job change, enhancing the attack damage of the healed target with her healing skills. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, the four warriors were utterly no match for the 8 harpy eagles and 4 female hunters. Despite Li Siqi's relentless healing efforts, the situation did not improve. Instead, it only resulted in the warriors enduring numerous blows. 5 minutes later, the 4 warriors lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, and surrendered. "You're the last one left. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" The female hunters and the harpy eagles slowly advanced towards Li Siqi, encircling her in the center. Li Siqi felt a surge of panic. Her eyes darted towards Lin Che, her voice trembling. "Please don't steal my points. I can inform you of the location of another team. They possess over 1,000 points." "Oh?" Lin Che was slightly taken aback, not expecting Li Siqi to be so perceptive. Raising an eyebrow, he replied nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall seize this opportunity from you." "Thank you, Lin." Just as Li Siqi thought she could escape unscathed, her words were abruptly cut short as realization dawned upon her. Before she could react, the female hunter lunged forward, brandishing her crescent blade. "Wait. Ah, I concede. I concede," Li Siqi exclaimed, suddenly crouching down and shielding her head. Timidly glancing at Lin Che, Lin Che immediately instructed the female hunter to cease her actions. After conceding, all the points belonging to Li Siqi were transferred to Lin Che. "Well, as you all know, we are likely to be classmates in the future. I have no desire to harm you. It's all for the sake of points. So let us understand each other, shall we?" Upon receiving the points, Lin Che's face lit up with joy. He extended his hand to help Li Siqi, who was crouching on the ground, to her feet. The speed at which Lin Che's demeanor shifted caught Li Siqi off guard. She bit her lip, glancing at Lin Che with indignation. Yet, the undeniable prowess he wielded left her feeling powerless despite her resentment. Resolute, Li Siqi shook off Lin Che's grasp and proceeded to cast several healing spells upon the 4 warriors, aiding their recovery. "Lin Che, I shall remember you," she seethed, casting a fierce glare in his direction before uttering no further words. With determination, she prepared to depart with the 4 warriors. Wait. Lin Che swiftly intercepted Li Siqi. Li Siqi, growing increasingly dissatisfied, exclaimed in anger, "I've already given you my points. What more do you want?" She appeared utterly aggrieved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, leading Lin Che to suspect that she might burst into tears at any moment. Lin Che touched his nose, feeling rather awkward. Don't you know the location of the other team? How about you take me to see it?" Li Siqi was left in a state of bewilderment. Lin Che not only seized her points, but also demanded that she lead him to another group. Never had she encountered such brazen shamelessness. Li Siqi was on the verge of grinding her teeth to dust. "You must be dreaming." She had agreed to inform Lin Che of the other group's location, but only on the condition that he refrained from taking her points. Furious, Li Siqi resolved not to utter another word to Lin Che and turned to leave. "Wait. Let's talk it over." Lin Che smiled and said, "You see, you have no more points left. Why not share their locations with me? This way, at least you all can return to the same starting point. When the assessment concludes, perhaps your rankings might improve a bit. What do you think?" Lin Che, with reason and evidence, Analyze the situation with Lin Che. Lin Che paused, seemingly absorbing Lin Che's words. At first glance, they bore some merit, causing her to waver. After contemplating for a considerable time, she ultimately acquiesced. After all, she had already exhausted her points. It mattered little to drag a few more down with her. Misery shared is better than solitary despair. Follow me, she declared, having made her decision, leading the way with determination in a chosen direction. Who would have thought you possessed such eloquence? Ji Xia, perched upon the thunder beast, trailed behind Lin Che and the 5 others, her laughter infectious. She had not anticipated that Lin Che's persuasive words would lead both Zhou Yunlong and Lin Che to concur. With such rhetoric, he could easily start as a manager in sales. You have yet to uncover many hidden talents, Lin Che remarked with a grin. Have you learned something new? I'd rather not learn from you, Ji Xia retorted, disdainful. If it were me, I would never fall for such tricks. Please face the truth. Intellectual pursuits are not your forte. Lin Che ruthlessly unveiled her shortcomings. You, Ji Xia, caught up in the moment, nearly let slip an expletive. Casting Lin Che a glare. Do you think everyone is like you, filled with devious schemes and cunning? I call it wisdom. Indeed, wisdom. Just look at that shrewd glint in your eye. Under Lin Che's guidance, the group ventured forth. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a location nestled amidst dense foliage on the mountainside. Lin Che lazily pointed to a spot in the hillside, stating, "They are right inside there." Lin Che followed the direction pointed out by Lin Che and beheld a thicket of wild grass, dense and unruly, from which a dark cave emerged, partially concealed. Surrounding the cave were lingering traces of malevolent energy, and the grass bore no signs of human interference. This scene undeniably resembled a desolate cavern, devoid of any evidence of human presence. Nevertheless, having come this far, Lin Che found it implausible that Lin Che would deceive him, for she had no reason whatsoever to fabricate a tale. Lin Che raised his hand and pointed forward, prompting the female huntress to hurl the crescent blade directly into the depths of the cave. Who dares to ambush me? A furious voice echoed from within the cavern. Moments later, a robust and towering figure emerged from behind a massive boulder at the cave's entrance. So that is how it is. Lin Che suddenly understood. This cave actually possessed 2 passages, one illuminated and the other shrouded in darkness. Only at the entrance of the cave could one discern no signs of human activity. Lin Che couldn't help but admire the young man. It was impressive that he could discover such a place. Without Lin Che's guidance, it was likely that no one would have stumbled upon this cave harboring people. After the young man appeared, 3 others gradually emerged from behind the massive rock. Their faces were etched with frustration. This cave had been their hard-fought refuge, and they had intended to remain hidden until the assessment concluded, only to be discovered so swiftly. Fuming, they were about to confront whoever dared to ambush them. Upon seeing Lin Che standing at the entrance of the cave, one of the young men, Yuan Wenbin, turned ashen with rage. Lin Che, didn't I agree that we would hide here? Why are you attacking us? Do you seek to steal our points? Lin Che scoffed. Yuan Wenbin, don't unjustly accuse me. It wasn't us who attacked you. Not you? Yuan Wenbin exclaimed in disbelief. His gaze shifted, landing on Lin Che and Ji Xia standing beside Lin Che. It's you, he stammered, taking a significant step back in shock. He instantly recognized Lin Che and Ji Xia. How could he not? One was at the pinnacle of the Yanlong ranking, and the other was among the top 50. Not to mention the daughter of a prominent merchant guild. He had long deemed Lin Che and Ji Xia as entities to be avoided at all costs since entering the demon realm. Little did he expect that just as he had found a prime hiding spot, Lin Che and Ji Xia would come looking for him. Lin Che, you betrayed us. Yuan Wenbin quickly gathered himself, glaring at her with indignation. What betrayal? Don't speak so harshly, Lin Che replied wearily. Our points were stolen too. So you sold me out? Yuan Wenbin retorted furiously. Lin Che shrugged, exasperated. I can't be the only one to suffer misfortune. Very well, so this is how you play it, Yuan Wenbin seethed. Trembling with anger, he swiftly approached Lin Che, filled with righteous indignation, and implored, Lin Che, please don't strike. I know where Lin Che's friend is hiding. I'll take you to her right now. This revelation left Lin Che astonished. Such an unexpected opportunity. Meanwhile, in another part of the demon realm, 2 women and 3 men lay on the ground, glaring resentfully at the 10 or more individuals before them. Yuan Wenbin, how could you betray us? Are you even a man? A priest clad in a flowing green gown harbored a seething animosity in her gaze, as if she longed to devour Yuan Wenbin whole. Her name was Lu Ling, a close confidant of Lin Che. yet she was not among the prodigies listed on the Yanlong rankings. Both being priests, they opted to part ways during the team selection, aligning themselves with different groups. For 5 arduous days, she and her 4 companions had been evading the menacing creatures within the realm of demons and illusions. After a strenuous endeavor, they finally amassed 100 points, sufficient to pass the assessment, and sought refuge in a secluded spot. However, to her dismay, it was not long before Wenbin arrived. Accompanied by Lin Che and Ji Xia, the members of Lu Ling's team, all of whom were merely at level 15, stood no chance against Lin Che. Without exerting much effort, Lin Che had already led them to utter defeat, leaving them with a total loss of points. In the face of Lu Ling's accusations, Wenbin remained unfazed. He glanced at Li Siki, whose countenance was ashen, and innocently remarked, "Oh, this cannot be attributed to me. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon Li Siki. She was the one who betrayed us first." "Siki you?" Lu Ling exclaimed in surprise, turning her gaze toward Li Siki. The latter's expression was one of profound distress as she lamented, "Ling, I have been trying to signal you all along. Did you not see?" She had intended to forewarn Lu Ling and the others, but Lin Che had ensured that those detestable summoned creatures kept her under constant surveillance, leaving her with no opportunity to send a warning. Upon arriving here, she desperately gestured to Lu Ling and the others to flee, yet Lu Ling, rather than heeding the warning, joyfully rushed over to collide head-on with Lin Che. "What? Was that meant to be a warning? I thought you had failed to find a hiding spot and had come to seek me out," Lu Ling said in astonishment. Lin Che stood to the side, observing several individuals exchanging grievances, and could not help but find it quite amusing. He nudged Ji Xia beside him and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "It is often said that wet nurses are ample in bosom yet lacking in intellect. I have certainly witnessed the latter, but on the other hand, I ponder that the two of them combined do not match your prowess. TSK, don't you think choosing a mage class is somewhat beneath your talents? You ought to select a priest. That would undoubtedly be more fulfilling. Are you looking to provoke me?" Ji Xia immediately bristled, seizing Lin Che's hand and biting down fiercely, resembling a small, irate tiger, revealing her adorable little fangs. "Ah, are you a dog?" Lin Che winced in pain, hastily retracting his arm and lifting his clothing to reveal a distinct row of bite marks. The skin around it reddened. "Humph, scoundrel. Let us see what you say next time." Ji Xia glared at Lin Che with a warning in her eyes, then lowered her head, inadvertently falling into contemplation. Indeed, it was quite pronounced. She could not fathom how this had developed, as it was significantly larger than that of an average person. Earlier, she had not deemed it peculiar. Rather, it was only after encountering Lin Che that she recognized her own differences. At the same time, she could not help but feel a sense of disdain for Lin Che, that insufferable rogue, whose mind seemed perpetually occupied with such matters. Lin Che rubbed his arm and argued persuasively, "What do you know? First the chest, then the legs, and then the face. Which man can do without these few aspects?" "Humph, it's just you. I see others don't think this way at all." Ji Xia was utterly unconvinced. Lin Che let out a cold snort and remarked, "Huh, I could have told you that you do not comprehend." Lin Che, feeling disinclined to elaborate further with Ji Xia on this topic, turned his gaze towards Li Siki, Lu Ling, and Wenbin. With an earnest smile, he remarked, "My friends, we are all in pursuit of points, so I hope you can understand." After offering them a few considerate words, Lin Che seamlessly shifted the conversation, adding, "Of course, if you wish for other teams to experience my services as well, the merrier. I am more than capable." Lin Che appeared remarkably sincere, his eyes glimmering with brilliance, reminiscent of a cunning wolf. "Is he back again?" The others glared at him, turning their heads in unison as if they had reached a silent accord. There was nothing left, absolutely nothing. Even Li Siki, who had resolutely intended to drag others down with her, shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. She had come to a clear realization. If things continued this way, only Lin Che would emerge as the ultimate victor, and they would gain nothing. If everyone became overly anxious, the game would be pointless, leading to their collective elimination. Seeing the unwavering resolve of the group, Lin Che felt a twinge of disappointment. Currently, he had amassed a total of 2,600 points, primarily due to the lack of strength in the teams led by Li Siki, Wenbin, and Lu Ling, each barely surpassing the century mark in points. Had it been earlier in the day, his score would have easily secured him a place among the top 10 on the leaderboard. However, as the day wore on, the scores of the top contenders had seen significant increases. The individual ranked 10th had already exceeded 3,000 points, indicating fierce competition. The leading contender, Li Lingfeng, boasted an astounding 4,300 points. From the scores on the leaderboard, it was evident that, apart from him, many formidable teams were actively targeting others to seize points. If only I could ascertain the locations of those in the top 10, Lin Che sighed. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to exhaust himself searching for team after team. He could simply claim the points from those 10 individuals, ensuring his position as the undisputed champion. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The realm of demons and illusions was simply too vast. Dusk was rapidly approaching, and he had only managed to locate 4 teams, thanks largely to the guidance of Li Siki and Ian Wenbin. Otherwise, he feared he might have spent an entire day without amassing even this modest total of points. He wondered how things were progressing with Zhou Yunlong. It had been quite a while without any word. If he dared to run off on his own, he would certainly have to reclaim his points once more. Lin Che pondered to himself, a smile gracing his face as he earnestly addressed the group huddled together at a distance. Do not be like this, my friends. I did not intend to offend. I have shown restraint and even offered you the opportunity to concede. If you possess any further information regarding team positions, now is the time to speak up. Let us resolve this within a day to avoid unnecessary trouble. The crowd was immediately incensed. You've stolen our points, and you consider it troublesome? Perhaps next time we should simply gift them to you. Despite Lin Che's sincere tone, his words fell on deaf ears. Some, like Li Siki, even covered their ears to avoid being swayed by him. It appeared that no valuable information could be extracted from these individuals. Observing their reactions, Lin Che couldn't help but smile wryly. He realized that he would likely glean little useful information from them and decided to abandon the effort. Lin Che, look. Zheng Xinghe has surged to the top of the leaderboard. At that moment, Ji Xia suddenly tapped Lin Che on the shoulder, her eyes wide as she pointed towards the leaderboard hovering above. Wasn't he just over 500 points behind Li Lingfeng? How did he ascend to first place so swiftly? Lin Che felt a sense of bewilderment. Raising his gaze, he noticed Zheng Xinghe's impressive score of 5,600 prominently displayed at the top of the leaderboard. In stark contrast, Rudy, who had consistently ranked within the top 10 and had even once been able to compete with Zheng Xinghe and Li Lingfeng, had suddenly plummeted to the bottom of the leaderboard, his score reset to 0. Lin Che and Ji Xia exchanged a glance, simultaneously exclaiming, could it be that Rudy has been defeated by Zheng Xinghe? In each other's eyes, they discerned an incredulous astonishment. Rudy had actually lost. Gazing at the scoreboard where Rudy's points had plummeted to 0, Ji Xia still found it hard to believe. Indeed, due to Rudy's persistent arrogance and preconceived notions, Ji Xia had developed a strong aversion, even bordering on disdain, towards him. Yet, she was acutely aware of Rudy's prowess. Even now, should she engage in a confrontation with Rudy, her chances of victory would not exceed 30%. As for Zheng Xinghe, while his rank on the Flame Dragon list was commendable, standing at 27, it paled in comparison to Rudy's impressive position at 16. Even so, Rudy had succumbed to Zheng Xinghe. This revelation was indeed astonishing to Ji Xia. The Flame Dragon list truly conceals hidden talents, Ji Xia remarked. Lin Che chuckled. What's the matter? Feeling pressured? Shouldn't it be you who feels the pressure? Ji Xia retorted. What pressure could I possibly have? I would be delighted if someone came to offer me points, Lin Che replied. Hee, that's true. Ji Xia nodded with a playful grin. Among all those participating in the assessment, she was the one who understood Lin Che's true capabilities the best. Despite the ferocity of the female hunters and the horned eagles, she was aware that Lin Che had yet to reveal even half of his strength. Should he fully unleash it, Ji Xia was confident it would astonish everyone present. Just as she pondered this, a series of faint rustlings emerged from the woods behind her. Who's there? Ji Xia thought, her instincts on high alert, prompting the Thunder Beast to leap forward. Don't attack. It's me. A startled voice called out from the foliage, followed by the emergence of a female hunter. Zhou Yutong quickly followed behind her, visibly trembling at the sight of the fierce Thunder Beast. Oh, it's you. Ji Xia waved her hand, signaling the Thunder Beast to retreat, and eagerly asked, have you located the positions of the other teams? Lin Che inquired, where exactly? After a moment, Zhou Yutong sighed in relief, timidly casting a glance at Lin Che. Noticing that all of Lin Che's attention was directed behind her, Zhou Yutong's heart fluttered uncontrollably. Lin Che, he is actually looking at me. A surge of joy filled Zhou Yutong's heart as she cleared her throat and offered a sweet smile. It's located 30 kilometers to the southwest. After a brief hesitation, she observed Lin Che smile and hurriedly warned, Lin Che, There are many teams there without anyone from the Flame Dragon rankings. You should hurry over, or else those points will be snatched away by my cousin. Seeing Zhou Yutong's bashful and gleeful expression, Ji Xia couldn't help but look away in discomfort. Truly, she was smitten, even at the expense of her own cousin. With Ji Xia's astuteness, it was evident that Zhou Yunlong likely intended to monopolize those points without informing Lin Che. Moreover, it was quite probable that Zhou Yutong had secretly come over on her own accord. Ji Xia couldn't resist stealing another glance at Lin Che and leaned in closer to tease him softly. I never realized you possessed such charm. Lin Che smiled broadly, feigning a sense of melancholy as he covered his forehead, murmuring softly, you wouldn't understand. Being handsome is quite a burden. I don't believe you for a second. You filthy rogue. Lin Che and Ji Xia followed Zhou Yutong, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Watching them depart, Li Siki felt a stir of curiosity and suggested, let us follow and see what they're up to. Are we really going? Lu Ling exclaimed in surprise. She was somewhat intimidated by Lin Che and wished to keep her distance. At that moment, Yin Wenbin shifted his gaze and boldly remarked, what is there to fear? We have no points to lose, and with so many teams around, we might even stumble upon an opportunity. Indeed, with that scoundrel Lin Che and Miss Ji Xia present, there's no need for a direct confrontation. We can wait for the right moment to strike from the shadows. Li Siki nodded in agreement. With that, the group set off in pursuit of Lin Che, Ji Xia, and Zhou Yutong. 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Under Zhou Yutong's guidance, Lin Che and Ji Xia arrived at a stone forest adorned with towering stone peaks. The landscape was a labyrinth of sharply rising formations, severely restricting visibility. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable. However, upon navigating around a cluster of stone peaks, Lin Che finally glimpsed flickering lights and discovered over 100 people gathered beneath the natural cavern formed by 2 intersecting stone peaks. Even Zhou Yunlong had infiltrated the crowd with his team. This place served as a natural barrier. Without familiarity with the terrain, it was challenging for most to locate. Remarkable. Lin Che mused. Yes, we only discovered this unique hideout by following one of the teams, Zhou Yutong replied, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Since learning of Lin Che's true identity, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure in his presence. Even a fleeting glance exchanged with Lin Che left her exhilarated for quite some time. Clearing her throat, Zhou Yutong's sudden amiability made Lin Che feel somewhat uneasy. He turned his attention to the 20 or so teams within the cavern and swiftly changed the subject. Let us go and see what they intend to do. Lin Che and his companion swiftly approached, seeking a concealed vantage point above the mine, where they patiently began their observation. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you are all well acquainted with the standings on the leaderboard. The individuals on the Flame Dragon rankings possess formidable strength and have already regarded us as targets for point acquisition. I believe it is evident to all that when facing such teams, we stand little to no chance of victory. As Lin Che and his companions settled into their positions, they noticed a refined young man standing before the bonfire, eloquently articulating his thoughts. It was Wenboda, and Ji Xia instantly recognized him. Both were students at Chuanan No. 1 High School and shared the same class. Ji Xia held a certain admiration for Wenboda. Among the elite students at Chuanan No. 1, Wenboda came from a modest background yet, through sheer determination, successfully changed his vocation under the sacred pillar and elevated his level to 17 within a month. When compared to some of the prodigies on the Flame Dragon list, he was certainly not lacking in prowess. In fact, of all those she knew, only Lin Che's circumstances bore resemblance to Wenboda's. However, in terms of innate talent, Lin Che undoubtedly surpassed him, as it is a given that a normal person cannot compete with an extraordinary one. Ji Xia subconsciously glanced at Lin Che, lost in thought. What are you looking at? Lin Che inquired, noticing Ji Xia's peculiar gaze. I was praising you, Ji Xia replied. You had better be, he retorted. In the midst of their playful banter, Wenboda, with a look of earnest concern, addressed the crowd. Fellow students, are we truly willing to fall behind, like lambs to the slaughter, allowing others to take our points at will? Each one of us, in our respective schools, stands out as exceptional talents. Do you really wish to remain suppressed and unable to hold your heads high? With a passionate expression, Wenboda continued. What I want to convey is that being part of the Zhuke Sacred Academy's assessment, we are no less than those prodigies on the Flame Dragon list. This assessment is also our stage. Now is the time to astonish those Flame Dragon list prodigies and show the world that we, too, are unique talents, shining in our own right. With sincerity etched on his face, When Boda declared, "We may have been born ordinary, but we shall never be mediocre. Therefore, as previously agreed, each team will send forth one individual to compete. The defeated will be eliminated, while the victors will advance, ultimately determining the champion who will claim all points." After Boda's speech, everyone gathered with their teammates, deliberating on who would step forward to battle. Thus, the stage was set. Lin Che comprehended the situation. These individuals had gathered here with the intention of determining the ultimate victor through one-on-one confrontations. Is it not somewhat inequitable? The weaker teams, with their less capable members, would merely surrender points to their opponents, Jixia questioned. Indeed, such a scenario could arise, Lin Che nodded, then elucidated. However, you still do not grasp their ambition. Ambition? Jixia inquired, puzzled. Lin Che spoke softly. Do you know about raising goo? It involves sifting through a multitude of goo insects, gradually eliminating the weaker ones, until the most formidable one is cultivated. How does this relate to their situation? Jixia felt even more perplexed. Lin Che let out a light laugh, expressing his helplessness as he remarked, "Pray tell, how many points do you think these individuals possess in total? They are merely average transferees, lacking in strength, and their points barely meet the assessment criteria. Yet, with so many of them combined, the total must surely exceed 10,000. Jixia interjected. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that they intend to consolidate everyone's points to elevate a single individual to the top of the leaderboard? How astute." Lin Che nodded in approval, simultaneously feeling a degree of admiration for Boda. Unwilling to succumb to mediocrity, he was determined to fight against the odds, carving a path through the fiercely competitive leaderboard dominated by the prodigies of the Flame Dragon rankings, illuminating a brilliance that was distinctly his own. Such tenacity and ambition were truly commendable. Haha, well said, well said. We too refuse to be ordinary and aspire to shine in our own right. At that moment, Zhou Yunlong stepped forth from the crowd, his smile radiant. Zhou Yunlong? Isn't he on the Flame Dragon rankings? Who invited him? The instant Zhou Yunlong appeared, a sense of vigilance swept over the crowd. Zhou Yunlong awkwardly chuckled and self-deprecatingly remarked, "With a ranking over 6,000, I am hardly a genius. Ha ha ha. I am just like all of you, a person unwilling to settle for the mundane, eager to bring down those at the top of the leaderboard and make them aware that we too shall never be ordinary. Therefore, I voluntarily accept challenges from all teams. Should anyone manage to defeat me even once, I shall gladly relinquish my points without fail." Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually lowered their guard. With so many of them present, they were not overly concerned about any trouble Zhou Yunlong might stir. When Boda then spoke, "Since Brother Zhou possesses such a noble spirit, let it be as you wish." Although he had gathered everyone here to demonstrate that they were not common, Zhou Yunlong's declaration left him with no reason to refuse. Facing more than 20 teams alone in what resembled a war of attrition seemed somewhat unfair to Zhou Yunlong. However, Zhou Yunlong was unconcerned with Boda's thoughts. He was practically beaming with joy. Among the prodigies of the Flame Dragon rankings, his strength could only be deemed mediocre. Yet facing off against individuals like Boda would be a walk in the park. Surely, these points were practically being handed to him. No, he needed to act swiftly. If his cousin brought that scoundrel Lin Che along, these points would slip from his grasp. Zhou Yunlong composed himself, his expression turning serious. "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. I, Zhou, shall accept each challenge." Observing Zhou Yunlong's earnest demeanor, the crowd felt a deep sense of respect. The prodigies of the Flame Dragon rankings were typically either excessively arrogant or dismissive of mingling with them. Thus, it was rare to find someone like Zhou Yunlong, willing to lower himself and engage with them on equal terms. A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over them. Meanwhile, witnessing Zhou Yunlong's pretentious display, Jixia gritted her teeth in frustration. While others might be oblivious to Zhou Yunlong's true nature, Jixia was all too aware. Goodness, he truly intended to hoard all those points for himself. Lin Che was quite enraged and immediately summoned the female hunter and the eagle beast into the cavern. He was determined to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunlong stood triumphantly before the crowd, wearing a serious expression, but inwardly reveling in his own arrogance. By consolidating all the points of others into his own, he was confident he could ascend to the top of the leaderboard, leaving everyone else far behind. At that moment, he believed he would truly make his mark in this assessment. Just as Zhou Yunlong was immersed in his delightful daydreams, a clear voice resounded from above. Instinctively, he shrank his head and looked up, only to behold a colossal figure looming overhead. "Miss Jixia, the The crowd heard Zhou Yunlong scream before he was sent flying by the kick of the thunder beast, crashing heavily against the cavern's rocky wall. Subsequently, Lin Che and Ji Xia leaped down, appearing before everyone. Ji Xia, Lin Che, it's them. How could they possibly find this place? The moment they laid eyes on the two, panic ensued, and everyone huddled together in fear. The location they had chosen was exceedingly secluded, nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover. Yet, how had the renowned Lin Che and Ji Xia from the Flame Dragon ranking managed to locate them? Amidst the confusion, Zhou Yunlong limped toward Lin Che and Ji Xia, a large, dark footprint stamped on his face. Miss Ji Xia. He greeted her in a sycophantic manner before turning to Lin Che. Lin Che, you have finally arrived. If it weren't for me having Rain Tong inform you and infiltrating the enemy ranks to delay them, they would have escaped long ago. Oh, is that so? Lin Che smiled knowingly at Zhou Yunlong, taking his time to unravel the layers of Zhou's facade. So, it seems I owe you my gratitude, he remarked leisurely. We are all partners in this endeavor, so no need for thanks, Zhou Yunlong replied, waving his hand dismissively, feigning generosity. When you reap the rewards of their points later, just save a little broth for me. A pang of regret coursed through him, for he understood that with both Lin Che and Ji Xia present, the likelihood of keeping the points for himself had diminished entirely. He could only hope that Lin Che would squeeze out a few points for him. Just enough to make a modest appearance on the leaderboard, and he would be content with that. Of course, your contributions this time are considerable. I certainly won't shortchange you. Lin Che wore a radiant smile. Zhou Yunlong felt an immediate sense of relief. However, as soon as Lin Che's words fell, Zhou Yunlong's complexion turned ashen, resembling that of a pig's liver, and he could no longer muster a smile. Lin Che turned around, facing Wenboda and the crowd, and declared in a clear voice, you all heard it, he betrayed you. I, Lin Che, have always conducted myself with integrity and disdain for those who are duplicitous. How you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you. I shall not intervene. With that, Lin Che stepped aside, allowing Zhou Yunlong to be fully exposed before the assembly. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, the crowd instantly ignited with fervor. Zhou Yunlong, you shameless scoundrel. You pretended to stand with us against a common enemy, yet behind our backs, you were so sordid. We should have seen it coming. Those on the Flame Dragon rankings have never regarded us as equals, so how could they truly ally with us? Damn it, let us take him down. I cannot tolerate being humiliated like this. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and they struck with fierce determination. They finally recognized Zhou Yunlong's true nature. And one by one, they unleashed their wrath, surrounding him and pummeling him mercilessly. Although Zhou Yunlong possessed considerable strength, facing an onslaught from more than 100 people was beyond his capacity to withstand, no matter how formidable he might be. What the hell? You're really hitting hard. Don't hit my face. I was wrong. Truly, it wasn't I who brought that scoundrel Lin Che here. In an instant, Zhou Yunlong's cries echoed throughout the cavern, his lamentations resonating as he desperately tried to escape the relentless assault. Witnessing Zhou Yunlong being beaten to a pulp, Ji Xia felt a twinge of sympathy in her heart and remarked, are we being a bit excessive? Not at all. We've established a partnership. And who can blame him for wanting to monopolize the points? Lin Che shrugged nonchalantly. If it weren't for Zhou Yutong delivering the message, those points would have been deceitfully snatched away by Zhou Yunlong. Deception aside, Zhou Yunlong had the audacity to feign a demeanor of selflessness in front of him, which Lin Che found utterly intolerable. What aggravated him further was Zhou Yunlong's incessant insults, calling him a bastard at every turn. Lin Che felt compelled to teach Zhou Yunlong a lesson. He then turned to the crowd, igniting their spirits. Come on, everyone, put in some effort. Have you all forgotten, indeed? He can still shout. Shall I step in to assist you? If it weren't for him notifying me, perhaps one of you would have already claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. Lin Che felt a twinge of melancholy as he continued to fan the flames. His silence would have been preferable, but once he spoke, the crowd became even more aggressive. Ultimately, it was Wenboda who stepped forward to quell the farce. Ji Xia, you have arrived as well, he greeted her while restraining the crowd, a bitter smile etched on his face. As a classmate, he was well aware of Ji Xia's formidable prowess and capabilities. Ranked 24th on the Yanlong list, she was indeed a rare talent even within the entirety of Chuannan. Moreover, with Lin Che, the top-ranked individual on the same list, by her side, the pressure on him multiplied manifold. Faced with the duo of Ji Xia and Lin Che, Wenboda understood that even if they all banded together, they would likely fall short against the two. Jixia smiled gently, her demeanor towards Wenboda exceedingly cordial. Wenboda, we are all classmates here. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. How about you all concede to avoid any unnecessary discord? Wenboda chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the crowd behind him, and replied with a hint of resignation, Miss Jixia, this operation was organized by me. And while I would love to facilitate a harmonious resolution, I must also take responsibility for them. Very well, then let us speak through our abilities. Jixia recognized that Wenboda was a person of high aspirations and a strong sense of duty, and she ceased her persuasion. The crowd behind Wenboda glared at Lin Che and Jixia with indignation, yet they found themselves cornered. As Lin Che had already stationed the female huntress and the horned eagle beast to block the exit, rendering any attempt to leave futile. We are resolute. The crowd's determination shone through as they faced Lin Che and Jixia. We understand the strength you both possess, but united. We are confident that you cannot easily defeat all of us. Very well, since you possess such spirit, I shall respond in kind and give my utmost effort as a sign of respect for you all. Lin Che suddenly became much more serious. He could distinctly sense that these individuals were genuinely prepared to engage him in a fierce battle, even aware of the vast disparity in strength. Not a single person chose to surrender. Their indomitable spirit was commendable. This aspect garnered Lin Che's profound admiration. Lin Che did not conceal his prowess. Summoning all 8 elven archers, 8 griffins and 5 huntresses swiftly advanced towards Wenboda and his companions, launching a fierce assault. In but an instant, 2 to 3 dozen individuals were mercilessly annihilated, collapsing to the ground without a trace of life. In that moment, the explosive combat prowess demonstrated by Lin Che sent a shiver down the spine of all present, filling their hearts with trepidation. They had always known that Lin Che possessed formidable strength, yet only through direct confrontation did they truly grasp the suffocating terror of his absolute dominance. As fellow transmuters, Lin Che's power existed on an entirely different plane compared to theirs. It is no exaggeration to assert that a single strike from the elven warriors could effortlessly annihilate them in an instant. Lin Che, we are here to assist you. Amidst the chaos of the elven warriors' onslaught, dozens of individuals leaped into the fray from above the mine. Teams led by Li Siki, Yin Wenbin, and Lu Ling had arrived. With Lin Che commanding the scene, they could not afford to miss this rare opportunity to seize points, charging into battle with the ferocity of wolves. The group led by Wenboda, already strained under the relentless attacks of the elven warriors, found themselves utterly outmatched as more than 10 reinforcements suddenly emerged. Shadows fell in droves, and the points of the crowd were rapidly harvested. These fellows arrived just in time. Observing the 3 teams that had burst onto the scene, Lin Che felt a sense of helplessness, having already seized points from them once. He refrained from attacking and instead commanded the elven warriors to hasten the pace of combat, striving to accumulate as many points as possible. Wait, something feels amiss. Lin Che stood at the rear, observing the lopsided situation. On Wenboda's side, only 5 or 6 individuals remained, struggling to hold their ground, their brows furrowed in concern. Wenboda and the few who remained were flustered, desperately fending off the onslaught of the elven archers, beads of sweat streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, Wenboda, who had been at the forefront since the battle commenced, had silently retreated to stand behind the others, muttering peculiar incantations under his breath. Retreat. Lin Che immediately sensed something amiss and commanded all the elven warriors to retreat. However, Li Siki, Yin Wenbin, and Lu Ling, along with their teams, remained blissfully unaware of the danger. Within less than a minute, they had amassed a considerable number of points, each one riding high on their success. Observing that only Wenboda and a few others were desperately holding on, they were unwilling to let go of this golden opportunity and rushed forward without hesitation. The blade formation descended fall. The ice formation descended fall. Without any warning, 2 formations struck down, instantly trapping Li Siki, Yin Wenbin, Lu Ling, and dozens of others in the center. Oh no, we've been deceived. Li Siki shouted, attempting to retreat, but the ice formation had ensnared him tightly, severely limiting his speed. Explode. Wenboda's calm voice rang out, and the 2 formations detonated in succession. The energy shockwave unleashed in that moment enveloped dozens of warriors from the 3 teams in a dazzling brilliance. Self-detonation of formations? Quite intriguing. Witnessing dozens of individuals collapse, Lin Che found it exceedingly amusing. He had encountered formation masters before, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Wenboda who could trigger an explosion. It must be said, Wenboda indeed possessed some intriguing capabilities. Heh. You didn't fall for the trap. Impressive, you rascal. Ji Xiao laughed as she approached Lin Che's side. Since the battle commenced, she had remained on the sidelines without intervening. On one hand, Lin Che needed the points more. On the other hand, she and Wenboda were classmates. Their relationship was neither particularly close nor distant, making it awkward for her to take action. You could have given me a heads up earlier, Lin Che said with a pout. Wasn't I just trusting you? Ji Xiao replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief. This was not a lie, given Lin Che's strength. Dealing with these hundreds of sub-20 level transcendents would be a walk in the park. Moreover, she was curious to see if Wenboda, in full force, could pose any trouble for Lin Che. Regrettably, in terms of both personal strength and combat awareness, Lin Che far surpassed them. Long before Wenboda exhibited any unusual behavior, Lin Che had already reacted and adapted accordingly. After the two formations had self-destructed, Wenboda appeared far from unscathed, looking quite weak and needing support from the two individuals beside him to stand firm. Wenboda felt utterly helpless. Lin Che's level of caution exceeded his expectations. In his mind, his ace in the hole, the self-detonation ability, would not only fail to defeat Lin Che, but at least take out a few of Lin Che's summons. However, apart from Li Siqi's group, Lin Che and the regrouped elven warriors remained entirely unharmed. Acknowledging the inevitable defeat, Wenboda no longer wished to engage in futile struggles. Lin Che, you are formidable. We have lost, and we concede wholeheartedly. Wenboda's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, yet his heart remained remarkably open. He swayed slightly, straightened his posture, and spoke earnestly. We acknowledge. Wait. Just as Wenboda was about to concede, he heard Lin Che say, enough. Your points have been earned through your own strength. There is no need to surrender. Huh? Wenboda felt a twinge of confusion. And then he noticed Lin Che looking up, peering through the gaps between the stone peaks at the scoreboard in the sky. My points are sufficient. You may keep the remainder for yourself. The others followed Lin Che's gaze and beheld the leaderboard, where Lin Che's name loomed at the top, reclaiming the first position after 5 days. His score had reached an astonishing 200 points, far surpassing all others. Everyone stood in stunned silence, slowly realizing that after seizing the majority of their points, Lin Che had achieved an extraordinary level of success. This was originally intended for one among them. Yet now it had inadvertently benefited Lin Che. A bittersweet feeling lingered in their hearts, but they did not deem it unjust. Setting aside other considerations, Lin Che had indeed triumphed over hundreds with his singular strength. Such formidable prowess meant that their defeat was hardly undeserved. Not only the individuals within the mine, but at the very moment Lin Che ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, exclamations erupted throughout the demon realm. Lin Che, he is number 1 on the scoreboard. What the heck? Is he cheating? How could he achieve this so swiftly? Just this morning, he only had 10 points. Did he truly amass 9,000 points in a single day? What a beast. Truly a beast. We toiled for 5 days, trembling in fear, just to gather enough for a mere 100 points to pass the assessment, while he climbs to the top of the leaderboard in a day. Comparing ourselves to him is utterly infuriating. Sigh, the top of the Yanlong list is indeed beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. On a mountain peak, Li Lingfeng gazed into the distance. His expression darkened as he observed Lin Che's ranking. He crushed a demon illusion in his hand with fierce intensity, muttering, Lin Che, I truly underestimated you. Deep within a forest, Zheng Xinghe's pupils trembled, an inexhaustible battle spirit igniting within him. Lin Che, potential does not equate to everything. Rudy has already fallen to me, and you shall meet the same fate. On a lush green meadow, Rudy pressed forward with determination, looking up at the starry sky. Lin Che, I will defeat you. In the realm of demons and illusions, countless souls gazed in awe at the solitary figure racing ahead in the point standings. Their reactions varied from igniting fervor to utter astonishment. Within a single day, starting from a mere 10 points, this individual surged forward, achieving an unprecedented ascent to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Such a remarkable feat was beyond their wildest imaginings. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Che's aura of mystery and elevation in the eyes of the masses had ascended to a new echelon, as they felt for the first time the formidable pressure emanating from the top of the Yanlong list. As night enveloped the world outside, the square remained thronged with spectators, illuminated by brilliant lights. In contrast to the onset of the assessment, the number of viewers tuned into the live broadcast from the Zhuke Sacred Academy had only increased. The flow of time within the realm of demons mirrored that of the outside world. Since Lin Che commenced his endeavors, Numerous onlookers had gathered in the square, observing his every move. They had stood there for an entire day, showing no signs of departing. Throughout this time, they bore witness to Lin Che's remarkable journey from a mere 10 points to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Silence fell over the crowd, fists clenched in frustration, until one voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. Damn it, it's all Li Siki, Yin Wenbin, and Zhou Yutong's fault. Without them, that bastard Lin Che could never have amassed so many points in just a day. One could hardly believe how easily Lin Che had capitalized on the blunders of others. Even if Wen Bo wanted to dethrone the genius of the Yanlong list, he couldn't have chosen a worse spot to do it, allowing Lin Che to benefit from the oversight. Let us not forget, Lin Che has single-handedly defeated hundreds. He must possess strength rivaling that of Li Lingfeng and the others. Shut your mouth. I cannot stand the sight of that little rascal any longer. Spare me the reasoning. I just want to see someone give that little brat a proper thrashing. He idled away for 4 days and then struck gold to snatch the top spot. What kind of nonsense is that? Exactly. Although Rudy suffered defeat, he at least sought out opponents of comparable strength. But this brat? He preys on weaker teams for points. A disgraceful display devoid of any honor or integrity befitting a true champion. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd, with voices rising in a chorus of discontent. Some, having witnessed Lin Che's prowess firsthand, sought to defend him, yet their words were drowned out by the fervent outcry. This disdain stemmed from Lin Che's prior days of idleness before the assessment, coupled with his underhanded tactics of targeting weaker teams to bolster his score, which they deemed beneath a true warrior. In their eyes, a true stronghold should embody the virtues of nobility and honor. Lin Che's utter disregard for the dignity of a strong individual and his boundless antics left them in disarray. What nonsense about integrity. As long as one operates within the confines of the rules to amass points, they are deemed the victor. As the discontented murmurs in the square grew louder, Wei Huqing remained unfazed, a smile blooming on his face as he playfully exchanged glances with Li Wei, saying, "My apologies, Dean Li, for causing you the loss of a rare material. It truly is a costly affair." In the face of Wei Huqing's provocation, Li Wei maintained his composure, asserting that it was still too early to discuss victory or defeat. We shall simply observe the unfolding events. You cannot genuinely believe that your Li family's young lad can triumph over Lin Che, can you? Wei Huqing raised an eyebrow. Though Ling Feng may not possess exceptional talent, he certainly surpasses those shameless individuals who only prey upon the weak, Li Wei proclaimed with dignity. What shameless individuals? Are you suggesting that upon entering the battlefield, if one encounters a stronger adversary, they should plead, "Oh, you are stronger than I, please do not bully the weak. Spare my life"? What utter nonsense! Wei Huqing animatedly performed, mimicking a pitiful demeanor that brimmed with mockery. Li Wei, clearly displeased by Wei Huqing's antics, was about to retort when he was interrupted by Lan Fang. Enough, enough. The outcome will be revealed when these two children face each other. Her brow furrowed as she listened to the various negative assessments of Lin Che echoing from the square, her spirits plummeting to an all-time low. After Lin Che's enrollment, he was certainly going to be a focal point for cultivation. If he were to develop such a reputation now, it would not bode well for either him or the entire Zhuge Sacred Institute. Lan Fang stepped forward slowly. Li Wei and Wei Huqing both tightened their expressions and hurriedly approached. "Principal, are you truly intent on this course of action?" They understood Lan Fang's intentions. However, should Lan Fang proceed, a confrontation between Lin Che and Li Lingfeng would be inevitable. The outcome of such a duel would not merely be determined by points. A clear result would manifest. While both were confident in their ability to triumph in a points-based competition, when it came to a direct battle between Li Lingfeng and Lin Che, neither Li Wei nor Wei Huqing felt assured. You have heard the negative murmurs. We have already orchestrated a variable that surpasses the assessment criteria, so altering the rules this time is of little consequence, Lan Fang stated solemnly. As the criticisms grew louder, Lin Che desperately required a battle of equal footing to validate himself. This was not only for Lin Che's sake, but also for the reputation of the Zhuge Sacred Institute. Otherwise, once Lin Che commenced his studies, these voices would inevitably tarnish the Institute's standing. Without hesitation, Lan Fang waved his hand, and the full map of the Demon Realm appeared above the live broadcast. On the map, 10 conspicuous red dots marked the precise locations of the top 10 teams on the leaderboard. Simultaneously, an identical map surfaced on the leaderboard of the Demon Realm. The 10 red dots glittered, illuminating the night sky. Lin Che, Li Lingfeng, Zhang Xinghe, Gu Jingqiang, Yao Sheng. zooming you on the names of the 10 team captains prominently displayed atop their respective red dots. As the massive map materialized, the crowd in the square watching the live stream fell silent. The positions of the top 10 on the leaderboard had been revealed. Had the assessment entered its final phase, the battle of geniuses? It was unexpected that this was also part of the assessment, truly astonishing. Excellent. Let us see how that little rascal Lin Che manages to evade this. Li Lingfeng, Zheng Xinghe, make sure to give that little brat a good thrashing. Truly, this was the hallmark of the 5 Supreme Academies. Even a simple assessment was executed with such unpredictability and grandeur. The crowd momentarily paused, only to swiftly comprehend the situation. They understood that by distinctly marking the positions of each formidable student, the Zhuke Academy intended to orchestrate a final showdown among the participating students, a contest of supremacy. In comparison to this grand duel of prodigies, the preceding days of ranking battles on the leaderboard seemed little more than an appetizer, utterly inconsequential. The true spectacle of the Zhuke Academy's entrance examination had only just commenced. Comprising 10 teams of 10, each team was predominantly filled with geniuses from the Yanlong rankings. Any encounter between these teams would undoubtedly ignite an exhilarating clash. The onlookers expressed their admiration fervently, extolling the uniqueness and expansive vision of Zhuke Academy, grateful for the opportunity to witness such a fierce contest. Listening to the praises resonating in the square, Lan Fang finally exhaled in relief. With a legacy spanning a millennium, Zhuke Academy must not bear any blemish under her watch. Once this examination concluded and all the geniuses from the Yanlong rankings showcased their formidable prowess, the Academy's prestige would inevitably soar to an unprecedented height. Lan Fang, beaming with satisfaction at her sudden decision to amend the rules, felt a surge of pride. However, before she could fully relish this moment, an incredulous gasp erupted from the crowd. What was that rascal Lin Che up to now? Lin Che again? A foreboding sense stirred within Lan Fang as she lifted her gaze, only to find Lin Che in the cavern, adorning an apron and sleeves, setting up pots and pans. He was enthusiastically stir-frying rice, calling out to potential buyers. Lan Fang's expression darkened. This little scoundrel was causing trouble once more. As anticipated, the crowd erupted in derisive laughter at Lin Che's culinary antics. What a farce. The number 1 on the Yanlong rankings is merely a fool blinded by money. Surely, he doesn't think the other 9 teams are too far away to challenge him. Foolish child, with so many points to his name. He has undoubtedly become the target of everyone's greed. Just wait until tomorrow. I shall see if that little rascal can still wear a smile. Amidst the crowd, voices intertwined in a cacophony of disdain and derision. It was evident that they could not perceive the regal aura befitting a true powerhouse in Lin Che. Instead, he exuded the cunning and opportunism characteristic of the common folk. Such a figure was hardly deserving of their regard. Lan Fang observed the reactions of those around her, her gaze unwavering as she watched Lin Che, busily immersed in his tasks before the campfire. A sigh escaped her lips, for she found herself grappling with a burgeoning doubt regarding his capabilities. Judging by the prowess he had thus far demonstrated, he would surely fall short against formidable opponents like Li Lingfeng and Zheng Xinghe. She understood all too well that should Lin Che falter, he would be condemned to the pillar of shame, his reputation irrevocably tarnished. In that moment, she questioned whether her decision to alter the assessment criteria was indeed right or wrong. A genius capable of transcending 10 levels and vanquishing the second-in-command of the Liu family in Yunjiang must possess more than the mere skills he had displayed thus far. Lin Che, may you navigate this trial successfully, she mused, with an air of resignation. Within the realm of demons and illusions, after a day of toil, the group had certainly earned their rest. Step right up. Fried rice for 20, add an egg for 5. Come and get it. The aroma of the fried rice wafted through the air as Lin Che skillfully stirred the contents of the wok. With an assortment of banana leaves acquired from some unknown source, he meticulously portioned the dishes, presenting them with flair. Li Siki and Wenboda, among others, stood in astonishment. What trickery was this? The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. They glanced from Lin Che, diligently laboring at the wok, to the 10 red dots that had appeared atop the leaderboard, perplexed by his intentions. With the positions of the top 10 players now exposed, one would expect Lin Che, holding the coveted first place, to seek refuge from potential ambushes. Instead, he busied himself with selling fried rice. What sort of strategy was this? Ji Xia, equally bewildered, could not help but inquire, Lin Che, shouldn't we prepare in advance? Indeed, he replied, this fried rice is rather greasy. We need something to wash it down. Lin Che casually responded, then retrieved several chilled beverages from his spatial ring, addressing the crowd. The quantity of drinks is limited, so it's first come, first served. That is not what I meant, Jixia exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. At this moment, the top 10 on the leaderboard, along with their respective teams, had become prime targets. Naturally, ordinary individuals would hesitate to provoke these formidable teams. However, if one or two among the top 10 were to cross paths with them and suffer a defeat, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Che to maintain his position at the pinnacle of the leaderboard with his current points. Moreover, there loomed a dire possibility. What if those teams set their sights on them? Jixia and Lin Che would then have to contend with the onslaught of the most exceptional students in this assessment. Jixia's concerns were not baseless. Prior to the examination, the glances cast upon Lin Che by Li Lingfeng and others conveyed a desire to crush him beneath their feet. She understood all too well that they would not let slip the opportunity to make a name for themselves in battle. Eager to confront Lin Che and establish a clear victor. Reflecting on this potential, Jixia found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Lin Che, we cannot remain passive. We should take the initiative and dismantle them one by one. Observing Jixia's anxious demeanor, Lin Che remained unfazed, calmly preparing a bowl of fried rice and placing it in Jixia's designated utensils. With a serene demeanor, he replied, "Do not worry. The most important thing now is to eat. A full stomach provides the strength to fight." Lin Che remained remarkably composed. When the positional information emerged, he understood that an encounter with those individuals was inevitable. Deep within, he harbored a certain anticipation for a battle that would be evenly matched. He yearned to discern the extent of his current combat prowess. However, their location was rather unique, being distanced from the other 9 teams, isolated in a distinct area. In Lin Che's estimation, even if the others wished to converge, the earliest they could arrive would be the following afternoon. There was no need for him to rush or panic in dealing with those adversaries. He could afford to recuperate and perhaps earn a little pocket money in the meantime. With this thought, Lin Che felt even less urgency, leisurely picking up a serving of fried rice and savoring his culinary skills. Hey, don't just stand there and watch. It's only 20 a serving, a rather reasonable price, I assure you. Why not give it a try? Noticing that when Bodai and the others appeared dazed, none stepped forward to make a purchase. Lin Che directly picked up a serving of fried rice and handed it to Bodai, urging him to take a taste. The flavor was truly delightful. Bodai, somewhat bewildered and at a loss, accepted the fried rice and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Indeed, it was remarkably delicious. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but swallow hard. For days, most had been subsisting on dry rations, nearly to the point of nausea. Gazing at the glistening fried rice adorned with fresh scallions and tender meat, their eyes sparkled with eagerness as they swiftly gathered around Lin Che. I want a portion. I'll pay you. Me too, I want one. Don't push. Hey, you stepped on my foot. The crowd jostled eagerly, quickly surrounding Lin Che in layers, impenetrable in their enthusiasm. Witnessing this fervor, Lin Che couldn't help but grin widely. Indeed, earning money was the most pleasurable pursuit of all, he chuckled to himself. Lin Che distributed the fried rice, collecting over 3,000 Hanxia coins, a wave of satisfaction blossoming within him. In comparison to the income from preparing steak for Gu Jingchen, this sum was indeed modest. However, Lin Che felt a deep sense of contentment. With a beaming smile, he approached Jixia, playfully fiddling with a handful of loose change, and cheerfully proposed, "Once the assessment concludes, we shall split the earnings 80-20. Since Jixia had financed all the raw ingredients, Lin Che felt it inappropriate to keep the money for himself. Jixia smirked. Duck, there's no need for that. She could hardly comprehend how Lin Che remained cheerful at such a critical juncture. Yet, accustomed to Lin Che's ways, she understood that he likely had his own plans, which eased her concerns. It's already dark. I would prefer not to spend the night here. Shall we head back to the camp? Jixia suggested. Lin Che glanced at the groups huddled together around the bonfire, engaged in laughter and conversation. A stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the day. He nodded, acknowledging the change. Although he did not consider himself particularly remarkable, he could distinctly sense that his presence alongside Jixia rendered everyone, to varying degrees, somewhat uneasy. Lin Che, naturally reluctant to disrupt the fleeting atmosphere of harmony, departed with Jixia. The journey back was not particularly short, yet fortunately, Lin Che did not need to deliberately accumulate points, allowing their pace to remain steady. Along the way, Lin Che did not hasten. instead releasing the hawk-like beast and the sentinel of the huntress to scout the surroundings. Jixia yawned, her eyelids drooping heavily, nearly unable to keep her eyes open. Lin Che, I'm so tired. Let us quicken our pace. If you feel the points aren't sufficient, we can always gather more tomorrow. Jixia assumed Lin Che aimed to eliminate a few more demon illusions along the way to amass additional points. However, the relentless wave of drowsiness left her devoid of any energy. Thankfully, with the thunder beast accompanying them, she did not have to walk. Otherwise, she would have considered lying down on the ground for a brief slumber. Lin Che shook his head, a slight frown creasing his brow as he spoke with a serious demeanor. Have you not noticed that there is something peculiar about this place? What could possibly be different? A tree is still just a tree, isn't it? Jixia replied listlessly. Lin Che smiled gently and remarked, do you not find it peculiar that this region is devoid of any apparitions or demons? Initially, Lin Che had not sensed any difference. It was only through his conversations with Wenboda and Li Siki that he discovered that, apart from this area, there were numerous demons and apparitions in other regions, with numbers ranging from 3 to 5, or even appearing in swarms. It is precisely for this reason that Wenboda, Li Siki, and others chose to conceal themselves in this vicinity. Lin Che observed this point, prompting the rock and the sentinel to remain vigilant and continuously survey their surroundings throughout the journey. However, upon returning to the established campsite, he detected no signs of anything amiss. Could it be that I am merely overthinking? Perhaps this area is indeed a designated safe zone provided during the assessment. Lin Che felt a tinge of doubt and began to question his own judgment. Upon seeing Jixia enter the tent and fall into a deep slumber, weariness enveloped him, and without further contemplation, he succumbed to a profound sleep. The following day dawned bright and fair, with the sky unblemished by clouds. It was not until the sun had ascended high into the sky that Lin Che finally awoke leisurely. As Lin Che opened his eyes, he was met with several large faces looming close to him, nearly startling him off the reclining chair. Lin Che, my esteemed friend, have you awakened? Are you ready to rise and be of service? I can assist with brushing your teeth, washing your face, and even offering a massage, Zhou Yunlong said with a beaming countenance, holding a towel and toothpaste at the ready. Zhou Yutong, Li Siki, Yin Wenbin, Lu Ling, and others stood respectfully nearby, their faces brimming with admiration. Following the fierce battle of the previous day, they were utterly convinced of Lin Che's prowess. The 100-odd individuals appeared like fledglings before him, lacking any semblance of resistance. Such a remarkable figure, once fully developed, was destined to become a titan in the realm. Naturally, they wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Che before entering the Zhuke Sacred Academy, hoping to secure mutual support in the future. Especially Zhou Yunlong, who, despite his usual arrogance, was no fool and recognized Lin Che's immense potential. Although Lin Che had previously outsmarted him, he harbored not a shred of resentment. Rather, he feared that Lin Che might hold a grudge over his desire to monopolize the points. Lin Che, my esteemed companion, I have made up my mind to follow you henceforth. Wherever you lead, I shall not dare to stray, Zhou Yunlong proclaimed with a face full of flattery, hastily affirming his loyalty while refraining from mentioning their past grievances. Lin Che suddenly awakened. It seems they regard me as a pillar of support. As for the others, it's understandable. We will become classmates in the future, and he will naturally look out for them. After all, he has taken their points. So it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Lin Che could only chuckle at Zhou Yunlong's words. He vividly recalled Zhou Yunlong's arrogant demeanor at the trading market, where he even attempted to forcibly snatch away his silver dragon pendant. Lin Che cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yunlong and spoke in a calm tone. Zhou Yunlong, I still prefer the rebellious demeanor you once possessed. Haha, what a grand statement from you, esteemed one, Zhou Yunlong replied with an awkward chuckle, flattering, before you. I am but a mere shadow, unworthy of any pride. From now on, you may simply call me Xiao Zhou Zhou. Xiao Zhou Zhou. Observing Zhou Yunlong's obsequious expression, Li Siki and the others could not help but twitch their muscles in discomfort. They wished to foster a relationship with Lin Che, yet their own composure paled in comparison to Zhou Yunlong's unabashed boldness. Lin Che felt a shiver run down his spine. Xiao Zhou Zhou. For heaven's sake, act like a human being. Lin Che sprang up and took a few decisive steps back. Noticing that Zhou Yunlong was still attempting to approach, Lin Che quickly raised his hand to halt him, exclaiming, Wait. Please do not come any closer. Lin Che clenched his fists, resolutely determined. If Zhou Yunlong dared to provoke him again, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. As Lin Che seemed on the verge of exploding with fury, Zhou Yunlong recoiled, suddenly appearing much more subdued. At last, Li Siki and the others seized the opportunity to speak. Lin Che, your strength has earned our respect. We are here to assist you, Li Siki proclaimed. Assist me? Lin Che was perplexed. Subsequently, he noticed Li Siki pointing towards the direction of the leaderboard. Lin Che gazed in the direction indicated by Li Siki, where he beheld 9 crimson dots swiftly approaching. Their speed exceeded even his expectations. It was likely that within an hour, the 9 teams led by Li Lingfeng, Zheng Xinghai, and others would arrive here. The teams advanced in unison, maintaining a close proximity without engaging in combat. It appeared they were resolutely determined to first dethrone Lin Che from the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon rankings. The convergence of these 9 teams truly reflected their regard for him. In Lin Che's eyes, a brilliant spark flickered, revealing neither fear nor avoidance. Rather, there was a subtle hint of anticipation. The combat instincts within him seemed to ignite, and his fighting spirit soared. After a considerable pause, Lin Che withdrew his gaze and turned towards Li Siki and her companions, stating, I do not require your assistance. It would be prudent for you to focus on your own well-being first and consider accumulating some points before discussing the assessments. Lin Che, do you truly believe that merely relying on yourself and Miss Ji Xia can contend with a team composed of the prodigies ranked on the 9 Flames Dragon list? Li Siki retorted, exasperated. She had approached him with good intentions, only to be met with his cold indifference. It is disheartening to extend warmth only to meet with a chill. Lin Che curled his lips in disdain and retorted, do you truly believe that your arrival will suffice to deal with them? At this, Li Siki was rendered speechless, although Lin Che did not explicitly state it. She was acutely aware that their abilities paled in comparison to those of the prodigies on the Yanlong rankings, represented by Li Lingfeng. Any individual from those teams could likely overpower them with ease. However, having more people surely brings a glimmer of hope, does it not? With her face flushed, Li Siki interjected, moreover, we are not that weak, you know. Lin Che was rendered speechless. He could not discern whether this individual was genuinely foolish or simply lacked intellect. Although Li Lingfeng and his companions appeared to be formidable, if they intended to use him as a stepping stone on their path to fame, they would undoubtedly seek to defeat him in a fair manner, rather than collaborating against him. Furthermore, even if the 9 teams were to unite, Lin Che would not shy away from the confrontation. As for Li Siki and her group, they were not only of little help but also seemed to be more of a hindrance. You, Lin Che, I have finally found you. Come over here and prepare to be tormented. As Lin Che was about to depart with his companions, a sudden, resounding shout pierced the air from the horizon where the verdant grass met the sky. The group turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a figure wielding a long sword, its blade exuding an intimidating aura, imbued with an icy chill. It was Rudy. The moment they laid eyes on him, Li Siki and the others were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Up to this point, Rudy's score remained at a dismal 0, showing no signs of improvement. To them, it seemed inconceivable that Rudy, who had been bested by Zheng Xinghai, would dare confront Lin Che. Yet they were taken by surprise that he was the first to appear. Even more astonishing was the fact that Rudy had come alone, devoid of any teammates. They distinctly recalled that prior to the assessment, Rudy had assembled a 5-person team with 2 prodigies from the Flame Dragon rankings. Now he stood solitary, leaving Li Siki and the others feeling perplexed. Lin Che's expression darkened slightly, revealing his displeasure. Rudy had already been defeated once, yet dared to boast before him. Whom did he truly underestimate? What are you barking for? Lin Che, displeased, remarked, those who cannot even retain their points have no right to be arrogant before me. Lin Che's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear present. Rudy's complexion instantly turned a shade of iron, veins protruding as his fury reached its zenith. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, if it weren't for those 4 worthless individuals dragging me down, would I have lost to Zheng Xinghai? That despicable scoundrel. I could crush him with a single hand. Consumed by rage, Rudy's fingers gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that the joints cracked audibly, his anger boiling over. He regarded this defeat as a blemish on his honor, and the mere mention of it by Lin Che sent his fury soaring to unprecedented heights, rendering him nearly uncontrollable. Rudy's expression of wrath appeared genuine, devoid of pretense. Furthermore, having come alone, Li Siki and the others speculated that his confrontation with Zheng Xinghai was far from straightforward. Lin Che also contemplated this matter. However, what of it? Even if Rudy's individual prowess surpasses that of Zheng Xinghai, It does not grant him the audacity to boast before him. Defeat is defeat. What purpose do all these excuses serve? Lin Che scoffed, suggesting that a lack of skill simply calls for more practice. In just a few words, Lin Che's sarcasm was palpable. Li Siki and the others could not help but applaud in agreement. Indeed, losing is losing, and no amount of excuses can alter that reality. Blaming others for one's failure only invites further disdain and offers no elevation of one's own standing. Simultaneously, they could not help but admire Lin Che's verbal acuity. After all, he was the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon rankings, excelling even in mockery. The group looked upon him with admiration, particularly Zhou Yutong, who found him irresistibly charming. While they reveled in their admiration, Rudy was seething with rage. "Ah, Lin Che, I will make you pay. Let everyone know who truly reigns supreme on the Flame Dragon rankings." Rudy swung his longsword fiercely, unleashing a blinding arc of sword light, sharp as a razor. Everything in its path was sent flying, leaving a trail of sword energy in its wake. This was the A-grade talent of sword energy awakened upon his class transition. Any strike with his sword could summon this energy to injure his foes. The sword energy soared across 100 meters in an instant. One cannot deny that Rudy's position as 16th on the Flame Dragon rankings is indicative of his considerable strength. A mere stroke of sword energy was sufficient to obliterate Li Siki and her companions, instilling fear that caused them to instinctively retreat. Yet Lin Che, unfazed, commanded his elven archers, griffin beasts, and huntresses to stand firm before him. 8 elven archers simultaneously unleashed their moonlight arrows, their movements synchronized with precision. The moonlight arrows flew swiftly, striking directly against Rudy's sword energy, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. The two energies collided and dissipated instantaneously. Rudy stood his ground, momentarily startled. In his fury, he had unleashed his full power, but was taken aback by the formidable summoned beings surrounding Lin Che, capable of countering an attack that could effortlessly annihilate foes of equal rank. Lin Che was equally astonished. The might of that sword aura was formidable. The moment the elven archer unleashed their attack, he had already activated the Lord's amplification. Nevertheless, even with such a measure, he could only manage to draw with Rudy, which left him in a state of surprise. Remarkably, Rudy's level was merely the same as his own, both standing at level 20. It could be said that since their class change, Rudy was an exceptional and formidable opponent among his peers, capable of matching him in combat. Following their initial encounter, both Lin Che and Rudy became considerably more cautious. Lin Che no longer adopted a passive approach to counterattacks. Instead, he commanded the female hunters to charge forth, followed closely by the elven archers who provided covering fire. Rudy's expression turned grave. Despite his anger, he could sense an unprecedented pressure emanating from the elven warriors. The mere presence of a level 20 summoned creature instilled in him a hint of peril, a notion he would not have dared to entertain in the past. Rudy wielded his longsword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swiftly dispersed the elven archer's assault. He was determined not to become overly entangled with these summoned beings, for he understood that the most prudent strategy against summoners was to dismantle the summoner with utmost speed. Rudy was acutely aware of this principle. He deftly dodged the 5 female hunters charging towards him and swiftly made his way towards Lin Che. Having engaged in numerous battles, Lin Che had become increasingly adept at commanding the elven warriors. It would not be so simple for Rudy to breach their encirclement, block his path. With a commanding shout from Lin Che, the 8 soaring horned eagles swiftly descended to obstruct Rudy's advance. Simultaneously, the female huntress rapidly encircled from behind, creating a formidable pincer movement alongside the elven archers, besieging Rudy from both front and rear. The moonlit arrows, crescent blades, and horned eagles converged upon him, leaving Rudy feeling overwhelmed. Reluctantly, he was compelled to halt and evade with haste. Clang, clang, clang. Rudy unleashed a flurry of strikes, his speed producing multiple afterimages. Yet, amidst the relentless assault of 21 elven warriors, he found himself unable to advance, his frustration mounting. "You coward! Have the courage to face me one-on-one," Rudy exclaimed in exasperation. "What do you expect from a summoner like me? This is absurd." Lin Che scoffed disdainfully, his face a portrait of contempt. He could not be bothered to engage in idle chatter with Rudy, instead commanding his 21 elven warriors to charge fiercely towards him. Rudy was instantly overwhelmed, his pressure mounting exponentially, leaving him frantic and furious. His attacks became erratic, wielding his long sword in a wild frenzy while hurling curses. "Die, die, die, you wretched trash." As Rudy appeared on the brink of madness under the relentless assault of the elven warriors, those spectating including Lin Che, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It was a dismal sight. In terms of strength, Rudy was undoubtedly among the most formidable participants in this assessment. Alas, he had the misfortune of encountering Lin Che, a summoner with a modest yet effective array of summoned beings. The summoner's tactic of overwhelming numbers could effectively counter the prowess of a swordsman, a profession renowned for its strength in one-on-one combat. Furthermore, Rudy's rage clouded his judgment, causing him to falter and fail to unleash even 70% of his potential, placing him firmly at a disadvantage. Lin Che is truly formidable, the group, including Lin Che, increasingly recognized his might. They began to comprehend Lin Che's efforts in selling fried rice during the assessment. Nurturing so many level 20 summons demanded an extraordinary amount of resources, which justified his relentless pursuit of profit. Of course, they remained oblivious to the extraordinary prowess of the S-level talent within the Beastmaster realm, or else their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. The battle between Rudy and the Elven warriors remained fiercely contested, and he struggled to break free from their encirclement. With his current strength, Lin Che was equally unable to vanquish Rudy. This was precisely what distinguished the top 100 talents on the Flame Dragon list. Each possessed unique capabilities that set them apart, making their defeat a challenging endeavor. As the fight dragged on without resolution, Rudy's frustration and urgency surged. After being forced back once more by the sharp claws of the harpy, he finally erupted. He swiftly retreated a few paces, creating distance between himself and the Elven warriors. Lin Che, you should be content to fall to my next move, Rudy declared, his countenance resolute, raising his sword before his chest. Shadow clone of the swordsman. In an instant, the spectators witnessed Rudy's figure split into two, then four, as four identical versions of Rudy appeared before their eyes. All four Rudys struck in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, their speed doubling in an exhilarating display that dazzled onlookers. The sword energy intertwined, creating a radiant web of blades that swiftly repelled all 21 Elven warriors. Lin Che, prepare to be defeated. Rudy surged forward with remarkable speed, charging towards Lin Che. Lin Che, be careful. Lin Che and the others were thrown into a panic at Rudy's sudden breakthrough. They understood that if Rudy managed to close the distance, even Lin Che would face inevitable defeat. Calm down. Lin Che hasn't even unleashed his full potential yet. At that moment, Jixia emerged from the tent with an air of tranquility, her expression relaxed as she spoke. With a bare face, she could not conceal her ethereal beauty, her exquisite features radiating an otherworldly charm. Her captivating eyes sparkled with confidence as they gazed at Lin Che. Is he not yet exerting his full strength? Gasped Lin Che and the others, their expressions transforming with astonishment. They found it hard to fathom that despite the Elven warriors having subdued Rudy to such an extent, Lin Che had yet to reveal his complete prowess. Just how formidable could Lin Che's true strength be? The crowd stood in a daze, hesitant to contemplate the possibilities. Gazing blankly at Jixia. Under their scrutiny, Jixia offered a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Frankly speaking, she too was uncertain of the extent of Lin Che's current capabilities. Nevertheless, she was aware that, aside from these Elven warriors, the more formidable jungle guardians had yet to make their appearance. Even though Rudy had employed his shadow clone technique, defeating Lin Che would evidently not be an easy feat. As the situation unfolded rapidly, Rudy, having used his shadow clones, swiftly extricated himself from the grasp of the Elven warriors, materializing less than 10 meters away from Lin Che. Four of his clones, wielding long swords, leapt high into the air, executing a downward slash that unleashed four formidable waves of sword energy, each more daunting than the last. Lin Che gazed quietly as Rudy approached, displaying not a hint of panic. Rudy's prowess was indeed remarkable in such dire circumstances. He managed to break free from the encirclement of the Elven warriors. Particularly impressive was his shadow clone technique, which evoked a sense of awe in Lin Che. Alas, it was a skill unique to the shadow swordsman, one that I cannot acquire. Lin Che sighed, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed, summoning the guardian of the forest before him in an instant. The guardian, with a solemn demeanor, stood protectively in front of Lin Che as a magnificent thorn flower began to bloom, releasing a halo of thorns. Clang, clang. Clang, for streams of sword energy struck against the defensive barrier of the thorned halo, igniting sparks in their wake. What formidable defense! Rudy was taken aback. Observing Lin Che standing amidst the thorned flower and the sudden appearance of a half-human, half-deer creature, he felt a surge of trepidation, which notably calmed him. The defensive capabilities of the Thorned Halo were immensely strong. Even he would find it challenging to breach it within a short span. Rudy's only solace was that after employing the shadow clone technique, Lin Che would struggle to discern his true self among the 3 shadow clones. Thus, he could continue to divert the elf warrior's attacks with the clones, waiting for the defensive effect of the Thorned Halo to dissipate before seizing the opportunity to strike at Lin Che. Rudy's thoughts raced, leading him to a swift decision. Clang, clang, clang. However, before he could take action, he noticed the thorned flower tremble slightly. A sense of foreboding gripped Rudy, prompting him to instinctively step aside. Just as his front foot landed, the rebound attack from the Thorned Halo was triggered, and 4 streams of sword energy, each possessing only 10% of their original power, shot forth from the thorned flower. One of the sword energies landed precisely where Rudy had been standing. The other 3 shadow clones, however, were unable to react as swiftly as he did. 3 streams of sword energy struck the clones without fail, though the power of the sword energy was not overwhelming. The shadow clones were exceedingly fragile, and upon being attacked, they instantly turned ethereal, gradually vanishing. Curse be. He actually unraveled my shadow clones. Rudy's complexion turned ashen, and the faint glimmer of hope vanished with the disappearance of his shadow clones. He inwardly cursed his own negligence. The shadow clone technique was a powerful level 20 skill he had unlocked after completing his second job advancement. One of the more formidable abilities among the myriad of level 20 skills across various professions. Once mastered, he could even conjure up to 7 clones, each possessing combat prowess equal to his own, rendering them immensely formidable. Unfortunately, at present, he could only summon 3 clones, and their battle strength was merely half of his own. Caught off guard, he was struck by the rebound damage of the thorn aura, and naturally, his shadow clones were unable to withstand it. After all, among the many professions, the swordsman's single-target attacks were exceptionally formidable, with few classes able to rival them. Even at just 10% of their full power, they remained fearsome. Given the swordsman's slight frame, it was indeed challenging to endure such an assault. The images of swordsmen effortlessly slaying foes from a distance, deftly maneuvering amidst a sea of adversaries to claim the heads of their enemies, were merely a testament to their agility and skilled positioning. However, this could not alter the objective reality that swordsmen were inherently fragile and lacked resilience. Thus, Rudy's shadow clones shattered upon encountering the mere 10% rebound damage. Deprived of the protection offered by his clones, Rudy felt disoriented and deeply unsettled. Hey, wake up. We're in battle. Why are you dazed? The sound of Lin Che broke through Rudy's reverie, pulling him back to reality. The thorny flower gradually contracted, vanishing from sight. Lin Che wore a mocking smile and taunted, "Aren't you here to torment me? Is this all you've got? I've given you a chance. Yet you proved to be utterly useless, little brother." Observing Lin Che's smug expression, Rudy felt more distressed than one would be with constipation. A bitter sensation filled his heart as he noticed the elven warriors surrounding him once more, while the forest guardian stood by, watching with predatory intent. Fully aware that defeat was imminent, his shadow clones had been vanquished by Lin Che, leaving him devoid of any means for a miraculous comeback. "You arrogant fool! What are you so boastful about? I was careless this time, but next time, you shall not be so fortunate," Rudy declared indignantly. He sheathed his sword, devoid of any desire to continue fighting, and was on the verge of conceding. "I concede." However, before he could utter the final words, Lin Che issued a direct command, "Strike him with all your might." Rudy responded with confusion, "Wait, I've already surrendered. What more do you want?" Clearly, Lin Che had no intention of granting him any opportunity for concession. Given Rudy's earlier bravado, declaring intentions to crush him, Lin Che was determined not to let him off easily. The forest guardian leapt forward and sent Rudy flying with a powerful kick. The harpy, elven archer, and huntress rushed in, opting to forego their weapons, and instead unleashed a flurry of punches upon Rudy, with a cacophony of thuds. Dust rose in the air as Rudy was mercilessly pummeled, his face becoming a canvas of bruises, a true depiction of misery. How cruel. Li Siki and the others were once again stunned into silence, watching Rudy curled up on the ground, clutching his head and enduring the relentless beating, sent a chill down their spines. Although Lin Che wore a smile, to those observing, he appeared as a ruthless demon, exuding an aura of sheer brutality. The young man displayed a lamentable disregard for martial ethics. Not only were his opponents taken aback, but the spectators in the square were equally astonished, rendered speechless by the scene. In their eyes, Lin Che exhibited none of the poise one would expect from a formidable adversary. Even Rudy, on the verge of conceding defeat, found himself unable to halt the relentless onslaught. While the beating was not likely to inflict any significant harm upon Rudy, the reality of pain was undeniably present. The sight of the eagle beast soaring, striking with insidious intent towards Rudy's vital points, was particularly distressing. Each blow echoed like a thunderous explosion. The male spectators shuddered involuntarily, instinctively bending to protect their own vulnerable areas. This scoundrel was exceedingly ruthless, though one would not suffer injury within the realm of fantasy. The relentless assault would surely leave a lasting psychological scar if it were to happen to them. By heaven, is there truly no one capable of dealing with this rascal? They pondered. Look, Li Lingfeng is here. It's Li Lingfeng and his companions. As the crowd's anxiety surged, they witnessed Lin Che's exclusive livestream engulfed in dark clouds. A group of individuals approaching with an imposing presence, their aura palpable. Li Lingfeng, Zheng Xinghe, Gu Jingchen, Yao Sheng, Su Mingyuan. With each name from the top 10 leaderboard called out, the atmosphere ignited, reaching a fever pitch. The spectators' pupils dilated in astonishment as they beheld the 9 teams materializing on the live stream, their spirits collectively stirred. At that moment, the prodigies of the Flame Dragon leaderboard converged. Akin to the brightest stars illuminating the night sky, radiating brilliance. Li Lingfeng, defeat this scoundrel at once. Zheng Xinghe, potential alone does not define everything. With you, anything is possible. Give this rascal a thorough thrashing. Gu Jingchen, remember, a sharp mind is invaluable. Stay alert. Yao Sheng, Su Mingyuan. The crowd erupted into a fervent chorus, each voice more impassioned than the last. The ascent of the underdog was indeed thrilling. Yet the fall of a genius incited even greater frenzy. Since harboring profound dissatisfaction towards Lin Che, the spectators yearned for someone to vanquish him, to dethrone this lofty figure. Revered as if a deity atop the Flame Dragon leaderboard. Witnessing the fervent emotions of the onlookers, Lan Feng furrowed her brow, her feelings complex. In contrast, Wei Huqing remained more open-minded, remarking with a smile, the path of a strong individual is invariably accompanied by skepticism and prejudice. Principle, we shall patiently await the outcome. I believe that Lin Che will undoubtedly dispel all doubts and prove himself. With the impending clash now inevitable, Wei Huqing felt a sense of calm wash over him. Li Wei, with a sinister smile, remarked, "Is that so? One fears that beneath a formidable exterior lies fragility, shattering at the slightest touch. Your caustic remarks are of no concern to me. I can hardly be bothered. There are tissues over there. It would be wise for you to stow some away, lest you find yourself weeping over lost opportunities." Wei Huqing retorted defiantly. Sometimes, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. It would be prudent to prepare yourself accordingly, Li Wei replied with a cold smirk, turning his attention back to the unfolding spectacle in the realm of demons and illusions. 9 teams advanced in unison, swiftly coming into the view of Lin Che and his companions. Their soaring battle spirit reached for the heavens. Even from a distance, Lin Che could distinctly sense the fervent zeal radiating from each individual. A total of 9 teams comprising 45 individuals, all of whom were prodigies listed upon the Flame Dragon rankings. The one with the lowest rank still boasted a position within the top 1,000, a remarkable feat indeed. Upon their entrance, their presence overshadowed all others, captivating the hearts and minds of those who beheld them. These were the finest talents in this examination. They had all come solely for Lin Che. With the emergence of numerous prodigies from the Flame Dragon lineage, Lin Che's indomitable fighting spirit was ignited like never before. His blood surged with fervor, a torrent of combat fervor coursing through his limbs, stirring up monumental waves within him. At that moment, Lin Che's aura underwent a profound transformation. He abandoned his previous nonchalant smile, adopting a serious demeanor, exuding a dragon-like presence that clashed with the formidable aura of his fellow Flame Dragon geniuses, stirring the very winds and clouds around them. The once clear sky was now shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, seemingly influenced by the awe-inspiring energies emanating from both sides. Rumbling persistently. Good heavens! The sheer magnitude of these Flame Dragon talents appearing simultaneously singed tremors through my very soul, ghastly Siki. Her eyes wide and one hand pressed against her chest, struggling to breathe. The others fared little better, their gazes trembling as they fixated on Li Lingfeng and his companions. Their hearts racing uncontrollably. Rascal, they're all coming for you. Are you afraid? Ji Xia teased playfully. Her tone light, yet her gaze unwavering as she stood resolutely beside Lin Che. I've told you, Being the handsome one is quite the burden. I can only blame my irresistible charm for this predicament. Lin Che smiled faintly, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished, intensifying instead. Amidst the banter, Lin Che suddenly stepped forward, exuding an aura that pierced the heavens. Dark clouds swirled ominously, echoing like the thunder of the heavens. Come forth to battle. Lin Che's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the vast expanse, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The simple utterance echoed in the air. The overwhelming battle intent surging forth like a tempest, threatening to engulf everyone in its wake. Such fierce momentum. Li Siki and the others felt a sense of trepidation, gazing at the imposing Lin Che, as if they were witnessing an illusion. It was the first time since their acquaintance that they saw Lin Che so solemn and earnest, as though he had transformed entirely. The top of the Flame Dragon rankings, a youthful prodigy, radiating unmatched brilliance. Indeed, nothing less. Li Lingfeng and the others also sensed Lin Che's blazing battle spirit, coming to a halt 100 meters away, their gazes clashing with his, sparking a cascade of brilliance in a standoff. How audacious! Does he intend to confront us all alone? Zheng Xinghe maintained a playful smirk on his face, yet a cunning glimmer flickered in his eyes. Li Linfeng snorted disdainfully, exuding an air of superiority, stating, "Are we really going to confront him with so many of us? That would be an overestimation of his capabilities." Yao Sheng, tall and robust with dark skin and powerful muscles, resembling an iron tower, spoke in a low voice. "How shall we proceed? Who will step up first? Impatient, are we exhibitionist?" Su Mingyuan, appearing equally formidable, gripped a long spear, a lion-tiger beast trailing behind him. Exhaling puffs of white mist, he glanced at Li Lingfeng and Zheng Xinghe, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed as he chuckled. "With Brother Li and Brother Zheng here, it's certainly not our turn to make a move." The others turned their attention to Li Lingfeng and Zheng Xinghe. Li Lingfeng, ranked 7th in the Flame Dragon rankings, was a rare genius even in the entirety of Hanxia. Though Zheng Xinghe's ranking was slightly lower, he had defeated the 16th-ranked Rudy, boasting an impressive record. Both possessed formidable strength. In terms of individual combat prowess and team capability, Li Lingfeng and Zheng Xinghe towered above the rest, standing as the strongest among their group. With these two present, none dared to act rashly, fearing they might be outmaneuvered. In their strategy, the ideal outcome was for Li Lingfeng and Zheng Xinghe to engage first, preferably in a mutual destruction with Lin Che, allowing them to reap the benefits. As for confronting Lin Che alone, that notion had never crossed their minds. After all, was the top of the Flame Dragon rankings merely a trivial matter? As a prodigy on the Flame Dragon rankings, they are acutely aware of the potential disparities between each position. It can be asserted that, at present, aside from Zheng Xinghe, no one has managed to transcend their rank and vanquish another. Moreover, the challenge posed by Lin Che, the leader of the Flame Dragon rankings, compels them to exercise utmost caution. Li Lingfeng and Zheng Xinghe are also cognizant of the calculations swirling in the minds of the crowd, and thus have no intention of being the first to strike. They prefer to observe the unfolding situation before making any moves, particularly for Li Lingfeng. Although he outwardly expresses disdain for Lin Che, within his heart, he holds him in profound regard. Indeed, among all present, he possesses the greatest potential to defeat Lin Che. This opportunity is of paramount importance to him, leading to a standoff where everyone gazes at one another, yet no one dares to make the first move. Let the battle commence. Lin Che's voice resounded once more, brimming with martial fervor. The expressions of the crowd turned somber. They had arrived with grand ambitions and fervent hearts. Yet at the moment of confrontation, not a single soul dared to engage. To the onlookers, this might suggest that they were intimidated, thus inadvertently elevating Lin Che's reputation while rendering themselves the subject of mockery. A band of cowards. You may fear him, but I shall not. Yao Sheng scoffed, taking the initiative to shatter the awkward silence. He stepped forward alone, casting a determined gaze towards Lin Che. Level 22 Great Shield Warrior Yao Sheng, I accept your challenge. His expression was grave. Despite being the first to step forward, it was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of anxiety in the face of Lin Che. Ranked 48th on the Flame Dragon list, he barely scraped into the top 50. Even within the entirety of Hanxia, he was considered a prodigy among millions. Yet, he was acutely aware of the considerable gap that existed between himself and Lin Che. Setting aside other factors, the mere fact that Lin Che had so thoroughly trounced Rudy instilled in him a heavy sense of pressure to demonstrate respect. He promptly retrieved from his spatial ring a tiger-face shield, towering at 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, its surface elegantly arched. He positioned the shield beside him, towering over him by an entire head, presenting an imposing sight. This was his weapon, a level 20 orange-tier tiger shield, renowned for its formidable defense. Custom crafted by a master blacksmith to maximize his combat efficacy. Lin Che, make your move. Yao Sheng gripped the shield tightly, his palms sweating profusely from the tension. Yet, he could not resist the allure of the immense glory that awaited him in besting the number 1 on the Flame Dragon list. He was resolute in his desire to engage Lin Che in battle. Lin Che stood before the crowd, uttering no excessive words. Fight. He afforded Yao Sheng the respect he deserved, as 21 elven warriors simultaneously launched their assault. Yao Sheng, undeterred, raised his tiger shield and advanced. His pace was unhurried, yet each step was imbued with unwavering steadiness. The moonlight arrows released by the elven archers were effortlessly deflected by his massive shield. Even the moon blades hurled by the female hunter merely struck the shield, creating a cascade of sparks, failing to breach Yao Sheng's defenses. Moreover, Yao Sheng possessed immense strength, enduring the onslaught of the elven archers and the female hunter without retreating a single step, steadily advancing with deliberate resolve. Purely defensive classes are indeed troublesome. They require a painstaking approach, Ji Xia remarked, her eyes nearly closing as she observed Yao Sheng's turtle-like defense and pace. Let us hasten our pace. Lin Che swiftly adjusted his combat strategy, directing 8 elven archers to draw Yao Sheng's attention from the front, while 5 female hunters flanked him from the side. And 8 horned eagle beasts provided aerial support. They launched simultaneous assaults on Yao Sheng from various angles, observing Lin Che's every movement. Yao Sheng remained unperturbed by the sudden change in tactics. He maximized the defensive capabilities of his shield, successfully blocking attacks from multiple directions. After withstanding a barrage of moonlight arrows and crescent blades, Yao Sheng quickly raised his tiger shield to deflect the assault of a horned eagle beast's claws. The creature, larger in size, struck with such force that it caused Yao Sheng to momentarily sink. However, the assault did not end there. The horned eagle beast, undeterred by its initial failure, gripped the edge of the tiger shield with its 4 claws. Following suit, the remaining 7 horned eagle beasts swooped down and latched onto the shield. Together, they exerted their strength, flapping their wings in an attempt to wrest the shield from Yao Sheng's grasp. As a hidden class among warrior professions, Yao Sheng was no weakling. He firmly held onto the tiger's shield, making it difficult for the horned eagle beasts to budge it even slightly. However, this unwavering stance came at a cost, severely limiting his mobility. Seizing the moment, the 5 female hunters charged from the side, maneuvering around the shield to launch an attack on Yao Sheng. Realizing the precarious situation, Yao Sheng knew he could no longer afford to engage with the horned eagle beasts. With a powerful exertion, his muscles tensed, and he executed the shield spin. Using all his strength, he pivoted on one foot, spinning like a top. This not only sent the horned eagle beast flying, but also successfully thwarted the hunter's charge. The tiger's shield whirled with a resounding whoosh, conjuring fierce gusts of wind, a testament to his immense power. With the shield spin, the distance between Yao Sheng and Lin Che was significantly reduced. Panting heavily, Yao Sheng steadied himself, sweat pouring down his brow. While the tiger shield boasted formidable defense and a large coverage area, its considerable weight, over 100 pounds, made it challenging to wield effectively. Even with his strength, executing such skills was no easy feat given the current circumstances. He felt immense pressure just to contend with the elven warriors, let alone defeat Lin Che. The giant shield warrior class certainly granted him exceptional defensive capabilities, yet its offensive options were severely limited. Particularly against the agile elven warriors, he appeared clumsy. The speed of these summoned creatures was daunting. His second-tier skill, Giant Shield Strike, struggled to reach them. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his innate skill. With a calm mind, Yao Sheng critically assessed the situation. As he sensed the new wave of assaults from the elven warriors, he bent his legs slightly, adopting a horse stance, and raised the tiger shield before him. Preparing for defense. Absolute defense. A faint golden halo emerged above the tiger's shield, and a golden barrier instantaneously took shape. Enveloped in a state of absolute defense, Yao Sheng became immune to 80% of all assaults, showcasing remarkable strength. The attacks from the elven warriors once again proved futile. However, after withstanding a wave of aggression, Yao Sheng remained in a crouched position, his golden aura not dissipating but rather intensifying. Could there be a hidden advantage yet to be revealed? With a vigilant heart, Lin Che momentarily halted the attacks of the elven warriors. Lin Che, you've fallen for it. Just then, he noticed Yao Sheng's face alight with joy, his excitement palpable as he gathered his strength to leap. A resounding thud echoed as Yao Sheng's foot struck the ground, shattering the grass beneath him. In an instant, he launched into the air like a cannonball, soaring over a considerable distance. With the weight of a mountain bearing down, he wielded his tiger shield, descending upon Lin Che with fierce intent. There was indeed something intriguing about this confrontation. Lin Che's eyes gleamed with realization. The charge leap is a common skill that can be learned by warrior-class professions through skill books. By charging, one can swiftly approach the enemy. However, its drawbacks are quite apparent. The charging process requires a certain amount of time, and the movements can easily be anticipated by observant foes. Yet, Yao Sheng seamlessly integrated the charging process into the stance of absolute defense, effectively preventing interruptions during the charge and skillfully concealing the action. None of the spectators were able to perceive it at first glance. The combination of absolute defense and charged leap indeed forms a formidable synergy. At that moment, Yao Sheng executed it brilliantly, not only evading the elven warrior but also posing a significant threat to Lin Che. A glimmer of appreciation unconsciously surfaced in Lin Che's eyes. Although Yao Sheng's potential did not rival that of Rudy, his combat intellect was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have conceived such a skill combination. Alas, the Jungle Guardian's skill, Thorn Aura, effectively countered such ambush tactics. Yao Sheng's assault was fierce, yet he found it difficult to inflict harm upon Lin Che. With a resounding crash, Yao Sheng, brandishing his tiger shield, collided directly with the thorny bloom that erupted beneath the Jungle Guardian, instantly being propelled backward. The immense recoil caused him to skid several meters across the ground. However, Yao Sheng, with his tough exterior, suffered no injury from the impact. Yet, he refrained from launching another attack. Deep down, he recognized that this strike had irrevocably extinguished his chances of defeating Lin Che. Displaying a magnanimous spirit, Yao Sheng did not engage in futile struggles. Instead, he flashed a grin at Lin Che and gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Lin Che, you are formidable, I concede. You are quite impressive." With a calm smile, Lin Che responded briefly before shifting his gaze to the others. "Let us engage once more." Yao Sheng retreated, vexed. And Su Mingyuan and the others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After the fierce battle, Yao Sheng had failed to defeat even a single spirit warrior, leaving them utterly surprised. Though Yao Sheng's class primarily focused on defense, his formidable strength, combined with the tiger shield, should have provided him with considerable offensive capability. The outcome of his complete defeat was unforeseen by anyone. "Yao Sheng, did you not exert your full strength?" Su Mingyuan inquired with a stern expression. "Curse it all." Yao Sheng cursed vehemently, placing the tiger shield on the ground and sitting down. After catching his breath, he managed a wry smile. "You all witnessed it. I never even had the chance to approach him." Throughout the encounter, he had been relentlessly pressured by Lin Che, and the sole opportunity he had to turn the tide was deftly neutralized by the Jungle Guardian. On the offensive front, Lin Che commanded a diverse array of combatants, including the horned eagle beast, the huntress, and the elven archer, while the spirit warriors exhibited some defensive shortcomings. The presence of the Jungle Guardian made it no simple task to breach their line of fire and launch a direct assault on Lin Che. This exemplifies the formidable strength of summoning classes. Once provided with sufficient resources to cultivate a powerful cadre of summoned entities, they wield a distinct advantage in battle. "If only I could land an attack on Lin Che, I would surely defeat him," Yao Sheng lamented, a bitter smile crossing his face. Su Mingyuan, stroking his chin in contemplation, absorbed Yao Sheng's words. He began to ponder the feasibility of circumventing the spirit warriors' blockade to strike directly at Lin Che. As a rare class of holy warriors known as the Storm Knight, he possessed remarkable speed, which would allow him to evade the entanglements of the spirit warriors in a brief span. Moreover, from his previous observations, he felt confident in his ability to breach the defenses of the Thorned Halo. The only troublesome factor was the reflected damage. If he could evade the effects, he would be able to defeat Lin Che at the swiftest pace, avoiding the fate of being besieged by the spirit warriors and suffering the same defeat as Yao Sheng. The more Su Mingyuan contemplated, the more he believed in the likelihood of his triumph over Lin Che. Despite Lin Che's formidable prowess, he remains merely a summoner. And should he find himself within close range, victory is not entirely out of reach. However, after observing the clash between Lin Che and Yao Sheng, individuals such as Li Lingfeng and Zhang Xinghe began to feel a stir of ambition. contemplating their own involvement. It was not solely Su Mingyuan who was analyzing the probability of triumph against Lin Che. Others were equally engaged in this strategic assessment. To avert any premature intervention from his peers, Su Mingyuan smiled and remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, Lin Che possesses considerable strength. Allow me to probe his capabilities on your behalf, so that you may possess greater assurance when you choose to engage." His countenance radiated sincerity, seemingly genuinely concerned for the interests of others. Upon hearing his words, the assembly found merit in his reasoning. Should someone be able to compel Lin Che to reveal his full potential, their subsequent confrontations would undoubtedly be more favorable. Su Mingyuan, do not meet the same fate as Yao Sheng, who fell in mere exchanges, the crowd jested. Su Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression beaming with confidence. Rest assured, I shall exert myself fully, striving to elicit every ounce of Lin Che's power. With that, he turned, excitement gleaming in his eyes, leaping atop the majestic lion-tiger beast, his legs tightening around its girth as it strode forth with vigor. Lin Che, I come to challenge you. Level 23 Storm Knight, Su Mingyuan, at your service. He bellowed, urging the lion-tiger beast into a swift advance. The lion-tiger beast appeared exceptionally formidable, an epic-quality battle companion with noble lineage, mere moments from achieving legendary status. Its robust limbs propelled it with a gusty grace, and as it approached within 50 meters of the female huntress, it suddenly surged forward, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages. As the beast galloped, one could discern subtle winds swirling beneath its powerful hooves. This was the manifestation of Su Mingyuan's awakened A-class talent, Wind Track, which significantly augmented the speed of both his steed and himself. Having meticulously observed the encounter between Yao Sheng and Lin Che, Su Mingyuan exhibited wisdom by opting not to engage the elven warrior head-on. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered his lion-tiger beast to evade the relentless pursuit of the huntress and the eagle beast, closing in on Lin Che with remarkable speed. Even the distant arrows of the elven archers were deftly dodged. Those that could not be evaded were deflected with his spear, maximizing his mobility. It was indeed a commendable strategy. Lin Che nodded slightly. Su Mingyuan's ranking on the Flame Dragon list was comparable to Yao Sheng's, yet his battle strategy was undoubtedly astute, avoiding entanglement with the elven warriors and maintaining a clear objective. However, everyone was well aware of the vulnerabilities inherent in the summoning profession, and Lin Che was no exception. This time, he did not intend to rely on the passive defense of Thorn Aura. Having cast Thorn Aura consecutively, the energy of the Jungle Guardian had already been significantly depleted. Currently, only Yao Sheng and Su Mingyuan had engaged, while the more formidable figures such as Li Linfeng and Zheng Xinghe remained observant. He realized he needed to allow the Jungle Guardian a moment of respite to better prepare for the ensuing battles. Thus, it was an opportune moment to test the prowess of the Predator Druid. With a casual gesture, Lin Che summoned 2 fierce avian druids before him. It was yet another addition to his collection of summoned creatures. Ji Xiaomei's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she surveyed the 2 avian druids. Now, she found herself intrigued. Since parting ways with Yunjiang, just how many summons had Lin Che acquired? Su Mingyuan's attention remained fixated on Lin Che, and he too noticed the emergence of the 2 avian druids. Uncertain of the abilities possessed by these ethereal warriors, he refrained from launching an immediate attack and instead maintained his swift pace, evading the pursuit of the horned eagle beast and the female hunter. The battle settled into an oddly peculiar rhythm. Su Mingyuan kept running without engaging, while the female hunter and the horned eagle beast relentlessly pursued, yet struggled to close the gap. Su Mingyuan, are you capable or not? If you can't handle it, step aside and let me take over, exclaimed a disgruntled genius from the Flame Dragon rankings. Running like this, do you intend to exhaust your battle steed or wear out those summoned creatures? Another remarked with disdain. Damn, this is frustrating. A summoner with lackluster combat prowess is making us all wary, another voice chimed in. As the battle progressed, various opinions about Su Mingyuan began to form among the onlookers. It was clear that he was not exerting his full strength to force Lin Che's hand. A knight who should have charged boldly into battle was instead reduced to a state of evasion, a sight that was difficult to behold. What can I say? It's not like you are in the fight, so you cannot understand my predicament, Su Mingyuan thought bitterly. Since the battle commenced, he had at least 4 or 5 opportunities to strike directly at Lin Che, yet the presence of the 2 avian druids instilled a sense of caution in him, preventing any reckless actions. It was no wonder he was being so cautious. The pressure exerted by Lin Che was undeniably immense. the more he contemplated defeating Lin Che. The heavier the burden on his heart became, instilling a paralyzing fear of even the slightest misstep. This weight of anxiety grew increasingly oppressive as the battle progressed. Maintaining such a rapid pace was no trivial strain for the Lionhawk beast. He could distinctly perceive that the creature's speed had diminished by half. If this continued, he might very well exhaust the Lionhawk beast without landing a single blow on Lin Che. Damn it, whether he won or lost, he would accept it. This battle was equally tormenting for Su Mingyuan. The distant shouts of the onlookers only served to heighten his irritation. He no longer wished to concern himself with Lin Che's intentions behind summoning those two ferocious druidic birds with a swift motion. He struck the Lionhawk beast with the butt of his spear and turned sharply to charge towards Lin Che. Storm slash. Su Mingyuan's spear swung violently, conjuring a fierce tempest that suddenly engulfed the spectator's vision. The storm surged forth with alarming speed. It was a formidable attack. From a distance, Lin Che could sense the power of the storm slash skill. In terms of sheer destructive capability, even the moonlight arrows of the elven archers, enhanced tenfold in combat strength, paled in comparison. Lin Che swiftly retreated, allowing the elven archers to unleash their moonlight arrows to counteract the energy of the storm slash. Although it did not completely shatter the attack, it did slow its momentum, granting Lin Che a precious moment to evade. As he dodged the oncoming strike, his gaze quickly darted towards the two avian druids, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Now, let me show you the might of the hurricane," he declared. "Hurricane spell. Activate." At the moment the command was given, the two avian druids advanced, their palms forming a peculiar sigil before their chests. A gentle breeze began to stir, rustling through the grass. What are they planning? Su Mingyuan had already closed the distance to within 10 meters of Lin Che. Crossing past the two druids and the jungle guardian would allow him to launch a direct assault. Yet, upon witnessing the druids step forward, he felt a twinge of caution and hesitated momentarily. In that fleeting moment of distraction, two torrents of wind surged from below, abruptly materializing beneath the lion-tiger beast. The howling tempest coalesced into two colossal tornadoes, instantly lifting Su Mingyuan and the beast into the air. What is happening? Su Mingyuan was engulfed in terror, struggling to maintain his balance amidst the whirlwind, bracing his spear before him in a desperate attempt to withstand the force. He could only hope to endure this attack with minimal injury, preserving his combat effectiveness. Strangely, within the hurricane spell, both Su Mingyuan and the lion-tiger beast found themselves uncontrollably spinning with the winds, yet they suffered no harm whatsoever. A surge of elation filled Su Mingyuan. This skill bore no damage. It merely suspended him in midair. Gripping his spear tightly, hope for victory ignited within him, as he awaited the spell's conclusion to unleash his most powerful attack and vanquish Lin Che. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Left 3 circles, right 3 circles. Su Mingyuan patiently awaited the opportune moment to strike. However, he gradually sensed something amiss. It seemed the hurricane spell would not cease, continuing to whirl him in the air. Even with his enhanced physique, after so many rotations, Su Mingyuan felt dizzy, nearly losing his bearings. Finally, after more than 30 spins, the effect of the hurricane spell dissipated, leaving Su Mingyuan upside down, with the lion-tiger beast falling from a different angle. In his dazed state, he caught sight of Lin Che standing not far away, his form seemingly splitting into several shadows. Rows of Lin Che swaying together. Storm-cross spear. Without a second thought, Su Mingyuan spun in the air, leveraging his momentum to swing his spear, executing his decisive strike. Lin Che felt a sudden shock in his heart and was about to evade when he saw Su Mingyuan performing a breathtaking 540-degree flip in midair. The storm-like slashes, resembling a crisscross pattern, surged toward the direction of the 8 elven archers. Ah, is this a feint to strike from the side? Lin Che was perplexed, yet deeply respectful. He was uncertain of Su Mingyuan's intentions, but he swiftly commanded the 8-horned eagle beasts to dive down, swiftly ascending with the elven archers aboard. The elven archers narrowly evaded the onslaught of the storm-cross gun. The weapon missed its mark and crashed violently to the ground, leaving 2 profound, intersecting scars upon the earth. Such a ferocious assault even caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently. What a formidable display of power! Lin Che sincerely marveled at the incredible might of Su Mingyuan's strike, which surpassed even the formidable power of the strangling formation he encountered during his time at the Liu family. Had Su Mingyuan's target not been the elven archer, even Lin Che would have found it nearly impossible to evade such an onslaught. It is likely that even the thorned halo of the jungle guardian would struggle to withstand such ferocity. Lin Che felt an increased wariness as Su Mingyuan landed. In an instant, 8 griffin knights formed by elven archers and griffin beasts, along with 5 female hunters, swiftly encircled him. However, before the elven warriors could launch their assault, they witnessed Su Mingyuan and the lion-tiger beast crash heavily to the ground. Both man and beast struggled to regain their footing, but the intense dizziness engulfing their minds caused them to collapse once more. After several attempts, Su Mingyuan finally managed to prop himself up with his hands, resting on the ground. In full view of the onlookers, a grotesque stream of viscous vomit erupted from the mouths of Su Mingyuan and the lion-tiger beast, prompting all present to cover their noses in disgust, unable to bear the sight. This fellow must have consumed chicken entrails yesterday. Lin Che was also taken aback. From the pile of viscous substance, he instantly recognized Su Mingyuan's meal from the previous day. The sight was so repulsive that he nearly retched, quickly turning his head away. Unwilling to gaze any longer. Could you not be so rough? You've made someone vomit. How disgusting. Ji Xia pinched her nose, similarly turning her head to the side, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly on the verge of being sick. This cannot be blamed on me. Lin Che felt a profound sense of grievance. He had never anticipated that the hurricane spell of the raptor druid, while lacking in direct damage, could yield such unforeseen consequences. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred not to use it at all. Su Mingyuan, after a prolonged bout of retching, finally managed to regain some composure. His face flushed crimson as he caught the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, wishing fervently for a hole to swallow him whole. How utterly humiliating, it was simply too mortifying. Su Mingyuan, consumed by a blend of shame and fury, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He could no longer bear the thought of continuing to battle alongside Lin Che. Casting a resentful glance in Lin Che's direction, he stomped his foot in frustration, covered his face like a bashful bride, and fled with the lion-tailed beast without a backward glance. Lin Che, I loathe you. How can this possibly be my fault? Lin Che touched his nose, feeling a chill run down his spine from Su Mingyuan's resentful gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the looks from those around had shifted, particularly when they glanced at the 2 fierce avian druids. A tremor of dread coursed through their hearts. They collectively thought, we must not fall victim. If we end up like Su Mingyuan, we would never be able to face anyone again. The hurricane spell, though not highly lethal, was deeply humiliating. Su Mingyuan stood as a prime example of this. The mere thought of him reignited a wave of frustration within Li Lingfeng, Zhang Xinghe, and others. They had initially intended to force Lin Che to reveal his abilities, yet after such a prolonged battle, he had unleashed only 2 attacks, both of which had missed. At least Yao Xing had almost landed a hit on Lin Che. In comparison, Su Mingyuan's performance was utterly dismal. Could it be that we are truly incapable of defeating Lin Che? Observing the vigilant elven warriors, many felt a throbbing headache. Judging by the encounters between Yao Xing and Su Mingyuan against Lin Che, relying solely on singular defensive strength or extreme speed attacks had proven futile in harming Lin Che even slightly. Zhang Xinghe fixated intently on the elven warriors, pondering deeply before slowly speaking. Not necessarily. Do you have a plan? The group of prodigies from the Flame Dragon ranking reacted with surprise, casting their gazes toward Zhang Xinghe. Under their scrutiny, Zhang Xinghe calmly contemplated and murmured, perhaps, utilizing long-range area attacks might be a viable way to defeat Lin Che. Long-range area attacks? The crowd mulled over Zhang Xinghe's words, analyzing the feasibility. The more they considered it, the more sense it made. A ranged attack could indeed bypass the interference of the elven warriors and inflict damage on the relatively weak Lin Che. However, maintaining distance while ensuring the damage of the skills posed a significant challenge for those at around level 20. Suddenly, it seemed a light bulb went off in their minds, and a spark of excitement flickered in their eyes. A mage. It must be a mage. At their current level, only a mage possessed high damage output and a wide attack range, aligning with Zhang Xinghe's conditions. Their gazes swiftly turned and settled upon Gu Jingchen, who stood aloof, exuding an air of nobility, distinctly separate from the others as he led his team from the sidelines. Among them, Gu Jingchen was the most prominent mage in the Flame Dragon ranking, boasting the greatest combat strength. However, considering Gu Jingchen's notorious lack of common sense, they were skeptical of his potential as Lin Che's adversary. Gu Jingchen, why don't you give it a try? One person tentatively suggested. Gu Jingchen maintained his aloof demeanor, embodying the essence of a domineering leader, responding with indifference, no, I'm not interested. His response was succinct and forceful, leaving no room for ambiguity. The reason he came here was merely to observe the spectacle. He had no intention of intervening. A domineering figure should embody the traits of a true leader. Moreover, as a noble sorcerer, engaging in brawls akin to street thugs would only tarnish his esteemed image. Witnessing the futility of persuading Gu Jingchen, the crowd felt a wave of disappointment. Through 2 successive battles, they had gained a rough understanding of Lin Che's prowess. Those ranked outside the top 100 on the Flame Dragon list had little reason to intervene. They were ill-equipped to contend with even the elven warriors. At this juncture, Zhang Xinghe interjected, "Gu Jingchen, I've heard you are fervently pursuing Jixia?" Gu Jingchen's countenance remained stern. His silence a tacit response as he cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Xinghe. Unfazed by Gu Jingchen's aloof demeanor, Zhang Xinghe chuckled and gestured toward Jixia, who stood beside Lin Che, seemingly casually remarking, "What a pity, Miss Jixia might already be taken. TSK, such a tragedy for the lovesick." "What do you mean by that?" Gu Jingchen's brows knitted slightly, visible anger simmering beneath the surface. Zhang Xinghe, reveling in the drama, replied with a grin. "Aren't you curious why Miss Jixia chose to team up with that fellow Lin Che? That was her choice. Strength commands respect," Gu Jingchen asserted with unwavering conviction. "You are correct. The admiration for strength is inherent in everyone," Zhang Xinghe nodded, guiding the conversation with finesse. "So, do you believe Miss Jixia would opt for the stronger or the weaker?" Gu Jingchen's voice deepened. "Are you implying that I am weaker than him?" "Oh, I never suggested such a thing," Zhang Xinghe quickly denied, then slyly added, "However, strength and weakness are relative concepts. Mere assertions hold no weight. It matters not if we consider you strong. What truly counts is whether Miss Jixia shares that sentiment. Wouldn't you agree?" Listening to Zhang Xinghe's words, Gu Jingchen hesitated, deep in contemplation. For reasons unknown, seeing Jixia consistently by Lin Che's side stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Was it jealousy? A rare flicker of confusion crossed Gu Jingchen's eyes. In terms of appearance, he was confident he could match Lin Che. Regarding family background, he surpassed Lin Che by a considerable margin. As for wealth and status, there was no need for elaboration. Yet today, he found himself grappling with this peculiar emotion. Had he unwittingly conceded that Lin Che was superior to him? Gu Jingchen murmured to himself. Subsequently, he raised his head, casting a determined gaze at Lin Che, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within him. Gu Jingchen strode forward, slightly tilting his head. "I will make that woman aware of the truth." Having spoken, Gu Jingchen strode toward the center of the battlefield without looking back. At that moment, Lin Che was embroiled in a heated debate with Jixia over whose fault the repugnant skirmish was, his mind elsewhere. Frankly, prior to the emergence of the prodigies on the Flame Dragon rankings, he had harbored great anticipation for today's battle. However, after 2 consecutive encounters, his expectations had been thoroughly dashed. His assessment of Yao Sheng and Su Mingyuan could be distilled into 2 words: mediocre. Among the remaining participants, only Li Lingfeng and Zhang Xinghe sparked any semblance of fighting spirit within him. As for the others, to speak candidly, their involvement would yield no significant change in the outcome. Amidst their conversation, Lin Che's peripheral vision caught sight of Gu Jingchen approaching, and his heart leapt with joy. To this veritable printing press of wealth, Lin Che felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, greeting him with a beaming smile and an outstretched hand. "Boss, are you here to place another order? What would you like to indulge in today?" Lin Che pointed at Li Lingfeng and the others, stating, "Once I have dealt with these individuals, I shall attend to you immediately." Gu Jingchen, having prepared his lines, found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. He said earnestly, "Lin Che, I challenge you to a duel." "What?" Lin Che was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Gu Jingchen suddenly developed an interest in such a fierce competition. However, he pondered that if Gu were to exert too much force and scare away this living cash cow, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. "Let us not kid around." "Boss, you are not my match," Lin Che stated sincerely. "Do you truly believe that?" Gu Jingchen's expression was intricate. He cast a glance at Jixia. Then, noticing Lin Che had no intention of making a move, he refrained from further banter and elegantly retrieved a card from his spatial ring. "Defeat me within a minute, and this 100,000 will be yours." Such a peculiar interest? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingchen with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Noticing that Gu Jingchen was not joking, he immediately retracted his smile and replied earnestly, "In that case, I assure you will be satisfied." As the saying goes, the customer is always right, and he naturally endeavored to meet the demands of the divine. Upon hearing Lin Che's agreement, Gu Jingchen did not rush to act. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the two formidable druid beasts. The fate of Su Mingyuan was vividly etched in his memory, and he was keen to avoid a similar outcome. Gu Jingchen, feeling a pang of frustration, stated, "Those two summoned creatures are off limits. All right, whatever the boss says goes. I guarantee they won't be touched." Lin Che readily agreed. Among all professions, the one he feared the least was that of a mage. For Gu Jingchen, this request posed no significant challenge. Observing the ferocious druid retreat to the side, Gu Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly retrieving a resplendent staff from his spatial ring. He retreated 100 meters away and declared, "Let us begin." With that, he raised the staff, its enigmatic magical core emanating a faint purple glow, crackling with electricity. Subsequently, arcs of lightning, each over a meter long, surged forth from the staff, traversing the distance with precision to bombard Lin Che. At such a range, the elven warriors found it exceedingly difficult to launch an immediate counterattack against Gu Jingchen. The sheer volume of arcs, combined with the chain lightning effect, rendered Lin Che's complete defense nearly impossible. Effective. As Lin Che remained stationary, even the elven warriors stood frozen, their gazes fixated on him. They were all eager to see if Gu Jingchen would, as they suspected, triumph over Lin Che. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, just as the arcs were about to strike, Lin Che made his move. The elven dragon soared forth from the spatial portal, positioning itself protectively in front of Lin Che. Crack! The moment the arcs collided with the elven dragon, it curled up, transforming into a golden egg. Skill, magic immunity, activated. Skill, radiant magic, activated. Skill, fiery flame, activated. Zing! Several arcs danced, casting a bluish-purple glow around. The transformed elven egg nestled amidst the electric light, suffering not a scratch. Simultaneously, magical flames erupted around Gu Jingchen, flickering with modest intensity, yet managing to burn several holes in his garments, singeing his hair as well. Flustered, Gu Jingchen hurriedly attempted to extinguish the magical flames. However, as the arcs relentlessly struck the elven egg, the flames upon him reignited, creating a vicious cycle. It was only when the arcs finally dissipated that he managed to quell the embers clinging to him. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to his former domineering self. His face was charred, and his attire was tattered and torn. A glance at him would evoke the image of a beggar emerging from the shadows. A sight both pitiful and absurd. What on earth is happening? Lin Che seemed to possess a peculiar array of summoned entities that left the illustrious talents of the flame dragon ranking momentarily astounded. Although it was Gu Jingchen who initiated the assault, after a flurry of attacks, Lin Che emerged unscathed, while Gu Jingchen himself was left charred and blackened by flames. It was truly astonishing. Gu Jingchen, equally taken aback, stood frozen, gazing at the spirit dragon that had reverted from its egg form, utterly bewildered. He refrained from launching further attacks. The arcane flames that had inexplicably manifested, while not particularly damaging, were exceedingly troublesome, repeatedly disrupting his movements. This delay allowed the elven archers, mounted upon their horned eagles, along with 5 female hunters, to encircle him. In such circumstances, any intent he harbored to retaliate had evaporated entirely. He understood all too well that he had no recourse left amidst the onslaught of so many elven warriors. "I concede," Gu Jingchen declared, stowing away his staff and retrieving a robe from his spatial ring to cover his tattered attire and disheveled hair. At that moment, having been bested by Lin Che, he found himself surprisingly untroubled, contrary to his expectations. 10 seconds, or perhaps 20. Gu Jingchen silently tallied the time it took Lin Che to defeat him, a profound astonishment flickering in his eyes. In less than 20 seconds, he had been rendered incapable of resistance against Lin Che. This was undeniably terrifying. For the first time, Gu Jingchen experienced the suffocating sensation of absolute domination. Maintaining his composure, his expression inscrutable, he swiftly approached Lin Che and, without hesitation, inquired, "How on earth did you accomplish this?" Are you all right?" Lin Che, observing the charred visage of Gu Jingchen, felt a twinge of concern, questioning whether he had perhaps exerted himself a tad too forcefully. Yet, given Gu Jingchen's stipulation to defeat him within a minute, Lin Che could not afford to show excessive leniency. It was only by allowing the spirit dragon to withstand Gu Jingchen's initial onslaught and using the magical flames to distract him that he could successfully facilitate the advance of the elven warriors towards Gu Jingchen. Lin Che gazed at Gu Jingchen, yet Gu Jingchen's attention remained fixated on the side, upon the figure of the elven dragon. Lin Che, in a moment of realization, explained. This is the elven dragon. When subjected to magical assaults, it gains immunity to magic, enhances its defensive capabilities, and retaliates against the enemy casting spells with the fiery wrath of magic flames. It is remarkably powerful. After listening to Lin Che's thorough explanation, Gu Jingchen took a deep breath, profoundly shaken. It can be said that the elven dragon is indeed the nemesis of all mage classes. For any mage, the concept of magical immunity is akin to a nightmarish existence. Logically speaking, Zheng Xinghe's strategy was sound. However, due to the presence of the elven dragon, mages find it exceedingly difficult to pose any threat to Lin Che. Gu Jingchen gazed at the elven dragon in silence for an extended period. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Jixia, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. With a heavy sigh, Gu Jingchen pressed a card into Lin Che's hand and said, "From now on, let it be your duty to protect her." After uttering these words, Gu Jingchen quietly withdrew to the side, his spirits noticeably low. Ah, what? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Gu Jingchen had uttered a nonsensical remark that left him utterly perplexed. However, Gu Jingchen paid no heed to such trivialities. He moved aside and, disregarding any semblance of decorum, plopped down onto the ground, cradling his head in his hands as if pondering the very essence of life. Alas, the cash cow has vanished. Lin Che carefully put away the card, feeling quite helpless. Do you think I succeeded? He pondered. He was indeed reflecting on his actions. Meanwhile, Jixia wore a beaming smile, gazing at Gu Jingchen, who had not troubled her even once throughout the ordeal. She laughed joyfully, thinking it was merely a small fire. Perhaps it had even cleared his mind. She felt grateful towards him, perhaps even more than he realized. Really? Lin Che maintained a skeptical demeanor towards Jixia's words. He did not dwell excessively on it, as this was not the time for such concerns. Lin Che gazed from afar at Li Lingfeng and the other prodigies on the Flame Dragon ranking, raising his voice to exclaim, "Hey, is there anyone willing to make a move? If not, how about I suggest that you all join forces?" Upon uttering these words, a wave of uproar ensued. The eyes of the prodigies on the Flame Dragon ranking seemed ready to ignite with fury, their indignation palpable. How infuriating, such audacity. They felt an overwhelming desire to silence him. Li Siki and the others were equally astonished, rendered speechless by his boldness. Lin Che, surprisingly, intends to single-handedly challenge a multitude of geniuses from the Flame Dragon rankings, exhibiting a level of audacity that borders on the absurd. Should Lin Che emerge victorious, it is likely that the entire Hanxiao would be left in awe. Was Lin Che truly serious? The crowd, with their mouths agape as if they could fit a basket of eggs within, turned their astonished gazes toward him, observing their expressions of anger, surprise, and disbelief. Lin Che merely smiled and touched his nose. He was indeed earnest in his statement. Otherwise, the continuous stream of challengers would become exceedingly tedious, leaving him uncertain of how long the encounters would last. What he yearned for was an evenly matched battle, not this one-sided affair where victory came without a shred of pressure. Empowered by the Lord's enhancements, the elven warriors far surpassed their peers among the transferred practitioners, not to mention their considerable numbers. To be frank, in a one-on-one scenario, Lin Che felt somewhat like a bully. However, his remarks incited the ire of the talented individuals on the Flame Dragon ranking. After all, they were considered rare prodigies within Hanxia. How dare Lin Che regard them with such disdain? As some hesitated, contemplating whether to join forces and deliver a severe thrashing to Lin Che, Li Lingfeng stepped boldly from the crowd. The battle had persisted until now, and he was finally ready to make his move. The moment Li Lingfeng emerged, the talented individuals of the Flame Dragon ranking felt a tremor of anticipation. Many among them were well aware of Li Lingfeng's prowess. In terms of individual strength, he was undoubtedly a paragon in Chuannan. This was due to his unique hidden class as a dragon blood warrior, a vocation within the sacred professions. During his class transition, he had summoned a celestial phenomenon. A 9-clawed golden dragon descended from the void, shaking the heavens and the earth. Thus, he received the blessing of the divine dragon, harboring its power within him, capable of breaking gold and shattering stone with his bare hands. Truly formidable. Since then, Li Lingfeng's strength had surged, establishing him as a leading figure among the youth of Chuannan. Had it not been for Lin Che's unexpected emergence, overshadowing much of Li Lingfeng's glory, there was no doubt that he would have been the center of attention in this assessment. It is no exaggeration to assert that they would rather challenge Lin Che than confront Li Lingfeng, not only because Lin Che topped the Flame Dragon ranking, and defeating him would bring them considerable fame, but primarily because Li Lingfeng's strength stemmed from his own capabilities, whereas Lin Che's power relied on his summoned entities. Against Lin Che, they still held a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, when faced with Li Lingfeng, their collective sentiment was clear: engaging him would result in inevitable defeat. This was not mere hyperbole. Li Lingfeng had consistently demonstrated extraordinary prowess, establishing an invincible reputation in their minds. If Li Lingfeng intervened, he would undoubtedly triumph over Lin Che. The crowd surged with excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration. Not only they, but also the spectators outside in the square, were electrified by the prospect of Li Lingfeng finally making his move. The atmosphere in the square was unprecedentedly fervent, reaching new heights. A throng of people densely populated the area, nearly filling the entire expanse of the square. Even the trees surrounding the square and the slopes were crowded with spectators, all gathered to witness the monumental clash between Lin Che and Li Lingfeng, a true battle of prodigies. As the combat progressed, those who had previously harbored doubts about Lin Che's prowess began to quiet down, especially as they watched him achieve victory after victory. However, everything shifted once more with the arrival of Li Lingfeng. Lin Che is indeed formidable, and the majority have already acknowledged his prowess. However, this time, he faces none other than Li Lingfeng, the leading figure of the younger generation in South Sichuan, who stands tall and proud. Lin Che's performance has been commendable, yet alas, his opponent is Li Lingfeng. Some individuals shake their heads, sighing in resignation. Even before the battle commences, they have already concluded in their minds that victory belongs to Li Lingfeng. The reason is not far-fetched. The summoning profession has languished for ages, and within the millennia of class transitions, powerful summoning classes are seldom observed. Were it not for the existence of the divine pillar representing the summoning profession, this class type would have nearly vanished. Despite Lin Che being the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon rankings, they remain skeptical of his chances. Meanwhile, others have harbored disdain for Lin Che since the outset, and his consecutive victories have only fueled their resentment. Particularly, when they witnessed Lin Che's audacity in challenging everyone, their frustration boiled over. Now, upon seeing Li Lingfeng's appearance, their confidence surged, and they began to jeer and taunt. Li Lingfeng, give that little brat a good beating. Yes, you must quell his arrogance. Don't allow him to be so presumptuous. Just the sight of him irritates me. You must win, Li Lingfeng. The square was filled with a cacophony of voices. The mentors of the Zhuke Sacred Academy were also highly focused, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast. The outcome of the assessment would soon be revealed after this battle. Lan Feng inquired, esteemed mentors, who do you believe will emerge victorious? The mentors hesitated, not offering immediate replies. One mentor pondered aloud. If Lin Che possesses only these skills, he may very well lose. I disagree. No one knows how many summons Lin Che has at his disposal. The outcome of this battle is likely to be a 50-50 chance, countered another mentor. Momentarily, including Lan Feng, the mentors found it difficult to ascertain who would prevail between Lin Che and Li Lingfeng. As for Wei Huqing and Li Wei, they had been wholly absorbed in the live broadcast since Li Lingfeng stepped forward, silently clenching their fists, mentally preparing for the contest. Within the realm of the demon illusion, Li Lingfeng wielded a blood-red battle knife, broad and weighty. Lin Che, if this is all you can muster, then today, defeat is inevitable. Li Lingfeng exuded confidence. Having observed Lin Che's abilities for some time, he felt assured of his imminent victory. Yet, in light of Li Lingfeng's self-assurance, Lin Che remained unperturbed and replied earnestly. Are you truly not considering joining forces with them? Li Lingfeng's solitary advance, in Lin Che's view, seemed somewhat lacking. Arrogance. Li Lingfeng cast a cold glance at Lin Che, a surge of anger rising within him. He proclaimed loudly, Lin Che, do you believe that you can contend with me relying on these trivial summoning objects? Allow me to enlighten you. What others perceive as formidable obstacles are, before me, no more than worthless debris, easily crushed. Li Lingfeng exuded unparalleled arrogance, dismissing the elven warriors that had posed significant challenges to the talented individuals of the Flame Dragon clan. The onlookers were taken aback. Could it be that Li Lingfeng had devised a strategy to deal with Lin Che? They found themselves pondering this possibility, observing the astonishment on their faces. Li Lingfeng smirked with satisfaction and, without hesitation, declared, the summoning profession is merely reliant on external trinkets, utterly worthless. Do you truly think that if I were to shatter these worthless items one by one, a summoner devoid of any summoned entities could withstand my presence for long? As his words resonated, a cloud of confusion enveloped the crowd. Everyone was preoccupied with thoughts of escaping the entanglement of the elven warriors to launch a direct assault on Lin Che, while Li Lingfeng, contrarily, sought to turn the tide, leaving all in bewilderment. If Lin Che's spirit warriors were truly so easy to deal with, they would not need to exhaust their thoughts and devise numerous strategies. While Li Lingfeng's method may seem straightforward, its execution is far from simple. Otherwise, after 3 consecutive battles, Lin Che's summons would not have remained completely unscathed. Among all present, only Ji Xia and Zheng Xinghe displayed a change in expression. Zheng Xinghe was astonished by Li Lingfeng's confidence, daring to confront the spirit warriors directly. Conversely, Ji Xia felt a pang of anxiety for Lin Che. From the beginning of the battle, everyone overlooked a fundamental issue. The essence of summoning professions lies in their summoned beings. If one could eliminate these summons, Lin Che's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish significantly. At that point, engaging Lin Che would surely lead to an effortless victory. As a fellow prodigy from Chuannan No. 1 High School, she had some understanding of Li Lingfeng. Given that he dared to make such a claim, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to follow through. However, before she could utter a warning to Lin Che, Li Lingfeng had already launched his attack. Lin Che, I will personally tear apart the garbage you summoned, making you witness your own failure in your powerless struggle. With a battle knife in hand and pride gleaming in his eyes, Li Lingfeng struck swiftly. In a single stride, he vanished in a blur. When he reappeared, he stood before a female hunter. So swift, the speed was such that it made Lin Che's eyelids twitch. Evade. Lin Che swiftly issued commands to the female huntress. Mounted upon her black panther, she leaped to the side. However, as soon as she landed, Li Lingfeng pursued her, swiftly drawing his blade and eliminating the huntress with a single strike. Witnessing this, Lin Che made a decisive decision, instructing the remaining 4 huntresses to hurl their crescent blades. The elven archers, perched upon their eagle-like beasts, also launched their attacks without hesitation. With a clang, Li Lingfeng responded with equal alacrity, deftly wielding his sword to parry the onslaught of the elven warriors. Remarkably, he seemed to exert little effort as he shattered the barrage of moonlit arrows and crescent blades. Undeterred, he seized the opportunity to unleash a brilliant arc of light from his sword, Dragon's Tooth Slash. The blade flashed with intensity, piercing through the body of the huntress, who vanished in an instant. In a swift retreat, Li Lingfeng evaded the elven warrior strikes, deftly withdrawing from their range. At the same moment, 2 gusts of wind erupted from the spot where he had stood, yet the hurricane's spell failed to catch him. It narrowly grazed him, missing by mere inches. Can he truly evade such an attack? Ji Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. In the brief encounter, Li Lingfeng not only dispatched 2 huntresses, but also eluded the hurricane spell of the ferocious druid. With his initial strike, he demonstrated an unparalleled prowess in combat, clearly operating on a level far beyond that of his adversaries. Lin Che was equally astonished. Upon gazing at Li Lingfeng, his expression swiftly turned considerably more solemn. This was indeed a formidable adversary. Both Lin Che and Ji Xia exhibited a similar reaction, while the others were equally astonished, gasping in disbelief. Is this truly the strength of the 7th ranked on the Flame Dragon list? Li Siki exclaimed in astonishment. It appears that Lin Che may indeed face defeat this time. Zhou Yunlong remarked. Li Lingfeng, rise to the occasion. The talented individuals from the Flame Dragon list encouraged fervently. In a mere exchange, Li Lingfeng swiftly dispatched 2 female hunters, a feat unprecedented in their previous battles. This marked the first time anyone had gained the upper hand in the confrontation against Lin Che. The high regard Li Lingfeng commanded in Chuannan was undoubtedly well-deserved, as his formidable prowess truly allowed him to contend with Lin Che. After eliminating the 2 female hunters, Li Lingfeng refrained from further aggression, standing with his weapon sheathed, gazing indifferently at Lin Che. Is this all the strength you possess, Lin Che? You have not disappointed me. It is indeed pitifully lacking. With the casual strikes that felled the 2 hunters, Li Lingfeng's confidence surged to its zenith. Following his consecutive successes, he found no urgency to conclude the battle. Instead, he sought to achieve a resounding and absolute victory before the eyes of the multitude, ascending to the pinnacle of glory. Now, should he eliminate those wretched cavalry or those pathetic archers? Li Lingfeng wore a half-smile, his face a mask of mockery, as if engaged in a game of cat and mouse. His gaze flitted across the elven warriors, searching for his next target. Let us first dispatch those 2 hideous creatures that can only blow wind, he declared as he advanced once more, charging towards the 2 ferocious avian druids before Lin Che. Lin Che's expression subtly shifted as the elven warriors swiftly responded. However, Li Lingfeng's speed was astonishingly swift, even surpassing Su Mingyuan by a considerable margin. The elven archers and huntresses found it exceedingly challenging to land a hit on him. Amidst the onslaught of the elven fighters, Li Lingfeng navigated with grace and agility, dashing forth like a bolt of lightning, and soon found himself before two fierce raptor druids. Tendrils of entanglement ensnared him, while the thorny halo shimmered protectively around him. Lin Che immediately commanded the forest guardian to take action, positioning itself before the two fierce avian druids. The thorn blossom unfurled, and thorny vines extended from beneath the forest guardian, surging toward Li Lingfeng. In the face of the forest guardian's assault, Li Lingfeng wore a look of disdain, declaring, "I have told you, these trinkets of yours are nothing but rubbish." With a single hand gripping his blade, he executed a powerful upward slash, the rising dragon strike. A blade of light, nearly 3 meters in length, sliced through the air, cleaving the entwined vines at the very moment the thorn blossom bloomed. The sound of snapping echoed as Li Lingfeng's strike not only severed the entangled roots but also caused the defensive barrier formed by the thorny halo to tremble. With a sharp crack, the thorny halo shattered instantaneously. The forest guardian, as if struck by a devastating blow, collapsed, utterly bereft of combat capability. Li Lingfeng then delivered 2 swift strikes, eliminating both avian druids. "Lin Che, you grotesque aberration, neither human nor deer. Do you say I should kill or spare?" He brandished his battle blade against the neck of the forest guardian, a hint of amusement in his voice, his lips curling in a mocking sneer. "Li Lingfeng, you have gone too far." Witnessing Li Lingfeng's complete disregard for this battle, which had devolved into mere mockery directed at Lin Che, Ji Xia could no longer bear it. Unable to watch Lin Che endure such humiliation, she raised her staff, poised to intervene. "Do not rush." Lin Che, however, maintained a calm demeanor, gently restraining Ji Xia. "But how can I not be anxious seeing him like that?" Ji Xia's face flushed with anger as she glared at Li Lingfeng, exclaiming, "A person who disrespects their opponent in such a manner is utterly unworthy of being a class changer." Lin Che's gaze remained serene. Yet within those profound depths lay an intoxicating danger. He inclined his head slightly towards Ji Xia, acknowledging, "This time, you are correct." Subsequently, Lin Che shifted his attention to Li Lingfeng, a glimmer of anger surfacing in his eyes. "Thus, I shall make him suffer." Li Lingfeng let out a hearty laugh, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke, reveling in his mirth. "I would indeed like to see how you intend to torment me." "Ha ha, as you wish." Lin Che's voice resonated coldly, akin to ancient ice, chilling to the bone. "Awaken, demon slumbering in the depths of darkness." With that proclamation, the demon hunter leaped forth from the spatial rift. "Demon, transform." It roared, unleashing the bloodthirsty and brutal essence that coursed through its being. In an instant, the demon hunter charged towards Li Lingfeng with lightning speed. "What?" Li Lingfeng exclaimed in shock, instinctively raising his battle blade to strike. With a thunderous clash, the demon hunter's fist collided with the blade, the sheer force sending Li Lingfeng sprawling several meters away. Yet, this was merely the onset of the demon hunter's onslaught. Before Li Lingfeng could touch the ground, the demon hunter swiftly maneuvered to his side, fist clenched, and struck down with tremendous force. Boom! Li Lingfeng's abdomen absorbed the brutal impact, driving him forcefully into the ground, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of punches from the demon hunter carved a deep pit into the earth. Each blow inflicted excruciating pain upon Li Lingfeng, curling him into a fetal position. Unable to suppress his anguished whimpers, this harrowing scene rendered all spectators speechless, paralyzed by fear. Each strike of the demon hunter resonated like a dreadful drumbeat in their hearts, plunging them into an icy abyss. Was this truly Lin Che's genuine prowess? The unrelenting ferocity of the demon hunter's assault instilled terror in every observer. Amidst their horrified gazes, the demon hunter soared into the air, one demonic hand raised high, igniting with hellfire. With a singular motion, it swept downwards, transforming the infernal flames into a searing fireball that plummeted towards the ground. Bang! The explosive flames descended with ferocity, crashing into the pit where Li Lingfeng lay, the scorching fire rapidly engulfing the vicinity. In an instant, the area transformed into a realm of flames, light erupting in every direction. Hiss! The demon hunter's ruthless strikes sent shivers of dread through the hearts of onlookers. Within mere exchanges, Li Lingfeng found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Such combat prowess was seldom witnessed, even among legendary summons. Particularly, the sight of the demon hunter, wings unfurled, brandishing flames, was indelibly etched into the depths of every soul present, evoking primal fear. Had Li Lingfeng been defeated? As the crowd gazed at the flickering flames, they craned their necks, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Lingfeng amidst the blaze. Under the terrifying onslaught of the demon hunter, their confidence waned, and none believed they could withstand such ferocity. Even Zhang Xinghe, who had yet to make a move, wore an expression of grave concern, a deep-seated wariness glimmering in his eyes. To them, it seemed that even the formidable Li Lingfeng might face defeat. Some individuals glanced upward at the scoreboard, only to find it unchanged. Li Lingfeng's points remained static. Could it be that he still possessed the strength to fight back? The crowd was left in shock. Even Lin Che remained tense, his focus unwavering amidst the flames, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. He could distinctly sense a formidable and domineering power stirring within, akin to a slumbering dragon gradually revealing its scales. The extraordinary force bore down upon him, instilling immense pressure that left him unwilling to divert his attention. Lin Che, you have thoroughly enraged me. Li Lingfeng's roar echoed, and in an instant, the flames erupted violently, scattering in all directions. He strode forth through the inferno, moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, emerging unscathed. Moreover, at that moment, his pupils transformed into a radiant gold, the luminescence spreading within, resembling an ancient and arcane pattern imbued with supreme authority and an overwhelming sense of oppression. In a moment of clarity, the crowd heard a resounding roar akin to a dragon's cry, reverberating through the heavens, a proclamation that altered the very fabric of reality. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent dragon emerged behind him, its majestic head piercing the clouds, casting a shadow over the earth. The dragon's eyes glimmered with golden light, reminiscent of the celestial gaze, indifferent and condescending towards all beneath it, exerting immense pressure that shook the firmament. Dragon God's power. Li Lingfeng lifted his hands above his head, palms facing the sky, his demeanor solemn. In that instant, the dragon's eyes poured forth golden rays, enveloping Li Lingfeng completely, cascading over every inch of his skin as though he were undergoing a grand baptism. Li Lingfeng's aura transformed dramatically, magnificent, radiant, and upright, as the dragon's might surged forth from his being. He emitted a deep, resonant dragon's roar, and his stature seemed to elevate significantly. Every movement exuded palpable strength, and from his golden pupils shot forth two beams of divine light. In that moment, he appeared as the very embodiment of the dragon, emanating an oppressive presence that rendered the crowd breathless. Even Ji Xia's beautiful eyes reflected an unsettling tumult. Could it be that Li Lingfeng had grown to such formidable heights? Her heart trembled as she beheld Li Lingfeng emerging step by step from the flames, a tempest of emotion surging within her. Lin Che, are you prepared to endure the wrath of the divine dragon? Li Lingfeng's voice resonated like a thunderclap across the battlefield, brimming with uncontainable fury. Before anyone could react, he gathered his strength and leaped into the air, one fist clenched and the other wielding a blade, aggressively advancing towards the demon hunter. The demon hunter, unwilling to yield, let out a low growl and unleashed a punch. The two forces collided with a resounding crash akin to a mountain collapsing, nearly shattering the eardrums of those present. Trash! Get out of my way! Li Lingfeng roared, channeling his power into a fist that struck the demon hunter. The creature was propelled through the air like a black meteor, crashing downwards. With an enraged roar, the demon hunter flapped its wings and launched a fierce assault towards the plummeting Li Lingfeng. It did not relent, landing a powerful blow upon Li Lingfeng's battle blade, sending him flying 100 meters away. Subsequently, the demon hunter moved with blinding speed, creating multiple afterimages, conjuring a dark purple flame in its palm, while hellfire ignited around its form. Skill, spirit burn. Skill, sacrifice. Skill, evasion. Activate. The demon hunter unleashed its full might, and amidst the onslaught of spirit burn, Li Lingfeng found his movements momentarily hindered. The demon hunter closed in, attacking ferociously. At that instant, Li Lingfeng swung his battle blade, invoking the divine dragon. Rising dragon slash. A blade of light, nearly 10 meters long, cleaved through the flames encasing the demon hunter, forcing it to retreat. After this decisive strike, Li Lingfeng refrained from further attacks. At his current level, exerting the power of the dragon god was an immense strain on his body. Even more disheartening was the realization that, despite harnessing the power of the divine dragon, he and the demon hunter were evenly matched, making victory elusive in the short term. He understood clearly that if the battle dragged on, the outcome could become uncertain. A swift resolution was imperative. Li Lingfeng's gaze fell upon Lin Che, and after a moment's hesitation, he disregarded his earlier bravado about annihilating all of Lin Che's summons. With a forceful swing of his blade, he repelled the advancing demon hunter and dashed urgently towards Lin Che. Lin Che remained unperturbed in the face of Li Lingfeng's assault, exhibiting no signs of panic. A faint ripple emerged in the space surrounding him, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Che materialized 20 meters away. Just when everyone believed that Lin Che had evaded Li Lingfeng's strike, they heard Li Lingfeng erupt in laughter. "A commendable displacement skill," he declared. "But it is futile before me." As Lin Che's figure emerged, Li Lingfeng took a swift step forward, instantly closing the distance. Empowered by the might of the divine dragon, his speed was astonishingly rapid, so much so that even a fleeting escape was rendered impossible. "Lin Che, your defeat is inevitable," he declared, charging towards Lin Che with unmatched velocity, his blade poised to strike. Jixia gasped, hastily covering her eyes with her hands, unable to bear witness to Lin Che's anticipated downfall. However, after a prolonged moment of anxious waiting, she heard nothing indicative of Lin Che's defeat. Tentatively, she lowered her hands, revealing a narrow glimpse. To her astonishment, Lin Che stood serenely, enveloped in a radiant halo of silvery light. Before Lin Che, the silver dragon pendant danced without a breeze, floating gracefully in midair, coalescing into a pure protective power. The silver dragon shielded Lin Che, absorbing Li Lingfeng's formidable strike. Blocked. It was actually blocked. The crowd stood frozen, their minds enveloped in a haze of disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Li Lingfeng's overwhelmingly powerful blow would be thwarted by Lin Che in such a manner. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Che, with a solemn expression and hair flowing in the wind, intoned in a deep, resonant voice, "Second occupational skill, water prison cage, activate." Boom, boom, boom. Under Li Lingfeng's horrified gaze, several jets of water erupted from the ground, forming a cage-like structure that ensnared him within. At such close proximity, even his astonishing speed could not afford him an escape. "You possess such means," Li Lingfeng exclaimed, swinging his blade in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet his powerful strikes, crashing against the water columns, were rendered utterly ineffective, as if they had sunk into the depths of the ocean. The water prison cage was Lin Che's second occupational skill, bestowed upon him by Jixia at the onset of the demon fantasy realm, enabling him to successfully complete his second job quest. This control-type skill, encircled by water columns, proved far more troublesome than typical control skills, diminishing incoming damage by a staggering 90%, rendering it exceptionally resilient. Once ensnared, escape was a daunting challenge. After invoking the power of the dragon god, Li Lingfeng's combat prowess escalated to an unimaginable level, leaving Lin Che with no choice but to employ this skill. After all, activating the silver dragon pendant to manifest the silver dragon's protection demanded a significant expenditure of Lin Che's mental energy. As the battle progressed, with Lin Che persistently utilizing the Lord's augmentation, his mental energy was nearing depletion, compelling him to conserve his remaining strength rather than frivolously activating the silver dragon pendant. Thankfully, entrapping Li Lingfeng within the water prison cage alleviated some of his burdens. Lin Che gazed through the water prison's bars at Li Lingfeng, who was howling like a mad dog. With a playful tone, he inquired, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Close the door and beat the dog'? What are you planning to do?" Li Lingfeng exclaimed, suddenly alarmed by the malicious glint in Lin Che's eyes, his heart filled with trepidation. "I am not planning anything." Lin Che let out a cold, mocking smile and replied in a calm tone, "I assent at your desire to witness how I torment you. In this lifetime, I have never encountered such a request, so I shall undoubtedly oblige." "You," Li Lingfeng exclaimed, exasperated, just as he was about to erupt in anger. His peripheral vision caught sight of the demon hunter, whose flames flickered wildly as it swiftly approached. At that fortuitous moment, the effect of the dragon god's power that enveloped Li Lingfeng had reached its time limit. His complexion paled, and the momentum that once surged within him dissipated in an instant. Under normal circumstances, he was already no match for the demon hunter. Now, deprived of the dragon god's augmentation and confined within the watery prison, evasion was nearly impossible. This scene truly resonated with Lin Che's words, to shut the door and beat the dog. Bang, bang, bang. The demon hunter's relentless punches rained down upon him, causing Li Lingfeng to curl up on the ground, clutching his abdomen, retching violently as the remnants of his last meal threatened to emerge. "Ugh! Ah! Lin Che, if you have the guts, face me in a one-on-one. I could defeat you with just one hand." Despite the excruciating pain, Li Lingfeng remained defiant. His voice filled with unyielding bravado. Lin Che smiled faintly and remarked with intrigue, "Very well. Do you prefer to single out a group? Or would you rather have a group select an individual?" Upon Lin Che's utterance, out of the corner of Li Lingfeng's eye, he beheld a throng of elven warriors charging toward him with a cacophony of battle cries. Instantly, his complexion turned ashen. The elven warriors, seemingly invigorated by some potent elixir, unleashed their formidable strikes. Among these blows was, undoubtedly, Lin Che's uniquely devastating technique, the true violent rooster. Although Li Lingfeng would not suffer any tangible harm, the unbearable agony inflicted upon him by the relentless onslaught was inescapable. Enveloped in both pain and indignation, he pondered how, as the illustrious seventh ranked on the Flame Dragon list, he found himself overwhelmed by a horde of mere summoned minions, mercilessly pummeling him, with each strike landing perilously close to his most sensitive areas. Was this truly the essence of humanity? His thoughts echoed the sentiments of those around him, whose expressions were a tapestry of complex emotions, as if they had just ingested a fly. The cadre of prodigies on the Flame Dragon list could not suppress their burgeoning sympathy for Li Lingfeng. What transpired was far from a battle. It was an unrelenting one-sided annihilation. Initially, some among them had entertained the notion that Li Lingfeng could effortlessly vanquish Lin Che. Yet, it had become painfully evident that their hopes had been misplaced. Lin Che is indeed a summoner, lacking in personal combat prowess. Yet, the plethora of tactics at his disposal, coupled with the formidable strength of the demon hunter, is more than sufficient to contend with them all. Indeed, with all of them, in his transformed state. The demon hunter's combat ability is nothing short of monstrous, instilling a sense of dread. It is likely that he rivals even the true demons themselves. Not even Li Lingfeng, endowed with the power of the dragon god, could withstand him, let alone the others. The esteemed talents of the Flame Dragon rankings are now filled with trepidation. Their gazes towards Lin Che markedly altered. They recalled just hours earlier, when they boldly proclaimed their intent to dethrone Lin Che from the pinnacle of the Flame Dragon rankings. And this realization fills them with profound shame. Amongst geniuses, there exists a disparity. A collective sense of disillusionment envelopes them, their spirits dampened. Meanwhile, the spectators outside the demon mirage, observing the live broadcast, feel an even more intricate tangle of emotions than the competitors themselves. The initial chorus of skepticism, derision, and disdain directed at Lin Che has transformed into an oppressive silence. All eyes are fixed on Li Lingfeng, who is being mercilessly pummeled by a battalion of elven warriors. Unable to retaliate, leaving the audience speechless. Initially, Lin Che's lackluster performance in the first 4 days of assessment had indeed left the majority disheartened and dissatisfied. Even when he effortlessly seized points from Zhou Yunlong, many believed he merely benefited from Jixia's influence. In their eyes, whether it was Su Long or Su Hu, or Zhou Yunlong, all were vanquished by Jixia alone, with Lin Che playing a negligible role. Later, when Lin Che appropriated points from Li Siki and her companions, the crowd's disdain only deepened. They considered the priest's combat capability to be the weakest and accused Lin Che of bullying. As the days progressed, with Lin Che claiming points from over 100 individuals, including Li Siki, Yin Wenbin, and Lu Ling, they attributed his success to mere luck, asserting he had encountered 2 inept opponents. However, witnessing Lin Che decisively crush his adversaries, Yao Sheng, Su Mingyuan, Gu Jingchen, and then brutally overpowering Li Lingfeng silenced all. No one anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential Lin Che possessed such extraordinary strength. It almost created an illusion that he was not present for the assessment, but rather to dominate the competition. Had it not been for the meticulous verification of each participant's identity by the mentors of the Vermilion Bird Academy, they might have doubted whether Lin Che had concealed his true level. At level 20, to unleash such astonishing combat power is beyond their comprehension. They can hardly fathom the terrifying extent of Lin Che's potential once he matures in strength. I concede. Once the assessment concludes, I shall give you the Tianke Fire Feather. Even Li Wei ceased to harbor resentment towards Wei Hiqing, acknowledging his defeat with a sense of humility. Li Lingfeng's loss to Lin Che was not solely attributable to a disparity in strength, but also to a deficiency in character. He had resolved that after this assessment, he would certainly take the time to thoroughly discipline Li Lingfeng. Ironically, he found himself grateful to Lin Che for enlightening Li Lingfeng to the existence of greater talents. Otherwise, with such a disposition, Li Lingfeng would likely have met a dire fate on the true battlefield. Within the realm of demons and illusions, as well as beyond, all were utterly captivated by Lin Che's prowess. Xinghe, do you intend to take action? Inquired a member of Zheng Xinghe's team. Zheng Xinghe's expression fluctuated. Yet he found himself devoid of the courage to engage Lin Che. His prior victory over Rudy had relied on the disparity in strength among his teammates, enabling him to secure a hard-fought win. However, in a one-on-one confrontation with Lin Che, he recognized his inadequacies. Let us depart. The results of this assessment are now clear. The battle had concluded, and all were acutely aware that Lin Che would undoubtedly emerge as the champion of this assessment. Following a series of contests, Lin Che's total score approached 30,000 points, securing his position as the undisputed leader. The talented individuals of the Flame Dragon ranking had lost all desire to continue fighting, their expressions forlorn as they departed, a stark contrast to their earlier exuberance. "Oh, are you all leaving? What shall we do with this fellow?" Observing the despondent figures of the departing crowd, Ji Xia could not suppress her laughter as she glanced at the motionlessly Ling Feng on the ground, laughing even more heartily. Amidst the blows and kicks from the elven warriors, Li Lingfeng, unable to endure such a dual torment of spirit and body, fainted on the spot. "What shall we do?" "Let someone carry him away to avoid his presence being a nuisance," Lin Che remarked disdainfully. With that, he summoned those who had teamed with Li Lingfeng to assist in carrying him off. Once the talented individuals of the Flame Dragon ranking had left, Li Siki, Zhou Yunlong, and Zhou Yutong gathered around Lin Che, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Particularly Zhou Yutong, whose gaze burned with fervor, as if she wished to consume Lin Che whole. "Lin Che, congratulations on your first-place victory," they exclaimed in unison. Lin Che touched his nose and jokingly remarked, "Isn't it a bit premature to congratulate us when the assessment only concludes tomorrow?" "Not at all, not at all. It's not early in the slightest. Please allow me to pay my respects to you, my esteemed elder brother." Zhou Yunlong expressed his admiration with utmost reverence. This time, he was genuinely awestruck. Residing in southern Sichuan, he was acutely aware of Li Lingfeng's reputation and prowess. Such an unparalleled genius, who seemed invincible in their eyes, appeared to be nothing more than a subject of humiliation in the presence of Lin Che. He lamented not being a woman, for he could only acknowledge Lin Che as his elder brother, otherwise he might have wished to marry him. He couldn't help but wonder about Lin Che's inclinations. Was he a 0 or a 1? Amidst the chorus of flattery, Lin Che felt somewhat uneasy. Defeating Li Lingfeng did not evoke overwhelming emotions within him. However, objectively speaking, despite Li Lingfeng's questionable character, his strength was undeniably formidable, compelling Lin Che to reveal nearly all of his hidden cards. Over the years, the summoning profession had gradually waned in prominence, and there was a valid reason for this decline. The combat capabilities of summoners were, indeed, rather feeble. This battle with Li Lingfeng had illuminated certain issues that Lin Che needed to address within himself. Presently, the existing elven warriors, even with the enhancement of a lord, exhibited limited combat effectiveness against truly formidable opponents aside from the demon hunter. Even the jungle guardian, when faced with a genuinely skilled adversary, struggled in direct confrontations. Unfortunately, Lin Che had no immediate solutions at hand. All he could do was hasten his level advancement, unlock more warriors within the realm of beasts, and bolster his strength. On the 7th day of the assessment, the exit to the outside